In the Asura realm, cultivators also experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires. When they feel superior to others, they develop a sense of superiority, which in turn transforms into a feeling of happiness. At this moment, the cultivators on the boat were enjoying such happiness, no longer nervous about the dangers outside, but instead ridiculing the audacious stowaway, Meng Hao. Meng Hao was undaunted by the danger. His physical body and cultivation were both extremely powerful. Faced with the assault of the battle axe, he responded calmly. First, he cast the blood finger, then conjured 5 phases magic, and finally suppressed the battle axe with the 1,000 mountains method. Although the battle axe was extremely violent, Meng Hao sealed it completely with the 8th restriction of the fiend sealing. After subduing the battle axe, Meng Hao did not stop exploring. He continued to traverse the hurricane barrier, searching for formed runes. After 2 months of arduous travel, Meng Hao had collected 13 spiritual treasures, and he was also getting closer and closer to the boat. However, the cultivators on the boat gradually began to feel uneasy. With the repeated roaring sounds, they realized that Meng Hao was not only still alive, but was actually approaching them. They were filled with terror, realizing that Meng Hao far exceeded their imagination. At the same time, Meng Hao also discovered the boat. He decided to take advantage of it to rest along the way. As he approached, the cultivators on the boat were panic-stricken. They had never imagined that someone could move freely through the hurricane barrier. Their sense of happiness dissipated in an instant. On board the speeding Sun Spirit Ferry, everyone was horrified to discover that the noise they expected to hear wasn't from a group of people, but instead from an extremely powerful being. This being had already crossed through the majority of the gale barrier and was rapidly approaching them. At that moment, a bright red dot appeared on the ship's compass. It represented an outsider cultivator who was quickly drawing closer. The 3 elders in charge of the boat turned pale when they realized it was an old monster in the soul-severing realm. This person had an eccentric personality, and the sect wouldn't stand up for them if this person decided to kill them. Just when everyone was filled with fear, the figure of a young man dressed in green emerged from the mist. Walking towards them, the 3 elders and a dozen other cultivators recognized this person as the terrifying being that had crossed the gale barrier. And they all bowed in submission. Meng Hao walked onto the ship and demanded the 3 rings map. The 3 elders handed over the jade slip respectfully. After examining it, Meng Hao asked if he could join them as they traveled to the 3rd ring. The 3 elders were overjoyed and immediately agreed. They activated the ship and sped up. A few days later, 1,000 seal spirit appeared on the compass. Meng Hao immediately made his move, using the 5 elements true scripture and the Devour Mountain art to subdue it. This shocked everyone on the ship, especially the 3 elders. They had never heard of anyone being able to subdue the powerful rune spirits within the gale barrier. They were horrified to realize that Meng Hao had already subdued more than 20,000 seal spirits on his journey. The 3 elders exclaimed in alarm, warning Meng Hao that his actions would provoke the appearance of the 9 Serenities cyclonic wheel. As soon as they finished speaking, the gale winds suddenly stopped and the laws of heaven and earth seemed to freeze. An aged voice echoed through the air, questioning Meng Hao about the meaning of his choices and his destiny. Meng Hao remained silent, but everyone felt an inexplicable sense of oppression and mystery. Meng Hao's boat sails through the void when a chilling, ancient voice resonates, accompanied by a decaying aura, rendering the boat and its occupants motionless as if time had accelerated its erosion. 3 old men's terror peaks, and they roar warnings against looking back. Yet, Meng Hao senses a weeping and fluttering white silk behind him, faintly hearing a voice that seems to be his father's. After hesitation, he decides to turn and face the unknown. A gigantic, spectral ship appears, carrying an elderly man clad in pitch-black armor. The voice's source, their gazes meet, and in Meng Hao's mind, a vision unfolds: 9 butterflies carved on a coffin amidst a monochrome battlefield. The elder reveals Meng Hao's unique Dao seed and grants his request. With his words, the ship and silk recede, and the frozen space resumes. But Meng Hao realizes something's missing from the elder's promise. The elder's perceptive gaze falls on Meng Hao, triggering another vision in his mind. This time, he sees Big Mountain Ridge. Purple mist shrouds Yunjia County, and a middle-aged man stands by a window as a woman weeps while holding an infant. A purple sun hangs, and a child's voice calls out from the mist, calling for his parents. The child is a young Meng Hao, running alone in the mist where his parents disappeared. He witnessed their capture by shadowy claws. Helpless to intervene, fury and sorrow surge through Meng Hao. And his cultivation erupts, the boat breaking free from the frozen scene and heading straight for the spectral ship. Meng Hao is lost in a memory, seeing his childhood self and a blurry face of a child similar to him. In the memory, it is a purple stormy night when his parents go missing and the child wakes up with a tattered robe. As the ghost claws are about to reach the child, a man appears out of nowhere and crushes them. The child lunges at the man, excitedly calling him dad. The man calms the child, mentions that he and his wife must leave for a while, knocks the child unconscious, brings him inside, and finally gives the child a kiss on his forehead before he turns around and disappears into the purple mist. The scene ends as Meng Hao silently continues his journey after waking up. Months later, the boat reaches the end of the hurricane barrier, where Meng Hao erases everyone's memory of him on the boat and leaves alone. Entering the third ring, Meng Hao senses demon chi and notices countless demon eyes on him. Suddenly, a giant tentacle attacks, which Meng Hao effortlessly captures and kills. Obtaining a demon core, dozens of sea demons pursue Meng Hao, but he kills them with a whirlpool, obtaining many more demon cores. A mark appears on Meng Hao's hand, which he realizes must be related to his origins. He thinks about Fang Yu's unusual behavior towards him, suspecting that there's more to his origins. Meng Hao feels lonely but is determined to carry on. He senses the dangers of the third ring but believes he has the cultivation to face them. He decides to go to the eastern lands to find clues about his origins and pursue his childhood dream of seeing the Tang Empire and Chang'an. On the vast celestial river, the Three Rings region is where numerous cultivators gather to hunt sea monsters for resources. Meng Hao arrives in the Three Rings, only to find himself attracting an immense amount of sea monsters without reason. After investigation, he discovers that his presence has driven the sea monsters into a frenzy. Upon further contemplation, Meng Hao realizes that it is not the aura of a monster sealer or the items in his storage bag that are attracting the sea monsters, but his own body. Meng Hao recalls what his master once mentioned, that someone poisoned by the equinox flower had visited the celestial river. He speculates that the aura of the equinox flower within his body could be the reason for the sea monster's frenzy. To verify this conjecture, Meng Hao employs a soul-searching technique and finds the word flower in a sea turtle's memory fragments. Realizing it is the equinox flower, Meng Hao intentionally weakens his body, allowing the aura of the equinox flower to become more prominent. In an instant, the dying sea turtle becomes enraged and attacks Meng Hao. The sea monsters in the surrounding waters are also attracted by the equinox flower's aura and charge aggressively. Meng Hao severs his connection to the aura, breaks his seal, and suppresses the sea monster's frenzy, recognizing that the aura of the equinox flower is the key to attracting the sea monsters. Meng Hao resolves to seek out the person who was poisoned back then, in the hopes of finding a way to remove the equinox flower. However, shortly after his departure, on a dark island deep within the Three Rings, a fierce figure with double pupils opens its eyes and murmurs, "Equinox flower." For a month, Meng Hao has been taking the Three Ring area by storm, sweeping through sea monsters with his epic wood sword and collecting nearly 1,000 demon hearts. However, his target is even more high-grade spirit stones, even top-grade spirit stones. In order to quickly increase his strength, Meng Hao decided to refine the spirit of 1,000 talismans. He used the heaven-devouring scripture to separate the spirit of 1,000 talismans and branded each one with his divine sense. After several days of effort, he had refined more than 20,000 talisman spirits, possessing a rune vortex powerful enough to rival the beast talisman spirit. In order to attract sea monsters, Meng Hao released the unique aura of the equinox flower. As a result, a large number of sea monsters moved, rushing towards the small island where Meng Hao was located. Meng Hao set up a rune enchantment to resist the attack of the sea monsters. 2 hours later, thousands of sea monsters madly attacked, but Meng Hao calmly controlled the runes to form various magic treasures. Killing the sea monsters, several hours passed, and an almost infinite number of sea monsters surrounded the small island. At this time, a 7-colored jellyfish with a white skull flower on its head appeared, causing all the sea monsters to retreat. Suddenly, the small island shook violently and was shattered by a huge creature. Meng Hao sank into the bottom of the sea, and countless sea monsters swarmed over. However, Meng Hao was not afraid, and used the 5 elements water totem and the 20 000 talisman treasures to fight the sea monsters, setting off monstrous waves that shocked the cultivators in the Three-Ring area. In the Three-Ring Sea, a colossal uprising of sea monsters is taking place. Protected by tens of thousands of talisman hurricanes, Meng Hao unleashes a massacre upon the sea monsters. As waves surge, engulfing the entire Three Rings, even Sea City built by the three sects sounds an alarm. Cultivators stationed in the city brace themselves, speculating that it might be an escaped Two-Ring sea demon. However, a crimson-robed man in the city's highest tower discovers that the sea monsters are not summoned but driven by desire. At that moment, Meng Hao encounters two powerful sea monsters bearing strange white bone flowers, a massive dual-headed giant and an iridescent jellyfish. Meng Hao's nether flower is stimulated. Active blood vessel integration. And behind him, it blossoms into a five-colored nether flower, bearing immense power to control the heavens and earth. However, this sight incites the white bone flower markings on the surrounding sea monsters. Enraging them, Meng Hao realizes the connection between the white bone flower and the nether flower, as well as the anomaly of the white bone flower in the Milky Way Sea. He speculates that it might be related to a mysterious figure known as Silver Lamp Godly Father. To his further shock, the white bone flowers on the giant and jellyfish begin to unfurl their petals, signaling an impending explosion of their terrifying power. Amidst the perilous waters, Meng Hao and these formidable sea monsters face an imminent showdown. 700 years ago, the Silver Lantern Taoist sought help from Meng Hao's master to cure the toxic effects of the equinox flower. Centuries later, the Silver Lantern Taoist managed to neutralize the toxicity by himself. This led Meng Hao to suspect that the Silver Lantern Taoist had a hand in the recent changes in the sea monsters of the Celestial River Sea. To uncover the truth, Meng Hao ventures deep into the Celestial River Sea, relentlessly hunting sea monsters and collecting their monster hearts. During an encounter, Meng Hao clashes with a colossal giant that shatters islands, sending Meng Hao plummeting into the depths. Meng Hao unleashes the Nine Heavens Collapse technique, annihilating the giant's right arm and seizing its monster heart. Simultaneously, the equinox flower behind Meng Hao consumes the giant's white bone flowers, intensifying its own vibrant colors. Meng Hao bursts out of the sea but is confronted immediately by a man in red robes. The man identifies himself as the Young Soul Saint, a cultivator in the realm of the second spirit severing sever. He demands that Meng Hao surrender his spirit seals and monster hearts. But Meng Hao refuses. The Young Soul Saint unleashes 10,000 spirit seals, which Meng Hao counters with the time wheel and sword formation of time. The Young Soul Saint then employs 3 unfading swords forged from the millennium-souled skeletons of the Celestial River Sea. But Meng Hao swiftly wields his sword point of time, threatening the Young Soul Saint. In the end, Meng Hao uses the sword point of time and silkworm silk to neutralize the Young Soul Saint's 3 swords, unveiling the true identity of the Young Soul Saint. The battle alerts the cultivators in Sea City, who speculate that the Young Soul Saint has encountered a formidable foe. In the vast Tianhe Sea's Three Rings region, Meng Hao encounters a formidable crimson-robed man, Yang Soul Saint. Yang Soul Saint wields 3 sharp swords, their sword energy menacing. But Meng Hao remains undeterred, confronting him with the tip of his year's sword. Their gazes clash, igniting an invisible mental battle. Yang Soul Saint acknowledges his inability to kill Meng Hao, yet harbors displeasure for the aura emanating from him, warning Meng Hao that any affiliation with the Two-Ring Sea Demon would compel him to employ his Yang Soul Dao ancestors' treasures to annihilate him. Meng Hao calmly responds, stating his intentions. After their exchange, the crimson-robed man departs, but reclaims the 10,000-plus rune spirits Meng Hao had previously acquired. Meng Hao offers him a jar of hometown wine, and the crimson-robed man eventually agrees to return the rune spirits. Returning to his modest island, Meng Hao faces the demands of his parrot and jelly companion. They request, respectively, 5 and 3 bullies. After some hesitation, Meng Hao reluctantly acquiesces. Meng Hao turns his focus to the 2 mountains of demon hearts before him, totaling over 100,000. He realizes their utility not only as spirit stones but also as material to replicate the copper mirror's year's wood sword. Over half a month's effort, Meng Hao successfully replicates a 7 septuagenarian year's wood sword. Using this as a template, he expends copious spirit stones to duplicate 10 swords of similar potency. Simultaneously, Meng Hao intuits further, unknown potential within the demon hearts. he gathers all the remaining demon hearts, intending to consult with others. Days later, Meng Hao, now at early nascent soul cultivation level, witnesses a fierce battle between a man, a woman, and a sea demon. Meng Hao inquires and discovers a freezing energy within the sea demon, while the old man's magic treasure emanates a searing heat. As the old man and sea demon struggle to overcome each other, Meng Hao intervenes, severing the sea demon with the tip of his year's sword. The old man and woman express gratitude to Meng Hao, informing him that the freezing energy likely originates from the cold spirit of the two-ringed sea, while the searing heat emanates from the unique lava heart found in the three-ringed sea. Meng Hao helped them out, repelled, and killed the seahorse and extracted its demon heart. The old man and the woman were alert but had doubts and complicated expressions after Meng Hao gave them the demon heart despite their previous hostility. The old man talked about the extraordinary value of the demon heart, a medium-grade spirit stone which was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which immediately startled Meng Hao. He realized the demon hearts in his storage bag were a fortune and regretted wasting the high-grade demon heart earlier. The old man continued, revealing that demon hearts were the primary currency in the three sects Sea City, worth more than spirit stones. He needed the demon heart for his disciple to exchange for a pill to break through and become a core formation cultivator. When Meng Hao was about to leave, the woman's actions caught his attention. She respectfully said to Meng Hao that she could guide him around Sea City to help him save time as he wasn't familiar with it. The old man's expression changed but eventually let down his guard and agreed to the woman's request. So, Meng Hao, the old man, and the woman started their journey to explore the three sects Sea City. His heart was filled with excitement and anticipation as he planned to use the demon hearts to exchange for numerous spirit stones and create an even more potent time wooden sword formation. A woman beseeches Meng Hao for help, pleading with him to save her from an elder who intends to exploit her for his own selfish gain. Meng Hao, recognizing the elder's malicious intent, intervenes. The elder, terrified, wisely retreats. Meng Hao bestows upon him 10 mid-grade demon hearts and escorts the woman to Sea City. En route, Wei Li, a local, informs Meng Hao about various items he will need in Sea City, including a flying artifact, durable Taoist robes, a concealed storage pouch, communication talismans, a magic ring, and a cave abode. Meng Hao, intrigued, decides to make substantial purchases, realizing the extent of his wealth. Upon arriving at Sea City, Meng Hao senses the city's powerful defenses and formations, as well as an aura that surpasses the spirit-severing realm. Simultaneously, he and the young soul saint within the city acknowledge each other's presence. Before entering, a mysterious woman flies out from the city and publicly presents Meng Hao with a golden token, conveying the message the wine is potent. The crowd is astounded, with only Wei Li rendered speechless. Unmoved, Meng Hao exchanges a glance with the woman and strides into Sea City with his head held high. This journey not only rescues Wei Li but also provides Meng Hao with profound insights into Sea City's diverse resources and marks the beginning of a new chapter in his adventures. After the graceful Ji Xiaoxiao leaves, Meng Hao holds a gold token in his hand. The token is carved with a city and the words Yang Soul Dao. The token exudes a faint pressure, causing the surrounding cultivators to exclaim. Upon learning that the token is the first-grade Sea City token, Wei Li is surprised because only the sect's saints can bestow this token, and the holder is a VIP in Sea City. Wei Li follows Meng Hao into Sea City, and all along the way, the cultivators from the three sects treat them with respect. Wei Li can't help but ask about Meng Hao's relationship with the Yang Soul Saint, but Meng Hao replies that there is no relationship. Wei Li is puzzled, but when he thinks back to the strange experiences before, he finds it hard to believe. Wei Li introduces Meng Hao to the places where he can buy demon hearts in Sea City, including the Three Sects High Pavilion and the Tianhai Auction House. Meng Hao decides to buy a flying magic treasure first, so he comes to Sea City's largest flying magic treasure shop, Shenzong's Chuyan Pavilion. The Chuyan Pavilion is luxuriously decorated, guarded by nascent soul cultivators at the entrance, and most of the customers inside are wealthy or noble. Just as Meng Hao is about to step into the pavilion, he encounters Ji Xiaoxiao, who is surrounded by the geniuses of the three sects. Meng Hao notices an IOU next to Ji Xiaoxiao, which is the one that Ji Xiaoxiao owed him earlier. After Meng Hao and Wei Li enter the Chuyan Pavilion, no one pays any attention to them. Meng Hao questions the Chuyan pavilion's hospitality, which attracts the attention of everyone in the pavilion. However, the women of the Chuyan pavilion look down on Meng Hao and Wei Li and ask them to make themselves at home. Meng Hao asks about the most expensive flying magic treasure, and the Chuyan pavilion women mock Meng Hao, saying that he can't afford it, and they demand a deposit. Meng Hao agrees to look, and the Chuyan pavilion women turn to leave. But when they see the geniuses coming upstairs, they get anxious and leave Meng Hao and Wei Li to look around on their own. In the bustling hall of the Auspicious Clouds Pavilion, Meng Hao stood face to face with a woman in ordinary attire. Her words were laced with disdain, irking him. However, instead of erupting in anger, Meng Hao piled up a small mountain of 1,500 low-grade demon hearts, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present, including the young master of the Flying Immortal Sect and Ji Xiaoxiao. The woman was stunned speechless. Then, in a grand gesture, Meng Hao withdrew his entire fortune and created 2 more mountains of demon hearts, totaling 5,000 low-grade demon hearts, creating an AWE-inspiring scene. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, a scantily clad, alluring young woman named Xu Qing appeared from the second floor. She treated Meng Hao with unusual respect and invited him upstairs. On the second floor, Meng Hao expressed his need for a top-notch flying artifact. Xu Qing presented 3 treasures: the red copper sword, the purple wood boat, and the soul shuttle. Meng Hao inspected each one but was not satisfied. Xu Qing was taken aback, realizing that Meng Hao was no ordinary individual. She suggested that Meng Hao purchase the Auspicious Clouds Pavilion's most prized artifact, the bronze chariot. Upon closer examination, Meng Hao discovered that the flying beasts on the chariot's surface were lifelike, wriggling and roaring. Activating his immortal finger technique, he saw that the flying beasts fused into a single black wing. Intrigued by the chariot, Meng Hao inquired about its price. However, Xu Qing hesitated, revealing that it was not for sale. Meng Hao's expression darkened, and he unleashed his aura, enveloping the entire second floor, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Meng Hao encounters a mysterious woman, Xu Qing, and develops an interest in the bronze chariot she carries. After some probing, Meng learns that the chariot may be a part of a legendary war vessel and purchases it for 10,000 low-grade demon cores. Xu Qing requests that she be taken along when Meng finds the war vessel. Meng grants her request and rents the most luxurious cave in Haicheng. Late at night, Meng retrieves the bronze chariot, sensing an ancient aura within it. When he infuses it with cultivation, the chariot rapidly expands, becoming a flying vessel 3 zhong in size. Meng flies the chariot into the sky, testing its speed and power. He is surprised to find that it is as fast as his first spirit-cleaving slash. But it consumes a vast amount of cultivation. Additionally, the chariot shows signs of wear and tear during use, with rust gradually spreading across its surface. Several ferocious beast illusions surge from within the chariot, but they are held back by chains and their eyes are closed. Meng notices that as the beast illusions appear, the spread of rust accelerates. During Meng Hao's experience in Yunchuj, he realized that the bronze chariot in his possession was damaged due to incorrect usage. He discovered that the runes on the chariot were added later and obstructed its proper functioning. Using Finger of the Immortal, Meng Hao unlocked the chariot's secrets. He witnessed a vision: a man in black driving the chariot, a vortex between his brows, and a blank bead on his right hand. Below, a giant tree stood with a smiling little boy sitting on it, surrounded by butterflies, exuding an aura of peace. Meng Hao understood that the chariot was an immortal weapon, requiring a mortal aura to operate. He began erasing the runes, increasing the chariot's power with each erased rune. But the difficulty escalated with each subsequent rune. Upon erasing the 10th rune, the chariot expanded to a colossal 10 zhong, glowing brilliantly and exuding a formidable aura. However, a yellow halo prevented him from approaching the chariot. Through Finger of the Immortal, Meng Hao reconnected with the chariot. A massive vortex appeared in the sky, where shadowy figures of ferocious beasts were chained and pulling the chariot at an incredible speed. The chariot raced across half the sky, alarming the young soul saint in Sea City. He was astonished, recognizing it as the treasure of inheritance. Meng Hao realized he lacked control over the chariot due to its need for a mortal aura. Amidst his contemplation, A thought arose: could the aura emitted by finger of the immortal be true immortal aura? Suddenly, a 1,000-foot-long black crocodile emerged from the sea, bearing a man exuding a malevolent aura. The man unleashed a soul-cleaving aura, declaring this is the Devil's Sea. You cannot escape once you enter. On the war chariot, Meng Hao encounters a young Mon's attack. The chariot emits a yellow halo, blocking the attack. Facing the Mon's transformation into a black dragon, Meng Hao skillfully breaks through the black flames and severely wounds the black dragon with a punch. However, the black dragon begs for mercy and spits out a white bead, which emits a fragrant and spiritual aura. The black dragon uses this opportunity to escape. Seeing the treasure, Meng Hao chases after the black dragon and eventually seizes the bead. Inside the bead is a miniature black dragon emitting a distress signal. At this moment, a faint sigh is heard from the depths of the sea, sending shivers down Meng Hao's spine. The equinox flower within his body struggles violently. A giant tentacle suddenly appears, and Meng Hao urges the war chariot to flee at full speed. As the chariot breaks through the surface of the water, he looks back at the tentacle in shock. The size of the tentacle reminds him of the ancient ghost ship. But it's even more inspiring. His mind is overwhelmed, and he utters, Is this the legendary immortal Li? Amidst an expansive pitch-black ocean, Meng Hao stumbles upon a gargantuan stalk of the Lycoris radiata. Its velocity and sheer size astounding. Meng Hao deduces that the flower originates from the depths of the Second Ring Sea, under the dominion of the enigmatic Li Xian. Recognizing the perilous nature of his surroundings, Meng Hao resolves to investigate further in Sea City. Upon his arrival, he flaunts his wealth by purchasing opulent clothes, a storage bag, and a magic ring, becoming an instant celebrity in the city. His plan is to exchange a vast number of demon cores for spirit stones, leading him to the Yang Soul Path. On the second floor of the Yang Soul Path, Meng Hao encounters elder Sun Yunleng. His mannerisms inadvertently exude a scholarly aura, surprising Sun Yunleng. As Meng Hao prepares to trade his demon cores, a commotion erupts from the first floor. He pauses, lifting his teacup, and listens intently. Zhao, a wealthy townsman, announces that he is offering 700 spirit stones for a single low-grade demon core, a price significantly higher than that offered by the Yang Soul Path. Meng Hao's curiosity is piqued, realizing that this Zhao may be connected to the elusive Li Xian. Within the demon heart acquisition point established by the three sects in Sea City, an undercurrent surged. 7 managers dressed in brocade robes, representing the 7 largest stores in Sea City, arrived with a sense of pride to exchange demon hearts. The shop managers were required to hand over a certain number of demon hearts to the 3 sects each year, but they could choose which sect to exchange them with. Zhao, the middle-aged deacon from the Soul Landing sect, who was responsible for reception, was exceptionally respectful towards the 7 managers but ignored Meng Hao and Wei Li, who were also on the second floor. Meng Hao learned from Wei Li that the managers had a large number of demon hearts and that the 3 sects offered different exchange prices. When Elder Sun proposed that Meng Hao exchange for spirit stones, the middle-aged man suggested that he be moved to the first floor. Noticing the clear discrimination, Meng Hao calmly asked for the exchange price. After learning that it was different from that of the 7 managers, he insisted on staying seated. In order to salvage the situation, Elder Sun proposed raising Meng Hao's exchange price to 700 spirit stones, which was 100 spirit stones more than the managers. However, the managers immediately raised their own exchange prices, unwilling to be treated equally with Meng Hao. Seeing that the 2 sides were at a stalemate, Meng Hao suddenly proposed a competition, wagering all the demon hearts of both parties. After a moment of hesitation, the 7 managers agreed. They took out a storage bag and retrieved 13,000 low-grade demon hearts, which they set as the benchmark for the competition. Meng Hao immediately took out the stone wall and prepared for the competition. The 7 managers were confident, believing that Meng Hao's number of demon hearts could not exceed their own. However, when Meng Hao inserted the storage bag, all 9 dragons on the stone wall lit up. This meant that Meng Hao had more than 100,000 low-grade demon hearts. The managers were shocked, realizing that they had underestimated Meng Hao's strength. They knew that they could not win, and they had no choice but to give up and concede defeat. Handing over all of their demon hearts to Meng Hao, Elder Sun and Deacon Zhao were dumbstruck. They never imagined that this inconspicuous youth would possess such an enormous reserve of demon hearts. Meng Hao, with Wei Li in tow, swaggered away with the spirit stones exchanged for 100,000 demon hearts, leaving a lasting impression on everyone present. Meng Hao participated in a 9 Dragons Demon Heart Scale competition with 7 elders, wagering their acquired low-grade demon hearts. Meng Hao commenced by contributing 10,000 demon hearts, illuminating 2 dragon sculptures on the stone wall. However, the elders remained unperturbed, as they also possessed over 10,000 demon hearts each. As the competition progressed, Meng Hao successively presented 3 storage pouches, illuminating 4, 6, and 8 dragon sculptures, amassing 30,000, 60,000, and 80,000 demon hearts. The elders reveled in anticipation of Meng Hao's imminent depletion as they prepared to divide his demon hearts amongst themselves. Unexpectedly, Meng Hao retrieved a new storage pouch from his collection and placed it on the 9 Dragons Demon Heart Scale. Instantly, the stone wall reverberated, and the 9th dragon sculpture illuminated. Subsequently, the hues of the 9 dragon sculptures on the stone wall transformed, transitioning from blue to purple and then to orange. The 7 elders were astounded, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. As the dragon sculptures turned crimson, the 9 dragons flickered rapidly, suggesting further transformation. However, the 9 Dragons Demon Heart Scale appeared to have reached its limit, unable to exhibit further color changes. With a thunderous roar, the stone wall crumbled into pieces. Meng Hao coughed lightly, revealing a bashful smile as he extolled the virtues of wealth. Ultimately, the 7 elders conceded defeat, begrudgingly witnessing Meng Hao claim their demon hearts in its entirety. The onlookers stood in awe, captivated by Meng Hao's remarkable financial prowess. As the 9 dragon fiendish balance collapses, the Yang Soul Dao in the Sea City Tower abruptly opens his eyes, his divine sense sweeping toward Meng Hao's location. The Yang Soul Dao is utterly shocked, deciding that Meng Hao has an overwhelming advantage, and if he is allowed to continue, it will likely cause a huge uproar. He then decides to send his disciple to invite the expert of the Fiendish Heart Pavilions. At this moment, Meng Hao on the 2nd floor of Fiendish Heart Pavilions exchanges a medium-grade Fiendish Heart for the expensive price of 10,000 spirit stones in the face of accusations from 7 old men. Subsequently, he takes out 10,000 medium-grade Fiendish Hearts, exchanging them for 100 million spirit stones, which astounds everyone present. However, the 7 old men remain unconvinced, asserting that Meng Hao is cheating. Meng Hao acts once again, taking out 20,000 medium-grade Fiendish Hearts and 10,000 superior-grade Fiendish Hearts, leaving everyone present utterly dumbstruck. The value of a superior-grade Fiendish Heart is 50 million spirit stones, causing the 7 old men to fall into complete despair. After Meng Hao collects the Fiendish Hearts, the 7 old men are still unwilling to accept, intending to mobilize their cultivation base to attack. However, Meng Hao merely utters a single word "get lost" that sends them all flying backward, causing them to spit out blood as expressions of horror and fright appear on their faces. At this point, Elder Sun notices that Meng Hao has already reached the soul-severing realm, and immediately clasps his fists and bows, addressing him as senior. In Sea City, Meng Hao's powerful aura forced 7 elders to retreat. Meanwhile, outside the 3 rings of the heavenly river sea, the 10th patriarch of the Wang clan emerges on a cloud. He recognizes Meng Hao and resolves to seize his Dao foundation at all costs. The 10th patriarch deduces that Meng Hao is still in the heavenly river sea, and makes his presence known to Fei Xianzong, Hai Shen Zong, and Yang Han Dao. He incites cultivators from the 3 sects to launch a large-scale search operation. Fei Xianzong and Hai Shen Zong send 70,000 disciples, while the 10th patriarch personally ventures into the hurricane barrier and deploys an extensive net. However, Meng Hao has already infiltrated the Monster Heart Pavilion of the Yang Han Dao sect, where he collects numerous monster hearts. Han Feng, a disciple of the Yang Han Saint, visits and invites Meng Hao to meet in a high tower. Meng Hao agrees and proposes to trade the monster hearts for spirit stones. Inside the tower, the Yang Han Saint himself greets Meng Hao. He presents a cup of cold ice wine, intending to freeze Meng Hao's cultivation and divine sense. However, Meng Hao's robust physique enables him to neutralize the cold energy through vibration. He produces Han Shan's bronze wine jug and invites the Yang Han Saint to drink instead, offering a potent alcohol that makes even the Yang Han Saint hesitate. During his meeting with Reverend Yang Han, Meng Hao offered him a cup of the spirit wine from his hometown. The wine contained potent sword qi, which surprised Reverend Yang Hun. But Meng Hao drank it calmly. Reverend Yang Hun then decided to exchange a monster heart for it and stated the price. Intrigued by Meng Hao's mysterious nature and background, as well as the monster heart's importance to the three sects, Reverend Yang Hun shared secrets about the sects and the hurricane barrier. He revealed that the three sects had an ancient legacy, and their ancestors had participated in forming the hurricane barrier. The sect protecting formations and spirit stone cultivation methods were closely related to the monster heart. Meng Hao astutely pointed out that the three sects were also linked to the Yellow Springs necropolis, which further surprised Reverend Yang Hun. As they discussed the exchange of the monster heart, Reverend Yang Hun received a jade slip, which contained news about the immemorial Venerable Spirit and Sea Venerable Spirit entering the Tri-Ring area. Along with Meng Hao's information and likeness, Reverend Yang Hun immediately ordered Han Feng to erase all traces of Meng Hao in Sea City to protect him. In gratitude for Reverend Yang Hun's assistance, Meng Hao pledged to collaborate with him in hunting sea beasts. After some negotiation, they reached an agreement to exchange the monster heart for a 70% discount. Reverend Yang Hun also mentioned that he would comply with the immemorial Venerable Spirit and the Wang family's 10th ancestor's request to conceal Meng Hao's whereabouts within their realms, in order to protect both Meng Hao and his own interests. After making a deal with Yang Soul Saint, Meng Hao moved into Yang Soul Dao's courtyard with a dark face, regretting being cheated out of a large amount of spirit stones by Yang Soul Saint. Late at night, Meng Hao thought back on this matter, filled with heartache. Returning to the high tower, Yang Soul Saint was smug and discussed the matter with his wife. Believing that he had established a friendship with Meng Hao sat cross-legged in cultivation, feeling the fused cultivation within his body. Guessing that he was about to sever his spirit, he took out his storage ring and was slightly comforted by the sparkling spirit stones. However, considering the coveting of his Dao foundation by the 10th ancestor of the Wang family, and his own insufficient spirit stone reserves, Meng Hao decided to replicate the Year's Wood Sword and Year's Sword Tip to enhance his own strength. After several days of replication, Meng Hao successfully refined 100 Jiazi Year's Wood Swords and 5 10,000-year-old Year's Sword Tips, but at the cost of 5 billion spirit stones. Although Meng Hao was in pain, he also understood the importance of the spirit stones. He was determined to cultivate the 9 Heavens treasure body seal to make up for his own physical defect. But he realized that cultivating the 9 Heavens treasure body seal required consuming a massive amount of resources, which he could not afford at the moment. With no other choice, Meng Hao turned his attention to Yang Soul Saint. He believed that Yang Soul Saint must be prepared, so he invited Yang Soul Saint to act together. To Yang Soul Saint's surprise, Meng Hao released the coercion of the Liquoris radiata. In an instant, countless sea monsters were attracted, and their numbers continued to grow. Meng Hao sacrificed 100 Year's Wood Swords, forming 10 lotus formations that emitted a powerful power of time, causing the sea monsters that approached to instantly wither and dissipate. This scene left Yang Soul Saint deeply shocked. Meng Hao's actions this time not only allowed him to see Meng Hao's strength, but also deepened their friendship. In the Three Rings Sea region, Meng Hao and Heavenly Saint Yang teamed up to battle against the vast demonic tide. The clash between the two sides was intense. Meng Hao employed the 10 Flowers formation, gathering 100 swords imbued with the power of the years, transforming them into myriad forms. Heavenly Saint Yang summoned hundreds of thousands of sea demons, which morphed into ferocious beasts for the battle. As the battle raged on, 4 corpse-severing sea demons emerged: jellyfish, a colossal purple turtle, and 2 sea serpents. Meng Hao and Heavenly Saint Yang split into 2 groups to engage 2 sea demons each. Meng Hao unleashed the Time Sword formation and 6 Time Sword Tips, slaying the purple turtle and the jellyfish in an instant. The power of time withered and corroded everything. Heavenly Saint Yang, on the other hand, employed his illusory light sword to vanquish one of the sea serpents. The carnage was ceaseless, dyeing the sea crimson. Heavenly Saint Yang fell into a frenzy, reveling in the slaughter and even summoning the 3 city swords of the sea city, proving invincible. Meng Hao, on the other hand, remained in the heart of the 2 formations, maintaining the array and refining the 3 strands of cultivation within his body. Just then, a chilling and sinister aura emanated from the depths of the sea. An enormous black tentacled shadow struck with astonishing speed. Intent on entangling Meng Hao's chariot, Meng Hao activated the immortal guiding finger with all his might. But it was still not fast enough. In the nick of time, Heavenly Saint Yang intervened with 3 swords, joining forces with Meng Hao's time sword formation to intercept the tentacle, causing it to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the duo escaped in their chariot, soaring out of the sea and vanishing into the void. On the blood-red surface of the sea, crimson blossoms fluttered and fell, and the sea returned to tranquility. The chariot reappeared outside the 3 Rings Sea region. Meng Hao and Heavenly Saint Yang were covered in blood, and they exchanged glances. They had both reaped significant gains. Meng Hao had doubled the number of demonic hearts he obtained from the previous time, and Heavenly Saint Yang was also well satisfied. The two agreed to rest for a few days before continuing their slaughter of the demonic tide and competing for more demonic hearts. Incited by Yang Soul Master, Meng Hao prepared to sell his chariot. However, Meng Hao refused without hesitation. Yang Soul Master snorted, but suppressed his anger in the face of Meng Hao's threat. Subsequently, Meng Hao revealed that he possessed Equinox Flower, intriguing Yang Soul Master. In Sea City, Meng Hao and Yang Soul Master split the demon heart. Meng Hao kept only 1/10 of it, selling the rest to Yang Soul Master at a low price, gaining a large sum of spirit stones. With these spirit stones, Meng Hao replicated 4 temporal sword points, forming the Lotus Sword formation, whose power was greatly enhanced. He also branded the temporal wooden sword with the power of time, forging the 10 60-year cycle swords, constituting the core of the Lotus Sword formation. In the 3 Rings area, Meng Hao and Yang Soul Master joined forces to kill the sea demon, reaping a rich harvest. Meng Hao's cultivation approached the spirit-slashing stage, and the Lotus Sword formation's power became increasingly formidable. They also purchased a large number of self-detonating treasures, enhancing their combat capabilities. However, Meng Hao was consistently wary of Li Xian's appearance. One day, he sensed a cold and evil aura and immediately fled in his chariot. During his escape, he discovered that the Equinox Flower was trembling abnormally, as if it had encountered a life-or-death situation. Concurrently, he heard an ancient voice warning him that if he did not cut down the Equinox Flower, it would self-destruct. Meng Hao gasped and urged his chariot to flee the 3 Rings. Learning of this, Yang Soul Master's expression became solemn, and he informed Meng Hao about 3 star caves in the 3 Rings, which connected to the 9 seas and were the source of the sea demons. Upon returning to Sea City, Yang Soul Master gave Meng Hao a jade slip, promising to protect him when 70,000 disciples arrived and to facilitate his departure from the 3 Rings. Meng Hao learned that Yang Soul Dao possessed a surprising source of spirit stones, which originated from a spirit stone mine within the Hurricane Wall. Having learned the purpose of the demon heart, Meng Hao realized its value far exceeded his acquisition price. He left a considerable amount of spirit stones for Wei Li, boarded his chariot, and departed from Sea City. Shortly thereafter, the 10th ancestor of the Wang clan, flying Immortal Sacred Venerable, and Sea God Sacred Venerable led 70,000 disciples to arrive, where Yang Soul Master received them apathetically, initiating a confrontation that would continue into the future. A day later, the entire Tri-Ring Sea was abuzz with an event. The 3 sects of the 10,000 disciples were ordered to search for a mysterious person, whose image was engraved on a jade slip. The 3 supreme saints personally appeared, and the 3 sects in Sea City called on all cultivators to offer a great reward for finding this person. The Tri-Ring Sea was under strict martial law, as if it had been sealed off. The 10th ancestor of the Wang family was lurking in the shadows. His divine consciousness merged with the jade slip, waiting for an opportunity to kill the target. Meng Hao learned about this and was worried. Originally, Meng Hao had planned to go to the 2nd Ring to seek Li Xian's help. But there was another threat in the 2nd Ring, he 10th ancestor of the Wang family. He realized that only in a life-or-death crisis could he find a glimmer of hope. Meng Hao decided to first create chaos, lure out the 10th ancestor of the Wang family, and then settle the score in the 2nd Ring. But he did not expect the sinister aura to appear again. And this time, the reaction of the Lycoris radiata was unusually strong. Meng Hao followed the sound and found countless white bones on the seabed outlined in the shape of a white bone flower, with a skeleton sitting in the middle. A hoarse voice came from within the skeleton. telling about the entanglement between the Silver Lamp Taoist and the Liqueurs Radiata. The Silver Lamp Taoist tried to get rid of the Liqueurs Radiata. But after failing, he killed himself, turned into bones, and became incompatible with the Liqueurs Radiata. Meng Hao was shocked by the terror of the Liqueurs Radiata, realizing that his understanding of it was wrong. The Liqueurs Radiata was extremely terrified of the skeleton. Meng Hao realized that he could dissolve the Liqueurs Radiata with the power of the Silver Lamp Taoist. He sat down decisively, ignoring the Liqueurs Radiata's struggle. As he sat down, another sinister voice came, warning him to leave. Amidst the darkness of the three-ring sea, Meng Hao receives a mystical summons, causing his body to move involuntarily towards its source. Unknowingly, his internal compass releases an aura that penetrates his nascent soul, revealing a slumbering Yinglong. Upon absorbing the aura, the Yinglong awakens with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a colossal Yinglong form manifests outside Meng Hao, exuding an AWE-inspiring presence. The aura of Chancellor Li is dispelled, restoring Meng Hao's clarity. He gazes up to behold the towering Yinglong above. As the Yinglong turns its gaze upon Meng Hao, he recognizes his own reflection within its eyes. Following the Yinglong's disappearance, Meng Hao's face turns pale. Introspection reveals that the shoreflower has permeated his body. A surge of killing intent courses through him as he resolves to sever the shoreflower's control with the aid of the Silver Lamp Ancestor. Meng Hao realizes his path to severing spirit energy lies in the elimination of the shoreflower, liberating himself from all constraints and embracing true freedom. At this moment, his cultivation unites to form a vibrant knife, embodying his strength and life experiences. However, the shoreflower senses the imminent danger and struggles violently, attempting to reclaim its dominance over Meng Hao. The white bone flower imprint in the three-ring sea and the shoreflower projections on the sea monsters collectively suppress the shoreflower. Meng Hao's body withers, yet his gaze remains fixed upon the knife before him. As Meng Hao's life essence is nearly consumed by the shoreflower, the knife before him rises slightly, unleashing a cataclysmic aura that pierces through the sea and sky. Connecting to the stars, the heavens illuminate with a brilliance akin to daylight. In the Heaven River Sea, the three supreme saints and the Wang family's 10th ancestor witness the astounding spectacle with utmost shock. The 10th ancestor initially intends to approach Meng Hao but realizes he is incapable of breaching the formidable aura surrounding him. Meng Hao evokes celestial alterations, manifesting a colossal heavenly knife that symbolizes his intent to sever his Tao. Simultaneously, those acquainted with Meng Hao in the southern domain experience a profound connection, with Xu Qing and Dan Gui feeling the strongest resonance. Within the Blood Demon Sect, a middle-aged man gazes at the sky, pondering the intertwined fate between Meng Hao and his sect. Amidst the vast and shadowy starry sky Dao Sea, Meng Hao sat cross-legged, surrounded by a sea of ghastly bones and swaying seaweed. His body was withered and thin, but his eyes sparkled with unprecedented vitality. At this moment, his entire mind was focused on the colorful long knife floating before him. The gigantic starry knife gradually rose from the sky, shaking the entire starry sky Dao Sea and the surrounding regions. All eyes were fixed upon it. Witnessing this epic moment, under the traction of the starry knife, Meng Hao's colorful knife slowly lifted. His eyes shone with determination, and he softly uttered the true words of severing spirit. Heaven and earth are the travelers of all things. Time and years are the passers-by of 100 generations. Meng Hao's voice was filled with resolve, echoing through the heavens and the earth. He slashed his first stroke, targeting not his life but the disharmony within his body. At this moment, his will resonated with the descending great Tao. The starry knife fused with Meng Hao's colorful knife, forming an invincible Tao knife. With a single slash, it cut through Meng Hao's crown and into his dantian, splitting him in two. However, Meng Hao's body remained intact, and a smile appeared on his face, for he had severed the connection with the five-colored equinox flower, completely freeing himself from its shackles. The flower let out a mournful cry, and its will dissipated in an instant. With this first severing spirit stroke, Meng Hao cast off his fetters and gained freedom and ease. Meng Hao's flesh instantly regained its vitality, and he seized the phantom of the flower, declaring, "You have parasitized my body for over 2 centuries. Yet I will not release you lightly. From now on, you shall become my severing spirit treasure. When you bloom in all 7 colors, it shall be the day I, Meng Hao, attain immortality." At the moment of severing spirit, Meng Hao chose the 5-colored nether equinox flower as his severing spirit treasure, which perfectly matched his Dao. The flower merged into Meng Hao's palm, turning into a mark that signified his successful severing spirit. After severing spirit, Meng Hao's cultivation skyrocketed. He possessed a 10,000-foot world in his physical body, and cultivation had reached the peak limits severing spirit. His lifespan increased, and his appearance returned to its youthful state. However, the vicissitudes of life in his eyes became more apparent, indicating the drastic transformation he had undergone. Various forces from the Sea of Heaven competed for Meng Hao's talent. Among them, the 10th matriarch of the Wang family demonstrated intense greed. Simultaneously, Li Xian and Meng Hao's parents paid close attention to his situation. As Meng Hao prepared to transcend the severing spirit tribulation, the immortal saint and the sea god saint suddenly appeared. Intending to capture him, the sea god saint made the first move, but Meng Hao activated his Swallow Mountain incantation, easily crushing the sea god saint's 10,000 spirit beasts in his palm of seawater. The sea god saint fled in a panic, and the immortal saint came to his rescue. However, Meng Hao cast the World of Inches, trapping the immortal saint. Meng Hao then cast his 9 heavens collapse divine ability, destroying the sea god saint's inherited treasure and killing him. Witnessing this scene, the immortal saint was terrified and fled by consuming his lifespan. Meng Hao retrieved the sea god saint's storage pouch and left in his chariot. His formidable strength shocked the onlookers and made him the target of various forces. Meng Hao unleashed the advent of the Great Path, making his physical body incredibly formidable and effortlessly defeating the physical body and primordial spirit of the flying immortal Saint Venerable. At this moment, the gigantic projection of the 10th ancestor of the Wang family appeared. Meng Hao summoned the mountain soul from the seabed with the Devour Mountain art and combined it with the Lotus Sword formation composed of the Time Wood Sword to engage in fierce combat with the 10th ancestor's projection. Despite the projection unleashing the power of the remnant sun, Meng Hao's Time Wood Sword still managed to penetrate the red glow. Meng Hao executed the 9 heavens collapse, striking the 10th ancestor's projection with a single punch, triggering an immense amount of time force within the projection. The projection vomited blood and retreated. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to detonate the Time Wood Sword, creating a time storm that severely injured the projection. Furious, the 10th ancestor's projection attempted to force Meng Hao to use the immortal's guiding finger by invoking the wind and rain and the murderous aura of the Black Dragon Rain. However, Meng Hao activated the power of the war chariot's fierce beasts and the chains to directly crash into the projection. Despite the projection using its full cultivation to resist, it still retreated while sustaining injuries. Meng Hao realized that the 10th ancestor's target was his perfect Dao foundation. The fierce battle between them continued unabated. Within the chariot, Meng Hao wields the Hanshan Immortal Sword to battle the 10th forefather of the Wang clan. The forefather assumed Meng Hao's immortal sword could only be used once, hoping to use his avatar to neutralize the sword's power. However, Meng Hao unexpectedly employs 10-time sword tips, harnessing 100,000 years of time energy to inflict severe damage on the avatar. When the avatar falters, Meng Hao detonates more time sword tips to shatter it completely. With the avatar's destruction, the 10th forefather's soul emerges, transforming into a colossal formation vortex that summons a mysterious black hole. Releasing an astonishing aura, Meng Hao feels his Dao foundation tremble, as if stared at by an eye, causing his physical matter to separate and white energy to dissipate. In a critical moment, Meng Hao forcibly releases his cultivation, temporarily regaining mobility. Nevertheless, the 10th forefather's true body appears, with a coffin slowly rising. An indescribable air of antiquity permeates the area, astounding all the cultivators and sea monsters. Meng Hao unhesitatingly detonates 7 time wood swords and unsheathes the Hanshan sword, unleashing its final trace of sword energy. A time storm tears apart the vortex and coffin, but a withered arm emerges from the coffin and effortlessly crushes the storm. An elderly figure emerges from the coffin, his gaze profound, narrowing upon seeing the immortal sword. Meng Hao recognizes the elder's caution and deliberately retreats without attacking, lulling him into complacency. He understands the immortal sword holds the key to victory, and its use must be decisive. The 10th forefather gives chase, declaring Meng Hao's destiny is to aid his ascension to immortality. Meng Hao's Dao foundation resonates violently, and he devotes every ounce of effort to activating the immortal chariot for his escape. the 10th forefather relentless pursues. And Meng Hao experiences the terror of the peak of Tao seeking in the power of a quasi-immortal. Meng Hao, a scholar cultivator, engages in an intense battle with the 10th ancestor of the Wang clan. The 10th ancestor employs the Great Base Extraction technique, extracting Meng Hao's flawless Tao base, causing Meng Hao's cultivation to decline rapidly. As he faces losing everything, Meng Hao refuses to surrender and summons the immortal sword with all his might. To end the battle swiftly, the 10th ancestor uses his ultimate technique, Sun's Radiance, driving out darkness with light. Meng Hao's three-tailed streamer is suppressed, but he remains determined. At the critical moment, Meng Hao acts ruthlessly, releasing the immortal sword while feigning inability to control its power. Overjoyed, the 10th ancestor believes the immortal sword no longer poses a threat and abandons his guard to fully absorb the Tao base. However, a chilling glint appears in Meng Hao's eyes when the 10th ancestor lowers his vigilance. Immortal sword, Meng Hao bellows, and the immortal sword from the seabed unleashes an earth-shattering sword energy, piercing toward the 10th ancestor. The 10th ancestor is caught off guard and unable to evade, and the sword impales his chest. Meng Hao reclaims his Tao base but suffers severe injuries. With the 10th ancestor's demise, Meng Hao's crisis is averted, but he realizes that his path of cultivation will be arduous from that moment on. On the boundless sea, the 10th ancestor of the Wang clan faces an unprecedented crisis. A celestial sword surges from the depths, its speed astonishing, bringing with it a formidable sword chi that the 10th ancestor cannot evade. Meng Hao, the 10th ancestor's original target, now exhibits astonishing ruthlessness. He allows the celestial sword to pierce through his own body, bypassing the 10th ancestor's defenses and striking his heart directly. Gravely wounded, the 10th ancestor's blood gushes forth. More terrifyingly, the sword chi from the celestial sword wreaks havoc on his soul, causing his 3 souls and 7 spirits to gradually dissipate. In desperation, the 10th ancestor counterattacks with reckless abandon, destroying his own Tao foundation and unleashing his full immortal chi. However, his efforts prove futile as his soul continues to disintegrate. Just as the 10th ancestor faces the scattering of his soul, a sigh echoes from the distant sea. Rolling black mist envelops Meng Hao, carrying him away to safety. The 10th ancestor relentlessly pursues, but cannot overtake the ghost vessel bearing Meng Hao. He can only watch as the vessel vanishes into the vastness, while his own soul steadily wanes. Unreconciled, the 10th ancestor tears through the void and returns to the Wang clan's southern domain. He slaughters his own kin, devouring their souls in an attempt to salvage his remnants. As the second city falls, the 10th ancestor's 3 souls and 7 spirits dwindle to 1 soul and 2 spirits. As the 10th ancestor charges towards the third city of the Wang clan, he is intercepted by his family elders. However, consumed by madness, the 10th ancestor ignores their pleas and continues his rampage. Finally, the 7 withered ancestors of the Wang clan unleash a thunderous roar, momentarily awakening the 10th ancestor. He realizes the horror of his actions and is filled with anguish. Yet, in pursuit of immortality, he resolves to eliminate all obstacles, even his own family. The 10th ancestor's insanity sends shockwaves through the Wang clan, and the entire southern heaven and earth mourns. In order to pursue eternal life and immortality, the 10th patriarch of the Wang family was willing to sink into the realm of demons, devouring the souls of his clansmen to save his own life. In a frenzy of killing, he wiped out the Wang family's foundation in the southern sky, leaving only 1 soul and 4 spirits to fall into permanent madness. At that moment, many figures in the southern sky felt the aura of Meng Hao's fall. In the Milky Way Sea, Xu Qing sensed Meng Hao's traces but found nothing and engaged in a fierce battle with Li Xian near the second ring. A century later, an ancient warship drifted in the inner ring of the Milky Way Sea, with Meng Hao lying on it, seriously injured and dying. An old man in armor guarded Meng Hao. His gaze was deep and boundless, as if it contained the sun, moon, stars, and countless years. The old man glanced at Meng Hao, and thousands of years passed in an instant. Crystal points melted into Meng Hao's body. His injuries healed rapidly, his heart regenerated, and his right hand regrew. When Meng Hao woke up, he sensed his weakness and thanked the old man for saving his life. Upon the tranquil river, a dilapidated ghost ship carries Meng Hao, a fallen immortal, having endured countless trials. His life force wanes. Beside him, The armored elder, silent and enigmatic, resembles a phantom. Meng Hao's cultivation is lost. His body a hollow shell devoid of a foundation. Desperate attempts prove futile. Despite his resentment and unwillingness, he resigns himself to the approaching abyss as his body weakens. However, Meng Hao's life was once spared by the elder. He believes the elder possesses the power to reverse fate and pleads for his aid. To his astonishment, the elder remains silent, seemingly intangible. Meng Hao steps back, passing through the elder's body, realizing his perception was flawed. The elder is not flesh, but like the ghost ship's namesake, both vessel and spectral wheel. For days, Meng Hao explores every inch of the ship, finding nothing, until suddenly, the elder's spectral body begins to form hand seals, black and white intertwining at his fingertips. Curiosity piqued, Meng Hao imitates the elder's movements. Time passes. 3 years elapse. Meng Hao's life force dwindles. Yet his mind gains tranquility. He observes the elder, seeking meaning in their existence. Finally, on the brink of death, Meng Hao experiences an epiphany. Black and white energies surge in his palm, and he glimpses a profound truth. However, Meng Hao smiles wryly, knowing his lost cultivation renders the truth useless. At that moment, the ghost ship halts in the river. Meng Hao looks up, hope and trepidation welling within him. Traveling through the long river of time, Meng Hao witnessed countless fantastical realms. He saw cultivators worshipping the origin of flames, a boundless starry sky, and a myriad of worlds gathered within a single leaf. Guided by a mysterious ship, Meng Hao observed a towering tree with meditating figures beneath its canopy, and a pair of birds, a bald eagle and a weeping crane, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. He witnessed the methods of cultivation, the cycle of cause and effect, and grasped the mysteries of life and death, illusion and reality, and immortality. After witnessing a man defy fate to resurrect his lover, Meng Hao's soul ignited with a burning desire. Despite the loss of his cultivation, he resolved to persevere, forging his own path. The ship took Meng Hao to the Nine-Mountain Sea, where 9 celestial mountains stood majestically, surrounded by moons and stars, illuminating the cosmos. A bold idea struck Meng Hao to devour the 9 mountains to restore his cultivation. By gazing upon and comprehending the 9th mountain, Meng Hao's spirit ascended, imprinting the mountain's image upon his mind and transforming it into a rune. As he delved into the mountain's essence, an immense consciousness emerged from the 9th mountain. Searching in vain for Meng Hao's hidden ship, the ship continued its journey, passing by the 4th mountain, where an oppressive aura descended. Meng Hao heard a voice questioning the nature of life and death, summoning departed souls to return. As he was about to succumb to slumber, the ship moved swiftly away. Finally, the ship arrived at the 1st mountain, where all became 2 ethereal orbs, black and white, condensing into 2 pearls in Meng Hao's palms. Meng Hao realized that these pearls contained the Tao, resembling the deification Dharma he had encountered, guiding him toward the path ahead. The ancient Lishan art holds the secret to immortality. Those who master it gain immortal souls, which are reborn after a certain number of years even if their mortal bodies perish. Ke Yunhai stumbles upon this art by chance. However, he is unable to practice it due to his high cultivation level, and he passes it on to the talented Ke Jusi. Nonetheless, the art remains elusive, and Ke Jusi only gains insight into it just before Ke Yunhai passing, allowing him to refine an immortal soul. Meng Hao acquires the Lishan art through a series of events but fails to unravel its secrets. By chance, he boards an ancient ghost ship and experiences a prolonged dreamlike journey. Upon waking, Meng Hao finds himself in the Southern Territory, near the Reincarnation Cave. Legend has it that the Reincarnation Cave can grant rebirth and a second chance at life. Driven by his unwavering determination, Meng Hao ventures into the Reincarnation Cave in search of a new beginning. His arduous journey through desolate sands and thorny forests wearies his body but fuels his spirit. As he reaches the lake where the Reincarnation Cave lies, Meng Hao senses that this is his true home. He enters a dilapidated wooden house and awaits the cleansing rain that will wash over his soul. Suddenly, a woman in white appears on the lake and approaches Meng Hao. A surge of indescribable emotion overwhelms him, and he silently lowers his head. After years of fruitless searching, Xu Qing arrives at the lake and serendipitously encounters the greatly changed Meng Hao. Despite Meng Hao's feigned unfamiliarity, Xu Qing still recognizes him. Learning that Meng Hao is deceased, Xu Qing is heart-wrenchingly sorrowful. Yet she staunchly believes in Meng Hao's saying, "When he lives, I live. When he dies, I die." Xu Qing carves a tombstone for Meng Hao near his wooden house, signifying her intent to follow him to the netherworld. Moved by Xu Qing's devotion, Meng Hao resolves to return to the rebirth cave alongside her. As they enter the rebirth cave's vicinity, Meng Hao's life force rapidly diminishes. But Xu Qing clutches his hand and steadfastly accompanies him into the forbidden zone of death. Meng Hao is aware that entering the rebirth cave necessitates dying before being able to defy the heavens. And despite his weakened body, he is touched by Xu Qing's determination. Meanwhile, 10 consciousnesses within the rebirth cave extend their senses outside, fixated on Meng Hao and Xu Qing, their icy gazes exuding an unknown menace. In front of the mysterious and treacherous Samsara cave in the southern domain, Meng Hao and Xu Qing walk side by side. Legend has it that the Samsara cave can reincarnate. But if the person who enters fails, they will never be able to leave. Meng Hao's dying body is supported by Xu Qing. Step by step, he walks towards the entrance of the cave. His death energy is getting stronger, and Xu Qing's vitality is gradually fading. When they were only 5,000 feet away from the Samsara cave, Meng Hao's body couldn't bear it anymore. He used the last bit of his life force to send Xu Qing out of the Samsara cave's range. Watching Xu Qing leave, Meng Hao's eyes showed love and determination. He turned into a long rainbow and rushed towards the stone forest. But the power of the stone forest instantly melted his cultivation. Meng Hao gasped against the rock, feeling the encroachment of death. He gritted his teeth, and every step he took was extremely difficult. Every breath he took was the smell of decaying death. When he was only 100 feet away from the Samsara cave, his consciousness began to blur. But he still didn't give up. Step by step, he walked toward the entrance. Suddenly, a strange consciousness appeared, making all other consciousnesses retreat. Its gaze fixed on Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body collapsed. Devoid of vitality, his perseverance turned into darkness. But just at this moment, Xu Qing hobbled to the entrance. She supported Meng Hao's dying body with her own vitality. A smile appeared on Xu Qing's aged face. She kissed Meng Hao on the lips, giving him her life. Meng Hao's body slowly recovered. But Xu Qing became weaker. She supported Meng Hao and walked 100 feet towards the Samsara cave. She had no regrets because she had once said, "If you live, I live. If you die, I die. If you're old, I'll get old with you." Xu Qing enters the reincarnation cave and supports the dying Meng Hao. Her life force flows like a trickle and becomes Meng Hao's lifeline. As they move deeper into the cave, the sleeping consciousness awakens and observes their actions. Xu Qing comforts Meng Hao, reminiscing about their past, the pill she gave him, their reconciliation, and their companionship. Her feelings deepened from innocence to love, and she is willing to sacrifice her life for Meng Hao. As Xu Qing's life force is depleted, her appearance ages, and her body withers, she realizes her time is short. But she refuses to abandon Meng Hao. She chooses to die with him, transferring her remaining life force to him. At this moment, a woman, the embodiment of the Kunpeng consciousness from the depths of the cave, appears and warns Xu Qing that continuing will cost her life. However, Xu Qing's mind is made up. She has always prioritized Meng Hao's well-being over her own. The Kunpeng woman tells Xu Qing that the Pure Du sect possesses a life soul pill that could save Meng Hao's life. Xu Qing is whisked away by a gust of wind and sent to the Pure Du sect to search for the recipe. In the cave, the Kunpeng woman sighs and reveals the secret of the reincarnation cave. It is merely a lodestone that preserves a soul but does not provide true reincarnation. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's life force completely vanishes, rendering the finger in the sky ineffective. In the depths of the cave, a towering man awakens and sighs, muttering to himself, "The person I need is not here. So, where should I search?" Time flew by in a flash, and half a month had passed. Xu Qing was still nowhere to be seen, and Meng Hao's body was preserved in the cold and gloomy netherworld cave. His soul was trapped amidst the miasma, unable to either reincarnate or leave his body, causing him to transform into a wandering soul, lingering on the boundary between life and death. At the same time, a figure appeared outside the netherworld cave. This person was not Xu Qing, but a fat and sleazy middle-aged Taoist priest named Li Fugi. This former chubby kid risked his life to venture into this place, all for the sake of Meng Hao. He exhausted all his life-saving devices and used all his might to approach Meng Hao's body. In order to save Meng Hao, Li Fugi was willing to consume the elixir, causing his vitality to decay rapidly. He threw a bottle of black elixir into the netherworld cave, triggering a scramble among the consciousnesses within the cave. At this time, a woman's voice emerged from the cave, scaring away those consciousnesses and taking away the elixir. The woman carefully examined the elixir in her hand and fell into deep thought after learning its preciousness. She had originally thought that Xu Qing would not return, but she did not expect to receive the elixir, which gave her a glimmer of hope. She decided to fulfill Meng Hao's wish and allow him to be reborn. The woman swallowed the elixir and transformed into a flesh and blood body. She used her own life as the price, infusing her vitality and all her powers into Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao's withered body gradually recovered and regained its vitality, changing from a mature middle-aged man to a handsome young man. At the same time as the woman gave her life to Meng Hao, she also shared her tragic life story. She was formed from the good intentions of a flower from the other shore, and she fell in love with her host. The woman kept her goodwill in a coffin, silently guarding the man. In a county town in the eastern lands of the Great Tang, an unkempt painter encounters a sycophantic millionaire. The painter agrees to paint after making a guess for the millionaire's offer, lured by the latter's generous reward. However, the painter suddenly frowns, claiming he needs a quick spiritual journey. Far away in the Samsara cave in the southern domain, a Bianhua flower named Daji, after going through a crisis, has her good thoughts transform into a soul, named Li Shen. Due to her obsession with Xu Qing, Li Shen delivers her life force to the critically injured Meng Hao. Her life bridge is incomplete, while the life bridge in Meng Hao's body is formed from the life force she gives him. When Lixian's right hand touches Meng Hao's chest, an earth-shaking change takes place in Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao starts breathing again, and his heart starts beating. The number 9 mountain and sea magnetic powder, which had been injected into Meng Hao's body, merges with his heart. The suction force erupts, reuniting Meng Hao's soul and body. When Lixian's right hand completely withers, the life bridge fully connects. Its radiance expels the darkness in the Samsara cave. Meng Hao wakes up and sees the withered Daji beside him, realizing that she has given him her life. When Meng Hao learns that Xu Qing sacrificed her life essence to save him, he is filled with fear and worry. However, his body is unable to move, and he has no cultivation left. Just then, a rumble echoes from the depths of the Samsara cave. A black mist spreads, turning into a giant black skull. The skull announces solemnly, how could there be no samsara in this world? Inspired, Daji understands the true meaning of samsara. She closes her eyes, turning into a Bianhua flower. The black mist shrinks and condenses into a brush, painting a Bianhua flower in the void and putting it into Daji's body. The skull says with a mulberry voice, sleep for 10,000 years. If you wake up after 10,000 years, you will enter samsara. Cho Mentai is swept out of the samsara cave by the black mist. The skull tells him that there is a familiar figure on him. Meng Hao leaves the samsara cave with a promise. Although he is just a mortal, he will never back down with the promise he made. The skull's voice echoes again, what does a perfect state even matter? Meng Hao continues moving forward with unwavering determination. In Rebirth Cave, Meng Hao is consumed by his obsession with the perfection realm. However, the appearance of Shui Donliu awakens Meng Hao, making him realize that the perfection realm is merely a foundation, and the true pursuit should be the Dao fruit that transcends perfection. Shui Donliu informs Meng Hao that the Dao fruit is within him, and the Wang clan has only taken his perfect Dao foundation, not his Dao fruit. Enlightened, Meng Hao decides to sever his obsession with the perfection realm, perform the second slash of the spirit severing, and attain the Dao fruit. Guided by Shui Donliu, Meng Hao condenses the Dao fruit and comprehends the true meaning of the God-leaving sutra. Entering the eternal realm. The eternal realm differs from the obsession of perfection, but rather stands above it, as an unwavering guardian of one's possessions. Meng Hao's aura abruptly intensifies, making him the first to ask under the Dao after the second slash of the spirit severing. Shui Donliu warns Meng Hao against indulging in his grudge against the Wang clan, and to avoid creating karmic sin. Meng Hao takes his advice to heart, and leaves Rebirth Cave, embarking on his path of revenge with newfound understanding and formidable momentum. Watching Meng Hao's departure, Shui Donliu reminisces about the stone chamber where he once painted. Within the chamber is an unfinished painting depicting a white-haired man with a young child. The child pleading with the man. Shui Donglio closes his eyes in contemplation. While far away in the eastern lands, a painter opens his eyes, preparing to paint for a wealthy patron. Meng Hao emerged from the rebirth cave with a blade-like aura, exuding oppressive murderous intent. His divine sense scanned the surroundings, detecting the anxious chubby waiting outside. A mix of elation from the reunion and worry for Xu Qing's safety washed over Meng Hao. Chubby revealed that Xu Qing had been abducted by the Azure Luo sect and was destined to be refined into a pill for Meng Hao. Fury and killing intent erupted within Meng Hao as he learned that Xu Qing had dedicated her vitality to him. Swearing an oath, if you live, I live. If you die, I die. Meng Hao resolved to rescue Xu Qing from the Azure Luo sect. His chariot sped away, his mind filled with memories of his time with Xu Qing, her kindness, determination, and sacrifices. Meng Hao's eyes blazed with murderous rage as he declared, Azure Luo sect, if you dare harm her in the slightest, I, Meng Hao, will fight you to the bitter end, even if it costs me my life. The Azure Luo sect's grand mountain gate stood imposing, surrounded by 99 peaks. The first peak hung upside down in the center, forming a colossal incense burner. Hundreds of thousands of Azure Luo sect disciples sat in meditation, driving the sect's formation to fuel the refining process for Xu Qing within the incense burner. Within the incense burner, a faint figure could be seen, Xu Qing. Runes covered her body, and she endured the agony of refinement. Meng Hao's arrival shattered the void with a deafening roar. Standing on his chariot, he brandished the tri-tailed banner, darkness shrouding him like a cloak, and murderous intent surging like a tempest. His eyes glowed with unyielding determination, driven by a single promise, Xu Qing. Hold on, I am coming to save you. Meng Hao made a grand entrance, his chariot roaring and the void shattering. He waved the three-tailed banner, creating a black curtain that covered the Azure Luo sect. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and his divine sense could not penetrate the lotus formation. His killing intent surged. He roared, and the three-tailed banner howled towards the lotus, making a deafening sound. Although the lotus was shattered, it quickly recovered due to absorbing the spiritual energy of 10,000 mountains. Meng Hao changed his strategy, using his chariot to forcefully break through the lotus, crashing into it with the qualification of being the number one person below the Tao. At a critical moment, Meng Hao cast the eighth seal of the demon seal, sealing the spiritual energy of 10,000 mountains. At the same time, the disciples of the Azure Luo sect took action, setting up the lotus formation and activating its main killing power. The petals fell like rain, filled with murderous intent. Meng Hao used the three-tailed banner to sweep away the petals, sending 10,000 disciples flying. Meng Hao broke through the obstacles, but the pressure of 10,000 mountains descended, and even he was forced to pause. The disciples of the Azure Luo sect formed a three-headed, six-armed divine statue, scolding him harshly. Meng Hao exploded with all his power, roared, and threw out a right punch, confronting the grand formation and 10,000 enemies. Meng Hao annihilates the statue of the Qing Luo sect with a single punch, releasing an overwhelming power that decimates 10,000 sect disciples. He continues his assault, slaughtering the enemy with 9 punches until he finally enters the black mist of the Qing Luo sect. Roaring for Xu Qing. Within the black mist, hundreds of thousands of Qing Luo sect disciples are refining Xu Qing. Meng Hao's fury rages, vowing to annihilate the Qing Luo sect. He unleashes his three-tailed banner, binding the black mist into a vortex while draining its dragon soul using his monster sealing technique. The Qing Luo sect's ancestor, the Lord of the First Spirit Severing Strike, leads 30,000 disciples who transform into a colossal giant to attack Meng Hao. With his bare hands, Meng Hao confronts the giant, their palms colliding in a remarkable clash. Before the astonished eyes of all, the giant's hands shatter. The giant disperses into an endless black mist, enveloping Meng Hao in an attempt to refine him. However, Meng Hao releases a surge of malevolent energy, revealing a 5-colored Lycoris radiata that surrounds him. An earth-shattering explosion follows, annihilating the black mist and scattering the flesh and blood of countless Qing Luo sect disciples. Horrified, the Lord of the First Spirit Severing Strike flees but is ensnared by the petals of the Lycoris radiata. Falling into Meng Hao's grasp, Meng Hao advances, the Lycoris radiata swaying wildly behind him. Emitting a blinding light, he relentlessly pursues the Qing Luo sect. vowing to avenge Xu Qing and obliterate this malevolent sect once and for all. Meng Hao breaks through the black fog array, kills the severing spirit ancestor of the Azure Luo sect, and holds the Liquoris Radiata. With the life force of the fox spirit, he establishes an unbreakable bond with the severing spirit treasure, the Liquoris Radiata. He charges towards the incense burner of the first mountain of the sky, intending to rescue the refined Xu Qing. The severing spirit ancestor of the Azure Luo sect desperately tries to stop him. While countless Azure Luo sect disciples set up an array and hundreds of thousands of light and shadow formations to obstruct him, Meng Hao activates the three-tailed banner in the blood immortal divine ability, leaving a trail of carnage wherever he goes. However, the sheer number of Azure Luo sect disciples prevents him from breaking through. At a critical moment, Meng Hao executes the Devour Mountain technique, causing the earth to shake and 10,000 mountains in the Azure Luo sect to rise from the ground. 2,000 mountains hover in the air, their aura shaking the foundation of the Azure Luo sect. The remaining 8,000 mountains tremble incessantly, their peaks breaking off and flying up. The severing spirit ancestor of the Azure Luo sect desperately tries to stop Meng Hao, spitting out blood, but relying on his eternal realm and immortal soul, his injuries heal instantly. He activates the Devour Mountain technique once more, causing nearly 30,000 mountains to collapse and rise into the sky, forming 50,000 heavenly peaks, their spiritual energy surging wildly. At this time, a blood curtain appears above the various super forces in the southern domain, sealing them off. 10,000 disciples from the Blood Fiend sect release their blood, forming a red light curtain that covers the entire southern domain. This seal prevents the strong cultivators in the southern domain from sensing Meng Hao's actions. In the deep pool of the Blood Fiend sect, a withered figure opens its eyes and says, "I have finally waited for this day." In the southern domain's Azure Mountain sect, Meng Hao engages in an intense battle with the sect's cultivators. Despite their best efforts, they struggle against Meng Hao's formidable power. Meng Hao wields the three-tailed banner and Netherworld flower, and summons 50,000 mountains to clash with the cultivators' formation, causing immense devastation. Unafraid of the attacks from hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Meng Hao shatters the formation with his divine abilities and seizes half of Azure Mountain sect's lifeblood, the 100,000 mountains. Witnessing this, the second and third severing Dao ancestors unleash their full power, summoning a white tiger and a colossal seal to attack Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao, protected by the Time Wood Sword in the inch-realm boundary, repels the white tiger and severely injures the second severing Dao ancestor with his confinement ability. Dodging the third severing Dao ancestor's attack, Meng Hao finally reaches the incense burner where Xu Qing is held captive. As Meng Hao attempts to rescue Xu Qing, the third severing Dao ancestor deploys the heaven and earth furnace, intending to incinerate Meng Hao and Xu Qing with its heat and pill destruction techniques. Meng Hao unhesitatingly enters the incense burner to shield Xu Qing from harm, but is impaled by 8 white tiger nails. Despite the severe damage to his body, Meng Hao clings desperately to Xu Qing. The third severing Dao ancestor executes the 8 tigers' extinction tribulation, aiming to permanently extinguish Meng Hao. Yet, in his moment of despair, Meng Hao discovers that the soul of Xu Qing is absent from her body. Through the power of his eternal realm, Meng Hao regenerates from his burnt state and glares murderously at the third severing Dao ancestor. He realizes that Xu Qing's soul has been stolen, and suspects the third severing Dao ancestor as the orchestrator. Azure Mountain sect's disciples are astonished by Meng Hao's might, and a few recognize his true identity, Meng Hao. In the aftermath of this arduous battle, Meng Hao emerges victorious and sets out to find Xu Qing's soul and uncover the truth behind its theft. In the serene Azure Sky sect, the crowd is astonished to learn that Meng Hao is the Violet Furnace alchemist who had previously visited the sect to impart knowledge on alchemy. More shockingly, he has now become capable of slaying spirit-severing ancestors. Meng Hao interrogates the third severing ancestor of the Azure Sky sect, revealing that the sect is divided into two: the Yang Azure Sky sect and the Yin Luo Yin sect, which are closely intertwined, with Luo Yin housing countless vengeful spirits. Utilizing his spirit containment art, Meng Hao witnesses the endless waves of deathly yin energy beneath the earth's surface and 10 grand halls encircling an altar. Upon the altar rests a crystal sphere containing the slumbering soul of Xu Qing. 4 indistinct figures suddenly emerge, cautioning Meng Hao to leave. Undeterred, Meng Hao ventures into the chasm and confronts the assault of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits. He unleashes the first severing, liberated and shackle breaking. With another step, he executes the second severing, rebirth and lunar culling, cleaving the remnants of the moon. Meng Hao banishes the eighth restriction of the spirit containment, dissipating the moon remnants. The three figures atop the altar launch an attack, their Dao souls shattering and forming a devouring vortex. A fourth figure appears, identifying itself as a yin spirit, summoning a projection of the Yellow River with a single gesture. In a moment of peril, Meng Hao deploys the mountain devouring art, replicating the ninth mountain. The will of the ninth mountain descends, startling the three vengeful spirits who deem Meng Hao a threat to their growth and resolve to seize his fate. However, the will of the ninth mountain in the starry sky manifests due to Meng Hao's replication. Averting the crisis, Meng Hao's imitation of the ninth mountain awakens the resonance and will of the ninth mountain beyond the southern sky. Four remnant souls are horror-stricken as the ninth mountain exterminates three of them effortlessly, with only the last remnant soul managing to escape in terror. Meng Hao attempts to seize Xu Qing's soul, but is obstructed by the Six Paths true ancestor of the Azure Lotus Sect. With his immense cultivation, the Six Paths true ancestor heavily wounds Meng Hao with a single finger. Meng Hao unleashes his most powerful technique, imitating the black and white chi perceived by the Ebon Wheel Elder, and manifests black and white two contrasting orbs. As the orbs emerge, the heavens and earth change color, creating a world of black and white. The heavenly Tao, the Six Paths true ancestor exclaims, recognizing it as the heavenly Tao of the nine mountains beyond the ninth mountain's heavenly Tao. Meng Hao wields the orbs, charging directly at the Six Paths true ancestor. The sky transforms drastically, the world becoming a contrast of black and white, devoid of any other color. Within the realm of the Indigo Thread Sect, Meng Hao's confrontation with the Sixth Tao Patriarch escalates. The Sixth Tao Patriarch, who controls the cycle of life and death, unleashes the black and white pearls to vanquish Meng Hao. Meng Hao deploys his ancestral incense technique, summoning billions of souls to his aid. But it is not enough to overcome his adversary. In a desperate move, Meng Hao absorbs the yin and yang energies of the pearls, only to suffer the backlash as they manifest within him. Unrelenting, the Sixth Tao Patriarch seals Xu Qing's soul within an altar, offering to grant Meng Hao's freedom if he can reclaim her. Meng Hao defies all odds, enduring immense pain to liberate Xu Qing. Amidst the onslaught of devouring remnants and the Patriarch's black energy, Meng Hao grasps hold of Xu Qing's soul. However, the Patriarch ruthlessly engulfs Xu Qing in a torrent of black flames. Agonized, Meng Hao witnesses the near annihilation of Xu Qing's spirit. At that moment, an ancient face looms in the sky, casting a crimson light that extinguishes the black flames, preserving Xu Qing's essence. This enigmatic presence, known as the Blood Demon, reveals his immense power. Engaging the Sixth Tao Patriarch in an earth-shattering battle, the Patriarch succumbs to the Blood Demon's overwhelming force. The Blood Demon then presents Meng Hao with a choice: become a demon or a monster and join the Blood Demon sect as its young master. Determined to save Xu Qing at any cost, Meng Hao accepts the demonic path. The Blood Demon declares Meng Hao's dominion over all demons, naming him the Soul Demon. He prophesies that the power to seal will eventually be employed to block the heavens of the nine mountains and seas, breaking the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Thus, Meng Hao embarks on a journey as a demonic cultivator, his enigmatic destiny yet to unfold. In the aftermath of the destruction of the Azure Sun Sect, Meng Hao and Xu Qing's spirits were captured by the ancestor of the Blood Demon Sect. The six Taoist ancestors of the Azure Sun Sect were powerless to intervene. Recognizing the formidable might of the Blood Demon ancestor as the greatest power in the Southern Domain. Meanwhile, the seals on the various sects and clans of the Southern Domain were lifted. And upon learning of the Azure Sun Sect's demise, they were filled with fear and abandoned any thought of pursuing the Blood Demon Sect. Only Master Pill Demon, Meng Hao's former master, appeared at the ruins of the Azure Sun Sect, regretting his inability to protect his disciple. Within the Blood Demon Sect, Meng Hao faced a difficult choice: to allow Xu Qing's spirit to reincarnate or to pay the price of 1,000 years of companionship in order to revive her. After much deliberation, Xu Qing declared her wish to reincarnate rather than endure separation. Meng Hao entrusted Xu Qing's spirit to the Blood Demon ancestor, vowing that no matter where she reincarnated, in the mountains or by the sea, he would find her. He then entered the Blood Demon Ancestor's cave and encountered his skeletal remains. These bones were not those of a cultivator but rather the true form of the Blood Demon Ancestor. Possessing a terrifying demonic aura and razor-sharp fangs, Meng Hao realized that the Blood Demon Ancestor had a deep connection to the monster-sealing lineage. And he resolved in his heart that he would not forget the Blood Demon Sect's kindness in the future when faced with difficult choices. Meng Hao steps into Blood Fiend Patriarch's cave and discovers that the latter is not as weak as he appears to be. Instead, the Patriarch has used a decoy and his true form has been hidden within the cave all along. The Patriarch's ancient gaze contains a wealth of history, hinting at the countless epics he has witnessed. After learning of Meng Hao's choice, the Patriarch uses his own life source to condense a golden talisman and gives it to Meng Hao. The talisman contains immense vitality that can nourish the body of Meng Hao's deceased Dao companion, allowing her soul to be reborn in 99 days. However, the talisman's power will expire in a century, after which their bond will be severed. Deeply moved, Meng Hao accepts the talisman and expresses his gratitude to the Patriarch. The Patriarch states that he does not demand anything in return, even allowing Meng Hao to lead the Blood Fiend Sect into battle against the Southern Domain and destroy the Azure Luo Sect. However, the Patriarch has one request for Meng Hao to cultivate the Blood Fiend Grand Dao to the 6th level. The Patriarch promises to provide Meng Hao with opportunities as his cultivation level increases. Furthermore, the Patriarch reveals that he has been secretly guiding Meng Hao's path, including his experiences in the Southern Domain and his connection to Meng Hao at the Azure Luo Sect. The Patriarch also gives Meng Hao a drop of his own blood, which contains his inheritance. The Patriarch states that his death must have the greatest possible impact to change the fate of the fiend-sealing lineage. He chose to descend upon the Southern Celestial Realm precisely to find an inheritor. Meng Hao remains silent for a moment before inquiring about his death quota as the junior sect master. The Patriarch allows Meng Hao to eliminate 100 disciples from the sect each year, regardless of their status. As the Patriarch announces Meng Hao as the junior sect master, the entire Blood Fiend Sect's 5 mountains tremble, and countless divine senses focus on Meng Hao. The Blood Fiend Sect consists of 4 factions, including Mount Extermination and Mount Profound Heaven, who are dissatisfied with Meng Hao as their junior sect master from outside the sect and plot to seize power. Among them, the second ancestor of Mount Extermination and Chang Yi are particularly hostile, seeking to eliminate Meng Hao and control the Blood Fiend Grand Dao. Meng Hao remains composed, allowing the hostile stares to wash over him. After experiencing the slaughter at the Azure Luo Sect, his temperament has become even more ruthless. In the face of life's unpredictable changes, Meng Hao chooses to remain silent and to accept his fate. Dark currents stir within the Blood Fiend Sect, as the ancestor crowns an outsider, Meng Hao, as young sect master. This stirs dissent among the disciples. The Celestial Fiend Emperor observes from the shadows, speculating that the ancestor has ulterior motives. Turing, the 4 ancestors of Sky Peak, encourage their disciples' insolence, while Whitehair, the elder of 5th Peak, discerns something extraordinary in Meng Hao. Meng Hao descends the mountain with an air of tranquility, only to encounter Li Qiqi, the Blood Fiend Sect's transvestite divine son. Qiqi warns Meng Hao that the disciples of the other 4 peaks will not recognize his authority and bestows a jade slip containing information about the sect's peaks. Meng Hao expresses gratitude and continues his journey. The foothills are desolate, with only scattered cabins. Meng Hao chooses a remote corner and sits in meditation, retrieving Xu Qing's soul pearl and discovering her exhaustion. He gazes at her for a long moment before storing it away. Divine senses from the surrounding peaks recede, with many disciples belittling Meng Hao's actions. They believe the Blood Fiend Sect values strength above all else, and Meng Hao's desire for tranquility is futile. Unmoved, Meng Hao focuses his divine sense on his storage pouch, finding that the blood mastiff that once protected him has recovered its body. He intuits that the parrot and skin jelly are still in the Southern Domain. As night falls, Meng Hao retrieves Xu Qing's corpse and infuses it with golden runes, slowly reviving her body. He anticipates her awakening within 81 days. Meng Hao then crushes a blood crystal, obtaining the true inheritance of the Blood Fiend scripture. The scripture comprises 6 levels, spanning the blood essence, spirit vein, and blood soul realms. To his astonishment, Meng Hao possesses exceptional aptitude for the Blood Fiend scripture. reaching the first level in mere moments and stepping into the half-step blood essence realm. He speculates that his status as a spirit sealing master contributes to his rapid progress. He retreats into seclusion once more and successfully attains the peak of the blood essence realm within an hour. However, he lacks a certain element to enter the spirit vein realm. At this juncture, the blood fiend ancestor's voice resonates, promising to bestow an item related to spirit sealing upon Meng Hao's attainment of the third level of the blood fiend scripture. Meng Hao gazes up at Blood Fiend Mountain. His heart stirred. He realizes that the ancestor values his identity as a spirit sealing master. Questions arise within him, for he has spent years as a spirit sealing master without discerning its true secrets. At dawn, the atmosphere in the Blood Demon Sect is tense, with disciples killing each other. Meng Hao is undisturbed, building a wooden hut in the corner. At noon, the thin Wang Yukai comes looking for him. His expression complex. They are both disciples of the Great Azure Mountain. And recalling the past, they can't help but feel sentimental. Wang Yukai reveals the news of Xu Qing's death and Dong Hu's betrayal. Suddenly, Chong Yi of Ironblood Mountain leads 19 disciples to kill him with a murderous aura. They intend to attack Wang Yukai to test Meng Hao's reaction. Chong Yi hopes to anger Meng Hao and force him to kill someone. Putting pressure on himself, Meng Hao remains calm and silent. And when Wang Yukai is in imminent danger, he intervenes. Chong Yi is overjoyed, accusing Meng Hao of interfering with the execution of the law. The disciples from each peak of the Blood Demon Sect watch in suspense. A second peak disciple defends Wang Yukai and demands that Chong Yi give an explanation. As the Ironblood Mountain disciples prepare to attack Meng Hao's eyes flash with a chilling aura. His power astounding. Chong Yi takes this opportunity to order Meng Hao's arrest. But his disciples hesitate. On Meng Hao's calm face, a hint of coldness suddenly appears, sending chills down the spines of those who see it. Provoked by the Ironblood Mountain, Meng Hao kills a nascent soul cultivator with one finger. Chong Yi is overjoyed and urges the law enforcement disciples to capture Meng Hao. The Ironblood patriarchs appear and order the suppression of Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's divine sense is strong and he shatters the divine sense of the Ironblood patriarchs. Meng Hao releases the evil spirits within him, killing more than 10 law enforcement disciples, including Chong Yi, who has great perfection of nascent soul cultivation. The Ironblood patriarchs are furious, but Meng Hao unhesitatingly releases his divine sense and charges directly at the Ironblood Mountain. The surrounding cultivators are shocked. Meng Hao takes a step towards the first peak, declaring that he will suppress the Ironblood patriarchs. The Blood Demon Sect is thrown into chaos and roars. Meng Hao's actions violate the sect rules, but he ignores them, determined to resolve this crisis in his own way. As Meng Hao sets foot on the first peak, a bloody storm is about to unfold. Meng Hao reached the first peak of Ironblood Mountain, his divine consciousness astonishing the heavens and earth and immediately clashing violently with Ironblood Ancestor on the summit. In an instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, forming a gigantic, hideous face, while Ironblood Ancestor also revealed his demon race true form, holding a battle axe to face the enemy. Experts from the second and fourth peaks sensed the change and appeared. Witnessing Meng Hao facing Ironblood Ancestor alone, Mysterious Heaven Ancestor was shocked by Meng Hao's powerful divine consciousness, while the three ancestors of Fiendish Flames secretly guessed whether Meng Hao practiced a technique that specially enhanced divine consciousness. With every step Meng Hao took, the phenomenon in the heavens and earth became even more astonishing. The black and white dual pearls and the ninth mountain phantom emerged. Rolling pressure crushing down, Ironblood Ancestor's face instantly collapsed, and he himself was severely injured. After the fifth step, the black and white pearls and the ninth mountain directly suppressed Ironblood Mountain, firmly pressing the two ancestors on the summit. Although the two ancestors counterattacked desperately, Meng Hao shattered their battle axes with a single slap, sending them crashing back to the summit. At this moment, experts from the second and fourth peaks made their moves to rescue them. But Meng Hao's divine consciousness blood sea shattered their bloodlight, and he announced that he had taken a fancy to Ironblood Mountain. Finally, Meng Hao stepped onto the summit, the black and white pearls pressing down, sealing Ironblood Ancestor within the pearls. Cultivators of the first peak simultaneously knelt in worship, acknowledging Meng Hao as the sect junior. However, Mysterious Heaven Ancestor and the three ancestors of Fiendish Flames were still not convinced. using the Blood Demon Sect's sect rules and the safety of the two ancestors as reasons to force Meng Hao to offer Blood Demon Sect an explanation. The Blood Demon Sect collectively dispatched to suppress Meng Hao to test his limits. However, Meng Hao was unyielding and vowed to seek revenge against the entire Blood Demon Sect. Ancestor Xuanchen of the Second Peak and the elders of other peaks were enraged and stepped up to confront him. Meng Hao led the ninth mountain in a powerful descent, the black and white pearls powers holding everyone in awe. He pointed a finger, causing Ancestor Xuanchen's blood blade to instantly collapse, heavily injuring him. The three grand ancestors of the fourth peak joined the battle, but Meng Hao remained fearless, openly declaring his possession of the sect's death quota, granting him the power of life and death. The entire sect was shaken by this announcement. Meng Hao's formidable cultivation astonished everyone as he single-handedly fought against the Blood Demon Sect without faltering. The three grand ancestors summoned a gigantic elk to fight the ninth mountain. But Meng Hao unleashed his full power, amplifying the ninth mountain's might and crushing the elk, severely injuring the three elders. The elder from the fifth peak recognized Meng Hao's extraordinary abilities and exclaimed that he was a legendary Dao-severing demon, one sought after by the Blood Demon Sect's young sect master. The machinations of the Blood Demon ancestor behind this test gradually came to light. He deliberately provoked Meng Hao's demonic thoughts, paving the way for him to sever the demons and seek the Dao. The Blood Demon ancestor realized that the path of the Demon Sealing clan was flawed. Hoping that when Meng Hao severed his demons and achieved success, he would not forget the karmic ties between himself and demons. By sending Meng Hao to the peak, he sought to fulfill his wish to meet his old friend again and together fight demons and exterminate evil. Within the Blood Monster Sect, Meng Hao executes the formidable Blood Monster Great Law, first level cycle of blood. Upon its unleashing, the atmosphere becomes thick with blood energy, forming a colossal blood vortex that traps the primordial spirits of the three elders of demonic flame and the profound sky ancestor. Absorbing their blood energy, the three elders of demonic flame fight desperately, but they cannot break free from the Blood Monster Great Law. They watch helplessly as their bodies wither and their blood energy drains away. They realize that Meng Hao holds the death quota and that even as demonic spirit ancestors, they are not immune to death. In terror, the weakest of the three elders surrenders first, swearing an oath. His submission leads to the others bowing their heads, no longer daring to oppose Meng Hao. Meng Hao absorbs the blood energy of the three elders and feels his physical strength increase exponentially. He also senses an almost boundless awareness, connecting him to the Southern Heaven territory. He surmises that this is a sign of seeking the way. Meng Hao continues cultivating the Blood Monster Great Law, and his blood energy surges continuously into him. He gradually discovers a new state. With a single punch, the heavens tremble, a black hole tears open, and a force capable of shaking the foundation of the way is unleashed. All present are stunned by this sight. They realize that Meng Hao's power has surpassed demonic spirit and has approached the initial stage of seeking the way. At this moment, they are completely convinced and revere Meng Hao as young master. Meng Hao reflects on the power of the Blood Monster Great Law and concludes that it surpasses the 9 treasures celestial body and even ranks on par with the enigmatic Withered Flame Devil Law. True path. He realizes that if he cultivates the Blood Monster Great Law to its highest level, he will possess the strength to slay those in the initial stage of seeking the way. Meng Hao's killing intent intensifies, and his malevolence deepens. He resolves to fuse the 9 heavens treasure body seal, the Blood Monster Great Law, the Black and White Pearls, and the Withered Flame Devil Law. True path to create his own divine ability and seek enlightenment for his third strike. In the sky above, a gaping rift in the celestial dome shocks the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, who look up at Meng Hao with awe. From Blood Fiend Mountain, an aged voice narrates Meng Hao's legendary tale. Hailing from the Zhao Kingdom in the southern domain, he could slay core formation cultivators while still in foundation establishment, and became a master of alchemy in the Purple Fate sect, gaining fame far and wide. Venturing into the Black Lands and the Western Desert, he slew countless enemies during the Purple Rain catastrophe, becoming renowned throughout the world. Joining the ancient order of fiends and celestials, he faced the 10th Patriarch, a supreme Dao-seeking expert, and was stripped of his cultivation, becoming an ordinary mortal. Entering the Rebirth Cavern, he executed the second strike, becoming the strongest beneath Dao-seeking. To save his Dao companion, he annihilated tens of thousands of disciples of the Azure Luo sect, killed several spirit-severing cultivators, and clashed with the Azure Luo sect's first ancestor, Lu Dao. With the intervention of the Blood Fiend ancestor, Meng Hao became the Blood Fiend sect's junior sect master. The Blood Fiend ancestor's words stun all the disciples, who were captivated by Meng Hao's past and filled with reverence and zeal. Meng Hao releases the primordial spirits of the Ironblood ancestors, suppressing any dissent within the sect, and finds a secluded valley beyond the 5 peaks, which becomes known as Junior Sect Master's Valley. 99 cycles of 81 days later, Xu Qing awakens in Junior Sect Master's Valley, reunited with Meng Hao. Meng Hao knows that they will only have 99 years together, but Xu Qing declares that she will never leave the valley and will remain with him until reincarnation. Meng Hao spent a year in the secluded valley of the Blood Demon sect, enjoying pleasurable moments with Xu Qing. His fame grew, and the outside world knew him as the young sect master of the Blood Demon sect. He had become a renowned spirit-severing cultivator and a grand master of elixirs. Although Meng Hao failed to break through the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon scripture, he grasped the secrets of the 9 heavens' precious body seal. This technique reinforced the fleshly body, but required numerous magic treasures instilled into it. Meng Hao also discovered the mystical nature of the dried flame demon scripture's true essence path. He could cultivate an avatar from the same source as him, with formidable abilities. Furthermore, the ancient Dao Lake in the southern domain frequently erupted, attracting many cultivators seeking opportunities. The small lakes in the Dao Lake area even erupted with spirit-severing treasures. And a great circle nascent soul cultivator comprehended spirit severing by the Dao Lake. This news spread, causing a sensation throughout the southern domain. The spirit-severing ancestor of the Blood Demon sect learned of the changes in the ancient Dao Lake and asked for Meng Hao's permission to visit. Meng Hao, who was experiencing a bottleneck in cultivation, happily decided to lead the Blood Demon sect disciples to the Dao Lake. Although Xu Qing was worried about Meng Hao, she supported his decision. Meng Hao was accompanied by 6 spirit-severing ancestors and tens of thousands of disciples. Under the watchful gaze of Li Shiki, Meng Hao and the others turned into a rainbow and flew out of the valley. In the blood pool, the Blood Demon ancestor opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "To vanquish demons, one must first become one." His demon nature is not yet deep enough. Among the 3 dangerous lands in the southern region, the primeval Dao Lake contains endless opportunities for cultivation, but it is also fraught with danger. The lake is filled with invisible rifts, restrictions, and teleportation arrays. A single misstep can lead to becoming lost or even death. Legend has it that a ruin lies hidden beneath the lake, but countless experts have tried and failed to enter it. Today, hundreds of thousands of cultivators have gathered outside the primeval Dao Lake, competing for the Dao wells on the periphery. Although Dao reflections often erupt from the wells, true treasures are extremely rare. The lake itself is divided into 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1000 zhong, and 10,000 zhong sections. The probability of a treasure erupting increases with the depth of the lake. But the larger Dao lakes are usually occupied by sects. At this moment, various sects and clans are arriving at the primeval Dao Lake. The cultivators of the Golden Frost sect wear golden armor, exuding an AWE-inspiring aura. The Li family, Song family, and Azure Silk sect have also sent out formidable forces. The withered Taoist of the Violet Fortune sect appears alongside the Violet Fortune twins, Chu Yuyan and Han Shuiyan. Meanwhile, Meng Hao, clad in a blood-red robe, leads the cultivators of the Blood Demon sect into the lake. He is followed by 6 severing spirit elders and 40,000 disciples. His expression is cold, and his eyes gleam with a hidden malevolence. With the arrival of the Blood Demon sect, the entire primeval Dao Lake trembles violently. The heavens and the earth change color. Countless Dao wells and Dao lakes erupt, their reflections intertwining and creating a spectacular sight. Meng Hao and the other cultivators will seek opportunities for cultivation in this realm filled with both promise and peril. The earth shook violently like a roar from a giant, and various colored Dao projections emerged from the ground, looking like ancient cultivators who were fighting, cultivating, or comprehending heaven and earth. Their cultivation levels ranged from the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao, the young master of the Blood Demon sect, led his followers to the area of the Dao Lake, but they were drawn to a blue light erupting from a distant Dao well. A slender Dao projection was revealed in the light, in the spirit-severing stage, which evoked exclamations from the crowd. Numerous cultivators swarmed in, vying for the Dao treasures appearing in the Dao Lake. Meng Hao allowed his disciples to comprehend at the periphery while he ventured deeper. Witnessing firsthand how the void rifts mercilessly tore cultivators apart and the desperate force of teleportation constantly displaced living beings. As Meng Hao moved deeper into the Hundrejung area of the Dao Lake, he noticed a Dao projection comprehending heaven and earth, with nascent soul cultivators battling for an opportunity nearby. Meng Hao directly lifted the void canvas, revealing a mountain peak within distorted by the void and emanating a spirit-severing aura. Without hesitation, Meng Hao seized this mountain peak treasure, eliciting anger from the three elders who had been competing for it. At that moment, an unprecedented roar reverberated, and a 1,000-zhong pillar of light shot up into the sky, heralding the eruption of the 1,000-zhong Dao Lake. This was where the powerhouses of the great clans and families gathered, where danger and opportunity coexisted. Meng Hao, the 6 spirit-severing elders, and thousands of disciples charged towards it without hesitation, believing it was an unprecedented opportunity since the Dao Lake had opened. The journey to the 1,000-fathom Dao Lake from Meng Hao's location seems short, but it is filled with danger. The 10,000-fathom Dao Lakes and 100-fathom lakes have long been divided by other clans and sects. En route, they encounter netherworld rifts and many obstacles, resulting in the dwindling number of Blood Demon Sect disciples. Only Meng Hao, the 6 slayers of Ling, and a few other powerful cultivators approach the inner ring of the ancient Dao Lake. Just 1,000 feet from the lake, a teleportation rune suddenly appears, sending Meng Hao, Patriarch Zhan Tian, the Ironblood twin demons, and the 3 fire demons to an unknown location. Meng Hao tells the others to meet at the central location. After Meng Hao's disappearance, the clans and sects in the inner ring of the ancient Dao Lake rejoice. But with the help of the withered Taoist of the Violet Fate sect, the Blood Demon Sect's 3 fire demons occupy a 1,000-fathom Dao Lake. Meanwhile, Meng Hao is teleported repeatedly, causing trauma to his body and soul. After 30 teleports, Meng Hao uses the 9th mountain of the black and white pearls to disrupt the teleportation formation and escape with Patriarch Zhan Tian and 3 others during a disruption in the teleportation. However, the teleportation formation reactivates, sending Meng Hao and the 9th mountain into the depths of the 1,000-fathom Dao Lake. The Blood Demon Sect disciples are distraught, but the 6 slayers believe that Meng Hao will escape and go to the central region to occupy a Dao Lake while waiting for his return. High above the ancient ruins lake, the teleportation light screen flickered as Meng Hao sped out from within. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were filled with lingering fear as he glanced back. The continuous teleportation from the teleportation formation had weakened his chi and blood. And the faster he traveled, the weaker he became. After consuming some pills, Meng Hao soared into the air. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that the eruption of the ancient ruins lake had ceased and that the fighting had subsided. He concluded that the Blood Demon Sect had already headed toward the central region and sped off, dodging the void rifts. At the shore of the 1,000-foot Dao Lake, the One Sword Sect and the Blood Demon Sect stood at bay. The One Sword Sect held the advantage, having taken 3 Dao Lakes and having 8 spirit-severing cultivators. The Blood Demon Sect had claimed a Dao Lake that was a legacy of the Purple Fate Sect but was being coveted by the One Sword Sect. At that moment, a cultivator from the Green Silk Sect, who had reached the 3rd severing of the spirit-severing realm, stepped forward and accused the Blood Demon Sect of greed. He declared that if they did not retreat, he would take action. The Golden Frost Sect also joined in the denunciation, forming a tacit understanding with the One Sword Sect and the Green Silk Sect to pressure the Blood Demon Sect. The 6 spirit-severing ancestors of the Blood Demon Sect had no choice but to retreat as they were unable to resist the combined forces of these 4 factions. A fierce battle was about to erupt, and the disciples of the Blood Demon Sect were forced to fall back while the disciples of the other factions rushed forward to engage in combat. Suddenly, a long rainbow streaked across the sky, akin to a shooting star, carrying an astonishing murderous aura and hostility as it sped straight toward the battlefield. The speed of this rainbow dumbfounded everyone. The figure within the rainbow was none other than Meng Hao, clad in a blood-red robe. His expression was calm, but his eyes held a coldness like the ice of the 9th heaven. With a single punch, he shattered a spirit-severing first-severing cultivator of the Golden Frost Sect. Meng Hao's appearance shocked everyone present. His spirit-severing second-severing cultivation base unleashed an astonishing aura that dimmed the heavens and earth, causing the wind and clouds to churn. The Blood Demon Sect disciples were overjoyed and saluted him, while the spirit-severing cultivators from the other factions changed their expressions and retreated. The One Sword Sect, the Green Silk Sect, and the Golden Frost Sect, among other factions, were filled with trepidation, and the Blood Demon Sect's crisis was immediately lifted. Meng Hao's return shook the hearts of the Purple Fate Sect disciples, particularly Chu Yuyan, Han Shuishan, and Yi Fei. As they gazed at Meng Hao in his blood-red robe, their hearts were filled with a complex mix of emotions. Remembering the past, they realized that Meng Hao had long since surpassed them and had become an existence they could only look up to. By the Thousand Zhongdao Lake, Meng Hao's eyes held a chilling killing intent. He glared at the cultivators of the Azure Sun Sect with murderous intent. Regardless of who left, as long as they came into Meng Hao's sight, they had to pay a price for the actions of the Azure Sun Sect. Meng Hao moved with a flash and headed straight for the old man who could execute the third slash of soul severing from the Azure Sun Sect. The old man was shocked and retreated quickly. But it was in vain. Meng Hao raised a hand, and a massive crimson vortex appeared in the void. Countless crimson hands materialized and seized the old man's throat. The soul severing experts in the surroundings were shocked. They had expected this to be a fierce clash, but they hadn't imagined that Meng Hao would casually execute the Great Blood Fiend technique and suppress the old man with his chi and blood. Meng Hao was ruthless as he gripped at the air, and the old man's body swiftly withered as his chi and blood surged into Meng Hao's body. Just as the old man was about to self-destruct to escape, Meng Hao summoned the ninth mountain from the black and white pearls and suppressed it forcefully, crushing the old man's nascent soul. In just a few breaths, Meng Hao had slain an expert who could execute the third slash of soul severing. This shocked everyone present into silence. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were wildly excited, while the other sects and clans grew fearful and retreated in fear. Meng Hao didn't spare a single disciple of the Azure Sun sect. Under his orders, the Blood Fiend sect disciples slaughtered everyone from the Azure Sun sect. Meng Hao then cast his gaze upon the surrounding Hundrejongdao lakes. He visited each one and planted a crimson banner, declaring his dominance. At this moment, one of the Hundrejongdao lakes erupted with light, and a completely purple demonic beast emerged. Cultivators from other sects immediately swarmed forward, but the demonic beast's howl produced a sound wave that repelled them. Meng Hao acted decisively, clapping a palm down and killing the demonic beast, which he collected. He continued to seize the Hundrejongdao lakes, until he had claimed 7/10 of them. Only then did he return to the area of the Thousand Zhongdao Lake. Meng Hao learned from a Blood Fiend sect disciple's report about the Violet Fate sect's gift of the lake. He looked in the direction of the Violet Fate sect, and his gaze met with Chu Yuyan, Han Shuishan, and the others. Meng Hao avoided meeting Chu Yuyan's eyes. His heart already belonged to Xu Qing. In the end, Meng Hao fixed his gaze upon the Li clan and coldly shouted, "Get lost!" His voice transformed into rolling thunder, crashing down upon the Li clan. The 19th ancestor and the others were terrified and could only retreat in haste. Intimidated by Meng Hao's formidable presence, the Li family reluctantly abandoned the vast expanse Forbidden Zone, surrendering the Spirit Lake to him. Meng Hao's actions astounded the other sects, further solidifying his position as the strongest cultivator below the Tao-seeking realm. Subsequently, Meng Hao turned his attention towards the Song family, the Golden Frost Sect, and the One Sword Sect. The Golden Frost Sect, recognizing Meng Hao's power, wisely retreated. Within the One Sword Sect, Meng Hao noticed an unusual aura emanating from a frail youth behind Sword Elder. When their gazes met, Sword Elder's mind suffered a backlash. Meng Hao approached the One Sword Sect, demanding the third spirit lake they occupied. Sword Elder staunchly opposed, but the youth abruptly spoke in favor of the request. The One Sword Sect was astonished and realized the extraordinary nature of the youth. Meng Hao sensed an astonishing sword intent from the youth. As if witnessing a legendary sword, the Blood Fiend Sect successfully seized the third spirit lake, claiming a third of the total area. Meng Hao entered seclusion, awaiting the spirit lake's eruption. Chu Yuyan of the Violet Fate Sect visited him, reminiscing about the past. However, Meng Hao calmly refused her attempts at reconciliation. Meng Hao's former allies, such as Fat Fatty, and Zai Hai, and Lin Hailong, also arrived. They shared tales of their experiences, reminiscing about old times. Chen Fan of the One Sword Sect approached Meng Hao, carrying a weary and helpless demeanor. Meng Hao intuited that Chen Fan was struggling within his sect, stirring emotions within him. As the Spirit Lake's eruption neared, the sects anxiously awaited. Meanwhile, Meng Hao continued his journey, casting his gaze towards the vast expanse Spirit Lake and the remaining 100-foot Spirit Lakes. His ambition and strength continued to grow relentlessly. The primordial Dao Lakes erupt once more, spewing out hundreds of magical treasures, including a Dao shadow in the 1,000-foot Dao Lake where Meng Hao resides. As the eruptions continue, a 100-foot Dao Lake unexpectedly erupts a second time, releasing the corpse of an ancient cultivator. 3 spirit-severing cultivators from the Golden Han clan become consumed by greed and attempt to seize the corpse despite Meng Hao's warnings. Enraged, Meng Hao teleports to the Dao Lake's edge and seizes the corpse. The Golden Han clan, shamed and furious, dispatches 3 spirit-severing cultivators along with a 100-foot-tall golden radiant puppet that exudes an aura close to that of the Dao-seeking realm. Intending to engage Meng Hao in battle, Meng Hao's body has merged with the blood essence of 3 spirit-severing cultivators and the remnant aura of the old man from the Green Reed sect. Also unleashing the Dao-seeking aura, he punches out, colliding with the puppet's greatsword, instantly shattering the puppet and forcing the 6 Golden Han clan members to retreat. Having lost both troops and generals, the Golden Han clan hastily expresses its willingness to surrender 2,000-foot Dao Lakes to seek peace. When Meng Hao notices the chubby boy meditating beside the Golden Han clan's Dao Lake, he demands that Dao Lake specifically. The Golden Han clan has no choice but to comply. With this, the Blood Demon sect now occupies 4,000-foot Dao Lakes, emerging as the greatest victor in the Dao Lake conflict. In the ancient Dao Lake, where great clans from the southern domain gathered, Pill Tripod Master Meng Hao displayed his astonishing strength. When the puppet of the Crimson Frost sect released a Dao Inquiry aura, Meng Hao responded with 2 Dao Inquiry auras of his own, their might far surpassing the former, leaving hundreds of thousands of cultivators present gaping in shock. As the lake's eruptions grew more frequent, Meng Hao occupied nearly half the lake area, deterring other sects from coveting it. He immersed himself in observing the Dao shadows in the lake, cultivating the art of separation, and learning the secrets of the fading flame fiend body Dao. Time flowed on, with the lake erupting once a day, signifying that the emergence of the myriad fathoms was approaching. Various sect forces watched eagerly, preparing to compete for the potential treasures in the main lake. Only Meng Hao remained in contemplation, deducing the profoundness of the body Dao. When the frequency of the ancient Dao Lake's eruptions reached once every hour, everyone busily collected various magical treasures and items, with the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect particularly ecstatic. The Li clan, far away, could only watch helplessly, their hatred for Meng Hao growing with each passing day. As the emergence of the myriad fathoms drew near, a stifling aura permeated the lake's center. The youth from the Single Sword sect, the middle-aged man from the Crimson Frost sect, and the members of the Song clan from various forces gathered, eager for the arrival of destiny. Finally, ripples appeared on the surface of the myriad fathoms, as if someone were exhaling underwater. With a resounding boom, the main lake opened, countless treasures ready to spew forth, marking the beginning of a grand banquet of conquest. Yet Meng Hao remained lost in his contemplation, oblivious to the impending storm. The eruption of the 10,000 Zhong Dao Lake has shaken the heavens and the earth. Cracks appear in the ground and a gigantic suction force sucks the water into the sky, illuminating with colorful lights like it contains the Dao. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators gather around the lake hoping to witness the change. Outside the lake, Zhou Cheng and Yi Hu are watching, determined to fight for the opportunity. A gentle and handsome young man emerges in the lake, a netherworld flower floating beside him as he searches for his destined enemy. Powerful figures from major sects and families are waiting outside, anticipating the advent of the cosmic change. Numerous treasures, artifacts, corpses, and ferocious beasts spew from the 10,000 Zhong Dao Lake, filling the surroundings with dazzling lights. Jianzong, Jinhanzong, Ziyunzong, the Li and Song families, and others are all rushing to grab from the lake. Zhou Chen of the Northern Spiritual Terrace sect casts 9 gourds to open a void passage into the lake. Yi Hu uses his small world divine ability to quickly cross the distance and arrive on the scene. A mysterious young man uses the turn back 3 breaths divine ability to return to the moment before the lake eruption and seize the opportunity. The 6 spirit severing elders from Blood Fiend sect are anxious, but Meng Hao is still in seclusion, deducing the true self-Tao of the withering flame fiend Dharma, intending to break it down into 7 incredible divine abilities. In the vast southern domain, a lake spouted forth, attracting tens of thousands of cultivators to witness an epic battle for treasures. Dozens of spirit-severing powerhouses gathered, including Sword Tao Genius from One Sword Sect, Puppet Master from Golden Frost Sect, and the mysterious trio from the northern region Lu Bo, Di Yi, and Zhou Chen. The lake contained numerous treasures, the most prominent being a 3-chi-long sword that radiated brilliant light and a battle drum that sealed the breath of an ancient true spirit. The young man from One Sword Sect and the puppet from Golden Frost Sect made the first move, heading straight for the treasures. Other spirit-severing powerhouses followed suit, each vying for their coveted items. The clamor shook the heavens and earth as the struggle for treasures intensified. Lu Bo from the northern region fixed his gaze on a black dragon corpse. Di Yi wielded a spiked club, aiming for a colossal claw. Old Taoist Ku targeted a strange tree with 3 white fruits, while Taoist Zhou Chen from Spirit Altar Sect coveted a golden halo that radiated sealing power. In the midst of the fierce competition, Meng Hao, who had been meditating beside the 1,000-foot Tao lake, suddenly opened his eyes. He had comprehended the secrets of the withered flame fiend's ancestral path, infusing him with newfound power. Meng Hao's appearance immediately drew attention. His aura was formidable, and his gaze sharp as lightning. He charged towards the black claw. Di Yi met Meng Hao head-on, their fists and kicks clashing with a deafening boom. Di Yi realized Meng Hao's formidable strength but refused to let go. At this moment, Meng Hao abruptly asked, "Do you know Lu Zixuan?" This question startled Di Yi, who was Di Yi of the Northern Di barbaric clan and had heard of the name Lu Zixuan. Meng Hao's sudden inquiry filled Di Yi with suspicion. But the battle continued. The 3-chi sword fell into the hands of the One Sword Sect youth, while the battle drum and puppet were claimed by Golden Frost Sect. Lu Bo obtained the black dragon corpse, Patriarch Song the purple jade slip, Zhou Chen the golden halo, and Old Taoist Ku the strange tree. The battle for treasures culminated in a fierce duel between Meng Hao and Di Yi, marking the beginning of their entanglement and enmity. In the ruins of the ancient Yao Xian sect, Meng Hao and Di Yi fiercely compete for possession of a black claw. Their clash generates a deafening roar that draws attention from other nearby paramount masters. A young swordsman from the One Sword Sect claims to be invincible, but he remains wary of Lu Bo's mastery over the forces of time and space. The formation of puppets from the Golden Frost Sect is also affected by Meng Hao's intervention. Taoist withered remains continues to remain silent, while the Li and Song families prepare to depart. Zhou Chen, the young master of the Lingshan sect, initially harbors aspirations, but his brow furrows when he witnesses Meng Hao's strength. Lu Bo of the Imperial clan hails from the most powerful family in the northern lands and wields the power of the Netherworld Flower, possessing remarkable talent since childhood. He observes the battle between Meng Hao and Di Yi with a calm expression, confident that he could subdue Di Yi in 3 moves. However, when Meng Hao utters the words Northern Lands, shock ripples through the assembly. Meng Hao proceeds to mention Lu Zixuan, the imperial son of the Northern Lands, provoking a flicker of interest in Zhou Chen's eyes. This revelation dawns upon the South region cultivators that Meng Hao, Di Yi, and Lu Bo all originate from the Northern Lands, with Di Yi being affiliated with the imperial clan. Meng Hao further discloses that Lu Zixuan and his cohorts owe him a substantial sum of spirit stones, producing a jade slip as evidence. The implicated individuals include Zhou Chen's clansman, Di Ye's own younger brother, and Han Peng, a young prodigy of the imperial sect. Di Yi, Zhou Chen, and Han Peng are visibly shaken by this revelation, while elders from other sects and clans look on in astonishment. Enraged by shame, Di Yi wields his spiked club and charges at Meng Hao. Meng Hao activates the Great Blood Demon technique, forming a crimson vortex that engulfs Di Yi, causing him to rapidly wither. In desperation, Di Yi shatters a life-saving talisman, inviting the power of the Tao to disrupt the blood vortex. Meng Hao counters with the withering flame demon technique, initiating a contest of laws with Di Yi. Di Yi is nearly depleted, but Lu Bo intervenes, reversing time to rescue him. Meng Hao retreats 4 steps while Lu Bo takes 3, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Lu Bo acknowledges Meng Hao's prowess and desires to use him as a whetstone to sharpen his 3rd sword strike. At that moment, the Tao Lake erupts once more. eliciting gasps from all present. The primordial path lake's earth shook violently, contracting into a depression before erupting once more as if it were inhaling. Hundreds of thousands of southern domain cultivators were left speechless, anticipating that the treasure this eruption would reveal might surpass all that had come before. Lu Bai and the others felt their minds tremble as they looked toward the Dao Lake, suspecting that this eruption might contain the true good fortune. Just as the eruption was about to burst forth, Meng Hao suddenly attacked Patriarch Li's 19th ancestor, unleashing his blood mass technique and killing all 5 Li clan members. Absorbing their qi and blood, the eruption burst forth with a deafening roar, and as the countless spectators watched, the boundless lake water soared into the sky, revealing a soul shadow radiating with 7-colored light. Its aura was tyrannical, capable of crushing essence soul cultivators and suppressing Dao-seeking cultivators. The crowd gasped, realizing that this was the genuine soul of a true immortal. For Dao-seeking cultivators at the peak of their cultivation, absorbing the soul of a true immortal presented an opportunity to attain immortality. Peripheral cultivators surged inward, eager to fight over the true immortal soul. Meng Hao and everyone else charged toward it, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. Various factions in the southern territory are astonished by the appearance of a true immortal soul, leading them to vie for its possession. They include the One Sword Sect, Golden Cold Sect, Violet Luck Sect, Li Family, Song Family, and Azure Luo Sect. Simultaneously, in a village on the southern territory's outskirts, a crazed elder awakens due to the true immortal soul's presence and rushes to the ancient Dao Lake with a horse slayer saber in hand. At the ancient Dao Lake center, the battle for the true immortal soul rages fiercely. The One Sword Sect's youth, Golden Cold Sect's puppet, and the Northern Land Imperial Sect's Lu Bo and Meng Hao engage in a chaotic clash. Showcasing their extraordinary abilities, Lu Bo manipulates time to approach the true immortal soul first. However, the One Sword Sect's youth employs the Dao Inquiry Rule to bypass Meng Hao's 9th mountain and seize the true immortal soul. Lu Bo, Golden Cold Sect's puppet, and Meng Hao combine forces to severely injure the One Sword Sect's youth. The situation shifts rapidly when Meng Hao seizes an opportunity to unleash the void, creating a powerful suction force. Various factions employ their skills, leading to an intense struggle. However, the true immortal soul is ultimately absorbed by the void and vanishes. Meng Hao's fist tore a void and dragged everyone in. He used the blood fiend technique to resist the suction and successfully captured the true immortal soul. However, a huge whirlpool emerged from the Dao Lake, increasing the suction and devouring the Jinhan Sect puppet, the One Sword Sect youth, and Lu Bai. Meng Hao lasted for a few moments but was eventually sucked into the whirlpool. Meanwhile, 2 old men arrived and attacked the lake, but to no avail. Many Dao-seeking peak-old monsters came but could not open the lake and had to leave regretfully. Meng Hao woke up in ruins. It was full of artifacts, corpses, and debris, with countless giant mountains formed from artifacts and elixirs. In the center, the flame gate hung high in the sky, with monstrous flames. Purple beasts flew in the air, moving artifacts into the flame gate. Silver beasts whipped the purple beasts, while a golden beast lay on the flame gate. Strange beasts walked on the ground, moving items. Meng Hao and Lu Bai landed. The beasts' gazes fell on them, especially that of the strongest dark golden beast, which frightened Meng Hao. The dark gold beast snorted and claimed to be the second group of outsiders to arrive. Watching them closely, guided by an ancient covenant, Meng Hao and his companions venture into a mysterious cave, facing life or death trials. The cave has 3 levels. Clearing the second level allows one to leave, while reaching the third grants access to the supreme source of divine fire. Dark Gold Master, the cave's guardian, announces the trial rules: battle beasts and enter the Gate of Flames to pass the first level. Each cultivator has only one chance to pass. 3 failures lead to death. Jiu Tianxiang of the One Sword Sect is the first to fight. In a fierce battle with beasts, he reaches 300 meters from the Gate of Flames but fails due to Silver Beast's attacks. Next, Lu Bai of the Northern Lands emerges. He harnesses temporal secrets, slaying enemies and breaking through the Silver Beast's siege. Yet, he also faces golden beasts before the Gate of Flames. Using an astonishing Black Dragon resurrection technique, Lu Bai finally enters the Gate of Flames, passing the first level. Dark Gold Master praises Lu Bai's abilities and anticipates his success in the second level. As Meng Hao takes his turn, the other cultivators are conflicted. They have witnessed Lu Bai's strength and doubt Meng Hao's capabilities. Meng Hao charges into the beast horde without hesitation. His speed is unmatched as he fights in constant battle. Dark Gold Master advises the others to cultivate in the meantime. But Meng Hao insists on proceeding quickly to be with his beloved. As Meng Hao fights with all his might, everyone anxiously awaits whether he will overcome the challenges of the first level. Upon entering the enigmatic realm, Meng Hao is immediately besieged by countless purple beasts. Utilizing the ninth mountain and the black and white pearls, he breaches the purple beast's defenses and continues his journey towards the flame gate. Silver beasts appear in his path, but Meng Hao suppresses them with the ninth mountain and emerges victorious. As Meng Hao's momentum soars, a formidable golden beast roars towards him. Meng Hao unleashes the Blood Demon Grand Method, summoning a vortex that ensnares over 20 silver beasts. He absorbs their life essence, causing his physical strength to skyrocket to the Tao-seeking realm. The Blood Demon Grand Method initially falters due to the vortex's limitations. Through a moment of enlightenment, Meng Hao initiates the Desolate Flame Demon Method. The utterance of the word desolate causes the silver beasts' bodies to wither, their life essence flowing incessantly into Meng Hao. His physical prowess continues to grow, approaching the Tao-seeking peak. Ultimately, the Dark Gold Mastermind dispatches the Golden Beast to obstruct Meng Hao. With astounding physical might, Meng Hao delivers a crushing blow to the Golden Beast, showcasing his prodigious talent that surpasses even that of Lu Biyu. The Dark Gold Mastermind is forced to intervene, reluctantly acknowledging Meng Hao's successful completion of the trial. A Golden Beast barely escaped being killed by Meng Hao, its power far surpassing that of the one Lu Bai encountered. But it still almost died, and would have if not for the intervention of the Dark Gold Sovereign. However, Meng Hao only had the strength for one punch, which exhausted all of his chi and blood. And although its momentum weakened, it still intimidated everyone. The 5 people from the Golden Frost Sect were shocked, realizing that Meng Hao was stronger than before. And they speculated that if Meng Hao had used the Golden Vortex when fighting them, they would have undoubtedly been defeated. Jiu Tianxiang of the One Sword Sect was equally shocked, unable to imagine that the Blood Demon Grand Magic could be so terrifying. The Dark Gold Sovereign in the sky was shocked and speechless. Meng Hao looked normal, and after entering the Flame Gate, he stepped into a world of flames. Lu Bai, who was seriously injured, stepped back, and looked at Meng Hao with complicated eyes. Meng Hao looked up at the towering altar, feeling his body relax and his mind clear. The White Sovereign's mulberry voice sounded, informing Meng Hao that he could undergo a life or death trial here, and that he could succeed by ascending the 9-layer altar and defeating the enemies. He was allowed to use any magical spell or means, but would be wiped out if he failed 3 times. Meng Hao sat down cross-legged to meditate, and when he was ready, he stepped into the sea of flames. Lu Bai reminded him to be careful on the 3rd layer, as there would be another him there. Meng Hao stepped onto the 1st layer of the altar, and encountered a young man who imitated the dragon control formula of the Western Desert. By virtue of his proficiency in the dragon control formula, Meng Hao defeated the young man and passed the 1st level. On the 2nd layer, Meng Hao faced a giant bull with immense strength. The bull's physical strength was extremely powerful, and an aura of the Tao spread out. Meng Hao clashed with it, constantly retreating and spitting out blood. The bull grew stronger as the battle progressed, and Meng Hao realized that he could not compete with it in terms of physical strength. Meng Hao had a sudden thought, and shrunk the vortex of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, transforming it into a golden vortex in his palm. When the bull rushed at him again, Meng Hao collided with it, and his right hand touched the bull's head, instantly absorbing its chi and blood power, and successfully defeating the bull. Passing the 2nd level, Meng Hao battles a minotaur and discovers that he can absorb his opponent's blood essence to enhance his own physical form through the Blood Fiend technique. With the minotaur's help, he breaks through the spirit-severing realm and enters the Tao-seeking realm. In the 3rd layer, Meng Hao encounters an illusion of himself. During their fierce battle, Meng Hao comprehends the 3rd level of the Blood Fiend technique, which allows him to draw cultivation from his opponent by reversing their blood essence vortex. The illusion collapses, and Meng Hao passes the 1st stage. Meng Hao faces a dilemma as he has only half an incense stick's time to comprehend a divine ability to defeat the illusion. In desperation, Meng Hao recalls how the Wang clan's 10th patriarch absorbed his cultivation and realizes that the key to the 3rd level of the Blood Fiend technique lies in reversing the blood essence vortex. He activates the technique, instantly reversing the illusion's blood essence vortex, absorbing its cultivation, and causing its collapse. Meng Hao passes the first stage and gains entry to the 9th layer in the clan's sacred treasure. The Celestial White Master praises his determination to overcome himself and reveals the secret of the 2nd stage, a realm without rules or laws. A blank world where cultivators can directly access their true nature and comprehend their own divine abilities. Beneath the altar, Lu Bai is utterly shocked upon witnessing Meng Hao's triumph over his inner demons. This evokes a surge of belligerence and determination within him. As he vows to surpass Meng Hao cultivates in solitude on the 3rd level, absorbing the potent power of the Blood Demon Codex. He experiences the bolstering effect of absorbing cultivation, intensifying his hatred towards the Qing sect. Thus, he resolves to embark on a path of vengeance. Entering the 9th level, Meng Hao encounters an imperious parrot, the odious bird that had escaped earlier. Yet, it now exudes formidable power. Meng Hao discovers that the parrot dreads penetrating the altar and uses this knowledge to outmaneuver it. Meanwhile, amidst the celestial river sea, the black-faced brute enjoys a leisurely existence with his pet bear. However, an unexpected sneeze unsettles him. He overhears an internal dispute. Recognizing Meng Hao's possible survival, this prompts him to alter course and seek sanctuary northward. Meng Hao and the parrot remain deadlocked until the White Sovereign appears. Declaring Meng Hao's success, the parrot vows to eliminate Meng Hao in the future, which Meng Hao reciprocates. The destinies of the black-faced brute and the parrot intertwine, foreshadowing a perilous encounter in the future. Meng Hao surpasses the 2nd level. His next target is the formidable 3rd level. Beneath the myriad fathoms Dao Lake, atop the 2nd tier's altar, Meng Hao had completed the challenge. Before him lay 2 paths to leave or to venture into the 3rd tier. Legend has it that no one has ever broken through the 3rd tier and obtained the divine fire source. After careful consideration, Meng Hao decided to press on. The reluctant White Sovereign offered a seemingly unremarkable black fork as a reward. But Meng Hao recognized its true value. Through skillful negotiation, he acquired 5,000 soul-reaping artifacts and a chance to enter the 3rd tier. Upon stepping into the 3rd tier, Meng Hao discovered a desolate, blood-red plain filled with 990,000 towers, forming a massive formation. In the center stood a black city entwined with white grass, and suspended in the void was an eternally burning flame. Suddenly, a deafening roar attacked Meng Hao from all directions, penetrating his soul and causing his orifices to bleed and his body to nearly collapse. Meng Hao realized he was under attack from remnants of consciousness, and without the protection of the eternal realm, the consequences would have been dire. Under duress, he quickly retreated from the 3rd tier. The White Sovereign informed Meng Hao that he had failed and that no one could succeed. Meng Hao sensed that the 3rd tier held great secrets, but the White Sovereign refused to reveal them. Upon returning to the Southern Heaven continent, Meng Hao discovered that his whereabouts had been noticed. The various forces of the Southern Domain, upon learning of the whereabouts of the true immortal soul, stirred, and a storm was about to engulf the entire Southern Domain. After Meng Hao escaped from the ancient Dao Lake, 3 Dao-seeking realm peak stage cultivators, the red-haired elder, the green-robed elder, and the 3rd ancestor of the Li clan, followed him relentlessly. Meng Hao drove his chariot with terrifying speed, but the pursuers did not give up. At the critical moment, the blood ancestor suddenly appeared, his cold snort shaking everyone and blocking the pursuers. The 3 Dao-seeking realm peak stage cultivators were forced to stop. They threatened the blood ancestor with the true immortal soul, but the blood ancestor flatly refused and ordered them to leave. The group, wary of the blood ancestor's power during the battle at the Green Luo sect, eventually retreated. Meng Hao and the blood ancestor returned to the Blood Devil sect. The blood ancestor told Meng Hao that the true immortal soul was useless to him and could be given to the pill fiend for his inspection. Meng Hao met with the Blood Devil sect's disciples and elders, including Zhan Tian ancestor and the hunchbacked elder. In the valley, Xu Qing looked up at Meng Hao in the sky with a smile. Wang Yukai looked up, protecting the last of his memories and happiness. At that moment, Xu Qing's eyes turned into eternity in Meng Hao's eyes. Blood Ancestor gives Meng Hao the Bone Staff, an essential tool for the 3rd level of Blood Demon cultivation. It contains the 7th restriction, Demon Seal 7th restriction, and Meng Hao immerses himself in cultivation, gaining insight into the secrets of cause and effect. Meanwhile, The southern domain is abuzz with activity as Sword Sect, Goldfrieze Sect, Azure Mist Sect, and the Li clan gather their forces for the impending battle against Blood Demon Sect. Upon hearing the news, Meng Hao feels immense pressure. He enters seclusion, comprehending the essence word art to prepare for the refining of his second avatar. Using true immortal soul as a medium, he combines it with his own flesh and blood, creating an avatar identical to himself. He meticulously refines its meridians, bones, and organs. Time passes, and the second avatar gradually takes form, exuding a dense immortal chi. Meng Hao names it True Immortal Avatar and recognizes its immense power. A formidable weapon in the upcoming war. Eerie silence fills Blood Demon Sect. Every disciple silently exudes an aura of sinister energy, preparing for the approaching battle. Meng Hao is no exception, resolute in his determination to give his all for Blood Demon Sect. As the war draws near, panic grips the cultivators of the southern domain. Yet rogue cultivators flock to the various factions in hopes of gaining power. Only Violet Fate Sect remains silent, with the other factions tacitly agreeing to spare them due to their connection with Meng Hao. Outside Blood Demon Sect, 800,000 cultivators gather, poised for the decisive battle. Despite facing overwhelming odds, the sect stands firm, vowing to defend their honor under the banner of the Blood Demon. The ancient Blood Fiend wakes up and senses a refreshing aura and improved cultivation in the valley. Meng Hao, following the inscription, casts the seal into the true immortal soul and merges it into the body of the second avatar, causing the second avatar to awaken after 81 days. Meng Hao also cultivates the Nine Heavens Treasure Body's seal, absorbing the substance melted from the spirit-severing treasure into his right arm, to increase his physical strength. At the same time, forces from all four directions prepare for battle. The One Sword Sect, the Gold Cold Sect, the Indigo Sect, the Li family, and other forces deploy hundreds of thousands of cultivators and treasures, heading straight for the Blood Fiend Sect. They call on the Southern Domain cultivators to join the crusade against the Blood Fiend Sect, listing thousands of evil deeds in the rallying order. Tens of thousands of rogue cultivators are moved by the news and participate in this war that is considered a sure victory. The four forces set up teleportation arrays and sealing encirclement arrays near the Blood Fiend Sect, intending to completely block their escape route. The disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect are filled with murderous intent. Determined to die with the sect, they activate their strongest array, the Blood Fiend Array, which forms a giant demon body, menacing all sides. The storm is about to break, and a great battle between the two sides is imminent. In order to resist the foreign invasion, the Blood Fiend Sect activated their protective Grand Array and materialized a colossal demonic form. The form was composed of all the sect's disciples and contained their combined cultivation. Meng Hao was appointed as the commander of the first formation, leading 100,000 disciples to control the array. With Xu Qing's encouragement, Meng Hao stepped into the center of the demonic form's brow, determined to protect the sect and his beloved Xu Qing. Meanwhile, the One Sword Sect, Golden Frost Sect, Azure Luo Sect, and the Li clan sent out hundreds of thousands of cultivators to break through the Blood Fiend Sect. They initially dispatched hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators as a vanguard, utilizing an array to summon 8 enormous lightning serpents that struck the demonic form. The demonic form was protected by a crimson light barrier, which absorbed the lightning's damage. However, as the remnant souls of the Azure Luo sect joined in, the crimson barrier began to weaken. A remnant soul of the Severing Soul Realm provoked Meng Hao, igniting his killing intent. Meng Hao's right arm had merged with 1,500 Severing Soul Dharma treasures, reaching the Tao-seeking realm that transcended the Severing Soul Realm restrictions. He transformed into the demonic form's right arm and crushed the remnant soul, instilling fear in his opponents. Under Meng Hao's control, the demonic form stood up and reached a height of several tens of thousands of feet. Like a pillar that connected earth and heaven, its majesty shook the world. The opposing forces realized that the Blood Fiend Sect's strength far exceeded their expectations and a fierce battle was imminent. Meng Hao's Blood Slaughter Sect's demon body has gathered the cultivation of 100,000 cultivators, reaching the initial stage realm of Tao seeking. He shattered lightning, tore apart the void, and exhibited formidable power. The remnants of the Azure Moth sect launched an offensive, but Meng Hao controlled the demon body to use sound waves, instantly annihilating them. When the azure-clothed old man from the One Sword sect made a move, Blood-slaughter old ancestor appeared to block him, and the two sides engaged in an intense battle. As the ancestors of various sects joined the battle, hundreds of thousands of cultivators besieged Meng Hao's demon body. The One Sword Sect, led by a strong cultivator in the initial stage of Dao seeking, formed 10,000 flying swords, creating astonishing power. The puppets of the Golden Chill Sect exuded a Dao seeking aura, joining forces with the One Sword Sect to suppress the demon body. The Li family's formations continuously entangled and self-destructed, compressing the demon body's range of activity. The cultivators within the demon body endured tremendous pressure, and a large number of them exploded as they retreated. The four forces also paid a heavy price, with casualties exceeding 200,000. Meng Hao relied on his formidable Dao-seeking right hand to persist in battle. But the Golden Chill Sect's puppet and One Sword Sect's strong Dao-seeking cultivator heavily injured him. The One Sword Sect used the One Sword formation, which Meng Hao used his ninth mountain of black and white pearls to smash. Then, One Sword Sect sacrificed the treasured bamboo sword. The Golden Chill Sect released the End Mountain, and the Li family deployed the Pink formation, and the three forces joined hands to heavily injure the demon body. The demon body couldn't withstand it, and cracks spread across it. Meng Hao controlled the demon body to expel the remaining 30,000 or so cultivators, then detonated the demon body, causing them to perish together with the four forces. As the demon body self-destructed, the Blood Demon Clan's sect gate became visible, protected by 5 layers of light. Meng Hao led the Blood Demon Clan disciples back into their sect, preparing to face the attacks from the various forces. At the same time, a single leaf ignited in the sky, penetrating the 5 layers of light, leaving a gap in the second layer. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators swarmed forward, attempting to enter the Blood Demon Clan through the gap. Faced with the desperate situation, the Blood Demon Clan disciples lost hope. Meng Hao stepped out from the crowd, deciding to use his own body to block the breach in the gap. He put on his mask, released the Blood Mastiff and Temporal Sword Array, and behind him, the Lycoris Radiata bloomed, revealing his formidable power. Meng Hao fought against hundreds of thousands of cultivators on his own, and the slaughter began. Although his power was great, Meng Hao was still no match for so many enemies, and he was severely injured. However, with his Eternal Realm's body that could not die, he reformed his body again and again, continuing to fight. Meng Hao's perseverance and fighting spirit inspired the Blood Demon Clan disciples, and they reignited their hope. Meng Hao's right hand possessed the power of questioning the Tao. The Blood Demon Clan skilled in group battle Great Array, and the second doppelganger that was about to awaken gave the Blood Demon disciples confidence to endure this war. Trapped in the vortex of the Blood Fiend Array, Meng Hao absorbs the chi and cultivation of countless cultivators to sustain himself. He stands alone at the only opening in the array's light curtain, fending off attacks from hundreds of thousands of cultivators. As time goes on, Meng Hao's body collapses and reforms constantly, and the Blood Fiend vortexes multiply, absorbing more and more chi and cultivation. However, facing such a vast number of enemies, Meng Hao's body shows signs of withering. The 3 spirit-severing elders of the Li family cast a joint sealing technique, but it is shattered by Meng Hao after he absorbs the chi in nearby vortexes. The 6 spirit-severing experts of the Sword Sect and the Gold Chill Sect act in unison, forcing Meng Hao to use the Demon Seal in the 9th Mountain self-destruction technique to repel them. However, the battle is not over. A torrent of divine abilities from hundreds of thousands of cultivators crashes down on Meng Hao, but fails to defeat him. Meng Hao pants heavily, his eyes bloodshot, using his body as a barrier to defend the opening in the light curtain behind him. 3 days pass, and Meng Hao's physical body recovers slowly, the signs of withering becoming more and more visible. But he does not retreat a step, using his own life to protect the Blood Fiend Sect disciples behind him. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators before him look at the blood-soaked, disfigured young man, and a sense of admiration grows in their hearts. The asking stage elder of the Sword Sect openly expresses his respect, ordering the removal of the sect's legacy treasure in preparation for an all-out attack. Meng Hao knows his limits are approaching, but his gaze is even more determined. He absorbs the energy in the surrounding area, unleashing more Blood Fiend vortexes, resolved to persevere until the very end. In the midst of an intense battle, Meng Hao faces formidable treasures from 3 sects: the Green Bamboo Sword of the One Sword Sect, the rock and stone golem of the Golden Chill Sect, and the black flame compass of the Li family. These treasures possess immense power, each showcasing distinct abilities. The green bamboo sword unleashes boundless green light, transforming into a colossal sword that cleaves towards Meng Hao with unstoppable momentum. The rock and stone golem of the Golden Chill Sect summons 1,000 Zhang mountain peak, bearing down on Meng Hao with domineering force. The black flame compass, controlled by the ancestor of the Li family, releases thousands of black firebirds, aiming to consume Meng Hao's soul. Faced with these three overwhelming powers, Meng Hao finds himself in peril. He deploys his black and white pearls to confront the giant sword but is eventually overwhelmed and shattered. The rock and stone golem crushes down, once more crumbling his body. The black flame firebird swoop in, threatening to end his life. At this critical juncture, the Five Peaks ancestor of the Blood Demon Sect steps forth, sacrificing his life force to withstand the assault of the three treasures. He materializes as a youthful man with striking features and surging aura. His cultivation base skyrockets to the initial Tao-seeking realm, surpassing the limits of an ordinary being. At the cost of his own life, the Five Peaks ancestor buys precious time for Meng Hao. While Meng Hao's body heals, he launches an offensive, defiling the three treasures and temporarily incapacitating their potent abilities. The sacrifice of the Five Peaks ancestor ignites a fervent passion among the Blood Demon Sect disciples, their hearts ablaze with vengeance. Meng Hao is deeply moved, his eyes blazing with an astonishing red light. The battle rages on, but the Blood Demon Sect's morale has soared, determined to avenge the Five Peaks ancestor and fight to the bitter end against their adversaries. In a flash, the legacy treasures of Sword Sect, Cold Gold Sect and the Li family were desecrated, and the Five Peaks patriarch sacrificed himself heroically. However, a wisp of unusual light appeared on the remains of the Sword Sect's legacy treasure. This light had been sealed and suppressed, but was released after the desecration. This glow caught the attention of the azure-robed elder of Sword Sect who was fighting the Blood Demon Patriarch's clone in the sky. He discovered that the aura of the legacy treasure contained an aura of time and made the power of the legacy treasure even more powerful than before. Although the Blood Demon Patriarch has many clones and formidable strength, he also had to divide himself into several clones and fight against three peak Tao-seeking experts and many legacy treasures. At the same time, he also faintly felt a gaze that made him feel uneasy. The battle on the ground was also extremely intense. After the collapse of the five-layer light curtain, the Five Peaks patriarch died and the three major treasures were defiled. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators witnessed this tragic scene and were filled with righteous indignation. Sword Sect, Cold Gold Sect, the Li family and many Ling-slaying experts rushed into the four-layer light curtain, vowing to wipe out the Blood Demon Sect. At this time, Meng Hao took a deep breath and led the iron-blooded second ancestor and more than 10,000 Blood Demon Sect disciples to fight. He used the Sword of Time and Wood in his blood body, showing great power on the battlefield, restraining several Tao-seeking experts. Wherever the blood body passed, the living creatures were scorched and became more ferocious after absorbing the blood. Meng Hao used the Sword Formation of Time and the Great Blood Demon Law to kill several Ling-slaying experts. But he also faced great pressure. The Tao-seeking experts from Sword Sect, Cold Gold Sect, and the Li family joined forces to launch a fierce attack on him, forcing him to retreat continuously, and his body was on the verge of collapse. At the moment of crisis, Meng Hao's mind suddenly became clear. He felt that everything around him slowed down. While his hands could move quickly, he abruptly moved forward and pointed a finger, and a golden vortex 10 times larger than before appeared, instantly covering the Tao-seeking early-stage expert and dozens of other cultivators. The suction of this vortex was amazing, not only devouring the great cultivation of the crowd, but also trapping the Tao-seeking expert. Meng Hao used this move to finally break through the third level of the Great Blood Demon Law and reach the fourth level, gaining the strength to kill the Tao-seeking initial stage. The Blood Fiend's Codex has 6 layers, divided into the Qi and Blood Realm, the Spirit Meridian Realm, and the Blood Soul Realm. Meng Hao has cultivated to the third layer, the Blood Soul Realm, and gained the ability of Divine Metamorphosis. He used the Blood Fiend Grand Formation's Vortex spell to absorb the Qi, blood, and cultivation of his enemies, greatly enhancing his own strength. On the chaotic battlefield, Meng Hao used the Vortex spell to instantly kill an early Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the One Sword Sect and absorb his life force. Meng Hao's cultivation and physical body also skyrocketed, reaching the Dao-seeking realm. The shocked crowd witnessed the spectacle of an early Dao-seeking realm cultivator falling. Meng Hao then aimed the vortex spell at an elder of the Li family, who desperately resisted but was still killed by Meng Hao, turning into flying ashes. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were greatly encouraged and their morale soared. While the forces on all sides were shocked and retreated, Meng Hao, relying on the powerful strength of the Blood Fiend's codex, forcefully broke the offensive of hundreds of thousands of enemies. The azure-robed patriarch in the sky and the Li family's patriarch wanted to seek revenge, but were entangled by the Blood Fiend patriarch's clone. At this time, a mysterious woman, Li Xian, appeared and restrained the Blood Fiend patriarch. Li Xian revealed that she had a connection with Meng Hao and had once given him a life source and a soul-severing treasure. Although Meng Hao felt Li Xian's pressure, he was still not afraid and stared fiercely at this mysterious woman. Pressed hard by the combined attacks of the nascent soul clone and blood demon patriarch, Meng Hao faces mounting pressure. But the tide of battle turns with the intervention of the Blood Demon Patriarch. Just then, the Six Paths Patriarch from the Indigo Reliance Sect appears, charged with destroying the foundation of the Blood Demon Sect. Six Paths wields the inherited treasure of the One Sword Sect, the bamboo sword, whose might is astonishing and its sword light contains an odd aura of time. Six Paths leads hundreds of thousands of cultivators in breaking through the Blood Demon Sect's fourth layer of light. However, Meng Hao behaves oddly. It seems like he has some strange connection to the bamboo sword. When the bamboo sword shatters, revealing a wooden sword within, Meng Hao steps out from behind the light layer with the intention of reclaiming the wooden sword. Six Paths Patriarch believes that Meng Hao is courting death, but Meng Hao cracks a smile and reaches out to the wooden sword. The wooden sword seems to hear the summons, humming, and flies towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao catches the wooden sword, which shocks everyone present. The wooden sword is the very one that Meng Hao refined on Sword Star Island back in the day, which contains the power of time. Meng Hao's appearance once again changes the situation, brewing a storm that is about to explode. In the midst of the fierce battle, Meng Hao's astonishing action stunned everyone present. His shout caused the members of the One Sword Sect to gape in disbelief, for their sect's legacy treasure had come to a halt above Meng Hao. This development filled the One Sword Sect's blue-robed elder with despair. He had spared no effort in exhausting his life force to activate the treasure, only to find that the wooden sword had developed a connection with Meng Hao. As Meng Hao roared, the wooden sword severed its link with the blue-robed elder and instead danced merrily around Meng Hao. The Six Paths Patriarch gasped in horror, while the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present were speechless from witnessing this scene. The One Sword Sect's treasure acknowledging Meng Hao as its master felt like a betrayal to the sect, piercing the heart of the blue-robed elder. Enraged, he pushed his cultivation to its limits, but found that the erosion of the power of time had aged him instantly. Just as the wooden sword was about to pierce him, the Six Paths Patriarch detonated his body, transforming into 10,000 remnant souls that fled. Witnessing this, the One Sword Sect's blue-robed patriarch was consumed by grief and rage. He burned his life force to form a rainbow that pierced through the blood mist and headed straight for Meng Hao. The Blood Fiend Patriarch's true self sensed the anomaly. A single drop of blood streaked across the sky, staining the light curtain and blocking the blue-robed patriarch's advance. Meng Hao seized this opportunity to retreat into the second layer of the light curtain, while the wooden sword circled him excitedly, as if welcoming its first master's return. Besieged by Blood Demon Patriarch and hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the Blood Demon Sect is on the verge of collapse. Although immensely powerful, Blood Demon Patriarch struggles to protect the sect while simultaneously fighting against Immortal Li Avatar and other cultivators. Immortal Li Avatar grapples with Blood Demon Patriarch, fully engaging him. Meanwhile, Meng Hao occupies the second light barrier, surrounded by wooden swords and radiating a murderous aura. A furious old man from the One Sword Sect leads a group of cultivators in a relentless bombardment of the light barrier, attempting to breach Blood Demon Sect's last defense. As cracks appear in the light barrier, the old man sacrifices the asking sword, determined to destroy the Blood Demon Sect. At this critical moment, a familiar aura emanates from within the Blood Demon Sect, causing Meng Hao's body to tremble. Meng Hao senses the awakening of his second avatar and hope ignites in his eyes. He resolves to hold out for 4 more days, anticipating the aid of his second avatar. The Blood Demon Sect disciples prepared to fight to the death. On the fourth day, the light barrier is riddled with cracks. Hanging precariously, the old man leads his forces in a relentless assault, on the brink of shattering the barrier. In that instant, an aura erupts from Meng Hao, signaling the awakening of his second avatar. Within the minor sect valley, Meng Hao's second avatar sat cross-legged in meditation, his eyes suddenly opening to reveal a soul-stirring chill, as if it were a separate, independent being. With the awakening of the second avatar, an earth-shattering surge of cultivation emanated, instantly filling the entire valley, only to retract into a vast and deep reservoir the next moment. Simultaneously, outside the valley, Meng Hao's mind stirred as a wooden sword flew out of the light barrier, radiating a dazzling power of time. Millenniums, 10,000 years, 100,000 years of time manifested on the wooden sword, causing the sword of Zhao seeking to pause in midair, as though it had traversed the long river of time. Shocked exclamations echoed throughout the battlefield as the azure-robed patriarch of the One Sword Sect, consumed by rage, unleashed the pinnacle of Zhao seeking power to seize the wooden sword. However, the instant his hand was about to touch the wooden sword, the second avatar emerged from the valley and snatched the wooden sword. The second avatar exuded a supreme and inviolable arrogance, as cold as ice, utterly different from Meng Hao's main body. As he grasped the wooden sword, deafening soul-slaying sword techniques erupted, his cultivation skyrocketing from the early stage of Zhao seeking to the pinnacle of Zhao seeking. This AWE-inspiring sight shocked the entire battlefield, leaving hundreds of thousands of cultivators speechless and Blood Demon Sect disciples jubilant. The clone of Princess Wei was moved, while the crimson-haired patriarch of the Goldfrost Sect and the third patriarch of the Li clan turned pale. Unwilling to accept it, the azure-robed patriarch of the One Sword Sect unleashed 10,000 sword lights. But they were all extinguished by the 600,000 years of time released from the wooden sword in the second avatar's hand. Horror-stricken and on the brink of death, the azure-robed patriarch fled in a panic. The second avatar brandished the wooden sword, its movements as swift as the wind, time flowing like a river, years like a blade. Despite the azure-robed patriarch of the One Sword Sect's attempts to block it with tens of thousands of sword lights, they were as fragile as rotten wood and unable to withstand it. The second avatar struck again mercilessly, 600,000 years of time erupting and rapidly aging the azure-robed patriarch's body, bringing him to the brink of death. Amidst temporal turbulence, the azure-clad ancestor unleashed his ultimate trump card, 2 ravenous black centipedes. However, these creatures unexpectedly devoured the power of time. Rebelling against their master, Meng Hao's second primal emerged, wielding a wooden sword that emanated astonishing power from the annals of time. As he charged at the azure-clad ancestor, defeated, the azure-clad ancestor employed his supreme swordsmanship, sacrificing his physical form to confront Meng Hao's temporal wooden sword. The colossal impact shattered the final light barrier surrounding the Blood Demon Sect. Despite the severe damage to his primordial spirit, the azure-clad ancestor refused to concede, summoning a celestial treasure belonging to Immortal Li, a pitch-black statue. The Golden Cold Sect and Li clan contributed their final trump card, celestial jades and immortal roots. Merged with the statue, these treasures transformed it into a pseudo-immortal puppet. The azure-clad ancestor infused the puppet with the soul remnants of the sixth Zhao patriarch, imbuing it with an aura of immortality. Its eyes blazed with overwhelming celestial might, leading an army of over 100,000 cultivators to launch an all-out assault on the Blood Demon Sect. Meng Hao's second primal, armed with the temporal wooden sword, engaged the pseudo-immortal puppet in an intense battle. A decisive battle between the Blood Demon Sect and hundreds of thousands of cultivators erupts near the sect's headquarters. Disciples fight fiercely, outnumbered 10-1. Meng Hao retreats outside the valley to protect Xu Qing. Witnessing the carnage, Meng Hao's second avatar battles the pseudo-immortal puppet, controlled by the azure-robed patriarch. The Blood Demon Patriarch's only clone intercepts the fire-haired elder from the Frostfire sect and the third ancestor of the Li clan. Meanwhile, Meng Hao charges into the fray with his chariot, unstoppable and slaying countless enemies. Inside Meng Hao's chariot, Xu Qing closes her eyes, averting her gaze from the bloodshed. Under Meng Hao's overwhelming power, the Frostfire sect puppet disintegrates, while the 4 spirit-severing cultivators within it are devoured by the Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex. However, the tide turns against the Blood Demon Sect. Meng Hao's second avatar is injured, and the pseudo-immortal puppet closes in on him. Meng Hao unleashes a devastating attack, combining the temporal wood sword, blood demon grand magic, and blood immortal divine ability, bringing the puppet to a standstill. The crisis is not over, however, as the pseudo-immortal puppet prepares to release a 7-colored immortal lotus. At this critical moment, the blood demon patriarch's lone clone dissipates. Simultaneously, the patriarch's true body opens its blood-colored eyes, signaling an even greater danger on the horizon. As the fierce battle rages, the desolate cries of war deafen the surroundings. The battlefield on the ground solidifies with everything, including the pseudo-immortal puppet, entrapped. The resonant voice of Blood Demon Patriarch reveals that his true identity is not the clone in the cave, but the colossal figure before them. Blood surges skywards, obscuring the heavens, transforming into a blood-red dome. Blood Demon Patriarch on Mount Blood Demon is clad in armor, his menacing gaze sweeping over the land. Horror strikes the hearts of hundreds of thousands of cultivators as he calmly unveils his true nature, though he emerged from a drop of blood. His real form is far more formidable. Earthquakes rumble, chasms break open, and a gigantic hand and a colossal head emerge from the depths. They are identical to the body of the blood demon formation that Meng Hao once controlled. Yet they exude an ancient, tangible presence. Blood Demon Patriarch fuses with his demonic body, his eyes abruptly snapping open, proclaiming that this is his true form. Despite his severe injuries, Blood Demon Patriarch retains his immense power, capable of obliterating pseudo-immortals. He extinguishes Li Immortal's clone and shatters his phantom Lucoris Radiata. He erases the memories of the red-haired elder from Gold Frost Sect and the third ancestor of the Li clan, turning them into protectors of the Blood Demon Sect. Confronted with the pseudo-immortal puppet controlled by Azure Mountain Patriarch, Meng Hao suggests its elimination. Blood Demon Patriarch does not hesitate, crushing it, annihilating its primordial spirit. Subsequently, he submerges his titanic demonic body into the earth, retiring to his cave, gravely injured, and on the brink of collapse. Before his departure, Blood Demon Patriarch entrusts the Blood Demon Sect to Meng Hao, warning him about Li Immorta's true intentions in the impending territorial war. Meng Hao and the disciples of the Blood Demon Sect rest for a month in preparation for their conquest of the southern domain. The enigmatic alchemist, Pillfiend, from Violet Fate Sect, burdened with mixed emotions, resolves to repay the favor bestowed upon him by Blood Demon Patriarch. A month later, a major battle between the 4 influential powers in the southern region and the Blood Demon Sect shocks the world. 2 Dao-seeking ancestors from the One Sword Sect and the Azure Willow Sect perish, while the ancestor of the Gold Frost Sect is captured and the third ancestor of the Li clan is killed. Meng Hao, the young sect master of the Blood Demon Sect, displays his eerie Dao-seeking peak avatar and immortal body. Moreover, the Blood Demon ancestor possesses formidable power, shaking the southern region. The 4 powers suffer a major defeat, severely damaging their strength. The dominance of the Blood Demon Sect stuns the southern region, and cultivators speculate over their next move. On the other hand, the One Sword Sect, Gold Frost Sect, and Li clan sects become panic-stricken and seal off their mountains for protection. Only the Song clan and Purple Luck Sect remain unaffected, continuing their normal operations. Suddenly, the Blood Demon Sect launches an offensive, with tens of thousands of cultivators swarming out with the Azure Willow Sect as their target. Cultivators from all over the southern region rush to witness this bloody battle. Meng Hao leads the Blood Demon Sect into the Azure Willow Sect, exuding a murderous aura. The Azure Willow Sect is now in ruins, shrouded in a thick fog and permeated with the stench of death. Meng Hao uses the Immortal's guidance technique to dispel the fog, revealing a being with a powerful Dao-seeking aura lurking deep beneath the sect. Just as Meng Hao is about to attack, the withered corpse-like being suddenly awakens. Its eyes emit a green glow as it recognizes Meng Hao as the past demon sealer. The corpse claims that Meng Hao's aura can help it embark on the true immortal path, and orders the hundreds of remaining Azure Willow Sect cultivators to transform into demons and attack Meng Hao. Faced with the corpse's provocations and the demon attacks, Meng Hao snorts coldly. A cold glint flashes in his eyes as he prepares for an epic battle. Hundreds of extraordinary cultivators rushed out of the mist with a significant boost in speed and cultivation. The weakest had reached the core formation realm, while many were in the nascent soul realm. 4 nascent soul cultivators grew to 30 feet tall, their strength comparable to the spirit severing realm. Meng Hao led tens of thousands of Blood Demon Sect disciples to confront them. With a single command, annihilate, divine abilities and magical techniques poured forth, crushing the hundreds of cultivators, leaving only 4 spirit-severing cultivators. The 4 spirit-severing cultivators, willing to die, chose to self-destruct, creating a shocking impact. However, Meng Hao's second avatar emerged, compressing the self-destructing force until it vanished. Immediately afterwards, the mist condensed into a gigantic fierce beast, its aura comparable to a Tao-seeking realm cultivator. Meng Hao sent the Gold Frost Sect's ancestor and the Li clan's third ancestor to confront the beast and the skeletal corpse wearing an imperial robe hidden underground, respectively. After an intense battle, the Gold Frost Sect's ancestor slew the beast, while the Li clan's third ancestor and the Gold Frost Sect's ancestor defeated the skeletal corpse together. Right then, a black figure with 3 eyes and immense power flew out of the skeletal corpse's body. It attempted to escape towards the sky, intending to break through the curtain of heaven. Meng Hao executed the 8th seal of the demon sealing art, but the black figure broke free with ease. Meng Hao cast the 7th seal, the seal of cause and effect. With Meng Hao's mind emptied, the black figure became imprisoned. After letting out a piercing howl, it vanished without a trace. Thus, the Azure Silk Sect was unified under the Blood Demon Sect, and Meng Hao's influence extended throughout the southern domain. Meng Hao has mastered the sealing technique of the Fiend Sealer, forbidden cause and effect, which enables him to seal a target using the concept of karma. He employs this technique on the escaped black humanoid figure, entangling it in a karmic thread from which it cannot escape. After a struggle, Meng Hao successfully seals the black figure. Meanwhile, Meng Hao recalls an experience at the Azure Flame Sect where he encountered a mysterious door and an ancient tripod. He proceeds to the door and enters an ancient land of fortune that is encased in black iron chains, seemingly forming an array. Meng Hao deduces that the black figure is connected to this land of fortune and proceeds to the tripod. Despite facing intense thunderstorms, he manages to reach the tripod. The entity within warns him to leave. Meng Hao expresses his intention to take the tripod, and the entity responds that he must approach and brand it with his spiritual sense to claim it, hinting that it is not the tripod spirit itself. In the distant southern heaven territory, Meng Hao, a cultivator who has reached the 2 severing blades realm, sets out on a journey to find the bronze cauldron, accompanied by his second self, who is at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Despite the terrifying thunderbolts that fill the area where the cauldron is located, Meng Hao is able to absorb them and strengthen his body thanks to the extraordinary nature of his 9 heavens treasure body seal. Clad in a lightning cloak, Meng Hao proceeds with unwavering determination. When he reaches 300 steps, his second self appears, its powerful celestial energy rendering the thunderbolts ineffective. Just as an ancient voice from within the cauldron questions Meng Hao's qualifications, Meng Hao suddenly unleashes the 9 heavens treasure body seal, transforming the thunderbolts into nourishment for his body. As Meng Hao advances, his physical body undergoes a constant transformation, evolving from the severing blades realm to the Tao-seeking realm. However, the final 328 yards proves to be the most challenging. With the destructive power of the black lightning assaulting his body, with the help of his eternal realm and the circulation of the 9 heavens treasure body seal, Meng Hao perseveres, eventually breaking through 234 yards to reach the bronze cauldron. Meng Hao's palm strikes the bronze cauldron, and thunderbolts instantly gather and strike within 328-yard radius. Amidst the explosive lightning, Meng Hao's voice booms. From now on, you belong to me, Meng Hao. The cauldron hums. The thunderbolts recede, and Meng Hao subdues the bronze cauldron. Amidst thunder and lightning, Meng Hao undergoes a transformative baptism in an ancient land. His body transcends to a new realm, comparable to a treasured artifact sought by cultivators. Encountering a bronze cauldron, Meng Hao senses a connection. Upon his call, the cauldron trembles, lifting the earth. Ancient and weathered, it resonates with Meng Hao's presence. The cauldron's guardian, an elderly man, reveals its origins and hints at Meng Hao's potential to restore its former glory. Its creator's memory lingers. Exploring the cauldron's secrets, Meng Hao discovers its extraordinary abilities to unleash lightning and crush opponents. It also grants him the power to alter his location, a crucial advantage in combat. Learning of the fall of the Azure Luo Sect, Meng Hao leads the Blood Demon Sect to their next target, the One Sword Sect. Confronting the sect's protective formation, Meng Hao summons the cauldron and smashes it down. The sword dragon array shatters, breaching their defenses. In a distant corner, a middle-aged man witnesses these events with a heavy heart. He sips from a flask, his gaze fixed on a figure atop the mountain, lost in memories. As the cauldron wreaks havoc, the one-sword sect disciples flee in terror. Meng Hao vows to annihilate all opposing forces, continuing the Blood Demon sect's quest for vengeance. Amidst deafening roars, Lei Ding shatters the guardian array of one-sword sect, severely wounding the disciples and elders within. In desperation, one-sword sect unleashes its full force, forming a colossal sword with over 100 flying swords to serve as a defensive barrier. However, Bloodfiend sect's offensive is relentless, their combined attacks gradually shattering the array. Meng Hao's second avatar joins the fray, tearing a gap in the array. Bloodfiend sect disciples swarm in, and faced with overwhelming power, the disciples of one sword sect surrender in despair. At a critical moment, Sword Ancestor seizes Meng Hao's close friend Chen Fan, offering to trade his life for the immortal puppet. Meng Hao finds himself in a dilemma, haunted by Chen Fan's painful memories. Years ago, Chen Fan's forbidden love for one sword sect's mountain spirit damaged the sect's destiny, leading to his master's crippled cultivation and tragic death. Sword Ancestor exploits Meng Hao's concern for Chen Fan, attempting to blackmail him. However, as killing intent surges within Meng Hao, he executes the transmigration technique, rescuing the one sword sect disciple. Meng Hao used the lightning cauldron to surprise Sword Elder and exchange places with Chen Fan, putting Sword Elder in a predicament. The Arawood sword slew Sword Elder, making the sword sect surrender. However, Meng Hao took pity on his former brother, Chen Fan, and learned that he was suffering from the loss of his partner. Meng Hao understood the vow between Chen Fan and his partner and decided to help him. He condensed his blood and infused it into Chen Fan's body, repairing his damaged nascent soul. Chen Fan's nascent soul was restored, his cultivation realm recovered, and he regained his youthful vitality. Meng Hao refused Chen Fan's advice to leave and insisted on staying to accompany him. They reminisced about their past brotherhood under the rocks. At dawn, Meng Hao bid farewell to Chen Fan, asking him to take his partner to the Blood Demon sect. Chen Fan silently wished Meng Hao well, hoping for his success. Meng Hao led the Blood Demon sect disciples away from the Sword sect, announcing that it would become a branch sect under the Blood Demon sect, retaining its original order but submitting its inheritance. Chen Fan's residence was made a forbidden place, and no one was to go against his will. Blood Demon sect disciples were left to guard the Sword sect, while Meng Hao led the others to their next target, the Golden Cold sect. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's secondary physical body went to other places as he had arranged. When the Blood Demon sect's Iron Cavalry trampled into the southern territory, the Golden Frost sect was facing a stark choice: surrender or fight. Although the Golden Frost sect had once sheltered Li Fugi, his sworn brother Meng Hao had already led troops to attack. In this dilemma, Li Fugi hesitates. The Golden Frost sect's lone surviving spirit severing patriarch begs him to mediate, hoping his old friendship can move Meng Hao, letting the Golden Frost sect surrender as an ally to preserve their lineage. When Meng Hao and Li Fugi meet outside the Golden Frost sect, Meng Hao has already learned of the Golden Frost sect's intentions, for he knows that whatever he does, Li Fugi will be hurt in the end. Under Little Fatty's persuasion, Meng Hao agrees to negotiate temporarily. However, Li Fugi's request that the sect surrender leads the spirit-severing patriarch to misinterpret the situation. Amidst the Golden Frost sect members' anticipation and anxiety, Li Fugi feigns fury, rushing back into the sect to declare that Meng Hao refuses to negotiate. The Golden Frost sect is incensed, and decides to fight to the end. The spirit-severing patriarch originally planned to let the Golden Frost sect demonstrate its strength before taking the opportunity to seek peace. But Li Fugi's self-sacrificing spirit moves everyone. Li Fugi tears open his shirt, revealing his plump body, and begs the spirit-severing patriarch to carve the 5 words Golden Frost sect's young sect lord on his back. Li Fugi's actions shock the spirit-severing patriarch and the other disciples. In a moment of impulse, the spirit-severing patriarch writes the 5 words. Li Fugi's spirits are lifted, and he resolves to fight to the death, to seek a glimmer of hope for the Golden Frost sect. Li Fugi, a disciple of the Golden Frost sect, requests a sign of loyalty from Severing Spirit Elder. resulting in young sect master of Golden Frost Sect branded on his back. To the astonishment of the crowd, Li Fugi flies to Meng Hao without hesitation and displays the inscription on his back. Meng Hao, amused, advises him to settle for the position of young sect master. But Li Fugi regretfully realizes he should have aimed for the sect master position and flies back to the Golden Frost Sect in a hurry. Meng Hao declares to the Golden Frost Sect that with Li Fugi as young sect master, they will affiliate with the Blood Parasol Sect and forms a soul oath. The Golden Frost Sect disciples obey and submit to the Blood Parasol Sect. However, the escape teleportation array of the Li clan is sealed by a talismanic umbrella, cutting them off from the outside world. Meng Hao's second avatar sits cross-legged in the air, emitting the coercion of the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, intimidating the Li clan. The ninth ancestor of the Li clan uses a scroll painting to try to break the seal. The woman in the painting opens her eyes, claiming that the Li clan is not native to the southern heavens star, but hails from the northern Lucerne star. She threatens Meng Hao to let the Li clan go or face endless conflict. Meng Hao ignores her and continues to pressure the Li clan. Finally, the ninth ancestor of the Li clan cuts off his own arms, begging the woman for help, and promises to gouge out the eyes of any non-Li clan members who see her. Meng Hao unleashed coldness with his second original soul, freezing 1,000 Li and trapping the Li clan members. Although the Li clan members fought desperately, they were unable to break the confinement. 3 days later, with the arrival of tens of thousands of disciples from the Blood Demon Sect, the killing began. A Li clan woman emerged to face Meng Hao with fire. But Meng Hao summoned the ancestors of the Golden Cold Sect and the Li clan's third ancestor. And with the addition of the Blood Demon Sect disciples, the Li clan gradually faltered. The left and right guardians fought fiercely, forcing the Li clan woman to retreat. Amidst the bloodshed, Meng Hao realized his weariness and fatigue towards the killing. He could already feel the killing intent and vengeful spirits on him, which made his heart gradually darken. Meng Hao came to the realization that in order to cultivate the 5th level of the Blood Demon Grand Art, one must be willing to take pleasure in killing and be accompanied by the vengeful spirits around them. But he could not do it. His heart could not be completely dark. Before the woman in the painting dissipated, she threatened the Li clan to pursue Meng Hao. Meng Hao cast a forbidden technique, severing her divine sense and sealing her with causal entanglement and 5-element threads. The woman let out a mournful scream before finally dying. Her vengeful spirit transformed into a venomous gaze, which only Meng Hao could sense. At the same time, on the Li clan's altar in the northern Reed Star, the woman sat cross-legged and suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp gleam flashing across her confusion. She sensed that her divine sense clone had perished. As the Blood Demon Sect ascends to power, the Li family's annihilation heralds a seismic shift in the southern domain's landscape. Wielding the formidable strength of 4 pinnacle Dao Seekers, the Blood Demon Sect establishes itself as the dominant force in the region. Meng Hao returns to the Purple Fate Sect, met with grand receptions that cannot conceal the chasm that now separates him from his former comrades. The sect's ancestor, Sun Dao, counsels Meng Hao on the principles of cultivating the mind and choice. Visiting the Dan Dong lineage, Meng Hao stumbles upon the silver spear he once hurled into the ground. Meticulously preserved, Lu Song and Qian Shuihan, who once relentlessly hounded him, are now stewards of the Purple Fate Sect, treating him with utmost deference. Meanwhile, an immense army gathers at the Heavenly River shore in the Northern Territories, composed of numerous sects, tribes, colossal beasts, predatory birds, giants, and vengeful spirits. They await an unknown objective, their formidable presence portending formidable challenges for the southern domain. Amidst ominous clouds and thunderclaps looming over the Violet Fate Sect, Meng Hao arrives, seeking his former master, Dan Gui. As a torrential storm rages, Meng Hao reminisces about his past as an alchemist in the sect but fails to find the familiar figure he yearns for. The following day, as the rain subsides and the skies clear, Meng Hao bids farewell to the Violet Fate Sect, setting out towards the Song family in the southern domain. The Song family possesses a peculiar domain where cultivators are unable to absorb external spiritual energy. A realm created by a Tao-seeking peak expert. Elder Song of the Song family personally welcomes Meng Hao, not only due to his formidable strength but also because he is the young master of the Blood Demon Sect. During a banquet, Meng Hao inquires about the vicious beast raised by the enigmatic old monster Song, who trembles with fear and dares not conceal anything. Song Zhao's mother, also present at the gathering, harbors her thoughts but remains silent under the watchful eyes of Elder Song. Meng Hao presents Song Zhao with a jade slip, seeking to make amends for past wrongs. Elder Song, witnessing this gesture, heartily proclaims that Song Zhao will eventually become Meng Hao's handmaiden. Surprised, Meng Hao conceals his true feelings. Elder Song then produces a jade slip bearing the image of a woman. Upon viewing it, Meng Hao is overwhelmed with emotion, as the woman resembles his mother. Elder Song reveals that she may be Meng Hao's mother or the progenitor of the Netherflower from the Eastern lands. Recognizing the resurgence of his long-held obsession, Meng Hao resolves to embark on a journey to the Eastern lands, determined to trace his lineage and uncover the truth of the past. As he sets out, a mix of trepidation and anticipation fills his heart. Carrying the promise of his childhood dream, Meng Hao clutched a jade slip, his mind racing. The Song family ancestor saw through Meng Hao's intentions and bet on the right horse with relief. Meng Hao expressed his gratitude for the Song ancestors' help and learned that the Eastern lands were where he longed to be in his childhood. He decided to seek answers there. On the way between the Song family and the Blood Demon Sect, Meng Hao happened to encounter Wang Tongfei, the cultivator who had once pursued him, being chased by two cultivators from the latter stage of the core formation realm. Meng Hao intervened to force the pursuers to back off. Wang Tongfei witnessed the interaction between Meng Hao and his pursuers with mixed feelings. He harbored hatred and resentment toward Meng Hao. Wang Tongfei had once been a genius of the Wang family, but the family had been exterminated and his brother had sacrificed his life to shield him. He had escaped by a stroke of luck and embarked on a vengeful quest to find the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of his clan, the 10th ancestor of the Wang family. Just when he found a clue about the 10th ancestor of the Wang family, he encountered Meng Hao. In the past, Wang Tongfei had perceived Meng Hao as an ant and had taken his inheritance, his fiancé, and his opportunities, leaving him filled with hatred. At this moment, he let loose a mad roar, accusing Meng Hao of robbing him of his destiny and destroying his path to becoming a genius. Meng Hao's feelings were complex. He understood Wang Tongfei's grief, but he couldn't deny that he had seized his opportunities. He could only silently bear this guilt and continue to pursue his own path. Wang Tongfei's hysterical shouting made Meng Hao frown slightly, while the two cultivators beside him turned pale, realizing that they had overheard a secret story between Meng Hao and Wang Tongfei. Back then, in the southern domain, a love triangle had developed between Meng Hao, Wang Tongfei, and Chu Yuyan, and Wang Tongfei had been brooding over Meng Hao stealing his love. Upon learning this, the two cultivators realized they had gotten themselves into trouble and hastily begged Meng Hao for mercy before fleeing. Wang Tongfei angrily accused Meng Hao of taking everything from him, including the inheritance of the Yinglong, the status of an inner disciple of the Reliance Sect, and Chu Yuyan. He claimed that he should have been the #1 cultivator in the southern domain, but his life had ended up in this state. Meng Hao's expression was complex as he recalled the past. Realizing that he had acted impulsively and hurt Wang Tongfei, he took out a jade slip, imprinted his divine sense on it, and gave it to Wang Tongfei, hoping he could live a good life in the future. However, Wang Tongfei refused to accept Meng Hao's kindness, as he couldn't bear to show weakness in front of him. Just then, an earth-shattering roar came from deep in the jungle, and the 10th ancestor of the Wang clan appeared, his hair disheveled and his clothes torn. Looking like a madman, Meng Hao recognized the 10th ancestor of the Wang clan, and his killing intent surged. He ordered his second avatar to engage the 10th ancestor in a fierce battle. Thunder roared, and Meng Hao also joined the fight, confronting the 10th ancestor. Although the 10th ancestor was insane, his cultivation had reached the immortal spirit realm. After a fierce battle with Meng Hao and his second avatar, they temporarily retreated. At this moment, the 10th ancestor suddenly regained a semblance of clarity and recognized Meng Hao. He painfully recalled his past of exterminating his own family and relatives, and his heart was filled with remorse and self-reproach. Meng Hao didn't take the opportunity to kill the 10th ancestor. Instead, he cast the 7th restriction of the demon ceiling, the restriction of karma, merging the karmic threads of the Wang clan members with his own, so that he would be tormented by guilt and remorse forever. The 10th ancestor wailed, struggling between madness and lucidity. Meng Hao watched his suffering, his hatred growing deeper. determined to ensure that the 10th ancestor would never find release from his torment. Haunted by Meng Hao's vengeful methods, the deranged royal patriarch found himself tormented in an abyss of despair. However, for Meng Hao, there was only weariness and a sense of powerlessness, though he condemned the patriarch to an eternity of conscious anguish over the massacre of his family. The lives lost could not be restored, and Xu Qing was still dying. As Meng Hao turned to leave, Tengfei, the descendant of the royal patriarch's 10th ancestor, resolutely soared towards the patriarch. Drawn by Tengfei's lineage, the patriarch succumbed to his instincts, lunging at him, intending to possess Tengfei's soul and mend his fractured spirit. Tengfei stood his ground, allowing the patriarch's gnarled hand to clasp his head and siphon away his life essence. He believed his death would serve as the catalyst for the patriarch's restoration and implored Meng Hao to refrain from intervening, as this was a matter for the royal clan to resolve internally. Torn as he was to spare Tengfei, Meng Hao found himself respecting Tengfei's unwavering resolve. Tengfei asserted that his life was forfeit, but through his demise, his soul could become the nourishment that the patriarch needed to mend his broken spirit. Reluctant as he was, Meng Hao honored Tengfei's request. As the patriarch devoured Tengfei's spirit, his withered body momentarily regained its vigor. With his dying breath, Tengfei expressed his remorse to Meng Hao and asked him to show Chu Yuer kindness. He also implored Meng Hao to carry on, to fulfill the dreams they had once shared. Tengfei's sacrifice imbued the patriarch with a flicker of regret, a glimmer of remorse that Meng Hao witnessed and found inspiring. He realized the unforgiving nature of the karmic cycle, how greed had been the root of all this tragedy. Returning to the blood demon sect, Meng Hao, heavy with the enlightenment gained from his ordeal, confided in Xu Qing about his weariness and sense of loss. Xu Qing stayed by Meng Hao's side, providing him with solace and unwavering support. With her by his side, he lapsed into slumber for 2 days and 2 nights. Upon awakening, his understanding of emotions had deepened. He understood that the truest form of affection, be it friendship, kinship, or romance, lay in the act of companionship. He proposed to Xu Qing, expressing his desire to engage in dual cultivation and become husband and wife. With shyness evident in her eyes, Xu Qing accepted. Meng Hao's approaching nuptials marked a pivotal moment in his life, a turning point that promised to usher in a new era. Meng Hao and Xu Qing's grand wedding sweeps through the southern domain like a violent wind, causing a great stir among all. As the young sect master of the blood demon sect and an unrivaled expert at the peak of the splitting image realm, Meng Hao's wedding attracts countless eyes. The wedding is set to take place at the Great Lake on the border of the southern domain, which used to be the territory of the Zhao kingdom. It holds a special significance to Meng Hao and Xu Qing, as it is where they come from. The news spreads to all sects and families, and countless cultivators yearn to witness the grand event. Sects from all over prepare congratulatory gifts to express their well wishes. Meng Hao and Xu Qing personally visit each sect and family to deliver invitations, showing their respect. At the Violet Fate sect, old ancestor Dan Gui smiles and promises to be their witness. At the Song clan, Meng Hao expresses his gratitude for the kindness shown to him by its old ancestor back in the day. At the Golden Frost sect, the chubby Li Fugi is beside himself with excitement and boasts about his many female companions. Meng Hao and Xu Qing decide to spend a month traveling on foot throughout the southern domain, savoring their rare time together. Laughter fills the air as they leave behind a reputation as an enviable couple. As the wedding day approaches, the couple arrives at the Great Lake, which the Blood Demon sect disciples have transformed into a celestial palace. Cultivators from the southern domain gather to witness this grand event. However, behind all the revelry, some past grudges resurface. Elder Ouyang and He Luahua, who once crossed paths with Meng Hao in Immortal Town, decide to attend the wedding. Deep within the Ink Sea, someone receives news of Meng Hao's wedding and is stirred. As time passes, the wedding day of Meng Hao and Xu Qing finally arrives, becoming the most sensational event in the history of the Southern Domain's cultivation world. Etching an immortal legend, across the land of Mo2, tribes keep a close eye on the situation in the Southern Domain, especially the rise of Meng Hao. His sudden rise has elated the Golden Crow tribe, and their patriarch personally leads a team to the Southern Domain to congratulate Meng Hao. Meanwhile, other tribes and the Golden Light sect also flock to the Southern Domain. In the Eastern lands, the Fang family is in an argument between a man and a woman. The woman gazes in the direction of the southern domain. Tears in her eyes, longing to celebrate her son Meng Hao's wedding. The man endures immense inner turmoil, desperately trying to dissuade his wife, emphasizing that they must wait until Meng Hao enters the Dao-seeking realm before revealing themselves. As the wedding day approaches, over 1 million cultivators gather in the northern lands, including 11 Dao-seeking grand ancestors at their peak, preparing to ambush the southern domain. They join forces with the Lycoris Radiata to construct a tentacle bridge that spans the Celestial River Sea and connects the two continents, providing a convenient transportation channel for the expeditionary force. The Great Lake of the Blood Fiend sect in the southern domain was festively decorated, and guests from all directions arrived one after another. Meng Hao's closest friends, including Chen Fan, Little Fatty, and Xu Qing, all attended. Chu Yuyan also came to congratulate him, but her smile was tinged with a sense of loss. On the wedding day, the bells of joy rang out, and a purple light filled the sky and the earth. The pale ghost appeared as Meng Hao's witness, gently lifting him up and witnessing the blissful moment of this new couple. The grand dual cultivation ceremony was held amidst celebration and well wishes. The Jinggu sect and the Golden Crow clan led various sects and clans to the wedding venue to witness this historic moment. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered to offer generous gifts to Meng Hao and Xu Qing, making it the most extravagant dual cultivation event in the history of the southern domain. Meng Hao and Xu Qing, dressed in their finest attire, appeared in the jubilant atmosphere. 10 divine transformation experts used their divine abilities to transform into 10 dazzling fireworks, lighting up the sky. 1,000 nascent soul cultivators became 1,000 candles, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of core formation cultivators formed a celestial staircase, paving the way to the immortal palace. Just as the ceremony reached its climax, Meng Hao suddenly had a premonition and looked toward the distant Milky Way Sea. The Dao-seeking realm experts were also shaken in their spirits and turned their gazes in that direction. After Meng Hao used his right eye's divine ability, he was horrified to see a different world on the roaring Equinox Flower Bridge. A vast army of northern domain cultivators were approaching with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. A short but evil incense stick was inserted into a giant stone cauldron, and the Dao-seeking realm experts from the northern domain treated this incense with great importance. The approach of the northern domain army instantly cast a somber atmosphere over the wedding venue. An unprecedented war was about to break out. At the scene of the wedding, Meng Hao suddenly finds a bridge and a stone tripod with a black incense stick on it appear on the Tianhe Sea. Dan Gui's expression changes drastically as he recognizes it as the withering 9 decays incense. Once it touches the ground, it will curse all cultivators born in the southern region, causing their physical bodies to wither, their cultivation to plummet, and they will be unable to escape the curse. Dan Gui sounds the alarm, asking all southern region cultivators to release their cultivation to form a barrier to block it. And he leads Meng Hao, Song Laoguai, and other Dao-seeking peak cultivators to charge towards the Tianhe Sea. The Northern Army, realizing they have been discovered, reveals its enormous netherworld flower bridge and millions of cultivators. They plan to use the holy medicine withering 9 decays incense to curse the southern region and send out 4 ancestors to escort the stone tripod. The 4 ancestors are an elder wearing a beast skin and with a strong physical body, a crocodile transformed into a dragonfish, a zombie in black and white robes, and a young boy holding a vermilion fruit. The Northern Army launches an attack, and Song Laoguai, the medicine boy, and Dan Gui resist the attacks of 3 ancestors. Meng Hao goes straight for the crocodile, intending to prevent the stone tripod from touching the ground. However, the elder with the strong physical body breaks through the barrier with a punch and escorts the crocodile onwards. An old man from the northern lands, wearing animal skins, uses a formidable fist technique which forms a black hole vortex and threatens the ancestor of the Golden Cold sect. However, the third ancestor of the Li family restricts the old man's movement with his sealing power. Meng Hao's second avatar seizes the opportunity to grab the stone tripod from the alligator's back, but the alligator uses lightning speed to escape. Suddenly, the animal skin-clad old man self-destructs, releasing a shocking surge of energy that disrupts spacetime laws. The ancestor from the Golden Cold sect and the third ancestor of the Li clan are forced to retreat to counter the impact. The alligator flees to the southern domain with the stone tripod, which begins to release toxic fumes as the withered 9 decay incense inside ignites. Ghostly Dan, Ancestor Song, and a middle-aged man from the Violet Fate sect attempt to intervene, but they are obstructed by the Northern Land's black and white elders and a young servant. Meng Hao quickly intervenes and uses the 8th Prohibition monster seal to trap the alligator before draining its cultivation using the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Just as Meng Hao is about to seize the stone tripod, a withered hand suddenly shoots towards him from within. Meng Hao pulls out the animal skin-clad old man from the stone tripod and finds that he is an incarnation formed by a Dao spirit pill. He is not truly dead. The old man counterattacks furiously, but although Meng Hao is severely injured, he quickly recovers due to his eternal realm. The old man throws out the stone tripod, trying to release more deadly smoke. However, Meng Hao has anticipated this crisis and uses the lightning tripod to strike the ground. Changing locations, he takes the opportunity to seize the tripod but realizes that he cannot extinguish the 9 decay incense. Meng Hao throws the stone tripod towards the Northern Land's cultivators, releasing toxic fumes that severely injure hundreds of thousands of them. The crisis is far from over. However, as Meng Hao discovers that a withered 9 decay incense stick is hidden inside a blood fruit and has already begun to burn, Ghostly Dan realizes something is wrong and finds that the incense within the blood fruit is half the size of the one in the stone tripod. Gray smoke instantaneously spreads along the ground, its speed impossible to resist. Meng Hao's expression changes as he senses the unprecedented gravity of the situation. The southern region of the southern heaven Earth faces an unprecedented catastrophe. The invading army from the northern region has employed an ancient curse. The withered depravation 9 decays. The curse bears immense evil energy, and once it touches the earth, it inflicts a curse upon all beings born on that land, causing their cultivation to decline drastically or even leading to their deaths. In order to completely annihilate the southern region, the northern region unscrupulously uses 2 withered depravation 9 decay incenses, a bright incense, and a dark incense, ensuring the curse's success. The curse spreads rapidly, withering vast tracts of land and causing living creatures to perish in the blink of an eye. The cultivators of the southern region find themselves in a desperate situation, enveloped by the curse and unable to escape. However, there is one exception: Meng Hao. The curse does not cling to him. In order to protect his beloved Xu Qing and the other cultivators of the southern region, Meng Hao activates the Blood Demon Grand Magic and absorbs the power of the curse. Utilizing his body as a purifying vessel, he endlessly recovers and purifies with the power of his eternal realm. Although the power of the curse is formidable, Meng Hao's willpower is even more resolute, and his strength is even greater. As Meng Hao continuously absorbs the curse, the grayness of the land gradually fades. The northern region army is shocked and dismayed when they witness this. 4 powerful cultivators at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm attempt to intervene, but they are intercepted by the masters of the southern region. Meng Hao also presses his left hand against the earth, accelerating the absorption of the curse. The color of the southern region's earth slowly lightens as the withered depravation curse is purified. Meng Hao's physical body endures unimaginable pain, but he grits his teeth and perseveres, all for the sake of protecting his loved ones and his homeland. The earth trembled, and the colors turned dull, as if something had been extracted. Meng Hao's body shook violently, the power of the curse pouring into his meridians, ravaging his flesh. He gritted his teeth and persisted, crazily absorbing the curse with his blood-fiend grand magic. Meanwhile, the 4 cultivators from the North Haven Dao-seeking realm who were in the sky were horrified, unable to believe that Meng Hao could use his own body to fight against the curse of the withering ninefold demise. They believed Meng Hao was crazy and would inevitably turn into a pool of blood. But as Meng Hao continued to absorb the curse, the color of the earth faded, reaching 4/10 5/10, 6/10. Meng Hao's body was on the verge of collapse. But the Wither Heaven scripture in his withering flame fiend Dharma was completed at this moment. After absorbing 6/10 of the curse, Meng Hao's absorption speed slowed down. He tried to use the lightning cauldron and the year's wooden sword, but to no avail. Helplessly, he activated the Wither Heaven scripture, continuing to absorb the curse, reaching 7/10. At this time, Meng Hao's eternal realm was on the verge of disappearing, and his body was aging rapidly. Xu Qing's tears awakened the conviction in his heart. He burned everything, launching a final, mad round of absorption. The earth shook, and the force of the curse dropped sharply, reaching 8/10. Meng Hao's body could not withstand it and was blasted away by a huge force. Without Meng Hao's absorption, The remaining curse erupted, but due to the resistance of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it was weakened to 1/10. Although 1/10 of the curse still injured the cultivators, they stood up with murderous intent. The 4 cultivators from the North Haven Dao-seeking realm were completely shocked. With only Xu Qing collapsing weakly, Meng Hao picked up Xu Qing with sorrow and madness and disappeared into the smoke of the battlefield. He had saved the entire southern domain but had lost his wife. His laughter turned into a silent cry, echoing through heaven and earth. In the great expanse of heaven and earth, a fierce battle erupts, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators charging towards the Northlands, engaging in a bloody conflict. Meng Hao retreats from the battlefield, his heart heavy with grief, for his beloved Xu Qing is afflicted by the curse of the Northlands. Leaving her with only a century to live, Meng Hao cradles the weakened Xu Qing as he returns to the Lesser Sect Valley. He discovers that the blood ancestor is now in a deep slumber. Unable to awaken, in desperation, Meng Hao nourishes Xu Qing with his own blood from the eternal realm, hoping to counteract the curse. As time passes, Xu Qing's appearance gradually ages. Yet Meng Hao remains by her side, accompanying her on this final journey. However, even Meng Hao's eternal realm cannot halt her aging process. Xu Qing's body grows increasingly frail, but her gentleness and smile remain unchanged. She urges Meng Hao to cease draining his eternal realm and requests him to send her to the cycle of samsara. Meng Hao is torn with anguish but agrees to her wishes. As Xu Qing's life draws to a close, her appearance transforms into that of a white-haired elder. Meng Hao gazes upon Xu Qing, once a vibrant and beautiful maiden, now withered and aged, stirring a sinister darkness within him. In the outside world, the war between the South and North rages on, with the Northlands cultivators overwhelming their southern adversaries. At the gates of the Blood Fiend sect, the last line of defense falters, as hundreds of thousands of southern cultivators fight valiantly. Amidst the carnage of battle, Meng Hao's sinister thoughts break free from their shackles and awaken. Witnessing the deterioration and death of Xu Qing, he is consumed by torment and despair, setting him upon the path of the demonic realm. Outside the Blood Demon sect, a fierce battle is underway as the cultivators of the southern region fight a desperate battle against the invading army of the northern lands. What was once the day of a grand wedding has now become a tragic farewell. Meng Hao, carrying the silver-haired and frail Xu Qing, slowly flies out of the minor sect valley. Xu Qing's life force is fading, and Meng Hao uses his own life to forcibly preserve hers. In the distance, the sounds of battle roar, as hundreds of thousands of cultivators engage in a bloody melee. Bodies littering the ground and blood flowing like rivers. The cultivators of the southern region have bitter expressions, as if bereft of hope. 7 northern lands Dao-seeking peak ancestors appear, recognizing Meng Hao and filled with a deep-seated hatred for him. They are determined to execute Meng Hao in the most gruesome manner, sacrificing him to appease the hundreds of thousands of northern land souls. Meng Hao's face is filled with grief, and he asks Dan Gui to continue bearing witness to his nuptials. The cultivators of the southern region roar in support, while the disciples of the Blood Demon sect swiftly make arrangements, creating a joyous atmosphere amidst the battlefield. On one side of the battlefield, Meng Hao continues to perform his wedding ceremony for Xu Qing. The scene split in two, one half a bloody slaughter, the other a joyous celebration. Meng Hao's grief and determination shock all who witness it, and Xu Qing's eyes, brimming with tears, struggle to stay open. Dan Gui is moved and declares the continuation of the minor sect wedding ceremony. The cultivators of the southern region roar, presenting the heads of the northern lands cultivators as wedding gifts, using their blood to paint the joyous scene red. The northern lands cultivators, their eyes burning with murderous intent, vow to tear Meng Hao to pieces. Amidst the raging inferno of the Nantian battleground, an unprecedented wedding unfolds, consecrated by the devil of alchemy. The ceremony ignites a blaze of emotions. Nantian cultivators wail in anguish, while beady warriors surge with murderous intent. Amidst the incessant carnage, rivers of blood flow freely. Meng Hao, holding the frail and aged Xu Qing in his arms, struggles to conceal his sorrow. The first half of the war has been a bloodbath, and the second half promises to be no different. Beady forces charge relentlessly, determined to obliterate Nantian. Driven by desperation, Nantian cultivators fight back with a frenzy, vowing to protect the wedding on this blood-soaked battlefield. Within the grand hall, Meng Hao and Xu Qing exude a semblance of joy, but their hearts are heavy with grief. They gaze deeply into each other's eyes, etching their images into the depths of their souls. As the devil of alchemy declares their union, a profound silence descends upon the battlefield. A radiant smile adorns Xu Qing's aged face as she and Meng Hao exchange unyielding vows. Nantian cultivators offer their blessings with a chorus of cries, their brutal slaughter serving as a macabre wedding gift. Beady warriors are moved by the Nanshan's unwavering spirit, shaken by their madness. Yet, Xu Qing knows her time is short, and she is unwilling to see Meng Hao sacrifice any further. With a trembling voice, she implores him to release her, allowing her to find peace in reincarnation. Meng Hao's heart shatters, unable to accept her request. With her last flicker of life, Xu Qing severs her own lifeline, transforming into a cascade of sparkling light that vanishes into the sky. Meng Hao reaches out, but his grasp is futile. The battlefield falls silent as all eyes turn upwards, watching as the celestial river that was Xu Qing ascends to the heavens. As the essence crystals converged into a luminous river, a gigantic vortex abruptly appeared in the firmament, connecting to the boundless starry sky. A withered river surged within the vortex, carrying countless fragmented souls. This was the legendary river of oblivion. Xu Qing's essence crystals flowed into the vortex, taking her to the netherworld. Meng Hao watched in anguish as Xu Qing's essence crystals formed a face that smiled at him before dissolving into the vortex. At that moment, a crimson-robed boy from the northern reaches, at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, attempted to prevent Xu Qing's reincarnation. Meng Hao's demonic nature erupted, releasing an astonishing baleful aura that formed a colossal black visage. His eyes turned pitch dark, unleashing his long-suppressed demon, no longer suppressing his murderous intent. Meng Hao's demonic nature was fully unleashed. Black energy enveloped the world, creating a bloody ice sheet as black snowflakes descended. With bloodthirsty ferocity, he raised his head and emitted a piercing laugh that shocked all cultivators in the northern reaches. The blood demon art within Meng Hao's body began to surge forward. He glared at the crimson-robed boy, his gaze brimming with killing intent. His second avatar attacked the crimson-robed boy alongside him, causing him grievous injuries. Meng Hao deployed the Thunder Cauldron, successfully swapping places with the beast-skin old man. He charged towards the crimson-robed boy, severely wounded. The crimson-robed boy was enveloped by Meng Hao's withering curse, emitting a mournful cry before turning into ashes in a shroud of grey light. With the fall of the northern reaches Tao-seeking realm expert, Meng Hao's demonic nature continued to wreak havoc. The war raged on, rivers of blood flowed, and Meng Hao's descent into madness on his wedding day unleashed all his pent-up fury and sorrow. Meng Hao's most powerful rune, the Withering Rune, condensed 80 of the power of the Withering Curse of the 9 Deaths. One use could kill even an expert at the Tao-seeking peak stage. However, once Meng Hao heard about the extreme pain suffered by the red-robed child, he decided to save this lethal blow for his enemy. Meng Hao unleashed the Withering Rune, and a grey curse entrapped the red-robed child, causing him unbearable torment. His clothes shredded, his hair fell out, and his flesh withered until he was reduced to a puddle of yellow water. Withered to death. With the red-robed child's death, the Withering Rune grew dim by half, demonstrating the horrifying power of the curse. The northern lands cultivators were shocked and began discussing the gruesome battle. News of the death of the Spirit Platform Sect's Tao-seeking peak ancestor spread through the battlefield, causing an uproar. The other Tao-seeking peak experts in the northern lands were shocked. This was the first Tao-seeking peak expert to die since the invasion began. The Beast-skin Elder was enraged by his friend's death and teamed up with another northern lands elder to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao's combat power was astonishing, as he could absorb the flesh and cultivation base of the northern lands cultivators using 7 giant whirlpools. He engaged in a fierce duel with the Beast-skin Elder, with black mist and a surging sea of blood surrounding them. Neither side could gain an advantage. At a critical moment, Meng Hao decisively used the shape-shifting swap and used a northern land's nascent soul cultivator as a meat shield to evade the Beast-skin Elder's deadly attack as he transformed into a fierce bird. He used the Blood Demon Great Method to absorb the blood and cultivation base of thousands of northern lands cultivators, healing his injuries and increasing his cultivation base. When the Beast-skin Elder attacked again, Meng Hao coldly uttered a single word: spirit. He prepared to charge into the 5th level of the Blood Demon Great Method, controlling a fake immortal puppet that had been transformed by the Blood Demon ancestor. The word soul echoed, and the northern region cultivators around Meng Hao screamed miserably. Their bodies withered, their cultivation dissipated, and intense pain engulfed them. A massive number of battle souls flew out of their 7 orifices, condensing into an intense storm that terrified everyone present. The old man in animal skin transformed into a great rock to come to their aid. But he was forced back by the soul wind controlled by Meng Hao. Meng Hao then seized the opportunity to absorb a large number of battle souls, breaking through the physical body and spirit severing cultivation of the middle inquiry Dao stage, and becoming more courageous as he fought. The old man in animal skin was furious and transformed into a giant python to attack Meng Hao. But Meng Hao again activated his blood fiend whirlpool, swallowing the souls of thousands of northern region cultivators, evading the python's attack, and appearing in the distance, continuing to create whirlpools to absorb blood essence and cultivation. The old man in animal skin threatened to attack the southern region cultivators. But Meng Hao used the flexibility of the thunder cauldron and the whirlpool to fight him, forcing him to change positions. As they dueled in mid-air, Meng Hao absorbed more battle souls and opened up the 5th level of the Blood Fiend Whirlpool, greatly increasing his combat power. Meng Hao summoned the 9th mountain to suppress the old man in animal skin. But the latter resisted with his powerful strength, and Meng Hao again absorbed battle souls, raising his cultivation and blood essence to the peak of the Inquiry Dao stage. The old man in animal skin transformed into a white tiger, but Meng Hao activated his blood essence and spiritual vein whirlpool, absorbing his blood essence and cultivation, causing him to become skin and bones and his cultivation to drop to 60%. The other northern region cultivators at the peak of the Inquiry Dao stage were deterred by the withering word and did not dare to approach to help. Meng Hao relentlessly pursued, causing the old man in animal skin to be unable to resist and cry out for help. On the fierce battlefield, Meng Hao closed in like a meteor, casting the 8th forbiddance of monster sealing and successfully restraining the old man in the beast skin. Without hesitation, he absorbed the old man's chi and blood, spiritual veins, and cruelly snatched his soul. Just as Meng Hao was about to continue his pursuit, the sky filled with countless crystalline leaves that formed the exquisite body of a beautiful young woman, he mother of the Lycoris radiata. Li Xian cast a cage of 7 colored branches, attempting to seal Meng Hao, but through his powerful cultivation and the strength he had absorbed from the old man, Meng Hao forcibly shattered the cage. Li Xian struck again, brandishing 7 colored leaves, but Meng Hao used the old man in the beast skin as a shield, successfully deflecting the attack. Utilizing the special abilities of the Thunder Cauldron, Meng Hao switched places with an elderly woman at the peak of the Inquiring Dao from the northern lands and, teaming up with Ancestor Song, severely injured another powerful northern lands cultivator. Subsequently, Meng Hao employed the Great Blood Demon technique, absorbing the chi and blood, spiritual veins, and souls of numerous northern lands cultivators. Escaping once more, the peak Inquiring Dao ancestor from the northern lands grew increasingly wary of Meng Hao, marking him as an enemy that must be eliminated. Li Xian personally took action, unleashing a 7-colored seal, but was unable to completely hinder Meng Hao's displacement technique. Meng Hao invoked the blood-colored puppet jointly forged by the 4 great powers, infusing it with the aura of a false immortal, and engaged Li Xian in a head-on clash. Amidst the intense battle between the two, the surviving nascent soul male from the Violet Fate sect sacrificed himself in a self-detonation, taking the old woman from the northern lands with him. In his grief, Pill Demon broke through to the peak of Inquiring Dao, his appearance becoming identical to that of true Violet East. A fierce war breaks out in the southern domain as northern forces attempt to invade. On the battlefield, the powerful Violet East perfected Dan Gui awakens, unleashing the authority of the peak Dao-seeking realm, facing off against 2 northern powerhouses of the same level. Meanwhile, Meng Hao engages in a fierce battle with the mother of the Netherflower, Li Xian. Li Xian wields the enigmatic power of the Netherflower, confronting Meng Hao's pseudo-immortal puppet. Meng Hao utilizes the Bloodfiend Grand spell to continuously heal, entangling Li Xian. As the arrival of the second wave of northern forces plunges the southern domain into a desperate struggle, Meng Hao realizes the urgent need to end the war before the domain faces utter destruction. He decisively detonates his pseudo-immortal puppet, unleashing earth-shattering power. Li Xian is terrified by the self-destructing puppet and deploys all her defenses. However, Meng Hao's puppet seizes Li Xian and charges high into the sky, unleashing a devastating explosion. Li Xian is devoured by the destructive force, leaving her fate unknown. Simultaneously, Meng Hao is severely injured by the detonating puppet, his physical form ravaged. In an 11th-hour moment, he retrieves his thunder cauldron, his gaze resting upon a middle-aged man in a purple robe whose body is wreathed with the illusion of a flood dragon, leader of the third wave of northern forces, consisting of 4 Dao-seeking peak powerhouses and the patriarch of an imperial clan. The southern domain faces a life-or-death crisis as the northern forces advance. On the southern region star, a fierce battle erupted with an explosion that shook the southern region and even the entire southern sky star. Meng Hao employed his shape displacement to use a northern lands peak Dao-seeking realm cultivator as his substitute, reducing them to smithereens. Simultaneously, Li Xian's avatar was decimated by destructive energy. Meng Hao was severely wounded, left with only a hand holding the thunder cauldron. Although wielding the thunder cauldron would normally have led to certain death, the destructive energy coursing through his body miraculously kept him alive, allowing him to heal with the blood demon grand magic. Meng Hao vanished from the ground, reappearing while replacing a northern land cultivator, swallowing their vital energy, cultivation base, and soul with a blood mist. The blood mist split into 2, then into 4, then 8, until there were thousands of wisps, each possessing its own intelligence and targeting northern land cultivators. The 3 northern land peak Dao-seeking realm ancestors in the sky fled in terror after witnessing this scene. They realized that although Meng Hao was heavily injured, the blood demon grand magic was healing him rapidly. Once he recovered, they would face an even greater threat. The southern region spectators were left in awe. They had borne witness to Meng Hao's ruthless massacre of countless peak Dao-seeking realm cultivators, solidifying his formidable reputation. Dan Gui, Patriarch Song, and Patriarch Jin Han protected Meng Hao, giving him time to recover. The blood mist consumed northern land cultivators, forming a blood-colored cocoon-like object pulsating with a deafening heartbeat. The mist expanded relentlessly, sweeping across the land and striking fear into the hearts of northern land cultivators. Meanwhile, in the endless void outside the southern sky star, within the Nether River, a 6th mountain Taoist lord was being eroded by the river waters. He resisted with powerful Taoist magic, letting out a furious roar that instilled terror in the surrounding remnant souls. By the river of forgetfulness, an elderly sage tries to tear the starry sky to enter the underworld but is attacked by a ferocious black netherworld fish and his soul is scattered. Before dying, he calls out with his Tao voice, awakening the dead souls in the river, including Xu Qing, who was in hibernation. The black netherworld fish is the incarnation of the judge of the 4th mountain and declares that all souls will be annihilated and won't be reincarnated. However, Xu Qing has a decree from a mysterious and powerful being, and this blocks the dark magic of the black fish. The black fish is surprised by Xu Qing's true nature and the decree and wants to take her as a maid. Just when the black fish is about to capture Xu Qing, a hair suddenly flies up, cuts off its black hand, and an icy voice sounds, "How dare you lay a finger on my son's wife?" The black fish is horrified and recognizes this hair as coming from an extremely powerful being called Fang Mo. With the appearance of Fang Mo's divine sense, a grand figure appears in the river of forgetfulness and asks Fang Mo to show him some respect. But Fang Mo flatly refuses and escorts Xu Qing to her reincarnation. The hair silently falls onto Xu Qing's arm and disappears. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the southern region, over 100,000 southern region cultivators are creating a new body for Meng Hao and are chanting his name. Meng Hao gradually becomes more distinct inside the blood cocoon, opens his eyes and responds to the cultivators' chants. Meng Hao within the blood cocoon has absorbed spiritual qi from over 100,000 cultivators, resolving the destructive force, but is unable to completely restore his body. Under the call of the outside world, Meng Hao awakens, recalls his past, and discovers within the mark on the back of his hand exists unfamiliar memory fragments, suggesting he wasn't born in the southern heavenly territory. After the blood cocoon collapsed, Meng Hao emerges in the form of a blood-colored storm, indicating that he has activated the 6th layer of his blood demon grand technique. The Dan Ghost, Golden Cold Ancestor and other southern territory cultivators protect him on his left and right as Meng Hao asks them about the whereabouts of the northern territory's second batch of cultivators. Meng Hao leads his second incarnation in transforming into a blood-colored rainbow, having as its destination the not-too-distant second Southern Territory battlefield. He states that he has already comprehended the profundities of the third saber and after stepping into Dao seeking, will be invincible at the Dao seeking middle stage. At the second battlefield, the Southern Territory's Violet Fate sect is fiercely engaged with Northern Territory cultivators. Free Southern Territory soul-severing elders are seriously injured and disciples have suffered heavy losses. Meng Hao descends upon the battlefield, releases a large amount of red fog, quickly draining the qi, cultivation, and souls of the Northern Territory cultivators, causing them to instantly become dry corpses. As the red fog ravages, mournful screams echo throughout the battlefield. The Violet Fate sect disciples are shocked, and after recognizing Meng Hao, are grief-stricken by his horrifying appearance. Meng Hao's body gradually recovers, with surging qi and blood and rolling thunder. He glances at Chu Yuyan within the crowd, turns and leaves, leaving behind a cold voice assemble at the Blood Demon sect. In a Tanglu in the eastern land, a couple looks down at the southern domain. The woman anxiously observes that the Ji family is about to use the ceiling platform to interfere with Meng Hao's breakthrough. The man, his face grim, declares he will go and stop it himself. Despite the woman's concern that Meng Hao will resent them, the man firmly believes Meng Hao is a true cultivator who will determine his own path. Meanwhile, the man reveals he also intervened in the past to protect Xu Qing. On the southern domain battlefield, Meng Hao, wearing a scarlet cloak, descends to the first battlefield. An aura of nobility radiates from him, immediately deterring a soul-severing giant. Though the giant suspects he is a peak Dao-seeking expert, Meng Hao merely releases Crimson Mist, instantly annihilating 2 mountains of giants and all the northern reaches cultivators. Meng Hao's figure condensed in the Crimson Mist, his skin regenerating, his body exuding an even stronger demonic aura. He flew toward the 5th battlefield, where only a few thousand southern domain cultivators were desperately holding on against tens of thousands of northern lands cultivators. Amongst the crowd, Little Fatty was conspicuously present. Although severely injured, he ferociously bit at the enemy, even crushing their Dharma treasures between his teeth. However, the northern lands cultivators were terrified of his sharp teeth and tried to kill him. Just as Little Fatty's situation became critical, Meng Hao's voice reverberated across the heavens, causing the hearts of the northern lands cultivators to tremble and their blood to spurt out. Meng Hao appeared, shielding Little Fatty and neutralizing an incoming bronze artifact with a single finger. Meng Hao then unleashed a vast amount of crimson mist, which entered the bodies of the northern lands cultivators, causing them to shrivel up into corpses in agony. As the northern lands cultivators died, Meng Hao's skin continued to grow, his blood demon grand magic constantly improving. Meanwhile, the 6th battlefield underwent a terrifying transformation. Crimson rain fell from the sky, turning into crimson mist that surged upwards and entered the bodies of the northern lands cultivators. The northern lands cultivators screamed as they withered and their souls dissipated. Meng Hao absorbed the life force of all the northern lands cultivators, his skin completely regenerating, resembling that of a scholar, but his gaze filled with cold indifference. He turned and left, not wanting his old friends to see his current appearance. All the southern domain cultivators present were shocked by the sight, recognizing it as the evil technique of living sacrifice. Chen Fan remained silent, while Li Qiqi trembled, recognizing Meng Hao, as the war between the southern province and northern lands nears its end. Both factions decide to engage in a decisive battle at the Bloodfiend sect. To buy time, southern province cultivators establish a defense line centered around the Bloodfiend sect, setting up 10 grand formations. Simultaneously, the Northern Lands Third Army arrives with unprecedented strength, consisting of 6 Dao-seeking peak cultivators, 2 giants, and 3 10,000-year-old fiends. Leading them is the Northern Lands' foremost expert, the patriarch of the Imperial clan, who possesses an enigmatic aura akin to a false immortal. The southern province is shaken. Patriarch Song detects that the Imperial clan patriarch has seen through his deep breath vision of the Dharma and estimates the Northern Army's arrival within 3 days. Dan Gui and the Golden Cold sect patriarch brace themselves, resolute to engage in battle. Meanwhile, in the minor sect valley, Meng Hao, with a pale face, flowing white hair, and fluttering blood-red robe, is surrounded by countless wailing spirits. He murmurs to himself, missing Xu Qing, his eyes radiating loneliness and coldness. As the Northern Army sets foot on southern province soil, dark clouds gather, and the heavens and earth change color. The Imperial clan patriarch scoffs and points his finger. shattering the southern province's surveillance vision of the Dharma in the sky. The northern army roars and charges forward, their killing intent descending. Outside the Blood Fiend sect, Patriarch Song's expression changes, and he declares the beginning of the battle. The nerves of the southern province cultivators are on edge as a battle that will determine their survival or extinction is about to commence. Outside the Blood Demon sect, 10 Grand Formations trap 200. 000 Southern Domain cultivators within. Dan Gui's voice echoes within the formations, summoning them to prepare for the decisive battle. The cultivators, filled with fervor and a sense of tragedy, await the arrival of that final moment. As a black line appears on the distant horizon, countless Northern Territory cultivators surge forth. 2 golden giants carry a golden door, exuding a terrifying aura. 3 ancient demons swirl through a green fog, extinguishing all life in their wake. 6 Tao-seeking realm grand ancestors tear through the sky. The southern domain cultivators surge with battle intent, their roars shaking the heavens, clashing with the Northern Territory cultivators' imposing aura. The Northern Territory army launches its attack in 3 columns, one of which carries array-breaking wood. With the aid of the 2 giants, they rapidly break through the southern domain formations. Grand Ancestor Song and other southern domain powerhouses lead 5 spirit-severing cultivators to confront the Northern Territory's 5 Tao-seeking realm grand ancestors. Dan Gui fights with ferocious bravery, facing 2 opponents at once. However, the Northern Territory has a further Tao-seeking realm expert, whose target is Grand Ancestor Song. At this critical moment, Meng Hao's clone appears, wielding a wooden sword and unleashing the power of time, forcing the Northern Territory woman to retreat. Meng Hao's 3 ghosts also join the battle, confronting the Northern Territory's 7 spirit-severing cultivators. However, the Northern Territory's strongest figure remains unseen, and the Southern Domain's foundational formations are unable to turn the tide of the conflict. As the trio of ancient demons charges into the Southern Domain cultivator army, Meng Hao's eyes turn blood-red, and he rushes from the Minor Sect Valley, heading straight for the battlefield. In the midst of a raging battle between the southern and northern lands, Meng Hao arrives unnoticed, dressed in crimson robes and wielding a thunder cauldron. He stealthily enters the fray. In an instant, he swaps places with a despairing southern cultivator and strikes a palm that drains a Northlander severing soul cultivator. A formidable presence resembling a lion, into a husk, Meng Hao attacks again, his thunder cauldron flashing as he materializes before another severing soul cultivator. The elder, filled with terror, attempts to retreat, but Meng Hao moves with ghostly speed, pressing down on his skull and absorbing his essence and soul. These actions occur with lightning speed, invigorating the southern cultivators and astounding the northern forces. Suddenly, the patriarch of the Northern Imperial clan intervenes, transforming into a thunder rock and charging at Meng Hao. Unfazed, Meng Hao's cauldron glows, and he vanishes, reappearing before an ancient ghost, attempting to devour Meng Hao. The ghost is met with an unexpected suction force that pulls it into his mouth. As 2 more ancient ghosts flee in terror, the patriarch approaches with deafening speed. Meng Hao pivots and kicks the thunder rock, shattering it. The patriarch's fist then strikes Meng Hao, causing him to bleed. However, he flashes away once more, swapping places with a nearby Northlander. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao releases a crimson mist that engulfs the second ghost, consuming it entirely. The final ghost attempts to escape into the green mist above, but Meng Hao's blood-red storm intercepts it, crushing its form and returning it to his body. As a giant assaults the southern defenses, the patriarch's thunder cauldron releases a black lightning that transforms into a dragon-like bolt. The patriarch himself assumes the form of a colossal thunder dragon, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Recognizing the threat, Meng Hao vanishes again and reappears beside another Northlander, who is incinerated instantly. The thunder dragon pursues relentlessly, forcing Meng Hao to retreat. Yet, with a sudden surge of energy, Meng Hao summons countless war souls, forming a giant blood-red head with a single horn. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, the injured elder Jin Han, driven by desperation, ignites his life force to execute a final forbidden technique, the Golden Han Immortal Execution. This golden sword strike annihilates the North's zombie expert but costs elder Jin Han his life. In the past, 4 powerful cultivators from the southern region fell in a battle, allowing the northern region to seize the opportunity to invade. However, before his demise, The martial ancestor Jin Han delivered a fatal blow to a northern region demigod and perished himself. If not for that battle, the southern region would still be a formidable force. And even if the northern region had 11 demigods, it would have been insufficient to pose a threat. Now, the southern region has only 3 demigods left: the badly injured martial ancestor Song, the ghost of the pill, and Meng Hao's second form. Together, they face off against 4 demigods from the northern region. Meng Hao unleashes the 6th level of the blood demon scripture, summoning hundreds of thousands of enslaved battle spirits that form the enormous head of a blood demon. It engages in a fierce battle with an ancient thunder dragon, which is the transformed form of the northern region's strongest cultivator, the patriarch of the imperial clan. Both the blood demon's head and the ancient thunder dragon sustain severe injuries, and the shockwaves from their clash ripple through the battlefield. Enraged, the patriarch of the imperial clan deploys a miraculous rule that slows down time. He sends a powerful blow towards Meng Hao, putting him in a critical situation. At the crucial moment, Meng Hao activates the 6th level of the blood demon scripture, absorbing the life force of thousands of northern region cultivators, allowing the blood demon scripture to reach completion. Meng Hao's aura surges as he battles the patriarch of the imperial clan once more. Meng Hao uses the red mist to absorb the golden armored giant. The patriarch of the imperial clan is consumed by the blood demon scripture. The scripture's 6th level absorbs the vast life force of the golden armored giant, significantly enhancing Meng Hao's physical body, cultivation base, and aura, raising him to a level beyond the demigod realm. Meng Hao's gaze flickers with determination. Lightning crackles around his body as the thunder cauldron in his hand glows, giving him the appearance of a supreme sovereign. The heavens change, winds howl, and both the hundreds of thousands of cultivators and the demigods in the sky are awed by his presence. Meng Hao, a rising star, shines brightly, illuminating the world. The patriarch of the Northern Lands imperial clan engages in a fierce battle with Meng Hao, who overpowers the battlefield with the 6th level of the blood devil art in his ferocious beast claws. As the patriarch transforms into a 3-legged golden crow to launch an offensive, Meng Hao unleashes his black beast claws, striking down 3 legs and grievously wounding the patriarch. Within the distant green fog, a mysterious woman releases talismans that combine into a large seal aimed at suppressing Meng Hao. But he shatters it with a storm from the blood devil art. The woman then sends forth an ancient evil spirit to withstand Meng Hao's 9th divine mountain. But he uses the black and white pearls to defeat it, ultimately suppressing both the evil spirit and the woman beneath the 9th mountain. Realizing Meng Hao's formidable power, the patriarch decides to use the clan weapon to turn the tide. He points at the sky and the earth, summoning the clan weapon to descend, vowing to suppress Meng Hao. The Northern Lands cultivators face a crisis, having already sustained heavy losses, including the 3 ancient evil spirits, the ancient giants, and the Holy Maiden. The outcome of the war rests on whether Meng Hao can resist the imperial clan's weapon, and he prepares himself for a life or death battle. Inspired by Meng Hao, the southern domain cultivators revitalize their spirits and engage in desperate combat. Meanwhile, the Northern Lands cultivators launch an all-out attack under the leadership of their patriarch, leading to an intense and relentless battle between the two sides. The result of this decisive battle will determine the fate of both the Northern Lands and the Southern Domain. In the fierce battle, the patriarch of the sovereign clan summoned a colossal cage that imprisoned a sealed monkey. Sensing an imminent threat, Meng Hao unleashed his lighting cauldron to attack the patriarch. But his attacks were ineffective against his intangible shield. The monkey within the cage suddenly broke the seal on its right hand, and runes spread across its body, exuding an aura of heavenly might. It extended its right hand, which grew infinitely, covering the sky and pursuing Meng Hao. Meng Hao narrowly escaped by taking advantage of the Kunpeng's shadow and the power of his chariot. The sovereign patriarch employed a secret technique, turning the monkey into stone while the cage vanished instantly. Meng Hao, who had just sighed with relief, found himself trapped in a grand square, surrounded by towering columns and a gigantic monkey statue. Meng Hao realized that he was still trapped inside a cage, while chanting sounds filled the air from all directions. The world continued to shrink, and the pressure intensified. Outside the cage, the sovereign patriarch laughed maniacally, declaring that Meng Hao had been suppressed and the battle for the southern domain was about to end. The southern domain cultivators despaired. while those from the northern territory rejoiced as they launched a devastating offensive, breaking through one formation after another. A rumbling sound echoed from the ninth mountain as someone attempted to break out. But the situation in the southern domain was dire. Across the vast expanse of the southern sky, a monumental conflict rages. Northern cultivators have invaded the southern territories, and the venerable patriarch, Song, and the ghostly alchemist, Dan, valiantly defend against the relentless onslaught. Song is blinded in one eye, and Dan is severely wounded. As the southern territories teeter on the brink of collapse, an ancient voice reverberates through the heavens. Break the south. The sentinels of broken south from the western desert emerge, an imposing force consisting of 10,000 azure monster guards, dozens of black armored monster guards, 6 purple armored monster guards, tribal warriors, and hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. The western desert cultivators declare their intent to aid the southern territories, repaying a debt of gratitude from a bygone era. The sentinels joined the fray, with 3 bronze armored elders directly confronting the northern cultivators at the peak of the questioning realm. The tribal chief single-handedly engages 3 other questioning realm cultivators in a fierce battle. The earth trembles, blood flows like rivers, and the clash of arms echoes incessantly. Suddenly, an immense vortex appears in the sky, connecting to the starry expanse. The purple sea of the western desert merges with the celestial river sea of the southern territories, absorbing the spilled blood of countless cultivators. A mournful voice emanates from the celestial river sea. I shall transform 1,000,000 drops of blood into fertile soil, shedding the equinox flower form to become the azure lotus heaven. Stars twinkle within the vortex, heralding a profound and enigmatic transformation. The cultivators of the southern and northern territories engage in a desperate struggle for survival, while the intervention of the western desert casts an air of uncertainty. With the cataclysmic changes in the heavens and the anomalies within the celestial river sea, the southern sky is plunged into an unprecedented state of flux. After merging with the violet sea, the celestial river transforms into an indigo hue, its billowing waves resembling flowing hair. The nether flower bridge from the southern and northern regions quakes violently, retracting its tentacles, and condenses in the celestial sea, blossoming into a magnificent indigo-colored 7-colored nether flower, shaking heaven and earth. As the nether flower blooms, its 7 colors dim as the vital energy of heaven and earth crazily converges, as if the birth of the azure lotus required the power of the stars. The heaven and earth changes color. The wind and clouds roll back, and the G family notices the change. The northern region cultivators are horrified, for the nether flower bridge has vanished, cutting off their escape route. The pill demon and the song ancestor seize the opportunity to launch an attack, killing relentlessly. Although the southern region and the western desert join in, the battle situation remains evenly matched, but the southern region still holds the home field advantage. Meanwhile, Meng Hao faces a crisis in the Emperor clan's cage. The heaven and earth constantly compresses, exerting an astonishing pressure. He exerts all his strength but fails to shake the cage. The 10,000 zhong world continuously shrinks to 8,000 zhong. Meng Hao erupts with his qi and blood power, condensing his strongest punch, fusing it with the battle soul, and unleashing a world-shattering force. He bombards the ceiling barrier, tearing open a vortex. But with a flash of the stone monkey's eyes, the vortex collapses, and the world shrinks again to 3,000 zhong. Meng Hao is severely injured and feels powerless, but he decides to use his strength to execute the third spirit severing strike, using the Dao severing saber to break open the cage. The sky outside is filled with rolling thunder, and the power of the Dao descends on the southern heavens, stopping everyone's movements. The power of the Dao grows stronger and stronger, resonating with Meng Hao in the Emperor clan's cage. Meng Hao, the true #1 expert under the immortals of the southern heavens land, exhibits tremendous strength at the peak of the inquiring Dao realm despite his cultivation level only being at the second severing spirit /. He cannot be suppressed by the artifacts of the imperial clan of the northern lands. As Meng Hao summons it, the power of the great Dao intensifies, and a wisp of Dao mist appears in the southern heavens land. This is an extraordinary sight that only occurs when one comprehends the supreme Dao of heaven and earth. Meng Hao's second avatar sits cross-legged, sensing the arrival of the great Dao. In a crucial moment, Meng Hao lets out a low roar and summons the third severing spirit /. In an instant, the Dao mist condenses into a vaporous saber. This is a scene that can only occur before immortals open the immortal gate. This event stuns everyone present, including the mighty experts of the inquiring Dao realm and the ancestors of the eastern lands. The appearance of the vaporous saber with the third severing spirit slash signifies that Meng Hao has shaped the path to becoming a true immortal. If he succeeds in severing his spiritual embryo, he will possess the power to open the immortal gate. The patriarch of the imperial clan is shaken and realizes that sending troops to the southern region was a grave error. The ancestor of the Ji clan is also incredulous. He compares Meng Hao to Fang Ning, the greatest prodigy of the Fang clan in the past. He finds that the vaporous saber Meng Hao has condensed is even more astonishing. The men and women on the top floor of the Tang Tower are extremely excited. They recall Meng Hao's 7-year tribulation, the end of his 4 lives, and his 3 destined relationships. They witness Meng Hao's extraordinary achievement. The man laughs to the sky, proudly declaring that Meng Hao is his son and is destined to surpass him. Engulfed in swirling mist, Meng Hao wields a fog blade, condensed from the Great Path, and slashes at the Imperial clan's prison that confines him. The fog blade wields the boundless power of the Great Path, its sharpness capable of severing anything. Meng Hao's demonic thoughts manifest as a stone monkey, attempting to block the fog blade but is instantly cleaved in two. The prison shatters, and Meng Hao regains his freedom. He meditates cross-legged, his body wreathed in towering demonic flames, indicating that his demonic thoughts have taken deep root. All present gaze at this scene, their eyes fixed. Meng Hao raises the fog blade and brings it down on his own crown. Intense pain racks his body, but his gaze remains resolute. The fog blade descends again, piercing Meng Hao's throat. A sinister face emerges from within him. Roaring in resistance, Meng Hao grit his teeth and perseveres, the fog blade continuing its descent, severing his dantian. On either side of his body, 2 demonic shadows materialize, formed from his demonic thoughts. They shriek in fury, unwilling to be expunged. Meng Hao falls silent, engaging in an internal dialogue. After deliberation, Meng Hao comes to understand that good and evil are not absolute, but rather determined by his will. He resolves to suppress his evil thoughts, not to annihilate them, for evil serves a purpose. As Meng Hao proclaims his intentions, the power of law manifests around him, signifying his words' decree-like nature. He brandishes the fog blade once more, severing his demonic thoughts in 2. One part merges with his second avatar, imbuing it with bone-chilling evil spirit. The southern heaven cultivators erupt in cheers while the northern expanse cultivators are paralyzed with terror. Meng Hao's spirit severance has made him an unstoppable force. Overlooking the celestial river, the flower of the underworld transformed into a radiant azure lotus. In a flash, the power of the great Dao vanished, draining the faces of the northern cultivators pale. On the battlefield in the southern region, while everyone was revived to their normal state, the fighting ceased. In the sky, the patriarch of the imperial clan transformed into an ancient thunder dragon that flew directly at Meng Hao. The 4 northern Dao-seeking cultivators in their prime and the patriarch of the imperial clan sprinted towards Meng Hao without hesitation. They unleashed their most powerful supernatural abilities, including the 9 tribulations of yin and yang, the 7-colored deadly poison, and the death ghost fire. Unmoved, Meng Hao was engulfed in ancient runes that formed the Tao of freedom and the Tao of good and evil, transforming into all 8 sides of heaven and earth. The shadowy image of the grand mountain of green appeared, radiating a brilliant light. Immortal energy emanated from Meng Hao, stunning everyone present. He unleashed a punch that shattered the 9 tribulations of yin and yang, a palm strike that swatted away the 7-colored deadly poison, and a finger point that extinguished the death ghost fire. The 3 Tao-seeking cultivators in their prime saw their physical bodies collapse, and the purple-robed old man and the patriarch of the imperial clan charged forward in a frenzy. Meng Hao's gaze remained calm as he transformed his right hand into a palm and squeezed it gently, causing the purple-robed old man to vanish into dust. The patriarch of the imperial clan roared, but all in vain, as he too was swatted away by Meng Hao's palm. All 5 Tao-seeking cultivators in their prime were utterly defeated. Heaven and earth trembled, and the southern and western regions erupted in cheers. Dan Gui and Patriarch Song were overcome with emotion, declaring that Meng Hao had slain the demon and attained the legendary Tao-seeking realm, surpassing all boundaries and possessing unparalleled strength. Meng Hao remained calm and collected, allowing the spirits of the northern Tao-seeking cultivators in their prime to escape. The crowd marveled at Meng Hao's power, praising him as invincible. Heaven and earth shook as if in celebration of Meng Hao's prowess. The old man in purple robe, transformed into a demon, attempted to use his burning cultivation base to combat Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's mere gaze shattered his hands, snapped his horn, and destroyed his physical body, leaving only his primordial spirit to escape. The 5 Tao-seeking cultivators of the northern lands are now reduced to their primordial spirits and can be easily eliminated by Meng Hao. Meng Hao stood unperturbed, his immortal aura surging. The void behind him twisted. The sky roared, and the earth shook. The laws of heaven and earth surrounded him, and the light of the stars enveloped him, giving him the appearance of a supreme being. The silhouette behind him was not a phantom but the projection of his physical body, known as the Dharma body. The Dharma body was fundamentally different from the illusory shadows of Tao-seeking cultivators. Its existence signified that Meng Hao's physical body and cultivation had both reached the Tao-seeking realm, granting him 50 of the power of a true immortal, making him a half-step true immortal. The southern lands were astounded, and the major sects were abuzz, hailing Meng Hao as the only true immortal on the path of true immortality in 10,000 years. The patriarch of the imperial clan, transformed into an ancient thunder dragon, launched a desperate attack, but it was instantly incinerated by Meng Hao's finger technique. Meng Hao then reclaimed the thunder cauldron and declared the end of the war. He sealed the cultivation bases of the northern lands cultivators, preventing them from producing nascent soul descendants in future generations, effectively severing their path to cultivation. To restore the spiritual energy of the southern region, Meng Hao resolved to suppress the 5 Tao-seeking cultivators of the northern lands and utilize their primordial spirit energy to nurture the southern region. The 9th mountain was lifted and transformed into Northern Sin Mountain to suppress the 5 cultivators. The ancestor of the Ji clan gazed at Meng Hao with a mix of regret and anticipation, recalling another exceptional talent from the southern domain on Fang Wei's star. Fang Wei. He speculated that a future encounter between the two prodigies could ignite a rivalry. The couple in the Tang Palace were overwhelmed with emotion, eagerly awaiting their reunion with Meng Hao. They marveled at the trials and tribulations their 7-year-old son had overcome and foresaw a future filled with extraordinary achievements. Amidst the smoke of battle on the southern domain's battlefield, Meng Hao wielded his Dharma aspect, striking awe into all directions. Mighty nascent soul cultivators at their peak, including the patriarchs of imperial clans, were defeated and forced to flee. Without hesitation, Meng Hao manipulated the 9th mountain to suppress the 5 great cultivators of the north, sealing their primordial spirits within the mountain and replenishing spiritual energy for the southern domain. However, a new crisis approached unnoticed. A woman clad in an azure dress arrived from the heavens river sea. Her emergence dimmed the laws of the world, and time stood still. She proclaimed herself as Li Shen, the mother of the Liquoris Radiata, and intended to merge with Meng Hao to complete her azure lotus heaven. Meng Hao's Dharma aspect roared, shattering Lixian's illusionary great waves. Li Shen cast a spell, summoning the 7-colored Liquoris Radiata, which transformed into 7 petals charging at Meng Hao. At a critical moment, Meng Hao's Dharma aspect exerted its power of wind and clouds, hindering the petals' attack. Meng Hao raised the bronze mirror with his left hand and summoned the demon general burial mound. A terrifying demonic aura swept across the heavens and earth, forming an isolated tomb. Burial mound's spear swept forth, shattering the 7 petals. Holding burial mound, Meng Hao's momentum was unstoppable. Li Shen wore an expression of pity, claiming no one could save Meng Hao, and the Ji clan and other ancient beings would not intervene. However, at that moment, a cold snort reverberated like the creation of heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and earth, even stirring Lixian's emotions. In the land of southern heaven, a fierce battle was abruptly interrupted by 2 cold snorts. The connected shadow of Li Xian and Meng Hao was cut off by a sword beam, and the 2 cold snorts followed. The owners of these voices were a couple, whose appearances instantly let Meng Hao recognize them as his parents, giving them a long-lost reunion. Li Xian's expression changed dramatically. Her Dharma form collapsed instantly in front of the couple, and the real body of the Liquoris Radiato exploded over the sea, heavily wounding her. The man looked indifferent, revealing that they had come on behalf of someone else and pointing out that Li Xian had the potential to become a celestial being but willingly stayed behind, as her existence would help Meng Hao grow. In consideration of Li Xian's actions, he decided to spare her life. but requested that she become a celestial being and leave. Li Xian burst out into a miserable laugh, talking about her past when she was sealed, and vengeance surged in her heart. She called upon the land of southern heaven, asking those who owed her a favor to help her deal with Meng Hao. In response to Li Xian's request, 9 powerful auras rose into the sky, coming from the ancient Dao Lake, the Great Ruins Temple of Antiquity, the Milky Way Sea, the Western Desert Land, the Northern Land, and the Eastern Land. These auras caused the heavens and earth to change color and made all living beings tremble. Seeing this, Meng Hao's parents stepped forward. The man stroked his head, ready to transmit the way of the sword. He demonstrated the first sword technique, using an ethereal stance to draw strength from the world, and swung it toward the ancient Dao Lake in the southern region. Under the vast starry sky, Fang Hao's father revealed the essence of the true path of spiritual cultivation to his son. Meng Hao. He instructed Meng Hao that the path lies within one's heart. Intention can connect with the divine. Swordsmanship fused with the path leads to invincibility. Fang's father demonstrated the 9-form swordplay, with each form invoking the power of the starry sky. The first form slew fierce beasts, the second annihilated formidable beings, and the third pierced through the earth. Fang Hao witnessed his father's earth-shattering prowess with awe. Fang's father elaborated on the difference between the immortal realm and the spirit realm. In the immortal realm, practitioners cultivate 100 meridians. Each 10 meridians condense a soul. Only when all 100 meridians are activated can one achieve an immortal soul and open the gate to the ancient realm. Fang's father slaughtered 6 mighty beings, annihilating the mountain god of the Purple Sea in the western desert and the great tree of the ancient music garden in the eastern land. He sealed an alligator with dragon bloodline, making it Meng Hao's mount. Fang's father took 2 steps and released his sword energy, vanquishing the cursed tribe in the frozen valley of the northern lands. He sneered, "Mere cursed tribe, daring to curse Fang." Fang's father swept through the southern sky with overwhelming might, his formidable power resonating across the realms. Meng Hao's father, with a single sword stroke, pierces through the void and arrives in front of an ancient temple. As the temple bursts with brilliant light, an ethereal voice echoes through the realm. A mysterious figure emerges from the depths of the temple, and Meng Hao's father implores him for an ancient immortal Dao token. After a moment of silence, the figure grants his wish. Concurrent with these events, 9 formidable warriors make their appearances. Aside from the crocodile becoming Meng Hao's mount, the other 7 warriors all perish. A grievously injured Li Xian entrusts Meng Hao with a mission to search for the Liquoris radiata before vanishing within the void. The war between the southern and northern domains concludes, with Meng Hao's rise to prominence. Upon returning to the Lesser Clan Valley, Meng Hao reunites with his parents. Tearfully, they confide that they safeguarded Xu Qing's transmigration using a wisp of divine consciousness and guided their fated reunion. Meng Hao's father decides to bring him back to their past to awaken his memories. Meng Hao's divine consciousness reverts to the moment of his birth within a magnificent palace adorned with 2 moons. He is Fang clan's Qilin son, revered and cherished. His arrival creates a stir not only throughout the Eastern Victory Star, but also within the 9th mountain and sea. A profound mark engraved on the back of his hand, the Nirvana seal, foreshadows an extraordinary destiny. However, as a boy, Meng Hao is known for his mischief, frequently causing trouble for his family, especially his elder sister who disciplines him harshly. As he matures, Meng Hao gradually comprehends the reason for his parents' departure. They sought a means to alleviate his condition, the key to which lies in a mysterious forbidden realm. Meng Hao's childhood was shrouded in mystery. A carefree child before the age of 7, he underwent an inexplicable transformation on his 7th birthday, returning to infancy through a process known as Nirvana. The Nirvana Dao was a secret bloodline passed down through the Fang clan, and only those with the Nirvana mark could cultivate it. Meng Hao's Nirvana at such a young age shocked the clan. To their further astonishment, he bore a Nirvana fruit, an unprecedented event in the clan's history. The Nirvana fruit represented great power and an extra life. Yet it also became a curse for Meng Hao. He was destined to undergo Nirvana every 7 years, and each Nirvana would drain his life force. His parents and sister were heartbroken and spared no effort in seeking a cure. But all their attempts were futile. His grandfather and maternal grandfather disappeared in search of a hermit, never to return. Meng Hao's second Nirvana was far more excruciating. His body withered, his mind faded, and he seemed on the verge of vanishing. But in that moment, his mother cradled him in her arms, her tears falling onto his face. And he regained consciousness. After his second nirvana, Meng Hao once again bore a nirvana fruit. The Fang clan was filled with an eerie anticipation as they watched him. Awaiting his third nirvana, a young man claiming to have been sent by Meng Hao's grandfather and maternal grandfather arrived at the Fang clan. He presented Meng Hao's parents with a choice: renounce all worldly possessions, become Ninth Mountain's Hell Venerate, and endure 10,000 years of solitude guarding the southern heavenly gate in exchange for Meng Hao's survival. Meng Hao's parents were torn, but for the sake of their son's life, they made the ultimate sacrifice. They changed Meng Hao's surname and took him away from the Fang clan. Embarking on a journey to the origin of Ninth Mountain, Meng Hao's memories prior to the age of 7 were sealed, and he was raised as an orphan by a mysterious old man. Yet his destiny was far from over, as the third nirvana tribulation still awaited him. In order to save their son Meng Hao, who was suffering from a terminal illness, his parents willingly gave up everything and went to the southern heaven star to guard it for 100 years. Before leaving, they left all their belongings to the family, except for an iron sword and 2 nirvana fruits. After arriving at the southern heaven star, they settled in the Yunjia county of the Zhao kingdom. Meng Hao gradually recovered and began to study. However, on the eve of his 7th birthday, his parents had to leave again due to concerns about his illness. When Meng Hao woke up, he learned of the great sacrifice his parents had made for him and felt immensely guilty and touched. He realized that his parents had silently dedicated everything to keep him alive. Meng Hao's sister went to the eastern land to cultivate, while Meng Hao's parents waited for her to come out of seclusion and for the family to be reunited. Meng Hao inquired about the whereabouts of his grandfather and maternal grandfather, and learned that they had disappeared while searching for a stranger for him, which made him even more sad and guilty. Before leaving, Meng Hao bid farewell to his masters, Dan Gui and Song Patriarch. His parents declined Dan Gui's gifts and gave him a wisp of Taoist intent, which greatly shocked Dan Gui. After Meng Hao and his parents left, Dan Gui looked at Chu Yuyan's lonely back and sighed softly. Meanwhile, the Bat Mountain Patriarch took the Zhao kingdom and fled into the void, humming a tune proudly, unaware that Meng Hao was still looking for it. The 10th ancestor of the Wang family also appeared in the void, his appearance changing strangely. Sometimes he was an old man, and sometimes he looked like Meng Tongfei, who resembled Meng Hao. At the edge of the northern land and eastern land, 2 people with beady eyes were running for their lives. They planned to use a feather that had fallen from the sky to go to the eastern land. In the eastern lands, the ancient city of Chang'an is a dream destination for countless scholars. The Tang Empire is powerful and guarded by cultivators, deterring the mortal world. The eastern lands are dominated by sects and clans, with the 9 major sects and 7 great clans each having their own strengths. The royal family possesses a powerful lineage, with the Tang Emperor exerting authority over the entire nation and ruling over 10 garrison cities nearby. Although the Fang and Ji families occupy 2 garrison cities, they always maintain a detached status. The Ji family holds the most sway, with none able to surpass them. While the Fang family is a branch of the imperial family, they strictly adhere to clan rules, pledging loyalty to the Tang Empire and safeguarding the borders. Meng Hao is a member of the Fang family, but has been separated from his family for a long time. Now, he has reached the half-immortal realm and must choose a path to achieve true immortality. His father reveals that there are 3 ways to become an immortal. 1. Using the rare immortal vine to comprehend true immortal intent, with a time limit within 1,000 years of the immortal fate appearing. 2. Fighting for the immortal fate, competing with geniuses from various sects and clans for the opportunity, as Meng Hao's master, the Pill Devil, did. 3. Becoming an immortal through self-realization, which is extremely rare. Only the legendary patriarch Dizang is said to have taken this path. Meng Hao chooses the third path. His father gives him an immortal ancient token, which not only allows him to enter the immortal ancient court to cultivate, but also makes him a core disciple of the immortal ancient court, providing him with an opportunity to achieve immortality. However, the opening of the immortal ancient court will inevitably attract geniuses from beyond the southern heaven great earth to compete. Meng Hao will face a daunting challenge. His father tells him that if he cannot safeguard the token, he should return to his parents and continue his cultivation. Meng Hao is determined to protect the token and embarks on a difficult path to immortality. He bids farewell to his parents and travels to the Ji family to reclaim a debt in preparation for his journey. Meng Hao arrives at the Ji family's residence in the citadel, hoping to collect an old debt. Despite the Ji family being the #1 family in the southern heavens with a heavily guarded residence, Meng Hao attempts to enter. When he discovers the iron ring on the gate is a magical treasure, he pulls it off, enraging Ji Shui Ming, the family's adopted son. Meng Hao's formidable strength shocks Ji Shui Ming, and when he produces the promissory note, he learns that Ji Shui Lin is Ji Shui Ming's older brother. Meng Hao asks for his friend's name, and Ji Shui Lin, recognizing Meng Hao, panics and hurriedly shuts the door, denying everything. Meng Hao kicks the gate open with one foot, and Ji Shui Lin shouts, "Meng Hao is here," which sends shockwaves through the Ji family. Meng Hao continues further into the Ji residence, again pulling off another iron ring, which enrages many of the family members. However, Meng Hao remains fearless, flicking his sleeve to unleash a storm and forcing back the clan elder who had attacked him. He loudly reads out the names on the promissory note, demanding they repay their debts. The Ji family members deny the debt, accusing Meng Hao of forcing them to sign the agreement in the past. Meng Hao glares at them, explaining the consequences of not acknowledging the debt. Meng Hao's domineering ways and formidable strength shock the Ji family members and the outside cultivators. They realize that Meng Hao's exploits in the southern domain have spread far and wide, and his arrival poses a significant challenge to the Ji family. The Ji clan members glared angrily at Meng Hao, who was the third outsider after the couple to trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Ji clan. 3 nascent soul realm elders of the Ji clan launched a combined attack on Meng Hao, summoning a sacrificial altar as an image. Meng Hao casually punched and shattered the altar, forcing the elders back. The Ji clan members then joined forces again and transformed into a huge red dragon. However, Meng Hao took a step forward and forced the elders to spit blood and recoil. The Ji clan members retreated one after another in the face of Meng Hao's overwhelming aura. Meng Hao grabbed a young man to settle the debt. After stripping him of all his spirit stones, he even tore off his clothes. At that moment, a cold voice sounded, and a skinny elder in a black robe appeared. He released a chilling aura at the peak of the nascent soul realm and conjured a gigantic black handprint to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao summoned his second avatar, which released an even more powerful aura that neutralized the elder's attack. Meng Hao's second avatar also conjured up a real battlefield from the war between the southern domain and the northern region, suppressing the elder. A white-haired boy walked out of the Ji clan's ancestral home and summoned a giant 3-colored gourd dharma form, which also blocked Meng Hao. A fake immortal descended, astonishing the Ji family and demanding that Meng Hao leave. Meng Hao unleashed his formidable immortal chi and dharma idol, engaging in an earth-shattering battle with the fake immortal, resulting in a stalemate. The Ji family's ancestor intervened, invoking the law of causality to have those indebted to Meng Hao repay their debts, awakening everyone to the importance of severing causal ties. A realization dawned upon the crowd, and their cultivations unexpectedly progressed. The fake immortal was forced to retreat, settling the debts on behalf of the Ji family. Meng Hao accepted the spirit stones, resentful that he had been used as a whetstone. However, the various realms of the eastern lands were already awestruck by Meng Hao's prowess, attracting countless gazes. Meng Hao understood the power of causality, realizing the potential value of the IOUs. Following the guidance of the primordial immortal Dao token, he ventured deeper into the eastern lands, encountering treacherous obstacles, hidden formations, and ominous energies, as well as natural barriers. With the Dao token's guidance, Meng Hao cautiously navigated them, eventually arriving at a dilapidated ancient temple. The temple emanated a forbidden aura, but the primordial immortal Dao token came into play once more, leading Meng Hao through the temple gates toward a new adventure. In the southern heavens, Meng Hao's father's sword strike opened the immortal ancient Dao field, attracting the attention of star-level powerhouses. Upon receiving the news on the Eastern Victory Star, the Fang family dispatched their top elites, Fang Shongshan, Fang Yuni, and Fang Donghen, to seek opportunities. Over a dozen other individuals also embarked on the journey. On the Western Prosperity Star, a young man in a blue-green robe sensed the summons and decided to explore the Dao field. A veiled woman also set out for the south due to her connection with a past acquaintance. On the Northern Reed Star, the Li family sent a 10th and foot-long ship with their clansmen to the southern heavens. A cold and haughty woman among them vowed to seize the immortal ancient Dao token. In another location, a robust young man was dispatched to the immortal ancient Dao field. In a bamboo forest, a youth confronted an arrogant elder and left unwillingly in the end. The opening of the immortal ancient Dao field caused a stir throughout the ninth mountain and sea. The Ji family, 3 great Taoist sects, 3 powerful families, 5 sacred lands, 3 religions, and 6 clans dispatched their disciples to seek opportunities. Even in the ninth sea, a breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged from a mysterious gate, determined to find the immortal ancient Dao token. As the various talents gathered in southern heavens, a fierce battle was about to unfold to seize the fortune of the immortal ancient Dao field. In the enigmatic southern heaven star, there lies a restricted area known as the Perilous Realm. But Meng Hao, guided by the ancient godly Dao command, ventures into this forbidden land. Upon entering the mountain range, Meng Hao stumbles upon a dilapidated ancient temple exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Despite his hesitation, Meng Hao musters the courage to open the temple gates, guided by the ancient godly Dao command. Inside, the temple appears even more desolate and ruinous. But Meng Hao senses something unusual. He notices an altar where an aged sage with an immortal aura sits sermonizing. As the sage waves his arm, a colossal azure character immortal appears in the sky, emanating an unmatched divine aura that shakes the heavens and the earth. Amidst this, Meng Hao feels an unspeakable sense of oppression. Gazing around the temple, Meng Hao discovers more astonishing sights. The blue stone ground emits a rich immortal aura, while 9 giant cauldrons billow with azure smoke, each containing a world within. A cultivator plucks stars and refines the land, summoning the earth's spirit as his mount, soaring through the sky and controlling the stars. Yet, all these magnificent visions distort and morph, condensing into the spectral image of a dilapidated ancient temple. Within the temple, a lamp made of pale tung oil flickers, illuminating the ruined courtyard and withered flowers. Meng Hao takes a deep breath and approaches cautiously, only to hear a bone-chilling cry. He looks around but sees nothing. Suddenly, the ancient godly Dao command blows, diminishing the cold atmosphere. Meng Hao opens the temple gate, and a gust of icy wind hits him, sending shivers down his spine. He steps inside and walks toward the withered flowers, where he realizes they are the legendary flowers of the netherworld. As twilight falls, Meng Hao enters the temple and finds a gigantic immortal character before a shattered divine statue. He sits cross-legged, holding the ancient godly Dao command, and gazes at the character, entering a profound and enigmatic state. As night falls, a flickering bronze lamp casts eerie shadows within the ancient temple. Meng Hao sits cross-legged, his faded and tattered clothes hinting at the passage of time. A mournful cry pierces the silence, echoing through the courtyard like a haunting sigh. Accompanying the cry, strands of long, flowing hair emerge from an ancient well, enveloping the entire yard. A withered vine transforms into a swing that sways gently, producing an unsettling mix of laughter and weeping. Within the temple, the dark shadows surrounding Meng Hao gradually solidify into recognizable forms. They sit cross-legged in meditation, refine alchemical pills, sweep the floor, and one pale figure even stands behind Meng Hao himself. A sense of foreboding grips Meng Hao, and he abruptly opens his eyes. The shadowy figures encircle him, trapping him within their clutches. To his astonishment, Meng Hao realizes that these shadows are imparting knowledge. His eyes gleam with understanding as he learns the art of alchemy. Experiencing profound insights overnight, as dawn breaks, Meng Hao has concocted a pill that emits wisps of black mist, possessing immense but unstable power. Recognizing the potential of this elixir, Meng Hao refines it repeatedly, ultimately producing dozens of pills. He deduces that the temple's unique aura contributes to the pill's creation and that it would be impossible to replicate outside its walls. With anticipation, Meng Hao awaits the arrival of the most formidable young talents, eager to test his newfound strength against them. In the dead of night, Meng Hao was alone inside a temple. He gazed at the illusions that constantly appeared on the walls. These illusions took many different forms: men, women, children, and even non-human monsters. Meng Hao observed these illusions carefully, noticing that they would appear every night, and whenever he immersed himself in contemplating them, he would feel a cool sensation that greatly benefited his understanding of the Tao. As time went by, Meng Hao no longer felt any fear towards the illusions. Instead, he began to grow accustomed to them. No longer did the other strange phenomena inside the temple alarm Meng Hao. The black specter, the swing, and the cries from beneath the earth, he had grown completely used to them. Sometimes, he would even intentionally stamp his foot to drive away any commotion from below. What perplexed Meng Hao the most was the old man with 7 bleeding orifices who would appear every night. The old man would always stand behind Meng Hao, staring fixedly at the crown of his head. Over time, Meng Hao simply ignored him. One day, while contemplating an illusion, Meng Hao's attention was caught by a black phoenix in the form of a projection. Exuding a ferocious aura, it reminded him of his battle with the patriarch of the imperial clan of the northern region. The patriarch had used a similar divine ability. Inspired, Meng Hao continued to gain enlightenment from the Tao in the illusions. He gradually realized that the illusions within the temple represented the Tao of ancient immortals. If he could comprehend these Tao, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, Meng Hao discovered that he could not comprehend all the illusions. Some of them clashed with him, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not understand them. In the end, Meng Hao only managed to grasp 3 Tao: the claw scar, the transformation of the great phoenix, and the star-plucking technique. Although they were merely superficial, they still brought him great benefits. Meng Hao realized that these 3 Tao were only techniques. To achieve true Tao, he needed to look inward. Thus, he turned his attention to the broken statue. He sat cross-legged in front of the statue, trying to gain some insight from it. However, he came up empty-handed. At this moment, the old man behind him suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Immortal. Meng Hao was startled, as it was the first time he had heard the old man speak. Senior, what is an immortal? Meng Hao asked. This statue is an immortal. The old man's gaze was profound. Do you have any desire to become an immortal? If I could take half a step forward, I would be a true immortal. Meng Hao replied calmly. Immortal. How can there be a distinction between true and false? The path is wrong. The old man shook his head. The path is wrong. Has the inheritance been severed? It's been too long. That war. The old man fell into a frenzy. Walking around the temple, at times he would laugh out loud, then burst into tears. Senior, what war are you speaking of? Meng Hao asked. The old man did not reply, simply muttering to himself. Meng Hao felt a sense of desolate sadness radiating from the old man, making his heart tremble. Suddenly, the bronze lamp flickered violently and went out. Everything around him disappeared instantly, plunging him into darkness. Meng Hao looked up towards the horizon, only to see the sun rising, illuminating the heavens and the earth. On that day, Meng Hao was filled with confusion. The old man's words and the strange phenomena within the temple had made him realize that there was a startling secret hidden within the ancient immortals' Taoist temples. This secret was likely connected to the southern heaven region. As night fell, the bronze lamp rekindled, but its light had noticeably dimmed. The old man walked out from beside the temple door, his expression calm. Your foundation is solid. Do you wish to become a true immortal? The old man asked. Only with 100 fully opened meridians can one be considered an immortal. Meng Hao nodded with determination in his eyes. The old man told Meng Hao that if he used his own blood as oil and kept the bronze lamp burning for 7 times 49 nights, he would acquire a wisp of the ancient immortal's Tao Qi, which would transform into an ancient immortal's Tao meridian. With this Tao meridian, he would have the opportunity to comprehend the Tao of immortality. Without hesitation, Meng Hao pierced his wrist, letting blood drip into the bronze lamp. The lamplight suddenly brightened, as if it had been given a new life. Meng Hao sat cross-legged beneath the lamp, feeling an unprecedented clarity of mind. At the same time, in the starry sky above the southern heaven region, an enormous formation appeared. Dozens of figures stepped out from it. These were people from the Fang clan led by the young elites Fang Yuya, Fang Shongshan, and Fang Donggan. They had come to the southern heaven region in search of the fortune of the ancient immortals' Taoist temples. Thus, the prelude to this grand adventure was played. As the Fang clan set foot on the south celestial star, a serene voice echoed through the starry sky, laying out the rules for entering the immortal ancient training ground. 1. Only cultivators below the spirit realm could enter. 2. The gate would only open once, and everyone had to wait until all had arrived before entering. A Fang clan member requested leniency, but was sternly rejected. A member of the Immortal Realm clan violated the rule and attempted to force his way in, but was instantly slain by a sword chi. At that moment, The prodigies from the 5 sacred lands and 3 sects and 6 schools of the 9th mountains and seas arrived, including Li Linger of the Li clan, Zhao Yifan of the Taihong sword pool, Song Luodan of the Song family, Yaonu Zhixiang of the Demon Immortal Sect, and Wang Mu of the Wang clan. The Ji clan also sent forth a scroll bearing dozens of figures, led by Ji Yin, who possessed the powerful power of karma. The elder attempted to force his way in, but was also blocked by the sword Qi and forced to retreat, vomiting blood. The various forces were dissatisfied with Fang Shoufeng's rules, but under the pressure of his reputation, they had no choice but to suppress their cultivation and temporarily become spirit realm cultivators in order to enter the South Celestial Star. Thousands of meteors streaked across the sky, carrying the prodigies to the eastern land, where they headed straight for the mountain range that housed the immortal ancient training ground. The eastern land sects sensed the commotion, but fearing the strength of the prodigies, did not dare to intervene. The prodigies of all sides radiated with an imposing aura, resembling the future celestial venerables, leaving the eastern land cultivators in awe. When the visitors from beyond the realm arrived in the east, the heavens and the earth shook, and the various sects were astonished. A number of them approached the great Tang with greed, but were killed by 95 golden dragons, filling the air with blood mist. The other visitors were deterred by the power of the dragons, and could only bypass the great Tang and head straight for the mountains. In a prosperous city in the east, 2 shifty men observed the sky while indulging in delicacies. They were none other than Meng Hao and Fan San. Searching for the storage bags and jade pendants of easy targets, they singled out a majestic-looking youth wearing an imperial crown. Meanwhile, in an ancient temple located within the mountains, Meng Hao sat in meditation. He sensed the changes in the heavens and the earth, and his heart was filled with anticipation. The immortal ancient Taoist field had opened, and he would confront the numerous young prodigies from beyond the southern heaven star. He sat cross-legged, awaiting the challenges to come. As time passed, many young prodigies from the 9th mountain and sea arrived at the edge of the mountain range. They wore serious expressions, cautiously traversing the many restrictions. Disciples from the Fang family and the Li family suffered heavy losses after encountering explosive restrictions. Sun Zi from the sacred land of Sun Mountain, dressed in a golden robe, led his people forward. They were met with a devastating blast of black light, sending his clansmen screaming to the ground. Other forces also faced similar challenges. Within the ancient temple, Meng Hao sensed the commotion outside and realized that this was the battle for destiny. He stood up and walked out of the temple, digging several pits in the courtyard and burying the black pill inside them. Then, he sat cross-legged and waited for everyone to arrive. Sun Zi and his companions joined forces to break through the restrictions, creating a path. Many young prodigies rushed towards the entrance, and they saw Meng Hao sitting in front of the temple gate, exuding an ancient aura. "I have been waiting for you." Meng Hao opened his eyes, as if transcending space and time, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. All who laid eyes upon him were shaken, and they came to an abrupt halt, standing outside an ancient temple on the eve of the opening of the immortal ancient Colosseum. A group of celestial prodigies were surprised by the sight of a mysterious youth. Meng Hao. Sitting cross-legged, Meng Hao exuded an ancient aura that resonated with the temple, leading them to speculate that he was the guardian of this Colosseum. Unflustered, Meng Hao made a gesture with his hand, revealing a boundless landscape of azure stone where countless figures engaged in cultivation. Characters of divine law floated in the sky, and celestial rivers flowed around them, exuding abundant spiritual energy. The crowd was awestruck, feeling as if they had stepped into an ancient Colosseum. They vaguely perceived Meng Hao's colossal figure dominating everything. When the illusion faded, the crowd looked at each other in shock. They inquired about Meng Hao's identity. However, he claimed to be merely a janitor, reminiscent of the appearance of the old boatman, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. The quasi-successor of the Imperial Immortal Sect approached arrogantly, demanding entry to the temple. Meng Hao's expression darkened, and 2 black and white pearls appeared, unleashing an ancient force. The crowd hesitated, fearing to make a rash move. As night fell, a cold wind blew, and a woman's lament echoed through the air. The ground shook, the lights in the temple dimmed, and silken threads descended, rocking a swing. Meng Hao burst into a fit of deranged laughter and weeping, claiming to be suppressing vengeful spirits. The crowd was horrified, and the celestial prodigies retreated in terror. Meng Hao's true identity remained enigmatic. Was he a guardian or a janitor? An ancient entity? Or a mere pretender? As darkness enveloped the temple, an unknown crisis was about to unfold. The celestials of the ancient immortal court were shaken from their suspicion when the uncanny behavior of Meng Hao became apparent. His erratic laughter and weeping resonated with the sinister wind and swaying vines, unsettling their very spirits. Zhao was equally taken aback but realized Meng Hao's true identity. However, when an elder from the Ji family cautiously approached Meng Hao, a head that had soaked for eons without decay emerged from behind a wall. Meng Hao calmly introduced it as Xu Qing. Then, the swing shook violently as drops of blood dripped from Meng Hao's side. As if a young girl named Xiao Hua approached. Recognizing the futility of his ruse, Meng Hao sat cross-legged and meditated, causing both the dripping blood and the skull behind him to vanish. At daybreak, Meng Hao opened his eyes. All signs of chaos gone. Yet, in the eyes of the others, he appeared mystified, as if he had become one with the ancient temple. Zhao Yifan, Fan Donger, Ji Yin, and Li Linger, among other celestials from various sects, confronted Meng Hao, accusing him of being an impostor. Zhao Yifan attacked with the 9 sword dragons technique. Ji Yin attempted to manipulate Meng Hao's causality, and Li Linger used a tree leaf to form black veins, ensnaring him. Meng Hao used the rock technique to break through the veins and switched places with Li Linger, evading Fan Donger's azure lotus and the corrosive needles of the elder beside Song Luoden. After a fierce battle, Meng Hao's prowess astounded everyone. Amidst the chaos, the Celestials realized that Meng Hao had already entered the ancient immortal court, suggesting that the court's legacy might lie in his possession. As more Celestials joined the fray, Meng Hao's situation grew precarious. Undeterred, he braced himself for the upcoming challenges. Beyond the 9th mountain, Meng Hao engages in a fierce battle with Song Luoden, a Song clan expert, and his Dao protector. Song Luoden's body is adorned with shimmering flame runes, and on his shoulder perches a cold, fiery crow. His Dao protector is an emaciated old man with a sinister aura, harboring a powerful deity within him. Meng Hao employs his great rock divine ability, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with Song Luoden. Utilizing the blood demon grand magic, he absorbs Song Luoden's sea of flames and counters the Dao protector's decaying needle. Unmoved by the Dao protector's grey aura and Dharma aspect, Meng Hao unleashes his own immortal aura and nascent true immortal power. In the midst of the battle, Meng Hao snatches the decaying needle from the Dao protector using the star-plucking art and refines it into a black-skinned pill, which heavily wounds the Dao protector. Simultaneously, Meng Hao uses the Thunder Cauldron displacement to block Fan Donger and others from entering through the main gate. Finally, Meng Hao summons his Dharma aspect and, in conjunction with the Great Rock divine ability, unleashes a single claw attack, holding off Fang Dongen and Li Linger. The Dao protector, in turn, is countered by Meng Hao's decaying needle, reduced to ashes with a piercing scream. The surrounding geniuses are astounded, having never witnessed a spirit realm cultivator slaying a pseudo-immortal Dao protector. Meng Hao's name echoes across the 9th mountain, destined to be remembered after this battle. Meng Hao's name is familiar to cultivators across the southern celestial domain, but it is a mystery to the prodigies from the 9th sea and mountain. When Meng Hao appears before the temple gate, Zhixiang recalls the humble cultivator she once bullied. Zhixiang is the only cultivator present who knows that Meng Hao is not even 500 years old. She is shocked to realize that this young man already possesses an immortal aura and has embarked on the path to true immortality. She surmises that Meng Hao has come seeking the immortal vine, an opportunity to attain true immortality. Other prodigies arrive and question Meng Hao's right to block their entry into the temple. Faced with the encirclement of formidable cultivators, Meng Hao stands his ground and unleashes dozens of black-skinned pills that explode with devastating force, splattering the attackers with blood and flesh. The Sun Sons recognize the pills as the same ones buried in the earth, and their killing intent intensifies. As the prodigies prepare to strike again, Fang Yunyi senses danger and refrains from advancing. However, the remaining cultivators barge into the temple, only to be reduced to black sludge by a terrifying force. The onlookers realize that the only way to enter the temple is through the main gate. Meng Hao blocks the entrance, and a fierce battle ensues. Zhao Yifan transforms into a sword, his incredible speed posing a serious threat to Meng Hao. In a moment of crisis, Meng Hao retreats into the doorway, and his second avatar emerges, unleashing overwhelming demonic energy and intent that stalls Zhao Yifan. Meng Hao recuperates inside the temple and resumes the battle alongside his second avatar. Meanwhile, Fandomer uses an ability from the Yin and Yang realm, entering the courtyard via a door in her pupil. Despite Meng Hao's efforts, his displacement technique fails to stop Fandomer. However, as Meng Hao's second avatar steps across the threshold, it faces no obstruction, which startles Fandomer into realizing that Meng Hao's second avatar is not a cultivator but a clone. The fierce fighting continues, and Meng Hao and his second avatar eventually discover that the only way to enter the temple is through the front door during daylight hours. Entry is forbidden at night. The prodigies realize that Fandomer had concealed her true intentions, waiting for the moment when Yin and Yang would align, allowing her to sneak into the temple. Outside the temple of the Xianjiyu Dao field, Meng Hao and the goddess of the Nine Seas divine realm, Fandomer, engage in a fierce battle in the courtyard. While inside the temple, the Taoist shadow preaches, astounding the audience. Meng Hao and Fandomer clash hundreds of times, with Fandomer using the Gen character to try to bind Meng Hao. Meng Hao breaks the binding with his Dharma idol and the star-picking method, seizing Fandomer, but she summons a mermaid Dharma idol and the divine thunder of the Nine Seas to resist. Meng Hao's second origin emerges, using the river of time and evil energy to force Fandomer back. Fandomer takes out the 9 divine conch and plays it, releasing the divine thoughts of the 9 seas and unleashing a power of curses. Meng Hao activates the 6th level of his blood demon grand magic, but his body and second origin are still bound by seaweed. Fandomer believes she has victory in her grasp, but she triggers Meng Hao's hidden black skin pill. Meng Hao fuses with his second origin, his Dharma idol transforming into a coexistence of immortal and demon, breaking free from the seaweed. As he seizes Fandomer and prepares to flee, she is badly injured and can only retreat. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity and strikes at Fandomer with his palm. Fandomer's beauty fades, her appearance bedraggled, as she tries to escape the courtyard. In the vast godly Nine Seas realm, Meng Hao encountered the goddess Fandomer. Amidst their violent battle, Meng Hao, relying on the immense power of the star-picking method, captured Fandomer and cast her into the dry well in the courtyard. To prevent her escape, Meng Hao activated the 9th mountain to suppress the well, trapping Fandomer within. Inside the well, Fandomer was filled with terror, her soul trembling at the sight of the hair and countless skulls that had soaked in the well for millenniums. Meng Hao sat cross-legged outside the well, ignoring Fandomer's desperate screams. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered outside the courtyard was in shock. Heavenly prodigies such as Zhao Yifan and Som Luodan marveled at Meng Hao's strength, expressing their eagerness to fight him. However, Sun Zi held an intense hatred towards Meng Hao, vowing to take his life. Witnessing the gathering of the prodigies, Meng Hao devised a plan. He buried a black skin pill in a pit and stood upon it, as he prepared to use the thunder tripod to exchange places with someone else. The crowd realized Meng Hao's sinister intentions and quickly retreated. Nevertheless, Meng Hao ingeniously swapped places with Sun Zi, causing Sun Zi to step on the black skin pill. The pill exploded, releasing a towering black aura that engulfed Sun Zi. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao captured Sun Zi and brought him to the well. At Sun Zi's pleas, Meng Hao retrieved several precious treasures from his storage bag. Among them, a golden stone emanating a scorching glow caught Meng Hao's attention. The stone appeared to be a treasure from Sun Mountain, worth an immeasurable fortune. Meng Hao put away the Sun Mountain treasure and handed Sun Zi a piece of paper and a pen. Sun Zi was puzzled, but Meng Hao smiled and gestured for him to write. Meng Hao holds Sun Zi hostage, coerces him into writing an enormous IOU, and sets a trap to apprehend Wang Mu, who had previously feuded with Sun Zi. A battle erupts as the others attempt to intercept Meng Hao. Meng Hao cleverly manipulates the courtyard's rules to delay his adversaries by permitting only Song Ruodan to enter without touching the lamps. The crowd outside the courtyard is enraged, but Meng Hao boldly attempts an ambitious plan. He attempts to remove the bronze lamp. Despite opposition, and with indomitable determination, he succeeds in taking it down. Shocking everyone, the southern sky and the earth rumble, and even the rotation of the southern stars ceases. Meng Hao's parents sense his presence and unexpectedly encounter Shui Donglio. Shui Donglio prophesies that Meng Hao has rewritten his destiny, filling them with relief. On the tranquil shores of the Milky Way Sea, an ancient boat silently emerges from the mist. Aboard the vessel sits an elderly warrior, his gaze absent, as if contemplating an unsolvable enigma. Suddenly, he looks up at the Celestial Academy of the Eastern Lands and mutters, "Who has shaken the world?" Meanwhile, deep within the mountains of the Celestial Academy, Meng Hao ventures into an ancient temple seeking the bronze lamp. To his astonishment, his arrival triggers a celestial phenomenon. The surroundings begin to swirl, and Meng Hao finds himself transported to a primordial academy, witnessing the creation of the Tao and the celestial characters. The bronze lamp then absorbs his blood, taking him on a journey through different worlds. He witnesses the battle of the gods, the enslavement of the celestial Tao, the advent of 9 suns, and the impending invasion of a colossal continent. As the visions fade, Meng Hao returns to the temple with the bronze lamp hovering above him, emitting a faint glimmer. His mind has never felt clearer. Daylight breaks, and the bronze lamp's radiance dims, transforming into a spark that enters Meng Hao's body. He seals away the sun seed and Song Luo's pill and flees amidst the pursuit of his adversaries. However, flight is forbidden in this domain, forcing Meng Hao to proceed on foot. He encounters relentless pursuers, spilling his blood but fighting his way through to the first line of heaven. His chariot disabled, he is forced to sprint on foot. Hundreds of guardians relentlessly chase him while the celestial prodigies enter the deserted temple. Suddenly, a monstrous scream pierces the air as the ground near the well erupts. Fan emerges with a pale face, a female corpse hovering behind her. The temple collapses into the earth, vanishing without a trace, leaving the prodigies in dismay. Suspecting that Meng Hao has obtained the bronze lamp and the Celestial Academy decree, they seal off the mountains, determined to capture him. In the Ninth Sea and Mountain, various sects and factions engage in a frantic pursuit of Meng Hao for an ancient bronze lantern. Fan, humiliated by Meng Hao's prank, vows revenge. Meng Hao outsmarts his pursuers and engages in fierce battles with many talented individuals. In a dense forest, Meng Hao encounters Sun Hai, the protector of the Emperor Immortal Sect, and a purple-robed youth. A battle ensues, and Meng Hao uses his star-plucking technique to capture the purple-robed youth. Enraged, Sun Hai relentlessly pursues Meng Hao, who cleverly uses Wang Mu as a decoy. Continuing his escape, Meng Hao's keen divine sense helps him navigate the forest and evade his pursuers. By chance, he discovers the sealed purple-robed youth and takes him along. However, finding the youth to be destitute, Meng Hao wonders if he has encountered a rival from the southern heaven earth. Desperate, Meng Hao forces the purple-robed youth to write an IOU. When the youth refuses, Meng Hao seals his cultivation and speech, and casts a minor spell to heighten his sensitivity to pain. Meng Hao then drags the purple-robed youth through the forest, subjecting him to excruciating torment. Over time, Meng Hao shakes off his pursuers, using the lightning cauldron and his exceptional speed to traverse the mountains. He proceeds cautiously, searching for opportunities while remaining vigilant for his own safety. In the dim wilderness, Sun Hai was painfully dragged forward by Meng Hao. The bronze lantern atop Meng Hao's head cast a faint glow, revealing their whereabouts. At this moment, a beautiful woman, Li Linger, appeared and demanded Meng Hao's immortal ancient Tao token. Meng Hao attacked without hesitation, unleashing powerful divine abilities. A withered tree appeared behind Li Linger, its vines twining and battling against Meng Hao's Dharma form. However, Meng Hao's formidable physique allowed him to withstand Li Linger's attacks. Just as Li Linger prepared to release a potent divine ability, Meng Hao employed the Thunder Cauldron to switch positions with Sun Hai. This constant exchange overwhelmed Li Linger, and Meng Hao was able to attack during the switches, interrupting her repeatedly. Li Linger was severely injured, and Meng Hao pressed his advantage, using the Blood Fiend Great Law and the Mountain Range divine ability. Li Linger resisted with the Treasure Vase Seal, but it was shattered by Meng Hao's Great Rock form and Blood Fiend head. Seeing that she was outmatched, Li Linger unleashed a powerful divine ability, summoning the remnant spirit of the Jianmu. Meng Hao sensed an intense life or death crisis and produced a golden stone to counter it. Light erupted and the earth shook as both Meng Hao and Li Linger sustained serious injuries. Meng Hao seized the opportunity and used the Demon Seal 8th Prohibition to seal Li Linger's cultivation, dragging her back and storing her in his storage bag. In the chaotic night after the ancient temple vanished, Meng Hao shocked everyone. He defeated Li Linger and took away her cultivation base and storage bag. He also managed to wound Sun Hai. Facing Zhao Yifan's fierce sword energy, Meng Hao had a sudden flash of understanding. Catching a glimpse of the essence of the sword Dao, Meng Hao unleashed fragmented yet formidable sword energies, clashing with Zhao Yifan's sword energy. Shaking all present, he put Sun Hai in his storage bag and turned away, leaving behind a mysterious and unpredictable figure. The Li family and the Emperor Immortal Sect discovered the disappearance of Li Linger in their heavenly pride. They immediately concluded that Meng Hao was responsible. Many people were furious and began to search for Meng Hao. However, the flight ban made tracking him down difficult. At daybreak, Meng Hao awoke from his rest. He released Li Linger and Sun Hai. To avoid humiliation, Sun Hai willingly wrote a huge IOU. On the other hand, Li Linger remained hostile toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao searched Li Linger's storage bag and discovered a precious sword. He seized it for himself. Taking advantage of this, Li Linger attempted to steal the bronze lamp, but Meng Hao struck her mercilessly, causing her great pain. Meng Hao sealed Li Linger again and proceeded to educate Sun Hai. Sun Hai flattered Meng Hao, showing him great reverence. Meng Hao took Li Linger and Sun Hai away once more, continuing his uncharted journey, leaving behind a trail of mysteries and legends. Meng Hao ventures deep into the mountains, constantly pursued by various sect forces. He pretends to appear in order to distract his opponents and avoid contact. As time passes, Meng Hao's injuries recover, and within the bronze lamp, a celestial power gradually emerges. One evening, Fang Yunyi of the Fang family suddenly appears and engages Meng Hao in a physical battle. Meng Hao uses the demon seal to confine Fang Yunyi and deploys the blood demon grand method to devour his cultivation. At this moment, Fan Domer and two elders ambush Meng Hao. Zhao Yifan also attacks with his sword, closing in from both sides. Meng Hao falls into a desperate situation, and the bronze lamp dims, threatening to extinguish. Ji Yin, witnessing the scene from afar, realizes that the bronze lamp is not bound by fate and desires it intensely. Meng Hao's sister, Fang Yu's, photo is leaked, attracting attention. At a crucial moment, Meng Hao strengthens himself with the blood demon grand method and withstands the elders' attacks. Meng Hao captures Fang Yunyi in his storage bag but suffers serious injuries as a result. Lei Ding's relocation fails. Zhao Yifan's sword chi blocks his escape, and Fan Domer's stellar sea and the elders' pseudo-immortal power approach from his sides. Meng Hao is in a life-or-death situation, while Ji Yin lurks in the shadows, awaiting an opportunity to uncover the secrets of the bronze lamp. A bloody battle to the death unfolds as Meng Hao finds himself under siege from multiple attackers. Using a sunstone to keep 4 adversaries at bay, he charges towards Fan Domer but is grievously wounded by Zhao Yifan's sword under the light of a starstone. Despite his formidable physique, Meng Hao is gravely injured and faces imminent death. In desperation, he awakens the demonic thoughts of his second self, filling himself with an aura of malevolence and resentment. Like hell on earth, the surge of evil energy empowers Meng Hao, breaking through the 8th restriction of the monster seal and unleashing devastating blows on Fan Domer and Zhao Yifan. Simultaneously, the sunstone shatters, releasing an intense wave of heat that drives back Zhao Yifan. Meng Hao's figure flickers and shifts, using the thunder tripod to reposition himself, breaking free from the encirclement of the killing formation. His eyes gleam with chilling menace as he relentlessly targets Fan Domer, ready to deliver the final blow. Just then, a figure appears from afar. Attempting to intervene, Meng Hao instantly swaps positions with his opponent, escaping the lethal formation, but his body reaches its limits and collapses in weakness. Following the faint light of thunder, he flees into the distance, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and stunned onlookers. Meng Hao's powerful and ruthless display shocks everyone, raising questions about his true identity and past. However, Meng Hao's mission is not over. He needs time to recover and must find a safe haven. As he travels, he leaves behind a trail of confusing illusions, making it nearly impossible to track his movements. After surviving a perilous situation, Meng Hao is pursued by numerous geniuses and guardians of the 9th mountain and sea. In a critical moment, he is swallowed by a giant demon eel, entering the underground. Inside the eel's body, Meng Hao encounters Zhixiang and 2 old women of the demon immortal sect. They had been helped by Meng Hao in the past and so extend a helping hand. Xu Qing heals Meng Hao's wounds and informs him that in 4 days he will exhaust the enlightenment from the bronze lamp. At which point Meng Hao will be free to retaliate against his pursuers without worry. Meanwhile, a frenzy of searching for Meng Hao erupts in the outside world. But with the help of the demon eel, Meng Hao successfully escapes capture. Meng Hao's injuries gradually recover. But he remains unreconciled, resolving to counterattack his pursuers 4 days later when the bronze lamp's enlightenment ends. On the final day of waiting, Meng Hao opens the ancient medicine gifted by Xu Qing and takes it. Accelerating his recovery, he expels the demonic thoughts from his body and then reabsorbs them, restoring himself to around 7080 of his original state. When he awakens again, there is black fog in the palm of his handy's demonic thoughts that he forcibly expelled. Meng Hao expresses his gratitude to Xu Qing, who informs him that his second avatar has been taken away by Ji Yin's seal. Meng Hao declares that he will retrieve it himself. With Xi Sheng's help, Meng Hao exits the demon eel's body through a whirlpool. After exiting the whirlpool, Meng Hao finds that there are only 4 days left before the end of the bronze lamp's enlightenment. He finds a secluded cave, sits cross-legged, and awaits the final moment. Outside, numerous geniuses and guardians are still searching for Meng Hao. But he is well prepared and determined to make his pursuers pay a price in 4 days' time. Beneath the dark mountain ranges, only Meng Hao's cave was lit, its bronze lamp reflecting its glow upon the surroundings. He had waited in hardship for 49 days, merely to plant an immortal vein inside himself the moment the bronze lamp extinguished. As the bronze lamp intensely burned, Meng Hao's body trembled, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices into the lamp. Suddenly, a loud rumble shook the mountains, causing earthquakes. An invisible pressure spread, forcing cultivators to sit in resistance. After the 3rd rumble, all the mountain guardians vomited blood, suppressing it in meditation. After the 4th roar, the sky transformed into a starry expanse and true dragons and mythical beasts sped through it. The 5th roar was deafening. The mountains disappeared and were replaced by a training ground. An elder sat at the highest altar with the bronze lamp above his head. The word immortal emerged, inviting everyone to worship. As the 6th rumble echoed, Meng Hao rose, also with a bronze lamp above his head. His silhouette overlapped with the elders. The sun and moon paled, and the stars grew dim. All beings bowed to Meng Hao. The 7th rumble shook the heavens and earth. The bronze lamp went out, and a wisp of smoke formed the word immortal, which entered Meng Hao's body, creating an illusory immortal vein. The roars continued as Meng Hao's body was flooded with immortal energy, his cultivation skyrocketing from 50 true immortal to 80. An additional immortal vein had appeared, placing him firmly on a path to true immortality. As the heavens and earth rumbled, Meng Hao opened his eyes and his voice reverberated through the mountain's Fan. Ji Yin, Zhao Yifan, who dares to battle me? Revealing the might of an 80 complete true immortal, Meng Hao shook the heavens and earth, causing the minds of the cultivators present to surge. He challenged Fan, Zhao Yifan, and Ji Yin by name. His aura oppressive. Restrictions on flight were subsequently lifted. As if awaiting Meng Hao's arrival, Wang Mu challenged Meng Hao, attacking with Black Dragon True Qi. But Meng Hao easily nullified it with his star-plucking technique. Meng Hao's subsequent use of the Tao of Annihilation was also ignored by Meng Hao, who slapped Wang Mu away with a single blow. Meng Hao transformed into a golden eagle and suppressed him with a mountain range. He swept his foot across, shattering Wang Mu's right shoulder. With a single punch, he severely injured Wang Mu and seized his storage bag. Meng Hao's gaze turned to the Li clans and Sun Mountain's guardians, his killing intent blazing. Utilizing the thunder cauldron to shift his position, he unleashed a bloody vortex upon stepping onto the ground, critically injuring the Li clan elder. The 8th restriction of the demon seal was initiated, and Meng Hao fought against the elder dozens of times. Ultimately, he burst the elder's head open with a blood demon's skull, seized his storage bag, and devoured his soul. Meng Hao charged straight towards the Sun Mountain Elder, the blood demon grand magic operating, shrouding him in a bloody vortex. In but a few breaths, the vortex vanished, leaving behind only the elder's skeleton. His flesh, cultivation base, and soul had all been devoured. As dozens of cultivators surrounded Meng Hao, he took a deep breath and unleashed his father's first sword strike. A mind-boggling sword energy swept forth, slaying 2 and forcing the others back. Meng Hao utilized shift change to charge towards Fan. She retreated with all her might. But Meng Hao transformed into a golden eagle. His speed soaring, he thrust a claw towards her. Seeing this, other geniuses attacked to intercept Meng Hao. Meng Hao roared, "Compel you! I will!" The golden eagle advanced without hesitation. Its roar reverberating. Meng Hao and Fandomer are fiercely battling. Fandomer casts the 9 seas divine realm, summoning a vast ocean, while Meng Hao transforms into the blood demon rock, forming vortexes that intimidate his enemies with waves of sound. Under Meng Hao's relentless assault, Fandomer's sea dragon formation is shattered one by one. She is forced to cast a life-saving secret technique to distance herself from Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao relentlessly pursues her, using the power of his fused phantoms to intimidate everyone. Finally, he crosses the rift and comes face to face with Fandomer. Just as Fandomer prepares to escape into the 9 seas divine realm, Meng Hao summons her companion, Little Qing. Upon Meng Hao's call, Little Qing breaks free from Fandomer's restrictions and coils around her. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao captures Fandomer with the Star Picker technique. However, Fandomer's lower body has already escaped into the 9 seas divine realm. Unwilling to give up, Meng Hao casts a curse, burning Fandomer's hair and collecting the cursed smoke. With that, Fandomer escapes, leaving behind the cursed smoke as a future threat. After the battle, Meng Hao sets his sights on Ji Yin, pursuing what Ji Yin took from him. Ji Yin casually denies it. Meng Hao, unimpressed, transforms into the red rock and uses domineering words to confront Ji Yin directly. Meng Hao faced off against Ji Yin in an intense battle. Ji Yin unleashed the Tao of cause and effect, using his vast network of cause and effect to attempt to control Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao utilized the blood fiend arts to counter the Tao of cause and effect. He also employed the forbidden Tao of cause and effect to neutralize Ji Yin's network. Ji Yin was horrified by Meng Hao's forbidden Tao of cause and effect. His cause and effect lines shattered, and his cultivation dissipated. Meng Hao seized the opportunity and captured Ji Yin, storing him in his storage pouch. The surrounding cultivators were astounded, realizing that Meng Hao possessed a unique ability to counter the Tao of cause and effect. As they contemplated their next move, Meng Hao issued a proclamation, announcing a hunting game, and quickly escaped. Ji Yin revealed her true form as a woman, clad in a black dress with a pale face and countless cause and effect lines wrapped around her. Her cultivation had been sealed by Meng Hao, rendering her his captive. Meng Hao, using the unparalleled displacement technique of the Thunder Cauldron, evades his pursuers and begins to loot cultivators in the southern heavens. Wearing a magical straw hat that conceals his aura and changes his appearance, he can also hear the sound of the Great Path, which brings him peace. Meng Hao successively attacks the Blood Orchid Sect in the Azure Lotus Heavens. Emptying their storage bags, he discovers that the Blood Orchid Sect storage bags have already been looted and, enraged, inflicts further damage upon them, forcing their prodigy to write an IOU. After dozens of days, Meng Hao clears almost all of the mountain range. As he prepares to leave, he encounters Fang Shamshan and her 3 companions. After a battle, Fang Shamshan's protector is severely injured by Meng Hao, and Fang Shamshan is taken away by an elder. Meng Hao pursues them, sensing something amiss with Fang Shamshan. He believes there may be a treasure he has yet to discover. Meanwhile, outside the southern heavens star, 9 arrays appear. Shen Nian clones from the water east flow of the Great Tang State in the East Lands and other powerful forces descend, demanding Fang Shoufan release their descendants. Fang Shoufan, helplessly, leads them to the mountain range of the immortal ancient battlefield. An unprecedented storm is about to unfold, when a huge fissure appeared in the eastern lands. Meng Hao chased Fang Shamshan and accidentally exposed himself. However, Meng Hao acted calmly and continued to pursue them. Fang Shamshan and her companions fled to the Wei city of the Great Tang dynasty. But Meng Hao caught up with them and searched their storage pouches. At this moment, Fang Shamshan's uncle, Fang Shoufan, his wife, and other powerful figures suddenly appeared. Fang Shamshan begged her uncle for help, and Meng Hao's parents also appeared on the scene. Fang Shoufan and his wife had mixed feelings when they saw Meng Hao. Fang Shamshan and the elder accused Meng Hao of being evil and shameless, and of acting despicably. They claimed that Meng Hao had captured Yun Yi, humiliated the goddess Fandomer, and robbed other families and sects of their fortune. Fang Shoufan and his wife looked gloomy, But Meng Hao was uneasy and ashamed. Fang Shongshan also revealed that Meng Hao possessed the immortal ancient Dao mark and a bronze lamp, which gave him the cultivation base of a true immortal. Everyone turned against Meng Hao and demanded that he release the captured ones. However, Fang Shoufan dispersed the pressure and asked Meng Hao to release them. Meng Hao successively released Sun Hai and Sun Zi. As soon as Sun Hai appeared, he flattered Meng Hao, but when he saw the powerful figures from the Imperial Immortal Sect, he cried for help and accused Meng Hao of his atrocities. Sun Zi was filled with resentment and vowed to kill Meng Hao. Meng Hao glared at him, but Sun Zi became timid when he met Meng Hao's gaze. During Fang Shufeng and Meng Hao's conversation, everyone keenly discovered something unusual, suspecting that Meng Hao was not an outsider, but Fang Shufeng's son. Indeed, Fang Shufeng confirmed Meng Hao's identity and introduced him to everyone. Meng Hao released the captured geniuses, including Fang Yunyi and Song Luodan, and also exposed the whereabouts of Ji Yin and Li Linger. The Li family powerhouses were astonished to learn about Li Linger's identity. Abruptly, three people beside Fang Shang forced Meng Hao, demanding him to hand over his storage bag and kneel down to beg for mercy. At a critical moment, Fang Shufeng intervened, severely injured the three people, and reprimanded them for being impolite. Fang Shufeng formally invited the powerhouses from various sects and families to the Fang family, temporarily resolving the conflict. Only Song Luodan and the others held a grudge against Meng Hao and left in indignation. Meng Hao refused to return home, but Fang Shufeng's mother tidied up his clothes and advised him not to do evil. As Fang Yunyi and Fang Shangsan were about to leave, Meng Hao stopped them. He gave Fang Yunyi a lesson, stomping on him and beating him up until Fang Yunyi surrendered and called him brother. Meng Hao revealed a shy smile, welcoming Fang Yunyi to Southern Heaven Star. Meng Hao has been wandering near the Shanghu Ancient Road in Eastern Lands, searching for the robbers who stole his items. A few days later, he passes by a city and notices two burly men with shifty eyes in an inn. One of the men has a powerful build and eats like a little bird, while the other sits with his legs crossed and greatly resembles Meng Hao. Meng Hao suspects that these two men are the robbers and decides to draw them out. When he intentionally passes by the city gate, he catches their attention. One of the men transforms into a bewitching woman named Zhixiang, revealingly dressed and exuding charm, and attempts to seduce Meng Hao. Meng Hao sees through the mont's disguise but pretends to be fooled. Entering a cave dwelling with Zhixiang. The cave dwelling is protected by a powerful formation that makes Meng Hao wary. As soon as they enter the cave, Zhixiang asks Meng Hao for help, claiming that she is injured and needs to heal. Just then, the other man bursts into the cave and becomes enraged when he sees Zhixiang with Meng Hao. Accusing her of infidelity, the man exudes a powerful aura, radiating a life or death crisis for Meng Hao. To his surprise, the man looks exactly like Meng Hao. Upon closer examination, Meng Hao realizes that the man before him is his own clone. Due to a misunderstanding, the clone sees Meng Hao and Zhixiang as illicit lovers and threatens to kill Meng Hao. Meng Hao encounters a youth who claims to be the overlord of Southern Heaven, accompanied by a burly man disguised as a woman named Zhixiang. However, Meng Hao notices inconsistencies in their behavior and suspects their true identities. Meng Hao discovers that the youth is impersonating him and demands that he surrender his storage bag or face death. The youth intimidates Meng Hao by projecting an aura and creating earth-shattering fissures. However, Meng Hao sees through their ruse and exposes their bluff. To gain their trust, Meng Hao pretends to be Patriarch Leaning Mountain. The youth and Zhixiang are immediately terrified and reveal their true forms: a piebald parrot and a blob of jelly. They had created an illusion using a black feather, transforming the area into a cave dwelling. Meng Hao proves his identity with his aura and true appearance, threatening the imposters to surrender or face double the punishment for their previous escape. To avoid punishment, the parrot and jelly surrender to Meng Hao. Meng Hao imprisons the parrot in a bronze mirror and captures the jelly, slamming it hard on the ground, forcing it to beg for mercy. Finally, Meng Hao uncovers the jelly's true appearance, compelling it to submit to him. With the parrot and jelly's deceit exposed, Meng Hao successfully quells the farce. To repay Meng Hao's great favor, Pai Dong informed him about the parrot, providing evidence and stolen goods of the parrot's evil deeds. Meng Hao discovered that the parrot's terrifying aura came from a black feather. speculating that it came from the heavenly river sea. A month later, the ninth mountain and sea held a grand ceremony for recruiting disciples. The 3 great Taoist sects and the 5 great sacred lands sought disciples from the nascent soul to Tao-seeking realms. Meng Hao received a jade slip from his master, Dan Gui, informing him that he would undergo a true immortal tribulation. Fang Shofun believed that Meng Hao's master's opponents were cultivators who placed their descendants on the 4 great stars and powerful Tao-seeking experts from the southern heaven region. He decided to personally guard Dan Gui, preventing outsiders from entering the southern heaven star, while Meng Hao would be responsible for protecting the southern heaven region. Meng Hao and Fang Shofun arrived at the Purple Fortune sect, where Dan Gui was meditating on the statue of Taoist Zidong. He told Meng Hao that he had waited 2 lifetimes for this immortal fate. And he would even reincarnate and cultivate again to become an immortal. Even if he were to perish, he would have no regrets. Dan Gui used the statue of Taoist Zidong as his proving mountain. Preparing to seek immortality in this second life, he instructed Meng Hao to observe his tribulation process, as it would be crucial for Meng Hao's own true immortal tribulation in the future. Moved by Pill Demon's determination for immortality, Meng Hao witnesses the arrival of Pill Demon's immortal ascension tribulation. Disciples of the Violet Fate sect gather to lend their strength. The atmosphere in the southern domain is heavy as cultivators arrive to safeguard Pill Demon. And secluded masters awaken to seize the opportunity for immortal destiny. As a celestial gate appears in the southern celestial star, Fang Shofun seals the star field, barring outsiders from entry. Ancient beings from the southern domain summon mountains of ascension to participate in immortal ascension tribulation. Immortal mist fills the air. Thunder roars, and lightning strikes. The southern domain echoes the celestial cry of immortal. Pill Demon rises, and the Jade Azure statue ascends, carrying Meng Hao towards the celestial gate. 8 participants compete for immortal destiny, led by Pill Demon and followed by 7 mountains of ascension. The celestial gate slowly descends, bearing ancient carvings and auras that hint at lost history. Witnessing this, Meng Hao's heart pounds, and the bronze lamp in his storage bag resonates. As immortal ascension tribulation descends, the celestial gate remains closed, and tribulation persists. Pill Demon and other ancient beings decide to force open the celestial gate, embarking on their path to immortality. As true immortals' edge descended upon southern sky star, 8 cultivators emerged from the mountain and headed straight for the immortal gate. Each mountain represented a cultivator's path to enlightenment, and the true immortal tribulation would test them one by one. The key to the tribulation lay in blasting open the immortal gate, which was the only way to pass the ordeal. 8 thunder tribulations descended, the main one striking at Pill Ghost, while the other 7 targeted the remaining 7 cultivators. Meng Hao observed a subtle difference between the main and secondary thunderbolts, speculating that the main thunderbolt represented the true immortal's edge. Unwilling to see his master, Pill Ghost, hindered, Meng Hao decided to intervene and disrupt the others' contest. He unleashed his 8/10 true immortal might to intimidate the 7 cultivators, declaring Southern Sky Star his home and forbidding them from seizing the immortal's edge. Pill Ghost, empowered by the statue of Celestial Immortal Zidong, became the first to blast open a small crack in the immortal gate. However, the other 7 cultivators, seeing this opportunity, recklessly attempted to kill Pill Ghost and claim the immortal's edge. In a moment of crisis, Meng Hao intervened, confronting the siege of 3 elders. He instantly killed one with his overwhelming power, incurring the wrath of heaven. A crimson bolt of lightning descended from the sky, heading straight for Meng Hao. Amidst the immortal ascension battle, Meng Hao guards Patriarch Dan Gui, fending off 6 cultivators vying for immortality. Against the 6, Meng Hao summons a golden avatar, using his formidable cultivation to resist each one. An elder uses an immortal artifact, but Meng Hao's strength, at 80 of true immortality, pierces through its defenses, killing him with a single finger. Red bolts of tribulation lightning assail Meng Hao, worsening his injuries. Another elder consumes immortal blood, transforming into a raging beast and engaging Meng Hao in a furious battle. Meng Hao employs the star-plucking technique, annihilating him. Dan Gui gathers the strength of 2 lifetimes to once more assault the immortal gate. But the remaining 4 elders impede him. Meng Hao transforms into a golden rock, creating a whirlwind to defend and protect Dan Gui. Seeing their chance of immortality lost, the 4 elders burn their cultivation, attacking with all their might. Meng Hao resists with his Dharma image, keeping the four outside, granting Dan Gui time. The four are ultimately ejected, meeting their end in the tribulation lightning. The heavens roar as a vast sea of red lightning forms, bombarding Meng Hao. Severely wounded, he teeters on the brink of death. In the realm of Reliance Sect, Meng Hao risked his life to use the Blood Fiend technique to fight against the punishment Thunder Tribulation from the Immortal Realm, leading to an earth-shattering battle with the Thunder Hand. Despite suffering severe injuries, he eventually escaped with the Golden Rock technique. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's master, Dan Gui, was going all out to break through the tribulation to become a true immortal. With the full assistance of the heavens, earth, and man, Dan Gui repeatedly struck the immortal gate with all his might, but it stubbornly refused to open completely. As the tribulation intensified, Dan Gui's plight became more desperate. At the critical juncture, Meng Hao summoned his second avatar and took out a precious true immortal soul. To everyone's astonishment, the true immortal soul attracted the tribulation's attacks, buying time for Dan Gui. Seizing the opportunity, Dan Gui ignited his life and cultivation, charging towards the immortal gate with reckless abandon. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the immortal gate opened 90, just a sliver short of being fully unlocked. However, an earth-shattering extinguishing spirit storm suddenly appeared from the heavens, mercilessly obliterating Dan Gui's hopes. Dan Gui's body began to dissipate, and the immortal gate grew blurry. At that moment, Meng Hao recklessly charged towards Dan Gui, screaming, "Master, I will help you." Meng Hao's actions moved everyone present, filling Dan Gui's heart with both reluctance and regret. He transformed into countless specks of dust, vanishing into nothingness, leaving only a lingering gaze filled with gratitude and blessings. Meng Hao looked at the vanishing immortal gate, a mix of sorrow and indignation coursing through him. He understood that Master Dan Gui had failed, his path to becoming a true immortal forever cut off. However, Meng Hao refused to accept this harsh reality, vowing to help Dan Gui fulfill his final wish by any means necessary. When the destruction tribulation wind arrived, Meng Hao disregarded his own safety and rushed into the wind to rescue his master, Dan Gui. Meng Hao withstood the wind with his body, helping Dan Gui to enter the dissipating immortal gate. The immortal gate opened, and immortal energy and true immortal energy erupted from Dan Gui's body, and the tribulation mist dispersed. Dan Gui bestowed upon Meng Hao a trace of his natal true pill energy, healing his injuries and restoring him to the eternal realm. Within the immortal gate, a true immortal scroll appeared, recording the names of true immortals of all generations. Dan Gui's name was clearly inscribed. Afterward, the Grand Master of Kunlun Dao, Taoist Kunlun, appeared to take back Dan Gui. His true immortal disciple, Taoist Kunlun, guided Meng Hao, explaining that the South Heaven Star was only a small part of their journey and that their path lay in the vast starry sky. Meng Hao watched as his master, Dan Gui, and Xu Yuyan departed, knowing that their path did not lie on the South Heaven Star but in a far broader universe. Meng Hao's father came to his side, reminding him that the ninth mountain was not all that large and that one day they would meet again. Meng Hao reflected on the responsibility he carried and resolved to continue traveling through the vast starry sky. Meng Hao reminisces about the past, feeling nostalgic for lost friends and companions. He visits Fatty and Chen Fan, learning that they will also be participating in the recruitment trials of the three great Taoist sects. Meng Hao decides to attend the trial as well, seeking a world beyond the stars. As the trial commences, three enormous whirlpools appear in the ninth sea and mountain, dividing into three ancient paths: nascent soul, soul severing, and Taoist seeking. Meng Hao travels to the Fang family in the eastern lands to discuss the trials with his father, Fang Shoufan. Fang Shoufan reveals that participating in the trials not only offers entry into immortal ancient courts but also grants invaluable treasures and special fortunes. Fang Shoufan shares his own cultivation experiences, emphasizing that leading the way in the trials leads to reaching the peak of power. Meng Hao jokes that he would rather have all the prodigies owe him money. Subsequently, he resolutely steps into the Taoist-seeking whirlpool, embarking on an unknown journey. Meanwhile, numerous cultivators from the southern heaven earth, filled with dreams and determination, enter the whirlpools into the ancient paths of the immortal ruins. This ruin is said to hold mysterious fortunes and even a secret path to the immortal realm. Experts from the three great Taoist sects, 5 great holy lands, 3 teachings, and 6 sects participate, safeguarding the ancient paths and the order of the trials. Meng Hao, along with his companions, Fatty and Chen Fan, will compete for fortunes, challenge prodigies, and embark on their respective journeys of seeking the Tao and becoming immortals in this grand trial. The sky vortex roared and spun, with cultivators from all over the 9th mountain and sea stepping into it. Meng Hao was among them, disguised as Fang from his time in the Violet Fate sect. Intending to make a name for himself in this disciple recruitment trial of the 3 great Taoist sects. After entering the vortex, Meng Hao found himself in a pitch-black void, surrounded by whirlwinds and faint glows. As a dazzling light appeared, he was swallowed into a nothingness. There were platforms of varying sizes here, and at the center of each platform stood a stone tablet with maps carved upon them. Beneath the tablets were candlesticks with unlit candles, causing the maps to remain dim. Hundreds of cultivators appeared one after another, their auras indicating their peak Tao-seeking cultivation, with some even close to being heaven's proud. In the battle for platforms and lighting the candles, a fight was inevitable. Meng Hao chose the closest 108 feet platform to him, but was obstructed by a burly man. The man cast a sea dragon spell, attempting to swallow Meng Hao, but Meng Hao easily defeated him with his star-plucking technique, leaving the man terrified. Meng Hao mercilessly killed the man and lit his candle. Then, an aged voice echoed through the void, announcing the first stage of the ancient path, the battle stage. No holds barred, life or death. The more candles extinguished, the better. Those whose candles went out would be disqualified, and the dead would have their candles extinguished. Killing intent filled the air as clashes erupted, with divine abilities and spells shaking the heavens and earth. Just then, a young man in black appeared on the platform of the burly man, intending to seize Meng Hao's spoils. However, Meng Hao snorted coldly, his gaze piercing the young man's mind like a sharp sword, causing him to vomit blood and sustain serious injuries, forcing him to beg for mercy in terror. The battle stage, the first stage of the ancient path, had begun. With the might of his star-plucking technique, Meng Hao stood out among the countless peak Tao-seeking cultivators, becoming a dazzling star. Amidst the heightened tensions of the ancient road trials, Meng Hao displays exceptional prowess. Activating his acquired compass, he augments his defenses, extinguishing lamps swiftly while observing others progress. Outwardly, the 3 grand Tao sects and various factions closely monitor the trials. They note the standout performer on the ancient Tao road, a masked individual who has extinguished 19 lamps. Meng Hao continues his relentless advance, extinguishing lamps or retaliating against those seeking to hinder him. Among them, an elder adept in the law of time captures his attention, providing him with primary insights into its workings. However, the trial rules shift abruptly, decreeing that individuals with more extinguished lamps will lose their military achievements if their lamps are extinguished before the first stage ends. This announcement intensifies the atmosphere immensely, as Meng Hao enters an area where 7 or 8 individuals fiercely engage in combat. They swiftly converge upon him, aiming to eliminate him. Unfazed, Meng Hao unleashes a formidable blow, its indiscriminate impact sweeping over all present. With time, the competition on the ancient Tao road escalates relentlessly. Meng Hao fights his way through the trials, showcasing his overwhelming strength that surpasses the realm of ordinary ascendants. Amidst the fierce battle on the ancient road of nascent soul, Meng Hao unleashed a whirlwind divine ability that decimated 7 or 8 elite cultivators. Meanwhile, on the 9th mountain and sea outside, cultivators watched intently as the scenes from 3 vortexes unfolded, witnessing the intense competition on the ancient paths of nascent soul, severing spirit, and Tao seeking. On the ancient Tao of seeking, 5 exceptional cultivators emerged, their extinguished lamps exceeding 200. Among them, the masked Meng Hao stood out with over 300 extinguished lamps. However, just before the end, Meng Hao launched a thunderous attack, his storm expanding to a colossal radius of 10,000 zhang. Amidst screams of agony and roars of defiance, all the lamps were extinguished, leaving only Meng Hao standing tall amidst the vast expanse. In that instant, the ancient Tao of seeking fell into silence. The cultivators outside gasped in astonishment, marveling at Meng Hao's meteoric rise to become the supreme victor. In the first stage of the ancient road of inquiry, a cultivator named Meng Hao stunned everyone with his incredible strength, with a range of 10,000 zhang where only his power existed. He ranked first, attracting the attention of various factions. the powerhouses of the 3 teachings and 6 sects, the 5 holy lands, and the 4 great families all sent out messages, attempting to recruit Meng Hao. This stage was divided into 5 levels, with different numbers of extinguished lanterns resulting in varying numbers of steps one could take. Meng Hao extinguished 500 lanterns, earning the qualification to take 10,000 steps. After traversing the void, all the cultivators appeared in ruins known as the Immortal Ruins. Throughout the Immortal Ruins, altars of various sizes and quantities were scattered around. Each altar was seen as a path, and walking along the altars represented the second stage. Meng Hao was on the foremost altar, occupying it alone, while the others were distributed across the different altars. The second stage was called the Slaughter Pass, and it required the cultivators to kill all the beings that appeared within a set time. After a stick of incense, the cultivator who had killed the fewest would be eliminated. After everyone entered the altars, a brilliant light engulfed them. Meng Hao called out the name Fang, and his name instantly appeared before everyone. At this moment, the crowd began discussing, speculating whether Fang was related to the Fang family and predicting that he was likely to become the first again. In the second stage of the Path of Inquiry, Meng Hao finds himself in a realm of stars, where each participant faces the same challenges battling 1,000-foot giants, puppet armies, and immortals. To pass the stage, there are 3 choices to use the giant's death blow to kill directly. To first eliminate the puppets and false immortals before killing the true immortal, or to take another unorthodox approach. After observation, Meng Hao realizes that these choices overlook a key element: the stars themselves. He deduces that the giants, besides their death blows, also possess the ability to fly. To test his theory, Meng Hao examines the reality of his body and finds that it is somewhat illusory. With this realization, he makes a gamble. Meng Hao commands the giant to charge at full speed toward a star, using its remaining life force as propulsion. The moment it enters the star, the giant disintegrates, and the figure of a true immortal emerges, emanating an intimidating aura. However, when the true immortal approaches, Meng Hao detonates himself, triggering the chaos energy within the true immortal's body, causing it to self-destruct as well. This chain reaction triggers the instability of the star, causing it to shatter into a black hole that consumes everything around it. Meng Hao's unexpected move shocks everyone in the starry hall outside, proving that he has passed the second stage with the fastest speed, demonstrating his remarkable boldness and creativity. On the ancient road of seeking, the beings of the ninth sea are now watching the images within the 3 whirlpools with rapt attention. When the number 1006 suddenly appears after the name Fang, everyone was shocked and dismayed. The number and Fang's name vanish in an instant, and the altar where Meng Hao was located also loses its radiance, revealing Meng Hao sitting cross-legged within it. Meng Hao is the first person to pass the second stage, taking less than 100 breaths. All the enemies he encountered before were annihilated in an instant. The 9 seas were shocked, and Meng Hao's parents and various forces in the East continent were also astounded. The scene shifts to the starry sky, where the massive turtle ancestor Reliance near the East Victory Star is shocked after recognizing Meng Hao, and wonders how he managed to kill all his enemies with a single attack. Another figure seated on a meteorite is the previous celestial venerate of unknown life or death, who silently watches Meng Hao in the whirlpool, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Inside the Hall of Stars, the ancestors of various sects are stunned, with some believing that Meng Hao cheated, while others admire his decisive and resolute aura and outstanding understanding. Finally, a loud voice resounds from the hall: Fang, you have passed. Along with this voice, rankings appear on the ancient road of seeking, with Fang ranked first, and the area below him being completely blank. The ninth sea is in an uproar, and sects send people to recruit Meng Hao. Meng Hao opens his eyes, first showing confusion, but then regaining clarity. He realizes that the second stage was an illusion, and that he was the first to see through it. An incense stick later, the other examiners passed the stage one after another, but none could be faster than Meng Hao. The chubby boy, Chen Fan, Wang Yukai, and others also did well in the primordial infant and true immortal ancient roads. Ling Yunzi, the powerful deity of the ninth sea, appears and brings everyone to a more distant place on the road. Meng Hao is still at the forefront, while the other cultivators are ready for battle. The third, fourth, and fifth stages open at the same time, testing the aptitude, cultivation, and age of each person. Meng Hao is unsure of his aptitude. And after pressing down on the aptitude stone tablet, a soft force enters his body. However, the immortal meridians within his body suddenly tremble, absorbing this power. Meng Hao is puzzled. On the ancient nascent soul pathway, the trial takers pressed on a stone tablet, resulting in an array of lights. However, while everyone else's stone tablets emitted light, Meng Hao's remained unresponsive. The stone tablet's gentle power had been absorbed by the immortal veins within Meng Hao's body. The onlookers were abuzz with speculation, accusing Meng Hao of cheating or lacking talent. Unperturbed, Meng Hao continued to press the stone tablets, absorbing the gentle power, which gradually strengthened his immortal veins. Ling Yunzi, seeing that the stone tablet was ineffective, replaced it with 5 others, only to have them all absorbed by Meng Hao. Meng Hao suggested switching stone tablets again, leaving Ling Yunzi with no choice but to bring out 10 stone tablets with the character asset. Meng Hao pressed on them one by one, solidifying his immortal veins up to 20. At this point, Ling Yunzi announced the start of the next stage, the cultivate stage, but found that Meng Hao was still at the asset stage. Meng Hao continued to absorb the gentle power from the stone tablet in the cultivate stage, solidifying his immortal veins further to 30 and refining his cultivation. Ling Yunzi, losing patience, announced the next stage, the age stage. Undeterred, Meng Hao pressed on the age stone tablet, absorbing its gentle power. Various sects and the onlookers outside were puzzled and made various speculations about Meng Hao's unusual behavior. Meanwhile, Meng Hao continued to cultivate his immortal veins by absorbing the power, laying the foundation for his future path to true immortality. Amidst the fierce competition for sect entry in the nascent soul ancient road and the severing spirit ancient road, chaos has erupted within the path of trial ancient road. Meng Hao's actions have drawn immense scrutiny, eclipsing the contest for first place. Cultivators traversing the path of trial ancient road confront the tests of aptitude, cultivation, and age. During the age test, Meng Hao singularly absorbed spirit chi from the divine stels, showcasing a phenomenon that sets him apart. Despite the resentment and confusion his actions incite among other cultivators, Ling Yunzi reluctantly permits him to continue the assessment. Progressing through the 6th, 7th, and 8th stages, the cultivators face trials of divine sense, will, and enlightenment. In this desolate black land, Meng Hao discovers his divine sense can perceive distinct auras, emanating from fragmentary immortal ruins and an almost complete immortal pavilion. Ling Yunzi reveals that the strength of their divine sense will determine how many immortal ruins they can locate, granting access to greater insights. Meng Hao approaches the nearest immortal ruin, sensing its formidable aura. Accompanying the aura, ancient voices whisper echoes of past lives and events. Meng Hao discerns how this wasteland can influence one's state of mind. Yet he resolutely employs his divine sense, aiming to explore more immortal ruins in preparation for his divine abilities. Meng Hao finds the wells opening in the surrounding wall in the immortal ruins have been restored and sees the figure of a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged by the well. As the middle-aged man's voice reverberates with vicissitudes, Meng Hao feels his will challenged, falling into a state of confusion and struggle. After an hour of resistance, Meng Hao regains his senses, realizing that he needs a strong will to withstand the immortal ruins' coercion. Meng Hao then explores other areas of the immortal ruins, including a dried-up long river. Experiencing different intensities of coercion, he finds his insights are different from the middle-aged man's, unable to create divine abilities from these ruins. On the nascent soul ancient road, Fatty Fang Mu encounters a giant lingzi mushroom and stubbornly bites it with his teeth. Despite the excruciating pain, he perseveres, eventually biting off a small piece of the lingzi and falling unconscious. When he wakes up, he finds himself seemingly creating a divine ability. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, in another part of the immortal ruins, sketches the figure of his lover. Lost in memories, Wang Yukai stands in front of a bronze ancient mirror, staring intently at his own reflection, his expression becoming increasingly frenzied. His eyes seem to see more, but he also becomes more paranoid. Meng Hao and the others continue to explore the immortal ruins, seeking further insights to create even more powerful divine abilities. On the nascent soul ancient path, a woman in white, Li Shiki, proceeded in silence. Her divine consciousness detected a blood-colored lake where blood orchids grew. Li Shiki walked towards the blood orchids, sat down, and immersed herself in enlightenment. Her clothes gradually turned red, blending with the blood orchids. Meanwhile, on the severing spirit ancient path and seeking the way ancient path, some trial takers successfully created divine abilities. Among them, on the nascent soul ancient path, an elder, after comprehending a burial ground, created the spirit descent ability, which rewarded him with 2 stone tablets. Then, trial takers created divine abilities one after another, and the maximum number of stone tablets a person received was 4. Until the 7th day, an old man on the seeking the way ancient path shed his skin, creating take a life ability, which earned him an astonishing 8 stone tablets, just when the outside world was buzzing about the 8 stone tablets. On the nascent soul ancient path, a little fatty opened his eyes. He took a breath, and the sky condensed into a huge mouth, swallowing the earth. The breath summoned 13 stone tablets, second only to the legendary figure Fan Lao. Seeing this, the ancestor of the ancient immortal's tomb appeared in the trial world and inquired about the little fatty's ability. The little fatty answered honestly. So the ancestor named it Heaven Swallowing and invited him to join the ancient immortal's tomb, agreeing to accept his partner as well. The little fatty readily agreed. With a wave of the ancestor's hand, the trial world collapsed, and the little fatty disappeared. On the nascent soul ancient road, the little fatty and Li Shiki successively unleashed astounding comprehension, creating AWE inspiring divine abilities. The little fatty astounded the crowd with his 13 stone steles, while Li Shiki surpassed him, comprehending 14 stone steles, demonstrating a profound connection with the blood orchid. Major sects competed to recruit them, and Li Shiki eventually joined the blood orchid sect, becoming a future candidate for the Holy Maiden. Meanwhile, Meng Hao on the Taoist seeking ancient road also drew attention, having comprehended countless immortal ruins, surpassing even the legendary figure Fan Lao. And Wang Yukai, after self-destructing his eyes, created the night divine ability and erected 16 stone steles. Shocking all spectators, the ancestor of Luoyu Lake intervened, declaring Wang Yukai suitable for their Tao method, and entreated grand ancestors of 3 great Taoist sects to give them face and not contest him. As the trial progressed, the number of immortal ruins Meng Hao comprehended grew to 91, making him the center of attention. Outsiders speculated that Meng Hao aimed for 99 immortal ruins, creating an unprecedented divine ability. However, there were other cultivators on the ancient road who also discreetly comprehended immortal ruins, biding their time and possessing the potential to erupt with astonishing might at any moment. On the path of seeking Tao, Meng Hao possesses extraordinary talent, formidable divine sense, and an unyielding will. He gradually comprehends the immortal ruins, shattering records while being observed by all. When Meng Hao grasps the 97th immortal ruin, the crowd is astonished. Upon stumbling upon an abyss containing the fragments of an ancient Tao technique, he instantly comprehends the 98th immortal ruin. However, Meng Hao does not stop there. He continues his exploration, seeking the legendary 99th immortal ruin and the near-complete immortal pavilion. After 7 days of relentless effort, guided by his divine sense, he finally locates the enigmatic place. Astonishingly, Meng Hao finds himself before 9 towering bridges that appear to lead to the heavens. These 9 bridges are incomplete, yet they emanate an unimaginable aura of power. As Meng Hao investigates with his divine sense, he faintly glimpses a figure treading upon the bridges. Before he can identify who it is, the aura overwhelms him, causing him to cough up blood and lose consciousness. Upon awakening, Meng Hao finds the 9 bridges gone, but their imprint remains etched deeply in his divine sense. He comprehends that the 99th immortal ruin is the place he has been fervently seeking, a repository of unimaginable secrets. Beyond, in the outside world, Meng Hao's section on the path of seeking Tao illuminates with a 99th point of light. In that instant, the entire spirit realm holds its breath, anticipating his creation of a divine ability. Inside the Hall of Ancient Immortals, the elders of the 3 great sects are pleasantly surprised to find that Meng Hao has become the first to find Tianji in the ancient road trial at the realm of spirit altar. They warn Meng Hao not to approach the earth-shattering 9 bridges because their coercion is unusually powerful. Meng Hao gazes at the broken bridges and feels the endless fortune and danger they contain. Meng Hao suddenly has the idea of creating 2 divine abilities, the first originating from his character and the second from his desire. He begins to resist the pressure and memorizes the 9 bridges in his heart to try to seek fortune from them. As time goes on, Meng Hao becomes one of the remaining 4 people. As others gradually create divine abilities, Meng Hao spends more than 20 days and finally insightfully sees through the incompleteness of the first bridge, leaving only a piece of stone the size of a palm. A picture appears before him of 9 suns dragging huge statues and countless cultivators to bombard the void, and a scene of 9 bridges suppressing the starry sky. In the picture, 9 mountains suppress 9 bridges, causing them to collapse. Meng Hao realizes that the world he lives in may hide great secrets, such as the settings of the 9 mountains, 9 seas, and 4 stars. After the 9 bridges disappear, Meng Hao begins to search for the complete immortal building mentioned by Ling Yunzi. But he finds nothing. Eventually, he sits down cross-legged and integrates all of his insights to create a divine ability. Meanwhile, another trial participant, Li Yan, shocks the others by creating a flame body technique with at least 16 stone monuments. Inside the Hall of Ancient Immortals, the elders of the 3 great sects look at each other with sighs in their eyes as if they are disappointed in Meng Hao but also as if they expected this. As time goes on, the people of the 9th mountain wait with bated breath for Meng Hao and Li Yan's divine abilities to be revealed. Amidst the astonishment of the 9th mountain and sea, the 95 immortal ruins that Meng Hao comprehended transformed into 17 stone tablets that descended. And just when everyone thought that the divine ability that Li Yan had created was formidable, Meng Hao sat down again in a cross-legged position and continued to comprehend. In Meng Hao's heart, his unwavering determination for spirit stones and his longing for IOUs began to surface. He hoped that the chosen of the 9 mountain and seas would all owe him a favor. So he created a divine ability of karma, which could forcibly create bonds with threads of karma. Guided by the karma line, Meng Hao found Fandalmer and forcibly twisted the karma line into a rune, which he imprinted onto a sheet of paper. Fandalmer was astonished, sensing the power of karma stirring within her. Meng Hao's divine ability had 3 levels, forcibly creating bonds, incorporating IOUs, and planting seeds of karma. He was confident that with the advancement of his cultivation, this divine ability would become even more complete. As the world collapsed, the stone tablets descended again, reaching a total of 21, surpassing the legendary Fan Lao. The 9th mountain and sea seethed, and Meng Hao was hailed as the prodigy of prodigies. However, Meng Hao did not stop comprehending. Based on the concepts of the 9 bridges, he created divine abilities, experiencing repeated failures with each attempt. Finally, under the astounded gaze of everyone present, Meng Hao created an AWE-inspiring divine ability, only to reject it because he had thought wrong. The grand elders of the various sects within the pavilion of the starry sky gradually revealed their intent to compete for Meng Hao. The 3 patriarchs of the 3 great Taoist sects recognized the potential within Meng Hao, their eyes gleaming with hope. Meng Hao's constant creations filled the trial participants with self-deprecation. They realized that Meng Hao's talent and monstrous nature far surpassed their own. And this was only the beginning. Meng Hao's creation was not yet complete, as he poured all of his ambition and aspirations into this divine ability, using karma as the paper and IOUs as the pen, writing the astounding legend that was his own. During the 9th mountain and sea grand examination, the elders of the various grand sects were looking forward to the examinees creating new magical abilities, offering a significant opportunity beyond recruiting disciples. The elder of the Kunlun sect vaguely sensed something unusual. As time passed, the power of the magical abilities Meng Hao created continued to increase, and a 100-foot-high stone tablet descended. When Meng Hao created a nearly complete spell, 9 silverstone tablets crashed down from the void, bringing the total to 21. Meng Hao pushed on, and his body transformed into a bridge, with 100 channels appearing within him. As the 100 channels opened, 9 golden stone tablets descended. Now Meng Hao's newly created magical ability had 18 stone tablets, stunning everyone present. Meng Hao knew that this magical ability was incredibly powerful and could only be utilized once all 100 channels were fully open. However, he temporarily opened all 100 channels through his own personal creation. A bridge emerged behind him, emanating an ancient and mulberry aura, as if it were above the laws of the 9 mountains and seas. The bridge was imposing, commanding all beings to kneel. 9 multicolored stone tablets descended from the void, taking the total to an astounding 27. The elders of the different sects speculated that Meng Hao might have created the legendary supreme law A power superior to both Dao techniques and secret techniques. Meng Hao struggled to endure. And the bridge behind him vanished as his body returned to normal. Despite this, the second magical ability he had created was named Supreme Bridge, which possessed supreme and incomparable power. Meng Hao's spiritual consciousness absorbed the immortal energy from the 49 stone tablets, solidifying the immortal channels within his body. With his cultivation base breaking through, his momentum soared, and his aura of a true immortal erupted, surpassing the realm when Pill Demon became an immortal. The ninth mountain and sea are in an uproar. Fang Mu has created 2 supernatural abilities and gained insight into 99 celestial ruins. 49 stone tablets have descended, shocking all sides. The geniuses of various sects regard Fang Mu as their greatest enemy. While the elders of these sects have looks of disbelief, they speculate that Fang Mu may have broken through to the position of true immortal after creating the supreme law. Suddenly, the stone tablets around Fang Mu disappear, and a celestial pavilion appears. The imposing aura of the pavilion is astonishing. A giant stone in front of the door is inscribed with the characters Soldier Pavilion. The outside world can no longer see what is happening to Fang Mu. The ancestors of the 3 great Taoist sects have been waiting for thousands of years and have finally until someone activates Soldier Pavilion's formation, leading to Celestial Pavilion's path. They shout to Fang Mu that if he enters the Celestial Pavilion and takes out the compass, they will agree to one of his requests. Fang Mu cautiously goes forward, not sensing any danger, but the pressure on him dissipates on its own. He pushes open the door of the Celestial Pavilion, and a golden light flashes. Ling Yunzi follows him but is expelled and flees with serious injuries. Stepping into the Celestial Pavilion, Fang Mu is stunned. Countless magic weapons are placed here, including a dragon whip, an ancient mirror, a red eye, a Jianmu spear, and a long knife stained with black blood. The compass is unremarkable, but is embedded with a white crystal. A cold voice in the Celestial Pavilion declares that cultivators with Spirit Realm cultivation who create the Supreme Law can enter the Soldier Pavilion to choose one treasure. Fang Mu is unwilling to be used by the 3 great Taoist sects, and pry the white crystal from the compass, putting it into his storage bag. He tries to take other magic weapons, but he is blocked by a repulsive force. At this moment, the voice speaks again, informing him that he has already taken one treasure and can only leave. Fang Mu is slightly disappointed, but he discovers a doubtful point: fate is related to the cause and effect. So, he uses the forbidden cause and effect law in the hope of breaking the saying of no cause and effect with other magic weapons. In the Arcana Armory within the Sanctum of Spirit Beasts, Fang Mu utilizes the 7th seal of Arcana to examine the karmic connections he shares with each artifact within the armory. Deciding to forge bonds with these treasures, he initially sets his sights on a long spear. By activating the karmic threads, Fang Mu successfully aligns with the spear, triggering a violent reaction from the killing intent within the armory. Undeterred, Fang Mu proceeds to forge bonds with several more artifacts, causing the killing intent to intensify. Finally, he selects a precious flower and succeeds in establishing a connection after 3 attempts. But the killing intent reaches its peak. Fang Mu seizes a green vial and swiftly takes a table and a jade slip. The enraged killing intent within the armory erupts into a shockwave that blasts Fang Mu. He coughs up blood and is expelled from the armory. Concurrently, the 3 Taoist elders and the sages of various sects within the Celestial Hall witness the scene within the vortex. Fang Mu, with a resolute and fearless expression, completes his mission while holding the astrolabe. Ling Yunzi appears, reclaiming the astrolabe and presenting Fang Mu with a precious elixir. Fang Mu hesitates to consume the elixir but reluctantly complies. Ling Yunzi commends Fang Mu's aptitude and fortune, offering him a position as a core disciple in the divine realm of 9 seas. After careful consideration, Fang Mu agrees to Ling Yunzi's request, but on the condition that he returns to the divine realm of 9 seas after resolving his personal obligations. In the 9th stage of the ancient road trial, a group of cultivators are transported to an inferno world, shackled and led by a colossal giant. They fight against relentless beasts that descend from the sky. Meng Hao struggles through this stage, dying and resurrecting repeatedly, trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth. His fellow cultivators grow numb to their destiny, unaware of any escape, as the giant continues to drag the shackles and the beasts attack. The cultivators fall and rise, as if caught in an endless loop. Meng Hao witnesses a Dao-seeking cultivator attempt to escape but end up confined within the chains. Time passes, and Meng Hao experiences countless deaths. His spirit wavering, he realizes that this stage does not test strength but the resilience of the mind. He reflects on his past experiences and recalls his initial purpose in cultivation. During another cycle of death and rebirth, a flicker of defiance ignites within Meng Hao. He refuses to surrender to fate and starts seeking a way to break free from the cycle. He observes, analyzes the beast's attacks, and searches for a possible breakthrough. Through relentless exploration, Meng Hao gradually uncovers the secret of this stage. He comprehends that the heart trial lies in facing despair without losing hope, while the Tao trial necessitates a firm grasp of one's cultivation path. Meng Hao incorporates his insights into his battles, transforming each encounter with the beasts into a forge for his mind and Tao heart. He grows calmer, more decisive, and unwavering. Finally, after enduring countless deaths and rebirths, Meng Hao finds a way to shatter the cycle. He has grasped the essence of the heart and Tao trials, strengthening his spirit and solidifying his Tao heart. Upon his next revival, he is no longer bound by shackles or plagued by beast attacks. He has emerged victorious from the heart and Tao trials, earning his place in the arena battle. Under the relentless torment of death, tens of thousands of cultivators are tested, and they either choose to escape, commit suicide, or attack each other. However, Meng Hao insists on killing, tempering his will and Tao heart. As time goes by, death becomes more frequent and increasingly painful, and many cultivators give up resisting, choosing to seek release. But Meng Hao never wavers. Every time he is revived, he throws himself back into the killing. Despair spreads through the hearts of the cultivators, and Ling Yunzi's voice, like a demonic chant, declares that giving up will allow them to escape. The cultivators speak out one by one, indicating their surrender, and their figures vanish. However, there are still a few cultivators who persist in the face of adversity, including Meng Hao and Chen Fan. As the number of people dwindles, the brutality of the test becomes increasingly apparent. Meng Hao learns that he has died more than 80,000 times, surpassing all records in history. He understands that this is the ultimate test of his resolve and belief. Meng Hao is not shaken by death. Instead, he sees it as an opportunity to hone his Tao heart. He views the iron chains as shackles and death as a whetstone. Each time he dies, he becomes more resolute in his path and more steadfast in his heart. Finally, when Meng Hao's number of deaths exceeds 100,000, the world changes color. Fierce beasts prostrate themselves, and giants kneel. Meng Hao, with his mortal body, has passed the unprecedented test and become the ultimate victor. Within the Starry Sky Hall, the elders of various sects witnessed Meng Hao's outstanding performance in the Ninth Mountain and Sea trial, and they were all amazed, praising him as a rarely seen genius. Among them, the elders from the Nine Seas Divine World laughed heartily, as Meng Hao had become their Divine World's designated disciple. Within the Ninth Mountain and Sea, Meng Hao passed through the heart and Tao stages, becoming the first to complete the trial, attracting the attention of the world. Everyone was amazed by his terrifying power and extraordinary nature, predicting that he would surely shine brightly in the future. Meng Hao's trial process had also attracted the attention of various factions. Patriarch Backmountain was overjoyed, while King family's 10th ancestor had a profound look in his eyes. Surprised by Meng Hao's strength, Pill Ghost and Chu Yuyan witnessed Meng Hao's transformation with their own eyes. Sensing his extraordinary potential, Meng Hao's parents, though relieved, also realized that their son was about to leave Southern Heaven Star, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Zhao Yifan from Western Desolate Star surged with fighting spirit after hearing about Meng Hao's achievements, and decided to challenge him in the arena battle. Nine Seas Divine World's Fan Dong'er, though she hated Meng Hao deeply, was still asked to participate in the arena battle. Li Linger from the Li family, Sun Zi, and other geniuses also expressed their intention to compete in the arena battle. Meng Hao passed the test on the path of inquiry, becoming one of the 1,000 who qualified. Subsequently, Ling Yunzi, who was responsible for the trial, announced the generous rewards for the arena battle, which included a vast amount of immortal jade and the destiny-changing divine communication vine. In order to compete for these rewards, Meng Hao and the other trial participants were eager to fight. Among them, what excited Meng Hao the most was the supreme blood of the first-place winner of the arena battle, which was a treasure left behind by the three ancient supremes. Priceless, enough to change the entire landscape of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Meng Hao, a cultivator with an unyielding obsession for spirit stones, emerges as the victor in the trial of defying the heavens. Upon learning of the grand prize of paramount blood, his eyes gleam with avarice. The trial's 1,000 participants are all abuzz with the promise of paramount blood. The three great sects offer this treasure as a reward. Their intentions unclear. Meng Hao boldly requests the paramount blood, but his plea is rebuffed by Ling Yunzi. Resolving not to give up, he cultivates on the ancient road under oppressive pressure. He astounds onlookers by progressing from one altar to another, the pressure intensifying with each step. Meng Hao's chosen cultivation grounds draw the wary attention of another trial participant, Li Yan, who awaits in anticipation. However, Meng Hao surprises everyone by peddling pills, offering an awakening pill for the steep price of 100,000 spirit stones. Amidst the shock, Meng Hao singles out an arrogant middle-aged man. The man scoffs and proposes a high-stakes gamble, demanding that Meng Hao deliver all the pills to him within half a day. Donning a guileless smile, Meng Hao accepts the challenge. A game of chance unfolds, centered around spirit stones and the coveted paramount blood. Time is of the essence as Meng Hao races against the odds. Will he overcome the obstacles and secure his heart's desire? On the second altar of the Inquiry Dao Road, Meng Hao faced the provocation of middle-aged man Zhao. Out of jealousy towards Meng Hao's impressive performance, Zhao attempted to humiliate him by exploiting the time difference. Zhao promised to deliver 100,000 spirit stones within a half day, but demanded Meng Hao travel from the second to the 8th altars. Meng Hao calmly stepped into the void between the altars and endured the pressure, gradually closing in on Zhao. Initially self-assured, Zhao grew increasingly apprehensive as Meng Hao's pace accelerated. Just past the halfway mark time-wise, Meng Hao suddenly picked up his speed and reached the 6th altar within an hour, shocking the crowd. As Meng Hao stepped onto the 7th altar, Zhao's resolve crumbled. Realizing that he had picked a fight with the wrong person, Meng Hao continued his advance, crossing the void before everyone's eyes in less than 20 breaths and arriving at the 8th altar to face Zhao. Zhao was forced to hand over the spirit stones and declined to buy any more of Meng Hao's elixirs. However, Meng Hao feigned displeasure and gestured with his right hand, revealing a bottle containing dozens of mind-awakening elixirs. Startled, Zhao witnessed Meng Hao swiftly strike him with a palm, knocking him to the ground. Meng Hao engages in an altercation with a middle-aged man who belittles him. Enraged, Meng Hao attacks and brutally beats the man. Forced into submission, the middle-aged man reluctantly purchases Meng Hao's expensive awakening pills. Meng Hao exploits his dual nature, being both fierce and benevolent, and manipulates the man's psychological vulnerabilities to make him repeatedly buy the pills. Ultimately, the middle-aged man is left penniless, while Meng Hao gleefully collects a vast sum of spirit stones. Returning to the altar, Meng Hao learns that the arena battle in 3 days will be held on the ancient Dao tree in the Immortal Ruins. Ling Yunzi warns the participants that leaving the tree will result in certain death. Ling Yunzi then leads everyone to the Immortal Ruins. En route, Meng Hao witnesses its extraordinary wonders, including a gigantic skull, corpses suspended from vines, and intimidatingly powerful cultivators. To Meng Hao's astonishment, he spots the ancient boat he saw in the River of Heaven. As it sails away, it stirs Meng Hao's memories. 7 days into their exploration of the Immortal Ruins, Ling Yunzi and his 2 companions slowed their pace, their expressions heavy with concern. The ruins were fraught with danger, and a single misstep could cost not only their own lives but also those of the probationers in tow. After deliberation, the trio decided on a 5-hour respite, releasing the probationers to allow them to witness the true nature of the Immortal Ruins. Meng Hao and the others emerged, awed by the pervasive mist and oppressive aura. As Meng Hao ventured forward, he discovered that the pressure intensified with each step. When his flying sword approached an area 100 jam away, it disintegrated into ash within breaths, a stark reminder of the perilous nature of their surroundings. Just as Meng Hao was retreating, a voice echoed out to him, "Come, come." Concurrently, the ancient jade seal to restrain demons in his storage pouch emitted a faint glow. Meng Hao's heart throbbed. He noticed a small path materializing through the mist in the distance, seemingly beckoning him. However, cognizant of his inadequate cultivation base to face unknown risks, he chose to retreat. The voice grew anxious. "Heir of demon sealing, I am also a descendant of the demon sealing lineage. Come to me, and I shall grant you fortune. You will soar to the heavens." As Meng Hao continued his retreat, the mist churned violently, and a decaying figure emerged. Ling Yunzi and his companions sprang into action to defend everyone. Facing off against the rotting figure, the decaying figure pointed at Meng Hao, demanding to take him away. Ling Yunzi's trio swiftly intervened, revealing a talisman that immobilized their opponent for 10 hours. At this moment, the surrounding mist erupted, revealing a colossal form with an enormous ancient tree growing upon it. Ling Yunzi and his companions ascended the tree, their destination being the three-pronged fork near its top, where they halted at giant leaves the size of 100 zhang. The probationers were also released onto the leaves, marking their arrival at the ancient Dao tree. In the immortal incursion projection from the outside world, the crowd marvels at the colossal corpse of a giant and the ancient Dao tree. The three elders of immortal incursion set up an array on the corpse as nearly 100 celestials enter immortal incursion from the outside world and disperse themselves on the tree leaves of the Dao tree. Meng Hao reunites with Zhao Yifan, Fan Donger, Li Linger, and others, while Sun Hai also participates in the tournament but fails to recognize Meng Hao. Ling Yunzi announces the commencement of the tournament, and Meng Hao inquires about the giant's identity, to which Ling Yunzi replies that he is a god of the other shore. The tournament consists of 3 battlefields: Nascent Soul, Soul Severing, and Dao Seeking, which correspond to the main trunk and the leaves on the left and right sides, respectively. Meng Hao's first opponent is a trial participant who surrenders immediately upon recognizing him. The cultivators from the 9th sea are amazed by the strength of Meng Hao's physical body. Meng Hao observes the other battlefields and notices 10 noteworthy participants, including a masked youth, a mosquito cultivator, a mysterious child, and a delirious old man. Meng Hao is particularly concerned about the child's power as a true immortal. The child senses Meng Hao's gaze and gives him a sinister smile. The tournament officially begins, and battles erupt on the leaves of the Dao tree. The first round of the Taoist contest saw intense battles, with the arrival of prodigies from various sects displaying their exceptional abilities. Meng Hao, a rogue cultivator, fought his way to victory in the first round, astonishing everyone with his formidable fist strength. In the second round, Meng Hao faced a series of formidable opponents. First, he encountered a youth from the ancient immortal tomb, who effortlessly summoned corpses from a mysterious coffin to secure victory. Next, a youth with flaming eyes appeared, capable of incinerating opponents with a single glance. Additionally, a youth from the incense Dao employed his magical eye to communicate and force his opponent to yield. A burly man from the Kunlun Dao wielded a finger to summon mountains, crushing his opponent but showing mercy. In the third round, Meng Hao faced Yun Tianhe, a prodigy from the Seven Seas sect. Yun Tianhe possessed extraordinary strength that became formidable when combined with his cultivation. He had even fought against a pseudo-immortal without losing ground. However, Meng Hao still defeated him with a single punch, leaving the audience astounded. As the competition progressed, more and more powerful cultivators joined the battles, making the confrontations between the prodigies increasingly intense. The attention of everyone outside was locked on these top cultivators, eager to see who would emerge as the strongest within their respective realms. On the ring, a burly man used his sect's forbidden technique to transform into a sea dragon from the 7 seas. He looked formidable. However, when Meng Hao's fist descended, it caused a thunderous roar and instantly shattered the sea dragon. The burly man's chest exploded, leaving him a bloody mess. Meng Hao turned and left calmly, leaving the onlookers outside shocked. Meanwhile, on another ring, the paragon of the Holy Land, Sun Zi, was defeated by the little-known Blood Immortal Child. The Blood Immortal Child's blood surged, and his bloodthirsty techniques were chilling. Meng Hao also spotted him and realized how powerful he was. After 2 rounds of combat, only 60 people were left, and the top 32 were about to be selected. During his break, Meng Hao felt the gazes of many people around him, but he kept his eyes closed and sat cross-legged. 2 hours later, Meng Hao was transported to the next layer of leaves, where he encountered the paragon of the Blood Orchid cult. The female member of the Blood Orchid cult was brimming with fighting spirit and summoned a giant blood orchid to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao punched the air, creating a whirlpool with ripples that shook the world. The branches of the blood orchid shattered, and the woman absorbed its blood, her power surging as she charged at Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's second punch enveloped her with pressure, blocking her cultivation. making it impossible for her to dodge and sending her flying backward. The woman accepted defeat and left. Unexpectedly, another person appeared on Meng Hao's leaf, the blood immortal child. The child's lips curled into a cruel smile, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he declared that he had finally encountered Meng Hao. The child's attack was strange, and he used his blood-colored gourd to unleash suction. Meng Hao transformed into a black buzzard and broke free from the suction, his claws slashing at the child. In the arena, the boy cast the blood sea vortex, intending to pull Meng Hao into it. Meng Hao countered with a mountain range forming a long river, destroying the vortex. The boy activated 10 blood seas to drown Meng Hao, but Meng Hao remained invincible and unleashed 9 consecutive punches, forming a gigantic vortex that devoured the blood seas. The boy released the specter of a leech, but Meng Hao's Dharma sigil manifested and shattered it with a single punch. Undeterred, the boy activated the second form of the leech curse, sending hundreds of leeches at Meng Hao. However, a blood-red glow emanated from Meng Hao, causing the leeches to tremble in fear before he eradicated them one by one. As the blood mist dissipated, Meng Hao emerged victorious, the leech curse having failed. The crowd was astounded, speculating about how he had triumphed. Elders from various sects within the Starry Sky Temple remained contemplative. Aside from Meng Hao, the other battles were equally intense. Li Yan removed his mask and fiercely fought the chosen of the demonic remains, ultimately losing but severely injuring his opponent. In the end, the tournament to determine the top 32 came to a close, and Meng Hao and 31 other formidable cultivators emerged victorious. In the Lingjing competition arena, 32 prodigies gathered at the ancient Dao tree to determine the 16 finalists. Meng Hao and the 5-colored sect's Han Mei engaged in a fierce battle, using the 5 elements spellcraft against each other, fighting fiercely. As Meng Hao and Han Mei clashed, anomalies appeared around the ancient Dao tree. A gust of black wind howled in, and amidst the wind, a pair of white pupils locked onto the people on the Dao tree. Then, a gigantic eyeball flew out, roaring and searching for its right eye. Those on the Dao tree were attacked and injured. A rotting rock broke out of the black wind, circling the Dao tree and waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this time, a figure with half of its head missing appeared, locking its gaze on Meng Hao and waving a large pennant in its hand. Releasing a vortex. The vortex exerted a powerful suction force, attempting to pull the leaf Meng Hao and Han Mei were on and absorb them. At this critical moment, Meng Hao used his star-picking technique, grabbing Han Mei and forcing her to concede defeat. Han Mei was transported to the leaf below, out of danger. Meng Hao also sighed in relief but stared coldly at the figure missing half of its head. Those from the 9th Sea and Star Hall outside witnessed this process, shocked by Meng Hao's resourcefulness and reaction speed. Ling Yunzi reminded everyone that in times of danger, they should not leave the arena range, and admitting defeat was the only way to save their lives. After this, the arena battle continued, but the shadow of the ancient Dao tree's danger lingered in everyone's minds. The Ask the Dao tournament intensifies as more than half are eliminated, leaving only the top 16. These formidable warriors are capable of suppressing pseudo-immortals and rivaling true immortals, destined to become masters of the immortal realm. The most talented fighters gather to vie for a spot among the final 8, promising an extraordinary battle. Meng Hao and Chen Hao, from the flame demon cadaver of the 5 saintly lands, cross paths. Chen Hao wields an invisible flame, forming a fiery figure, not from the 5 elements, but imbued with a certain will and covenant. Surprised, Meng Hao deploys his 9 heavens devastation and Dharma body divine ability, forcing Chen Hao to retreat. Activating his flame armor, Chen Hao transforms into a lava meteor, striking Meng Hao. Meng Hao employs his Pluck the Stars technique and the 8th seal of demon sealing, disrupting Chen Hao's cultivation, gravely injuring him with a single punch. Desperate, Chen Hao unleashes his ultimate technique, Flame Demon Transformation, his body becoming a towering inferno. Undeterred, Meng Hao transforms into a vulture, evading Chen Hao and seizing his ankle. Chen Hao's flames fail to harm Meng Hao, who pummels him with fists and kicks, forcing him to revert to his human form. Meng Hao's formidable speed, strength, and divine consciousness leave Chen Hao defenseless, ultimately leading to his defeat and elimination. On the Dao tree's thunder, Meng Hao overwhelmingly defeated Chen Hao, holding the greenwood spear disguised as a black feather over his throat. Chen Hao resentfully yielded, offering over 3 million spirit stones in exchange for Meng Hao revealing his used cultivation base. Meng Hao received the offering with feigned reluctance, admitting to only using 70% of his power. Chen Fan's loss in the nascent soul arena left him dejected. Simultaneously, several enigmatic figures appeared in the immortal ruins, including a half-human, half-serpent being and a gigantic battle axe. The battle axe's appearance shocked the ninth mountain and sea and filled the three patriarchs of the three Taoist sects within the Starry Hall with anticipation. The rules for the tournament's final 8 competition were altered, with multiple battles to determine the top 4. Meng Hao was confident, but also looking forward to his battles with Zhao Yifan and others. As the tournament approached, a mournful melody echoed from the void, and a beautiful woman in white appeared above the Dao tree. Her presence instilled fear in all, including the Great Rock and the Blood Eye, who immediately knelt. The human serpent cultivator was especially terrified, hastily retreating upon the ancient Dao tree. The crowd watched in astonishment as a woman in white slowly walked forth, a battle axe humming and circling around her. The woman's face bore an expression of remembrance and sorrow. The 3 elders of the Dao sect, including Ling Yunzi, and the elders of other sects were deeply shocked, recognizing her as the legendary supreme of the sect. Simultaneously, a starlight suddenly flashed upon the statue of the ninth mountain, uttering a desolate voice, "Supreme." The battle on the platform commenced, with Meng Hao facing Li Linger. Li Linger utilized her divine ability of the Jianmu tree, summoning an illusory Jianmu tree to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao relied on his cultivation advantage, wielding his spear to shatter it. At the brink of life and death, Li Linger dodged the spear, but inadvertently noticed Meng Hao gazing at her buttocks. Enraged, Li Linger attempted to attack Meng Hao's eyes, but he counteracted with a slap on her buttocks. Li Linger let out a cry, once again experiencing the excruciating pain she had suffered before. She retreated in a hurry. The platform battle ended with Meng Hao victorious and Li Linger defeated. In the fierce battle of the ninth sea mountain, Meng Hao fought against Li Linger. Despite her being his former fiancée, Meng Hao's heart belonged elsewhere, and he unhesitatingly forced her to concede with his spear. Simultaneously, the other duels on the platforms raged on with equal intensity. Zhao Yifan triumphed over a Kunlun Dao man with his astounding swordsmanship. A mysterious elder, Qian Duoduo, and Xie Yixian of the Tao of Incense fought a fierce battle of divine thoughts, with Qian Duoduo ultimately prevailing. However, in her match against Sha Luo from the ancient immortal tomb, Fan Donger was compelled to reveal the female corpse behind her. Sha Luo became infatuated, declaring himself her lover. Following the conclusion of the first round, Meng Hao, Zhao Yifan, Qian Duoduo, and Fan Donger emerged as the top 4, leaving Li Linger, Xie Yixian, Sha Luo, and the Kunlun Dao man as the bottom 4. The second round of competition ensued, with Meng Hao facing Yang Yi of the Kunlun Dao. Yang Yi employed his mountain-devouring art, but Meng Hao countered with the same technique, ultimately triumphing with his superior physique and energy. In the third match, Sha Luo of the ancient immortal tomb took the stage. To protect the female corpse behind Fan Donger, he deployed 9 coffins to block his opponent's path, stating that he could not bear to harm her. The duels for the top 4 continued under the watchful eyes of many formidable warriors, culminating in the emergence of the final 4, who would advance to the next round of fierce confrontations. Amidst the howling winds, Sha Luo, clad in a long robe, ascended the arena with murderous intent blazing in his eyes. He summoned 9 coffins, from which emerged 9 corpses, forming an ominous encirclement of deathly aura. Meng Hao remained unfazed, brandishing his long spear in defiance. With a single thrust, he created a vortex that repelled the corpses. Sha Luo countered with a wall of ghastly energy, but it was effortlessly shattered by Meng Hao's spear. 9 poisonous needles followed, while the corpses attacked from behind. Meng Hao snorted and thrust his spear into the ground, creating a whirlwind vortex that pushed back the corpses and needles. He transformed into a vulture and charged at Sha Luo, tearing through the ghostly barrier with his talons and delivering a kick that sent Sha Luo flying. Sha Luo retreated repeatedly, unleashing his yin bead attack with all his might. However, Meng Hao emerged unscathed, breaking through the explosion and striking Sha Luo with a devastating punch. Sha Luo summoned shadowy figures to attack, but they were also dispatched with a single blow from Meng Hao. As a last resort, Xiao Luo resorted to the forbidden technique Yin Moon Slash, manifesting a dark moon that attacked Meng Hao. Meng Hao's protective form emerged, shielding him from the dark moon. Xiao Luo seized the opportunity to unleash 9 corpse transformation, transforming the corpses into demonic beings possessing the power of pseudo-celestials. Meng Hao employed the fiend sealing technique and cause and effect restriction, severing the connection between the demonic corpses and Xiao Luo, causing them to collapse. Xiao Luo coughed up 9 mouthfuls of blood and conceded defeat in terror. Meng Hao sheathed his spear, his aura soaring. The spectators of the 9th mountain and sea were left in awe, eagerly anticipating his upcoming battle against the 4th strongest competitor. Meng Hao battles Xie Yixian from the Incense Dao on the competition platform. Xie Yixian uses the Incense Dao technique to transform the platform into an incense world, becoming an incense deity. In this world, Xie Yixian possesses formidable power and an undying life. However, Meng Hao uses his powerful cultivation and a special technique to break the illusion of the incense world, gradually tearing apart the sky. As the sky is torn open, Xie Yixian's incense world is completely destroyed, causing him to sustain severe injuries. Before the incense extinguishes, Xie Yixian admits defeat. As a result, Meng Hao achieves a decisive victory, completing a glorious 4-win record. This battle astounds the crowd, who are amazed by Meng Hao's great power and extraordinary technique, while also being shocked by the injuries sustained by the Incense Dao disciple. Meng Hao's performance demonstrates his cultivation and potential, making him the center of attention, with all eyes upon them. The top 4 contenders of the 9th Sea of the Mountain and Sea stage stood poised for the semifinals of their tournament. Meng Hao, the rising star who had fought his way to the top, faced Zhao Yifan, the undefeated warrior who was the second to step onto the stage. Fan Donger, despite her initial setback, had clawed her way back into contention, while Li Linger and Qian Duoduo had triumphed over their adversaries. 3 days later, the qualification matches for the finals commenced. Underneath the golden leaves of the Dao tree's peak, a silver platform served as the stage for the semifinal battles. Zhao Yifan would face Li Linger, while Meng Hao would go up against Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo, despite his eccentric appearance, unleashed an incantation that threatened to overpower Meng Hao. He bellowed out the word evil, stirring the darkest recesses of Meng Hao's heart and causing his face to pale and blood to trickle from his lips. Qian Duoduo reveled in his apparent victory, convinced that Meng Hao would succumb to his assault. However, the darkness within Meng Hao was not the evil that Qian Duoduo intended, but rather a cold and ruthless madness. Black flames erupted around Meng Hao, but they did not harm him. As Qian Duoduo uttered the 9th evil, his mind raced, realizing that what he had unleashed was not the evil he had intended. Meng Hao lifted his head and glared at Qian Duoduo, his eyes burning with an icy madness. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing Qian Duoduo's face to twist in horror. This isn't evil. What have I unleashed? Meng Hao's madness surged through his body, but his eyes remained clear and focused. He channeled his madness into a fiery attack, incinerating his opponent's soul and securing his place in the final. The 9th Sea of the Mountain and Sea was sent into a frenzy. They had never witnessed such an enigmatic form of cultivation. Meng Hao's power and mystery once again left everyone in awe. The old man in black robes releases Meng Hao's evil thoughts, which instantly spiral out of control, transforming into a monstrous demonic thought that terrifies the old man. The observers of the 9th Mountain and Sea are shocked, awed by the black flames and blood-red eyes that ignite on Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao locks eyes with the old man, jolting the old man's spirit. Illusions manifest within the old man's mind, as if he has been drawn into a sea of blood and corpses, forced to witness Meng Hao's merciless slaughter. The old man is filled with terror and is unable to finish his words before Meng Hao strangles him, the black flames consuming him in an instant. The demonic thoughts on Meng Hao's body dissipate, transforming into black imprints that remain etched upon his skin. He ascends to the summit of the Dao tree and issues a challenge to Zhao Yifan. Zhao Yifan wields an ancient azure sword, unleashing a strike that materializes as a celestial dragon, tearing through the void. However, Meng Hao blocks the celestial dragon with a single hand, the sword energy dissipating, leaving only a white mark on his palm that instantly heals. The crowd from the 9th Mountain and Sea are astounded by Meng Hao's might, while the old man from the Starry Sky Hall is shocked by the display of the Eternal Realm. Zhao Yifan summons a 1,000-foot Dharma body, holding the cloud-sealing sword, demonstrating the divine abilities of the Tai Xing sword sect. Undeterred, Meng Hao confronts the Dharma body with one hand. The cloud-sealing sword's sharpness rendered insignificant against his palm. Meanwhile, a figure outside the arena, missing half a head, stares at Meng Hao with covetous eyes, hinting at a more intense battle to come. In a life-or-death battle on the Dao tree, Zhao Yifan displayed his astonishing strength with fierce determination, unleashing 5 earth-shattering sword strikes. Each strike was like a devastating thunderbolt descending from the heavens, sweeping everything in its path. However, Meng Hao remained calm and composed in the face of Zhao Yifan's onslaught. A black mark emanated from his body, releasing a terrifying demonic aura that warped time and space itself. With astonishing speed and finesse, Meng Hao countered each of the 5 strikes, time seemingly slowing down in his perception. Undeterred, Meng Hao took the initiative, stepping into the realm of swords and using his dharmic form to confront Zhao Yifan's. A cataclysmic clash ensued, a raging sea of flames and a tempest of swords. Zhao Yifan unleashed his 5 ultimate sword techniques, the first being the start sword style. Thousands of flying swords coalesced into a gargantuan sword that threatened to cleave the heavens. Meng Hao stood his ground, his dharmic form reaching 2,000 feet in height as he shattered the divine sword. Unrelenting, Zhao Yifan coughed up blood and invoked the 9 heavens earth collapse, launching a series of 9 consecutive punches at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body was sent reeling backward but managed to withstand the relentless assault. As the battle reached its climax, Meng Hao transformed into a vulture in pursuit of Zhao Yifan. Despite Zhao Yifan's desperate efforts, he was unable to escape Meng Hao's relentless onslaught and was ultimately dealt a crippling blow. The earth-shattering duel concluded with Meng Hao's triumph, his unparalleled combat prowess leaving all witnesses awestruck. On the trial arena of the 9th Mountain Sea, Zhao Yifan and Meng Hao engaged in an earth-shattering duel. Using his stone-tearing claws, Zhao Yifan repelled Meng Hao, then deployed his star-snatching technique to crush the sword in Meng Hao's hands. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his true aspect. Meng Hao responded in kind, summoning an aspect thousands of meters tall to face him. Despite Meng Hao's temporary advantage, Zhao Yifan remained unyielding. He ignited the power of the ancient vine, unleashing the might of a 10,000-meter aspect. Seeing this, Meng Hao also summoned his concealed power, revealing an aspect equal to Zhao Yifan's. Zhao Yifan made a desperate gamble, burning his aspect to perform the second forbidden technique of the 5 absolute sword. Ask the immortal. Why sever the mortal dust? Meng Hao took a deep breath, channeling the power of his immortal meridians and condensing them into a single immortal meridian. Empowering his strongest attack, the 2 forces collided on the arena, forming a vortex and sending shockwaves throughout the area. Zhao Yifan was defeated, sustaining severe injuries and being thrown off the Dao tree. Meng Hao also suffered a similar fate, being knocked off the arena. At that moment, a mutilated figure appeared, its eyes filled with greed as it headed straight for Meng Hao, who was in the ruins of an immortal void. In a fierce battle at the Dao tree arena, Meng Hao was mentally disturbed by a force called the Devil's Thought, which caused him to be expelled from the arena. Although most of the Devil's Thought was dispelled, remnants still lurked within him. At this point, a mysterious figure suddenly emerged, half of its skull missing. The figure seized Meng Hao. Meng Hao was horrified to discover this figure was capable of using the 8th seal of demon sealing, a formidable monster sealing spell. In an instant, Meng Hao's vitality, cultivation, and life force were drained, as if about to be completely devoured. However, on the brink of despair, Meng Hao seized a fleeting opportunity and pulled out the long sword piercing the figure's back. A torrent of black blood spurted forth, eliciting an anguished cry from the figure. It then loosened its hold on Meng Hao. Escaping with his life, Meng Hao witnessed the figure muttering deliriously. Simultaneously, countless grotesque blood snakes poured out from its wound. At this juncture, a rotting rock and a group of figures lunged ravenously toward the figure. However, the figure unleashed the 8th seal of demon sealing, effortlessly subduing the rock. It went on to utilize the 6th seal of demon sealing, instantly trapping all the aggressors in a life or death impasse. Suddenly, the figure pressed its hand against its wound, attempting to stop the gush of blood snakes. Its eyes flashed briefly with a hint of clarity, and it murmured, "I am the 6th generation of demon sealers." As the Six Paths sealing curse is unleashed, the Six Paths fiend lets out a thunderous roar. A vortex of black and white engulfs countless figures, imprinting them with grey runes, bringing them into submission to the Six Paths fiend. Meng Hao is aghast at this sight. The Six Paths fiend looks up at Meng Hao and notices his sword. After much contemplation, he decides to reveal part of the truth to Meng Hao. He has failed the mountain and sea calamity and is now on his way to his final resting place. Meng Hao may also face the same fate. The Six Paths fiend tells Meng Hao of the significance of the mountain and sea calamity and the tragic destiny of the fiend sealing lineage. He leaves behind a cryptic hint in one thought. 9 mountains rise in one thought. 9 seas appear. 9 mountains and 9 seas. Return to the source. The Six Paths fiend's figure fades into the distance, and from his wound pours forth countless blood snakes that circle around him but are confined within his vicinity. Meng Hao ponders deeply, feeling a strong sense of foreboding as if he is also destined to experience the same fate. In the blink of an eye, the arena battles are over, and the participants scatter in different directions. Some return to their hometowns, while others join sects. Zhao Yifan is filled with regret. Chen Fan joins the Sword Sect. Little Fatty finds over 100 Taoist companions. Li Shiki becomes the chosen saintess of the Blood Orchid cult. And Wang Yukai trades his insanity for the recognition of Luo Moon Lake. Meng Hao, however, remains alone in the immortal ruins. Facing countless dangers, he encounters a colossal skull, a battlefield strewn with corpses, an ancient medicinal garden, a horde of black beetles, and a colossal entity akin to a starry river. The sword left behind by the Six Paths fiend becomes Meng Hao's hope for survival, its radiance saving him from multiple perils. Meng Hao diligently studies the sixth fiend sealing curse, but his progress is slow. One day, he discovers a cave, where he finds a woman in white, the same one who had once been worshipped by all outside the Dao tree. The woman in white says, "From this moment on, you are Sequence 13. Meng Hao received the title Sequence 13 from a mysterious woman, granting him the right to embark on a path beyond the 9 mountains and seas. The woman gives Meng Hao a seal, which ensures that his soul will survive 2 deaths. Meng Hao learns that if his soul is destroyed, his killer will receive half the seal, inheriting his qualifications. Suspicious of the risks associated with the seal, Meng Hao hesitates to accept it. He pleads with the woman to send him out of the forbidden area, but she refuses, giving him a one-time-use teleportation jade slip instead. After some deliberation, Meng Hao decides to risk it all. He returns to the medicinal garden, approaching cautiously and discovering that suppressing his aura keeps the black beetles away. Meng Hao advances steadily, finally reaching the reincarnation leaf and swiftly uprooting it, releasing the formidable aura of the skin jelly decoy to draw the beetles away. While the beetles attack the skin jelly, Meng Hao seizes the reincarnation leaf. He then crushes the teleportation jade slip, vanishing instantly. The woman witnesses Meng Hao's actions. Formerly a member of the monster sealers, she reminisces about the past. Her expression softened. Meanwhile, in the immortal ruins, Meng Hao returns to his own world with the reincarnation leaf via the teleportation jade slip, beginning a new chapter in his life. In the perilous immortal ruins, Meng Hao, a cultivator in the 4th realm of immortals, forcefully uprooted a small purple tree and a sunflower. Upon hearing the commotion, countless black beetles swarmed towards Meng Hao. In a desperate moment, he activated a teleportation jade slip and escaped with a gelatinous creature resembling a black beetle. Returning to the eastern lands, Meng Hao realized he had stumbled upon the black beetle's base, which turned out to be the body of a colossal black beetle. Despite the timely teleportation, 7 black beetles relentlessly pursued him. However, Meng Hao struck a single blow that repelled all 7 beetles. Filled with regret, he captured them in his storage bag to refine them later. Along his journey, Meng Hao learned that the new year had arrived, stirring his longing for his family. Upon his return to the Fang family, he sensed a surge of 2 or 3% true immortal power, emanating from his sister, Fang Yu. Fang Yu's cultivation had reached the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, and she was on the verge of becoming a true immortal. Overjoyed to see Meng Hao alive, she greeted him warmly. Meng Hao, too, felt grateful towards his sister for protecting him in the past, but also guilty for his previous lack of understanding. Fang Yu detected Meng Hao's hesitancy but chose not to confront it. Instead, she chased him around as a violent dinosaur, demonstrating her immense power. Meng Hao evaded her attacks while explaining himself, causing their parents to laugh heartily. As the family reunited, warmth and joy filled the Fang household. In the distance, fireworks burst over the capital, heralding the arrival of the new year and adding an enchanting beauty to this moment of familial reunion. Following a warm and peaceful family reunion, Fang Feng arranged for Meng Hao's older sister, Fang Yu, to be taken away by the Imperial Immortal Sect. Fang Feng planned to have Fang Yu join the Imperial Immortal Sect and promised to protect her with his deterrence. Before Fang Yu left, she hugged Meng Hao tightly and promised to meet him again in the starry sky in the future. Meng Hao bid farewell to his sister and parents, and at his father's behest, decided to travel to the Fang family in the rising sun star to complete the true immortal path. Fang Feng revealed that he had left the immortal path vine and 2 nirvana fruits at the Fang family. Items that could help Meng Hao attain true immortality and accelerate his cultivation progress. Meng Hao also planned to travel to the 8th mountain and sea to find his maternal grandfather and paternal grandfather. After leaving the eastern lands, Meng Hao traveled to the Violet Fate sect in the southern domain. He communicated with the heavens on the immortal peak where Pill Demon had once been stationed, but was unsuccessful in summoning a celestial gate, realizing that true immortality could not be achieved in the southern heaven star. Meng Hao decided to travel to the rising sun star. Before leaving, he paid a nostalgic visit to the Blood Demon sect, reminiscing about his memories with Xu Qing. While passing by the Song family, he saw that Zhao was safe and sound, and easily bypassed the coercion in the rebirth grotto, which shocked the spirit-severing cultivators inside. Upon recognizing Meng Hao's identity, they were astonished. Meng Hao recalled the days when he punished the cultivators of the northern lands and embarked on his journey towards the true immortal path. Walking through the eerie rebirth cave, Meng Hao's heart was heavy as he recalled his experiences there and Xu Qing's sacrifice. Reaching the depths of the cave, he found it empty save for an odd aura on the walls. Turning back to examine, he gasped at the sight of a hidden, massive door. Exiting rebirth cave, Meng Hao encountered 2 old men waiting outside, inquiring about the situation inside. After pondering for a moment, Meng Hao replied, "Hope." His words filled the old men with a sense of promise and upliftment. Arriving at the ancient temple of Te, Meng Hao reminisced about the past with Chu Yuyan and the blood immortal inheritance. Ascending the steps, he entered the temple and paid respects to the statues of the Te clan. As he did so, the temple shook violently, with most of the statues seemingly coming to life and returning his greeting. Leaving the temple, Meng Hao headed to the ancient Dao Lake. At its bottom, he found a formation leading to the 3rd level and resolved to face the challenge. A golden beast asked if he was sure he wished to proceed, to which Meng Hao answered resolutely. Stepping into the perilous 3rd level, within, he encountered countless treasures and fierce beasts and was confronted by a massive golden beast guarding a gate. The golden beast informed Meng Hao that all who had entered with him, save for Lu Pa, had met their demise. Taking a deep breath, Meng Hao declared with determination, "I will challenge." Meng Hao was nearing his departure from planet South Heaven, preparing to embark on a grander journey. The secrets of the demon sealing lineage were about to be gradually unraveled. Meng Hao ventured through a path covered with ferocious beasts under the gaze of a golden behemoth towards a grand gate. On his way, a fearsome beast at the severing spirit realm attacked him, but Meng Hao effortlessly subdued it. The golden behemoth did not intervene, allowing Meng Hao to leave. Meng Hao entered the 2nd level, once again encountering the overlord beast and Lu Bai, who was meditating cross-legged. Lu Bai learned about the failure of the invasion of the Northern Territory, where the Dao exalted experts were almost annihilated, and his face turned pale. Meng Hao informed him that the Northern Territory masters were imprisoned at the Northern Mountain of Sin and that the cultivators of the Southern Domain had regained their spiritual energy. He declared that if Lu Bai caused no trouble, he would not be killed. Meng Hao stepped into the 3rd level, sensing a boundless sea of fire and an earth-shattering roar. The haunting voice from before echoed again, and despite being prepared, Meng Hao suffered from nosebleeds. He gazed at the source of the divine fire, and in a moment of crisis, summoned a white crystal to fend off the flames. Meng Hao gradually approached the source of the divine fire, but the pressure was immense, and he could not get any closer. He used the crystal to create an opening, luring the spirit of the flame inside, which he then absorbed using the ancient bronze lamp. After lighting the ancient bronze lamp, he discovered an eternal flame within it, acquiring a powerful trump card. Meng Hao suppressed his greed and retreated from the third level. A vertical eye emerged from the source of the divine fire. Gazing in the direction Meng Hao departed and sighing, predicting that he would inevitably return someday. During the second trial, Meng Hao was questioned by the white old beast but was lucky enough to escape with his life by not going deep into the center of the cave. After bidding the old beast farewell, he embarked on a journey to leave the southern domain. A powerful magical item from the fire spirit, the 1000-Zhang fire spirit. In tow, Meng Hao visited some old friends, feeling nostalgic for the past. But the southern domain had changed a lot and most of his former peers had either died or left. With only a few survivors. At the dark dirt, Meng Hao found the place where he had fought GTN, but it was now empty. Sky River Sea had also lost its vitality. And Meng Hao didn't see the familiar ancient boat from the past. He strolled through the land of the eastern lands, feeling its familiar aura, until he discovered his own near a great river. Floating in the river was a gourd that Meng Hao had once thrown away. And despite the wear and tear of time, it was still protected by a mysterious force and had not rotted away in 100 years. Meng Hao took out the note from the gourd and reread his old aspirations, realizing that it was a mysterious force of aspiration that had protected it. Through this epiphany, Meng Hao understood the true meaning of incense aspiration. He threw the gourd back into the river, letting it drift with the current, firmly believing that its aspirations would one day be fulfilled. After bidding farewell to his parents, Meng Hao embarked on a journey to the East Victory Star. Fang family sent his 19th uncle, Fang Hong, to escort him, with the need for several teleports along the way. Before leaving, Meng Hao gave his parents a tamed crocodile to accompany them. With his father's instructions in his ears, Meng Hao stepped into the teleportation array and his figure disappeared into the sky. His mother couldn't help but worry and cry, while Fang Shoufan suppressed his emotions, placing his hopes on his son's future. Meng Hao's heart was also filled with sorrow, but he knew that his journey lay in the stars, not on Earth. Amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, an enormous meteorite, radiant as a river of stars, contains numerous formations within its depths. Meng Hao and his 19th uncle emerge from one of these formations, preparing to initiate a transstellar teleportation to Dongsheng Star. As the 19th uncle calibrates the formation, Meng Hao explores this strange and magnificent stellar space. He learns that the cosmos is composed of 9 mountains and seas, each a world unto itself, encircled by 4 celestial bodies. Dongsheng Star belongs to the Fang family, one of the 4 celestial bodies within the Dongsheng Mountain and Sea Realm, with Bilu Star being the largest. Abruptly, a black-robed cultivator materializes silently upon the formation, shattering it. Subsequently, 9 dispassionate black-robed figures, all at the peak of the immortal realm, manifest amidst the void between the meteorite and Dongsheng Star, their malevolent gaze fixed upon Meng Hao and his 19th uncle. The 19th uncle intervenes swiftly, shielding Meng Hao, but is instantly ambushed by a formidable early ancient realm cultivator. He decisively deploys the Grand Void Grotto, consuming his enemies and himself in the process. Meng Hao is ejected and flees aboard a shuttle. However, realizing that the enigmatic black-robed figures might be targeting him, Meng Hao abandons the compromised shuttle, choosing to brave the treacherous void alone. Confident in his 80 true immortal cultivation and robust physique, he embarks on a perilous journey across the starry expanse. Using a strand of his blood, he fashions a decoy within the shuttle to mislead his pursuers. Meng Hao then accelerates in a different direction, embarking on a perilous and uncertain odyssey. While his blood decoy carries the shuttle towards Dongsheng Star, Meng Hao travels through the vast starry sky, adapting to its rules. He cultivates, crosses the starry sky, and locates his position using the jade slip given by his father. However, Meng Hao discovers that his blood clone left in the shuttle has dissipated, indicating that someone is targeting him. Meanwhile, 2 black-robed cultivators are ordered to hunt down Meng Hao and begin searching. Meng Hao flees with swiftness, using his rich experience to swiftly adapt to the starry sky. He speculates that the mastermind behind this may be the sect genius he had once defeated or due to his identity as Fang Mu being exposed. 7 days later, one of the black-robed cultivators discovers Meng Hao. The cultivator is a spirit immortal at the 7th realm, with a colossal dark statue emerging behind him, exuding an intimidating aura. Meng Hao feigns fear and uses the opportunity to execute the 8th restriction of the demon seal, restricting the black-robed cultivator's movements. At this moment, Meng Hao's spirit immortal alligator appears and engages in a fierce battle with the black-robed cultivator. Meng Hao wields the bone spear of the Jianmu, summoning a gigantic 4,000-foot dharmic form and unleashing his full spirit-severing realm cultivation to suppress the black-robed cultivator with the mountain-swallowing art. However, a second black-robed cultivator suddenly appears and heavily injures Meng Hao. With the arrival of a third black-robed cultivator, Meng Hao finds himself at a disadvantage. He transforms into a golden rock to evade, and using the lightning cauldron, swaps positions with the black-robed cultivators, revealing the third one's treasure, a bronze lamp. The terrifying aura emanating from the bronze lamp causes the two black-robed cultivators' expressions to change drastically. Realizing that Meng Hao possesses a significant treasure, they unleash their full strength to kill Meng Hao and seize the treasure. Meng Hao encounters two assassins in black, and a fierce battle ensues. Meng Hao detonates his second doppelganger, severely injuring the assassins. However, they manage to seriously wound Meng Hao. At a critical moment, Meng Hao ignites the ancient bronze lamp, releasing a terrifying inferno that incinerates one of the assassins. The remaining assassin chooses to perish alongside Meng Hao, but Meng Hao's eternal realm allows him to survive. As Meng Hao reassembles his body, the assassins are shocked to discover that Meng Hao has been resurrected. Meng Hao employs his blood demon grand magic to devour the assassin. Obtaining his memories, it is revealed that the assassins are from the Fang family, sent to eliminate Meng Hao. Enraged, Meng Hao resolves to seek revenge against the Fang family. He utilizes the assassin's flying shuttle, embedded with superior spirit stones, to accelerate his journey. In the meantime, a figure in black, cultivating far beyond the peak of the immortal realm, discovers a shattered jade slip and learns of the assassin's demise. Enraged, he increases his speed, personally pursuing Meng Hao, determined to prevent his return to East Victory Star. Meng Hao traverses through the starry sky at breakneck speed aboard his skyship, expending a vast amount of spirit stones. To ensure his safety, he unleashes the parrot and Pai Dong. With their combined abilities, he alters his own appearance in the skyship's guise. Along the way, Meng Hao encounters Feng Shuan, a disciple of the Medicine Immortal Sect. Feng Shuan agrees to escort him to the Eastern Victory Star. Meanwhile, the black-clad figures expend their resources to no avail and resort to employing a treasure to divine Meng Hao's whereabouts. The act is met with backlash from an unknown force, causing the treasure to explode. His disappearance causes an uproar within the Fang clan, with the main branch vowing to find him. However, the search for Meng Hao gradually fizzles out, leaving only a handful of black-clad figures in pursuit. After a year, Meng Hao finally nears the Eastern Victory Star. Feng Shuan briefs Meng Hao on the Eastern Victory Star, explaining the need for waybills and identity jade tokens to enter the star. Meng Hao speculates that the Fang clan, wary of his father, would refrain from harming him within the clan grounds, making it his safest refuge. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Eastern Victory Star, Meng Hao navigates the whirlpool and emerges before the East Heaven Gate. This imposing bronze gate evokes images of the Gates of Immortals. Flanking the East Heaven Gate are dedicated gates for the Puppet God Sect, the Blood Orchid Sect, and the Fang clan. From the latter, Meng Hao feels a familiar surge of bloodline resonance. At the Heavenly East Gate, innumerable cultivators queued to gain entry to the Eastern Victory Star. However, the gates of the Puppet Fiend Sect, Blood Orchid Sect, and Fang family remained unoccupied. Meng Hao and Feng Shuan joined forces and entered the line at the Heavenly East Gate. Within the Eastern Victory Star, order reigned supreme. Those entering and leaving were inspected, and non-sect members were required to pay a hefty sum of spirit stones. As time passed, the queue of cultivators dwindled. Just when Meng Hao and Feng Shuan were about to enter, the Fang clan made their grand appearance. Their esteemed status and royal bloodline granted them special privileges, including direct entry through the Fang family's gate. As Meng Hao stepped towards the Heavenly East Gate, he was unexpectedly dismissed. The cultivator responsible for collecting spirit stones recognized an ill intent in Meng Hao and attempted to take him for interrogation. Feng Shuan intervened and vouched for Meng Hao, who nevertheless was denied entry despite having paid 10,000 spirit stones. Exasperated, Meng Hao discarded his low-profile approach and stormed into the Fang family's gate. The action sent shockwaves through the crowd, as it was forbidden for anyone outside of the Fang bloodline to intrude upon the Fang family. Feng Shuan rushed to stop Meng Hao, but his efforts were ignored as Meng Hao resolutely stepped across the threshold of the Fang family's gate. Meng Hao arrives at the Fang clan's eastern sky gate and opts to enter via the ordinary cultivator channel despite having Fang clan blood. Paying spirit stones, the cultivators guarding the eastern sky gate mock Meng Hao, believing he will be suppressed to death due to not being directly related to the Fang clan. However, as Meng Hao steps through the Fang clan's gate, the gate light surges 100 feet into the sky, proving he has Fang clan blood. The gate light continues to climb, reaching 1,000 feet, indicating Meng Hao's extraordinary bloodline. As everyone is stunned, the gate light erupts to 3,000 feet, causing the guarding cultivators to lose their minds. Simultaneously, a colossal bell tolls in the Fang clan ancestral home, signifying that a clansman with dense blood has entered the Fang gate. Meng Hao doesn't stop, continuing to release his bloodline, and the gate light ascends to 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 6,000 feet, and 7,000 feet. Such an astonishing bloodline density causes a stir throughout the Fang clan. Hundreds of Fang clan members rush over from various locations, including Grand Elder Fang Tongtian. Upon witnessing the 7,000-foot gate light, they are elated, believing a new genius has emerged in the Fang clan. The Dongsheng Star House of Fang held a ceremony to enter the family gate. The 7 chimes resounded, shocking all the Fang family members. The mysterious young man Meng Hao stepped onto the House of Fang gate for the first time. A beam of light shooting up to a height of 7,000 feet. Astounding everyone present. Then, the light broke through 8,000 feet to reach the same height as the House of Fang's greatest prodigy, Fang Wei, causing the Fang family's direct descendants to feel uneasy. However, unwilling to take a back seat, Meng Hao continued to push the beam of light higher, stopping only at 10,000 feet, setting a record unseen in tens of thousands of years. The entire House of Fang boiled with excitement as countless members of the clan gathered outside the Dongtian gate to witness this historic event. Meng Hao's 19th uncle recognized him, overcome with emotion, while other family members whispered about his identity. Meanwhile, in the House of Fang ancestral hall in a subterranean cave, 2 enigmatic figures also noticed Meng Hao's arrival. The ancestral hall elder was incredulous, musing that Meng Hao could be a lost family member in the cave. A young man with purple pupils, upon hearing news of Meng Hao, muttered to himself. As the light dissipated, Meng Hao's figure was revealed. He wore a light blue shirt, was somewhat thin, but had bright eyes like stars. He introduced himself to those present, claiming to be Meng Hao, the son of Fang Shoufan and Meng Li. Meng Hao returns, claiming to be Fang Hao, and shocks the Fang family. Accompanied by the light of Reliance Sect, he overwhelms everyone and declares his father to be Fang Shoufan. Fang Shoufan, once the Fang family's top prodigy, disappeared due to his son Fang Hao, who was branded a family disgrace. Fang Hao's return with a transformed identity brings both shock and joy to the Fang family. The 19th uncle is deeply moved, and Great Elder Fang Tongtian welcomes him with kindness, recognizing that Meng Hao, whether as Fang Hao or Meng Hao, is the eldest grandson of the Fang family line. The family rejoices, and the guards who offended Meng Hao are punished. Meng Hao requests to first resolve the matter of the missing million spirit stones, which Fang Shi enthusiastically agrees to. The Great Elder leads Meng Hao into the Fang family mansion, while Feng Shuan sees him off, grateful for his kindness. On the Eastern Victory Star, the Fang family holds great power, occupying nearly half the territory. With no imperial dynasty, Meng Hao witnesses the grandeur and majesty of the Fang family's ancestral home. With its formidable aura and impressive defenses, the welcoming ceremony is spectacular. With hundreds of thousands of family members gathered as Meng Hao's identity token is used to pay respects to the ancestors, formally solidifying his return to the family. In the Hall of Fang Earth, Meng Hao becomes the center of attention. Fang Tongtian sits at the head, while the grandfather of Fang Wei stares at him with piercing eyes. Fang Donghan and Fang Shongshan are also present. The white-robed youth Fang Wei, once the Fang family's top prodigy, gazes at Meng Hao with a sinister expression, whispering provocations into his ear. In the majestic Fang family grand hall, young prodigy Fang Wei is celebrated by his peers. Meng Hao, the eldest grandson of the Fang family's direct bloodline, stands alone, unfazed, The hall is solemn, with numerous elders seated, but Meng Hao remains isolated. Fang family Grand Elder Fang Tongtian announces Meng Hao's official status as a Fang family member, granting him access to the family's cultivation resources. However, when allocating resources, disagreements arise among the elders. The direct lineage elder proposes granting him a superior cave dwelling and precious pills. But other elders object, citing his lack of merit. Amidst the debate, Fang Wei makes two brazen statements, claiming the Moonlit Lake cave dwelling and 7 rainbow immortal pills for himself. Leaving the elders speechless, Meng Hao realizes Fang Wei's tyranny and cunning. Out of desperation, the Grand Elder allows Meng Hao to choose his own dwelling. Surprisingly, Meng Hao only requests the return of his father's nirvana fruit and immortal connecting vine. However, Fang Wei interferes once more, claiming the immortal connecting vine was already allocated. Meng Hao, unable to tolerate Fang Wei's greed, accuses him of seizing his inheritance. Fang Wei's face turns grim as they confront each other. Tension hangs in the air, hinting at the storm brewing within the Fang family. Meng Hao contemplates leaving, but remembering his parents' wishes, he suppresses his emotions and remains. In the Fang family council, Meng Hao confronted Fang Wei. Meng Hao accused Fang Wei of seizing his cave palace and spirit medicine, claiming his actions violated family rules and defied the hierarchy of elders and juniors. Meng Hao's scathing words left Fang Wei speechless. Meng Hao demanded punishment for Fang Wei and requested to choose a cave palace with a medicinal garden. The family elder, Fang Tongtian, intervened, granting Meng Hao a divine immortal vine and a cave mansion. Fang Shi, the son of Meng Hao's 19th uncle, guided Meng Hao and introduced him to the elders of the family's main lineage. Fang Shi held Meng Hao in high regard and lamented the arrogance of Fang Wei and the branch lineage. Fang Shi confided in Meng Hao that the Fang family possessed an extraordinary elixir, the 7-colored immortal mortal pill, which could enhance the divine immortal vine and aid cultivators in their pursuit of becoming true immortals. Fang Shi extolled Meng Hao's talent and bloodline, asserting that he was a true prodigy. Fang Zai's incessant complaints about Fang Wei and the branch lineage piqued Meng Hao's interest. Sensing Fang Zai's sincerity, Meng Hao agreed to instruct him in the art of speaking. Meng Hao assigned Fang Shi to engage in conversations with Pai Dong. Hoping to hone his eloquence, Fang Shi eagerly accepted and planned to engage with Pai Dong frequently. As night fell, Fang Shi led Meng Hao to his cave palace. It was an aesthetically pleasing abode in a secluded area, featuring a luxurious interior, a small lake, a medicinal garden, and an abundance of spiritual energy. Meng Hao was highly satisfied with his new dwelling. Meng Hao returns to the Fang clan and is greeted by Elder Fang Shi. Fang Shi accidentally learns of Meng Hao's remarkable eloquence and is impressed. Meng Hao enters the attic and finds it lavish, with furniture made of spirit stones. He collects all the spirit stone furniture from the attic to improve his own surroundings. Meng Hao recalls his reasons for returning home are to obtain the nirvana fruit, but he speculates that the Fang clan is using excuses to delay him. He suspects that people from the Fang Wei lineage are after him and finds the Grand Elder's attitude suspicious. Meng Hao opens up the Fang clan's cultivation resource bag, which contains many pills, spirit stones, and techniques. He learns that one way to earn merit points is to complete clan trials. Meanwhile, Fang Wei's father and grandfather plot at the ancestral house to secretly eliminate Meng Hao within the clan. 2 days later, Meng Hao goes to the ancestral hall and the Grand Elder announces that the nirvana fruit will be given to him. Meng Hao is surprised and wonders if he has been too suspicious. The Grand Elder recounts Meng Hao's childhood illness and how he met a stranger who cured him. He says that when Meng Hao's parents left, they gave the nirvana fruit to the clan. In the Eastern Victory Star Fang family, after the return of the direct descendant Meng Hao, Great Elder Fang Tongtian, in disregard of the family rules, returned 2 precious nirvana fruits to Meng Hao. The Great Elder publicly announced that anyone who dared to seize Meng Hao's nirvana fruits, he would personally exterminate their lineage, and swore an oath by the Tao. Fang Tongtian had previously stated to Meng Hao that his identity was that of a Fang family member. But as Great Elder, he must maintain the balance of the family and could not favor any one party. However, for the first time, he forcibly decided to return the nirvana fruits to Meng Hao. Fang Tongtian referred to Meng Hao as his grandson and instructed him to quickly merge with the nirvana fruits, using spiritual liquid as an aid. and refining the spiritual liquid with his own blood. Meng Hao was puzzled by Fang Tongtian's behavior. Believing that there was something else going on, he speculated that the Great Elder might have tampered with the spiritual liquid. After obtaining medicinal herbs and pill recipes from the alchemy lineage, Meng Hao decided to refine the spiritual liquid himself to ensure safety. Fang Tongtian also warned Meng Hao that the merging with the nirvana fruits could not be delayed for too long, as there were those who might take desperate measures. Meng Hao nodded in agreement, but doubts still lingered in his heart, and he secretly investigated the truth. In the Fang Manor's main hall, Meng Hao bids farewell to the Grand Elder. However, as he leaves, the Grand Elder's benevolent expression gradually fades, replaced by a subtle coldness that others would fail to notice. A chilling voice echoes through the hall, expressing gratitude for the Grand Elder's assistance. Yet, the Grand Elder reveals that his actions are guided by the family's laws and the greater good. Returning to his dwelling, Meng Hao harbors suspicions. He examines the jade box containing the nirvana fruit and finds that its aura and bloodline connection are starkly different from his own nirvana fruit. Using the method of time, he discovers that the fruit's true existence surpasses tens of thousands of years. Meng Hao realizes that this nirvana fruit does not belong to him but rather to the Fang Manor's founding ancestor. He suspects that the Grand Elder urged him to assimilate the fruit hastily because he foresaw the deadly consequences of merging with an ancient ancestor's nirvana fruit. The Grand Elder's public act of returning the nirvana fruit serves as both an acquittal for himself and an opportunity to blame the fruit's inherent dangerousness if Meng Hao perishes during the process. Meng Hao uncovers that numerous Fang Manor clansmen have mysteriously died during secluded cultivation, coinciding with either a visit to or a gift from the ancestral pagoda. He suspects that the pagoda harbors malicious intent and that the nirvana fruits are relics of the ancestors, designed to inflict death upon those who merge with them. Comprehension dawns upon Meng Hao as he grasps the Grand Elder's sinister plot in his own perilous situation. A cold smile spreads across his face, and he resolves to turn the tables, exposing the Grand Elder's true nature with violence. Initially underestimating Meng Hao as a junior, Fang Clan's Grand Elder is astounded when Meng Hao, through the art of time and sheer perseverance, unravels a shocking truth from the clan's history. The two ancestral nirvana fruits had once posed a life-threatening crisis to clan members, and were now sealed as treasures. Meng Hao surmises that the nirvana fruits need to be completely revived before they can be safely fused. To this end, he decides to experiment at the alchemy room with the aid of the copper mirror. The Fang clan's alchemy lineage is renowned for its talents, with a ninth-grade alchemist presiding over the strictly hierarchical establishment. Upon entering for the first time, Meng Hao encounters an arrogant 5th-grade alchemist. Upon Meng Hao's admission of only a year's worth of alchemy experience, the alchemist dismisses him to study medicinal herbs, chastising him against hubris. However, Meng Hao notices the exceptional caliber of the medicinal herbs present, and is particularly excited by a rare immortal herb, the 3 immortal leaf. He resolves to test his alchemy prowess against the Fang clan's lineage, determined to determine which is superior. The Fang Mountain Range, a sprawling expanse of peaks, is home to alchemists on the Wan Mountains, with apothecaries studying in the foothills of the 10,000 mountains. Meng Hao sets out to study at the 7191 peak of medicinal herbs, but his inadvertent frown during a lecture on botany irks alchemist Fang Chun. Fang Chun, an alchemist of the first tier, commands respect for his teachings. However, Meng Hao's repeated expressions of disapproval anger him. Meng Hao clarifies that Fang Quan's knowledge of herbs is flawed, meticulously pointing out errors concerning Yangsheng leaf, Luadi root, and Shu Lu twig. Fang Quan's expression drastically changes as he instinctively steps back, his mind reeling in shock. He realizes the truth in Meng Hao's words and is forced to acknowledge the youth's superior knowledge. The hundreds of apothecaries present are also stunned upon learning that Meng Hao hails from the southern sky star, possessing a pure bloodline. Feeling ashamed, Fang Chun makes a formal apology to Meng Hao, requesting his guidance. The apothecaries join in the entreaty. Meng Hao, out of kinship, agrees to remain and share his knowledge. The students erupt in joy and excitement, eager to learn from Meng Hao. On the 191st medicinal peak of the Fang family's outer mountains, Meng Hao stood on a high platform, introducing the characteristics and functions of various herbs and plants to hundreds of young herbalists. Among them were rare medicinal herbs such as sky rain leaf, central path tree, celestial river stone, and 9 dragons incense. Meng Hao's explanations were well-researched and insightful, causing the herbalists present to feel as if they having wisdom instilled in them and their spirits were greatly invigorated. As time passed, Meng Hao's sermon attracted more and more people. Young herbalists from nearby peaks were drawn to it, and even Fang Xingtao, the old alchemist elder, came to humbly seek advice, praising Meng Hao's deep knowledge of herbs. Word spread, and alchemists from the vicinity also came to listen, including the second-grade alchemist Fang Shuzhong. Fang Shuzhong dismissed Meng Hao's sermon with contempt, believing that he was just a young herbalist who had no right to hold his own assembly. In order to humiliate Meng Hao, Fang Shuzhong proposed a wager, asking Meng Hao to answer 3 questions about medicinal herbs. If Meng Hao could not answer them, he would have to kneel there and reflect on his own arrogance. Although Meng Hao knew that the other party had ill intentions, in order to uphold his dignity, he readily agreed to the wager. The condition was that if Meng Hao answered correctly, Fang Shuzhong would allow him to continue holding his assembly here. To raise the stakes, Meng Hao took out a storage bag of spirit stones and demanded that Fang Shuzhong also put up an equivalent amount of spirit stones. Fang Shuzhong saw that Meng Hao was so confident and inwardly sneered, preparing to deeply humiliate this arrogant young herbalist. As the wager began, the atmosphere became tense. On the first of the 919 peaks of the medicinal woods, Meng Hao and Fang Shuzhong engaged in a battle of medicinal plants. The medicinal apprentices gathered around, eagerly anticipating this fascinating duel. In the first round, Fang Shuzhong presented a blade of grass, confidently asking its name and medicinal properties. Meng Hao effortlessly identified it as a wind spirit grass, adding that it only blooms with 3 colored flowers, demonstrating his expertise. In the second round, Fang Shuzhong presented a more mysterious medicinal plant with triangular, 100 leaves and whisker-like stamens, exuding a faint sense of danger. He was smug, certain Meng Hao would be unable to identify it. But to his surprise, Meng Hao recognized it instantly. Meng Hao revealed that this plant was grafted from 19 different herbs, accurately naming each one. He further analyzed the grafting technique and the resulting medicinal effects, leaving Fang Shuzhong astonished and shaken. Fang Shuzhong finally realized that Meng Hao's knowledge of medicinal plants far surpassed his own. Although he had intended to discredit Meng Hao, he was forced to acknowledge his genuine talent due to the reputation of the pill Dao lineage. The medicinal apprentices and first-grade pill refiners were all impressed by Meng Hao's exceptional knowledge, their respect for him growing with each round. Fang Shuzhong was deeply shocked, and began to regard Meng Hao with caution. As Meng Hao continued his analysis, Fang Shuzhong realized that everything Meng Hao said matched what he had learned from a 5th-grade pill refiner, including the 19 grafted herbs and the reverse yin-yang grafting technique. His heart pounded, as if he had encountered a formidable opponent he had never imagined possible. And this man was merely a medicinal apprentice. This battle of medicinal plants had completely shattered his previous understanding and marked the beginning of a genuine rivalry between them. In the path of alchemy, Fang Shuzhong competed with Meng Hao, an outsider disciple. In a test of botanical knowledge, Fang Shuzhong presented a grafted medicinal herb, but Meng Hao immediately identified the grafting technique. Much to Fang's astonishment, after Fang Shuzhong conceded defeat, he requested Meng Hao's guidance on a peculiar medicinal herb he had encountered. Meng Hao examined a jade slip provided by Fang and was surprised to discover that it was not a herb, but a sentient pill. Fang Yunyi was enraged upon learning of Fang Shuzhong's failure. He investigated Meng Hao's exceptional botanical knowledge and sent men to observe him. Fang Shuzhong, sensing Fang Yunyi's sinister intentions, vowed to sever ties with him, angering Fang Yunyi further. Meng Hao's botanical proficiency spread quickly among the apprentices, earning him recognition. In the Fang family's ancestral residence, Fang Wei's father and grandfather were disturbed by the news. They dismissed Meng Hao as a minor figure in the path of alchemy, assuming he lacked the influence to challenge their authority. They devised a plan to eliminate Meng Hao during a mission outside the residence, orchestrated as an accident. Upon returning to his cave, Meng Hao realized that the Tao of alchemy could greatly aid his rise to prominence. He resolved to build a reputation through alchemy to investigate the secrets of nirvana fruits. After secluding himself, Meng Hao began researching the concoction of spirit fluids. Finding the formula crude, he boldly modified it, substituting common herbs with the legendary sunflower and samsara leaf. 2 days of refinement yielded a spirit fluid of exceptional quality. He cautiously dripped it onto the nirvana fruit, observing as it revived but absorbed the fluid at an astonishing rate. Meng Hao consumed a vast quantity of spirit stones to replicate the fluid, feeding the nirvana fruit incessantly for 5 days. Despite the enormous expense, he discovered that its absorption rate remained undiminished. To conserve spirit stones, Meng Hao resolved to optimize the fluid's formula. Visiting the Tao of Alchemy, he exploited his profound understanding of vegetation to attract acolytes with a staged family quest. Luring them to listen to his lectures, Meng Hao would depart after speaking for hours, leaving the acolytes eager for more. Eventually, one acolyte proposed exchanging contribution points for Meng Hao to continue his lectures. Meng Hao feigned reluctance before acquiescing. With the support of the Tao of Alchemy acolytes, Meng Hao gathered the necessary herbs and optimized the fluid's formula, providing the nirvana fruit with a steady stream of regenerative energy. He believed that with continued sustenance, the nirvana fruit would eventually be fully restored. Meng Hao presents a lecture on herbal knowledge at the Tao of Alchemy, attracting a large number of young apothecaries who wish to listen. However, Meng Hao requires that attendees contribute points, which leads most of them to leave. Ultimately, only about 1,000 people are willing to pay. Meng Hao lectures for 3 hours, earning several thousand contributions. Meng Hao's younger brother, Fang, uses a parrot and jelly to promote Meng Hao's lecture, which garners a large number of contributions. Meng Hao, however, criticizes Fang for being stingy and instructs him to reduce the compensation for the people helping with promotion. Leaving Fang puzzled, motivated by the desire for wealth, Meng Hao continues to give lectures on herbal knowledge, but the number of attendees gradually declines. He seeks out a first-rank alchemist, Fang Chun, who explains that becoming an alchemist requires passing the trial on the first level of the Pill Pavilion, which has a total of 9 levels corresponding to the 9 ranks of alchemists. Fang Chun mentions that there are 3 specific pills that, if successfully refined, can allow one to become an 8th-rank alchemist and receive substantial rewards. However, refining these pills requires a deposit of 1 million contribution points. Meng Hao's heart fills with longing upon hearing this, but he lacks sufficient contribution points. Meng Hao decides to visit the first level of the Pill Pavilion to observe the contents of its trial. Outside the pavilion, he encounters 2 guardians with unfathomable cultivation bases. Meng Hao approaches a stone tablet nearby and notices that each level of the Pill Pavilion has a name, with Fang Danyu being the only name that glows on the 9th level. Meng Hao silently resolves to find an opportunity to enhance his herbal knowledge, with the goal of passing the Pill Pavilion trial and becoming an 8th-rank alchemist. Fang Yundan, the only NINTH grade alchemist and renowned figure in the Fang family's Dan path, is renowned. Meng Hao, the disciple of Dan Gui, recalls his mentor in Chu Yuyan. Reflecting on the lost love, Meng Hao, an ambitious man, aims to become the richest person in the 9th mountain and sea. Entering the medicine pavilion, he attempts 100 levels, expending tens of thousands of contribution points, only to fail repeatedly. Surprising Fang Chun, undeterred, Meng Hao analyzes the pavilion's assessment mechanism, uncovering its rules and identifying frequently appearing herbs. Using this information, he revamps the herbal knowledge curriculum, focusing on differentiating herbs easily confused in the assessment. A month later, Meng Hao initiates an herbal assessment, giving acolytes and incense sticks time to identify 1,000 herbs. Their recognition ability gradually improves. 3 months later, Meng Hao believes they can conquer the first level, leading them to the medicine pavilion. Greeted with mockery and skepticism, entering the pavilion, Meng Hao awaits the results, confident that his meticulous planning will empower the acolytes to defy expectations and collectively pass the first level, creating a sensation in the Dan path. Upon Fang Hao's arrival at Fang family's alchemy lineage, his exceptional herbal proficiency drew numerous young apprentices to study with him, with the goal of motivating the apprentices to pass the first level of the medicinal pavilion. Fang Hao proposed a challenge plan for all 400 apprentices to collectively conquer the pavilion. Initially, onlookers mocked their endeavor, claiming it was impossible for mere apprentices to succeed. However, under Fang Hao's guidance and encouragement, the apprentices' confidence soared. They discovered that the herbs tested in the medicinal pavilion's assessment were identical to those Fang Hao had taught them. significantly reducing the difficulty. As time elapsed, a remarkable 113 individuals successfully passed the first level of the medicinal pavilion, leaving onlookers astounded. Overjoyed, the apprentices expressed their gratitude to Fang Hao for his mentorship. Fang Hao responded calmly, believing that their success was justly deserved, and questioned the onlookers' surprise. This incident created a sensation within the alchemy lineage, reaching even the Council of Alchemists. The elders acknowledged Fang Hao's exceptional herbal knowledge and teaching methods. However, they recognized the need to revise the medicinal pavilion's assessment rules to prevent similar cheating loopholes. Ultimately, the council decided to cease the publication of the medicinal pavilion's herb list to preserve the fairness of the assessment. Fang Hao's achievement also drew the council's attention, sparking curiosity about the level he could reach in the medicinal pavilion's challenge, leading to their decision to observe his progress in secrecy. The alchemy pavilion's trial is open once more, and over 400 medicine boys from the outer mountains gather, under the guidance of Meng Hao, a medicine boy himself. More than 100 of them successfully pass the first level of the alchemy pavilion, causing a great stir. Meng Hao realizes the effectiveness of his method and opens a lecture hall to teach herb lore to the medicine boys. After every 4 hours of lecture, he receives a large number of contribution points, attracting countless medicine boys to follow him. As Meng Hao continues his guidance, more and more people pass the alchemy pavilion's trial, leading to the development of the alchemy lineage. Even high-level alchemists come out from the inner mountains to teach. The alchemy lineage flourishes with great diversity. However, Meng Hao's fame also attracts the attention of the Fang clan. Some alchemists, out of envy, begin to use Meng Hao's methods to take advantage of the contribution points. Grand Elder Fang Donghan suspects that there is someone advising Meng Hao and plans to cut off his source of contributions. At the same time, Fang Wei is cultivating in his immortal cave. Fang Yunyi tells him about Meng Hao's rise in the alchemy lineage and falsely accuses him of tarnishing Fang Wei's reputation. Upon hearing this, Fang Wei is not angry but rather shares his own insights. Fang Yunyi understands Fang Wei's intention. Upon returning to the alchemy lineage, he stops teaching for free and begins to charge a fee instead. This causes a great uproar, with many medicine boys choosing to accept Meng Hao's guidance. Under Meng Hao's guidance, the alchemy lineage achieves unprecedented prosperity. At the bustling outer mountain of the alchemy department, medicine boys were vying to attend alchemy master's lectures. With his unique storytelling abilities, Meng Hao attracted a large number of medicine boys, earning hundreds of thousands of contribution points each day. However, an old woman who was a Tier 7 alchemy master set up her own lecture near Meng Hao's, charging half the contribution points. This caused Meng Hao's audience to shrink to a mere 20,000. To make matters worse, medicine boys pirated Meng Hao's lecture content, reducing his earnings to almost zero. Filled with anger, Meng Hao investigated the mountain where the old woman was lecturing. Through observation, he realized that her knowledge of herbs far surpassed his own, a crucial factor for passing the first stage of the medicine pavilion's assessment. Just when Meng Hao was at his wit's end, the assessment rules for the medicine pavilion's first stage were altered. The number of medicinal herbs was doubled, and the assessment method shifted from picking herbs within a time limit to identifying herbs within a time limit. This completely shattered Meng Hao's cheating plan. Realizing that someone was deliberately targeting him, Meng Hao decided to break the deadlock by making a name for himself in alchemy. He went to the medicine pavilion and declared that he would abandon his cheating methods and face the challenge of the medicine pavilion's first stage head-on. Spectators outside the medicine pavilion buzzed with speculation, and Tier 8 alchemy masters also took notice of Meng Hao's actions, preparing to stop him from exploiting loopholes again. Meng Hao, driven by the belief that if you are poor, change, and if you change, you will adapt, enters the first level of the medicine pavilion, hoping to earn contribution points by identifying medicinal herbs. However, the rules of the medicine pavilion have changed. 3 incense sticks appear in the first aroma. The first ignites, emitting blue smoke, and countless illusory shadows of medicinal herbs instantly glow in the mist surrounding Meng Hao. About 10 million herbs appear. They are densely packed, extending endlessly, yet each individual is clearly visible. In an instant, before Meng Hao can imprint his divine sense, all 10 million medicinal herbs glow and merge together, instantaneously transforming into an ancient book in front of him. The book is ancient, with 3 large Chinese characters emblazoned on its cover: treatise on herbs. Then, an ancient voice resounds within the first layer of the medicine pavilion. Within the time it takes for the 3 incense sticks to burn, learn the first 10,000 medicinal herbs mentioned in the treatise on herbs. Success in this trial is determined by the number of herbs recognized. If it exceeds 100, the trial will be considered a failure. The new rule seems more imposing than the previous one. Meng Hao thinks to himself. He casts his gaze upon the treatise on herbs, and its pages immediately flip open, revealing the first one on which a medicinal herb is depicted. Flower of Ease. Meng Hao recognizes it at a glance. He immediately imprints his divine sense into it, capturing its properties and medicinal uses. The treatise flickers and turns to the second page. Meng Hao continues imprinting, his speed incredibly fast. In almost a single breath, he has studied 1 page. The treatise before him seems to flutter in the wind, its pages turning rapidly. Meng Hao stands in silence, his divine sense enveloping the book, and the recognition of these medicinal herbs is an easy task for him. The time allotted for the first incense stick has not yet run out, but the book continues to turn faster, with dozens of pages appearing each second. When the first stick has burned down by 1/10, Meng Hao has recognized 10,000 medicinal herbs without a single error. But Meng Hao has no intention of stopping. He wants to not only pass the trial but to achieve a resounding success so that his reputation will spread far and wide. Only then can he earn more contribution points by giving lectures on medicinal herbs. Meng Hao continues his identification, the treatise turning faster and faster, hundreds of pages flying past in an instant. He takes but a cursory glance at each medicinal herb, and all information about it instantly appears in his mind. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. His speed increases further. By the time the first incense stick has burned out, Meng Hao has recognized 1 million medicinal herbs, without a single error. The mist around him swirls and brightens, countless runes appearing and seemingly revolving rapidly around him, celebrating Meng Hao's feat. Outside, there is no sign of what is happening. The gathered alchemists and disciples speculate among themselves, wondering what is going on. They have no doubt that Meng Hao will be able to pass the first level. But given the change in rules, they believe even he will have to struggle a little. What is that fellow doing taking so long? It took him just an hour to pass the first level, and he has yet to come out. Could it be that he is trying to find a loophole? The 3 8th rank elders exchange thoughts. Inside the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao frowns. Time is running out. It seems I am still too slow, he thinks. His eyes flash, and he raises his right hand, striking the illusory book hard. As he strikes, his divine sense erupts forth fully, pouring into the book, and he closes his eyes. The instant his eyes close, his divine sense spreads through the book, and countless medicinal herbs appear before his eyes as if they were real. He recognizes and imprints them with maximum speed. 1 million, 1, 5 million, 2 million. His speed is unbelievably fast. The mist around him thickening, the light becoming dazzling, and the number of runes revolving around him making him seem like a radiant deity. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. The second incense stick burns rapidly. Meng Hao's knowledge of medicinal herbs was already profound when he was in the Violet Fate sect, astonishing even Elder de Gouya. Then, as he gained experience and encountered new herbs, and after traveling to the ancient demon Immortal Sect and immersing himself in the silt of the Pill Stream Zone, his knowledge had only increased. Within the alchemy pavilion of the Path of the Alchemist, a brilliant light shot up into the sky, attracting the awe of countless people. Meng Hao had just entered the pavilion when a strange change occurred on its first floor, emitting an unprecedented glow. Subsequently, Meng Hao's name appeared on the stone tablet outside the pavilion, electrifying the crowd. Meng Hao continued his ascent. The second floor required identifying 100,000 herbs within 6 incense sticks time, which Meng Hao accomplished in only 3. He breezed through the third floor in a similar manner, identifying 1 million medicinal herbs in the span of 2 incense sticks. On the fourth floor, 100 million herbs surrounded Meng Hao. With his exceptional proficiency in plants, he recognized them all in mere moments. A scene illustrating his progress appeared outside the pavilion, captivating the attention of even more onlookers. Meng Hao entered the 5th floor, his name still holding the top spot on the tablet. The 3 rank 8 elders of the alchemy pavilion were astonished and speculated that this display was orchestrated by the alchemy pavilion's pill master and hinted at a deeper meaning. Meng Hao's advancement through the challenge left the entire path of the alchemist in shock and awe of his profound knowledge of plants. Reaching the 5th level, Meng Hao was stunned by the sight before him. 10 billion stalks of medicinal herbs, each with different shapes and species, permeated the air with an overwhelming herbal fragrance. This spectacle made him realize the profound nature of the Fang family's alchemy, encompassing every medicinal plant within the 9th mountain and sea. These medicinal herbs were stacked together to form an ancient tome several times taller than a person. Titled as Flora Classic Introductory Volume, Meng Hao immersed his divine sense into it, swiftly recognizing the medicinal herbs, causing the pages to flip at a breathtaking speed. However, when identifying the 9,000 and 10,000th herb, a wooden heart appeared, putting Meng Hao deep in thought. Meng Hao had never seen this item, but through his own profound understanding of herbs, he deduced its medicinal properties and uses, even figuring out how it could be combined with other herbs for alchemy. At this moment, a passage appeared on the wooden heart page, detailing the characteristics of this herb and the secret method for refining a pill from it. Meng Hao was thrilled and continued identifying the subsequent medicinal herbs, his speed slowing down but still astonishingly fast. The number of cultivators gathered outside the medicine chamber grew, all shocked and awestruck by Meng Hao's monstrous performance. Meng Hao tirelessly identified herb after herb, from 60 all the way to 80, with the number of unknown herbs increasing. Yet he became even more excited, imprinting them one by one into his mind, enriching his knowledge of herbs. Time slipped by, and the number of herbs Meng Hao had identified exceeded 50, further astounding the cultivators outside. They realized that Meng Hao might be on the verge of recognizing all 10 billion stalks of medicinal herbs, setting a new record for the medicine chamber assessment. As time passed, Meng Hao continued immersing himself in his examination on the 5th level of the alchemy pavilion, seemingly breaking the time limit as he became obsessed with identifying herbs. After 3 days, his eyes were bloodshot and his spirit was invigorated. For the last 20 of the herbs, he meticulously analyzed and judged each plant, etching their detailed descriptions into his memory. Over time, people from the outside world gathered around, densely surrounding the area. They watched the herbs on the screen, an opportunity for alchemists to learn. On the 10th day, Meng Hao finally finished identifying the last page of the ancient book, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. But instead of closing his eyes, he stared at his test score displayed on the book. On the 5th level, he had unexpectedly made over 200 errors, mostly concentrated in the last few billion herbs. The onlookers were shocked by his results. They realized that Meng Hao had set extremely high standards for himself, aiming for perfection on the first 4 levels while giving himself a higher bar on the 5th. Despite the mistakes, Meng Hao had learned a vast amount about herbs, elevating his knowledge to a new level. Meng Hao stood up and respectfully bowed to the ancient book in gratitude. As the book faded away, a flight of stairs appeared. He stepped onto the stairs and entered the 6th level. The 6th level was empty and pitch black, without any light. Meng Hao was taken aback, and the people outside were also surprised. Only those alchemists who had previously made it through the 6th level had solemn expressions, knowing it to be a watershed moment. The vicissitudes of life voice then spoke, asking Meng Hao to identify herbs by their scent and requiring him to correctly identify the different scents with each step he took. Failure to do so would result in failure in passing the level. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and countless scents of herbs flooded into his nostrils. Over 10,000 plants immediately popped up in his mind. He expanded his divine sense, and 10,000 shadows of plants appeared in the surrounding darkness, with ethereal lotuses blooming beside them. Meng Hao continued forward, accurately identifying each herb with every step, causing more lotuses to appear under his feet. He took 69 steps, with millions of herbal lanterns illuminating the surrounding darkness. He appeared as sacred as a deity, and a lotus bloomed with each step he took. This scene shocked all the alchemists present, including the 7th level elder woman who had previously passed the 6th level. Meng Hao's blooming lotuses were eternally etched into their minds. An unforgettable legend. Inside the 6th level of the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao, after fusing with the Lycoris radiata, possessed an astonishing instinct for herbs and medicinal plants, demonstrating his extraordinary talent for recognizing herbs by their scent. During the 6th level assessment, he demonstrated the incredible difficulty by taking lotus steps and reaching the 99th step. Meng Hao spent 10 days taking the 10th step, And each step he took was accompanied by the dazzling lights of countless herbs and medicinal plants. When Meng Hao finally took the last step, the lights of the herbs and plants formed a boundless staircase leading to the 7th level. Since Meng Hao entered the medicine pavilion, the 6th level examination hall erupted in endless light, startling the entire alchemy lineage. His name appeared on the medicine pavilion stone tablet, becoming the first person to pass the 6th level. At the same time, the sky bell above the Fang family's ancestral home rang, shaking the East Victory Star. The hope of rebuilding the alchemy lineage seemed to be embodied by this young man named Fang Hao. After Meng Hao entered the 7th level, he faced the challenge of grafting herbs and medicinal plants to create his own unique concoction. He knew that his knowledge of herbs had reached the point where he needed to embark on a new realm of creating medicinal plants by utilizing the principles of mutual generation and mutual inhibition. Meng Hao began to ponder over ancient books, closing his eyes and concentrating, preparing to accept the challenge of the 7th level. The 6th and 7th grade alchemists outside were speculating on Meng Hao's chances of success, believing that even the great alchemy elder of the past took 4 attempts to pass the 7th level. Meng Hao enters the 7th level of the herbal pavilion and immerses himself in grafting herbs. Within 7 days, he creates 10,000 types of herbs, mastering the laws of compatibility and incompatibility. A month later, he creates 30,000 herbs, impressing outsiders. After another month, Meng Hao has created 50,000 herbs, the last 10,000 of which are meticulously crafted, each grafted from 500 different herbs. His efforts demand great mental exertion, increasing his divine consciousness and cultivation base. 6 months later, Meng Hao's body and mind are nearly exhausted. He has created over 75,000 types of herbs, each unique. Realizing his herbalism is still incomplete, he decides to temporarily cease grafting. By now, over 500,000 cultivators, including alchemists and ordinary cultivators, gather outside the herbal pavilion. They are deeply impressed by Meng Hao's herbalism skills, praising him as a true herbalist. As Meng Hao leaves the herbal pavilion, he regrets missing out on an opportunity to earn contribution points. Meanwhile, the 8th order elder of the alchemy lineage is encouraged and hopeful for the future of the alchemy lineage. Heartbroken over losing a massive contribution point, Meng Hao was mired in dejection. Just then, a young woman approached him with an ancient book, bestowed upon him by alchemist Dan. Listlessly taking the book, Meng Hao's despair blinded him to his surroundings. His demeanor elicited admiration and respect from the woman. Returning to the ancestral home, Meng Hao encountered the insolence of Fang Hong and other tribesmen. They were displeased with Meng Hao's privilege to fly. Already in a foul mood, Meng Hao could not bear their provocations. An elder named Chen, not of the tribe, attempted to suppress Meng Hao but was obstructed by Meng Hao's alligator spirit beast. Meng Hao then displayed his formidable aura, blowing away 3 youths comparable to pseudo-immortals and severely injuring other spirit-severing tribesmen. Fang Hong tried to retaliate, but her illusory cauldron was shattered by Meng Hao. As the esteemed eldest grandson, Meng Hao disciplined his disrespectful clansmen. Meng Hao flies high in the sky but is confronted by contemporaries, including Fang Hong, under orders from elders and suppressed by foreign servants. He denounces Fang Hong's impudence, but is ignored, so he severely injures Fang Hong with a punch. Upon learning of Meng Hao's status as the trueborn eldest grandson, Fang Hong's grandfather arrives with a group, but Meng Hao skillfully uses the Nirvana fruit and family rules to gain the protection of the Grand Elder. Grand Elder Fang Tungtian punishes Fang Hong and 6 others by sending them to the purgatory pool. But Meng Hao delays his own entry into the pool, claiming that his spiritual concoction is nearly complete and needs the Nirvana fruit to fuse. Surprisingly, the Grand Elder allows him to postpone his punishment. The 6 ancestors' lineage, unwilling to accept this, takes Fang Hong away and harbors resentment. Meng Hao realizes the partiality of the Grand Elder, speculating that it may stem from the Grand Elder's remembrance of brotherhood. However, Meng Hao also wonders if the Grand Elder's protection has an ulterior motive and may conceal murderous intent towards him. Meng Hao has diligently cultivated in the Fang family's pharmacy quarters for half a year, vastly improving his divine sense, though it has drained him physically and mentally. He retrieves the herb scripture gifted to him by Elder Dan and discovers its rich and detailed content, leading to further progress in his divine sense. Learning that Fang's eyes mount, Jelly, and his parrot have lost their souls, Meng Hao discovers that Jelly had an unknown conflict with Fang Shuiyan's peacock but dismisses it casually as play. He realizes that Jelly and the parrot have strong life forces and are not in immediate danger. Meng Hao and Fang Shi visit the alchemy lineage, where Meng Hao gives a lecture on herbs, earning hundreds of thousands of contribution points. He uses the points to purchase pills, herbs, and immortal jades, increasing his cultivation to 90 of a true immortal and his combat prowess to the level of a celestial immortal. Meng Hao senses that the tribulation force is approaching. Aware that he is approaching the true immortal realm, he replaces the herbs in his spirit fluid with rare herbs, and the vitality of the nirvana fruit increases. However, his spirit stones are rapidly depleting, and he cannot obtain more from the family. Meng Hao faces a dilemma. He has many contribution points but cannot exchange them for spirit stones. He considers selling the points but fears violating family rules and attracting attention from those watching in the shadows. Meng Hao avoids the complex relationships within the Fang family, remaining close only with Fang Shi and Uncle 19. His goal is clear: reclaim the nirvana fruit, win the respect of the family, and become a true immortal. Meng Hao recognizes that the alchemy lineage is his sanctuary, but his worries over spirit stones persist, leaving him unsure of how to resolve them. Meng Hao, in desperate need of spirit stones, learns of a large reward offered by the Pill Dao lineage for 3 unrefined pills. Encouraged by Fang Zai's news that the Divine Lady Fan Domer and other geniuses have arrived at the Fang family to comprehend the upcoming rising sun of the East, Meng Hao eagerly sets out for the Pill Pavilion to start his alchemy. Upon arriving at the Pill Pavilion, Meng Hao notices 3 gigantic drums hanging above it, each bearing the names of 3 different pills: Skythought Pill, Sea-Breaking Heaven-Defying Pill, and Cosmos Sun God Pill. While the first 2 pills are exceedingly difficult to refine and bear lavish rewards, the seemingly simpler Cosmos Sun God Pill remains unrefined by any alchemist. Determined to be the first to refine the Cosmos Sun God Pill and claim its hefty reward, Meng Hao exchanges 1,000,000 contribution points for the required materials and strikes the pill's drum with full force. A thunderous sound reverberates throughout the Pill Dao lineage, alarming every alchemist and apothecary. Meng Hao's bold act creates a stir, drawing a crowd of spectators who wonder if he will be the one to finally conquer the pill's elusive nature. Huizan Yaotong and Nishan Danchi were both awestruck by the drumbeat from the Pill Pavilion. It signified that someone would attempt to refine the legendary 3 pills that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the Tao of alchemy. Meng Hao, with 1,000,000 contribution points, ascended to the Pill Pavilion and struck the drum. As the drumbeat resonated within his mind, an unfathomable pill recipe formed. In the square before the Pill Pavilion, the great drum before Meng Hao transformed into ripples of water, revealing 13 precious medicinal herbs, including a sunflower said to exist only in myths. Meng Hao closed his eyes to study the pill recipe for 2 hours. Upon opening them, he realized the extreme difficulty of refining the pills. He produced the black-faced pill furnace he had acquired in the Violet Fate sect, and tempered it with his alchemy attainment, astonishing the Dan masters present. Meng Hao began the arduous process of refining, expending 1,000,000 contribution points each day to acquire medicinal herbs. He failed 4 consecutive times, but he absorbed the experience and continuously refined his refining methods. After striking the drum for the 5th time, Meng Hao refined a pill that radiated with brilliance. But it still failed. It was not until the 6th time that Meng Hao finally mastered the correct refining method. Dazzling light erupted from the pill furnace, and a fragrant pill slowly emerged. However, before the expectant eyes of the crowd, the pill suddenly crumbled into black smoke. Meng Hao was not discouraged. He understood that this was just a setback on his path to alchemy, and that the accumulated experience would lay the foundation for his future success. After 6 consecutive failures, Meng Hao has stunned the crowd. A 7th-tier alchemist can't help but notice that each failure has increased Meng Hao's chances of success in refining the Universe Sun Divine Pill. The difficulty of refining this divine pill is extremely high. It requires adjusting the forms of herbs based on the time, weather, and density of spiritual energy within a 12-hour period. Meng Hao's profound understanding of herbs and his deep foundation in grafting allows him to meet these challenges one by one. What's even more difficult is that the recipe for this divine pill isn't fixed. So Meng Hao needs to arrange the herbs in order based on the time he starts refining the pill. In addition, The pill furnace used for this divine pill isn't an ordinary pill furnace, but instead is refined from sunflowers. Meng Hao perfectly merges the 13 herbs in 12 hours, and by using sunflowers as a pill furnace, he refines the universe sun divine pill. At this moment, 10,000 rays of light appear in the sky, as if the sun itself were rising. A figure in meditation appears within, and that figure is the universe sun divine pill. The heavenly Dao bell of the Fang family ancestral residence announces that Meng Hao has successfully refined the pill. This news spreads throughout the Eastern Victory Star, creating a stir the entire alchemy path. Meng Hao's status in alchemy soars, and the members of various branches of the Fang family are all shocked and invigorated. The direct descendants are proud of Meng Hao's achievements, while Fang Wei and his father Fang Shushan are full of jealousy and murderous intent, planning to eliminate Meng Hao. Grand Elder Fang Tongtian is forced to consider his choices, while Fang Wei and many other geniuses discuss the trials of the three great Dao doors. With Fang Mu's identity becoming a mystery once again, the Fang family is greatly shaken when Meng Hao concocts the Heaven Sun divine pill in Cheng City, causing a Dao bell to resonate. Fang Wei remains seemingly calm, but his followers are displeased with Meng Hao. Fang Dong Han secretly plots, hoping for strife between Fang Wei and Meng Hao. Fang Shongshan is astounded by Meng Hao's talent. The paragons from various sects are intrigued, and Song Luodan inquires about the matter jovially. Fang Wei dismisses it, offering well wishes for everyone's success on the day of the Eastern Sun. Sun Hai proudly shares his connection to the Fang family, revealing that an Imperial Immortal Sect disciple is a Fang family member and vows to cultivate with her. Fang family members gathered by the lake are stirred by the Dao bell's vibrations, especially Fang Shi. Fang Yanyi secretly manipulates them against Fang Shi. Meng Hao's successful concoction causes a stir among the alchemy lineage. Numerous alchemists clamor to purchase the Heaven Sun divine pill, including an ethereal elder who praises Meng Hao's talent. One of the alchemy lineage elders invites Meng Hao to meet the alchemist elder, revealing that Meng Hao's father was once notorious. The elders lead Meng Hao to the alchemist elder's secluded mountain, encountering millions of horned beetles en route. The elders disclose that the alchemist elder specializes in insect Dao, not alchemy Dao. At the peak of the mountain, the alchemist elder's voice disperses the horned beetles and summons Meng Hao. Meng Hao arrives at the mountaintop to find an ethereal, white-robed elder resembling the esteemed pill elder. The elder applauds Meng Hao's alchemy skills and reveals the criticality of non-specific timing in crafting the celestial sun pill. He then leads Meng Hao in observing the mountain peaks and clouds, calling them the vessel for alchemy. The elder recounts the rise and fall of the alchemy lineage, stressing the importance of combining the vessel in the path to regain glory. Meng Hao comprehends that the vessel is the soul of alchemy and needs to be connected to the body. The elder inquires about Meng Hao's thoughts on the nirvana fruit, hinting at its possible secrets. Meng Hao declines an offer of a celestial weapon and requests to study the insect path. The elder agrees to teach Meng Hao the insect path, presenting him with a jade slip and a token. The token grants Meng Hao the status of an 8th grade apothecary and elder's privileges, allowing him to choose a mountain peak in the inner mountain range as his sanctuary. As Meng Hao departs, he overhears cries from nearby and learns of a peacock being hunted by an old woman, with Parrot Fifth involved in the fray. Meng Hao encounters a motley parrot descending triumphantly from a mountain peak, which belongs to a 7th-tier alchemist, an elderly woman. As the parrot flies past Meng Hao, it implores him for help, revealing its possession of spirit stones. Meng Hao feigns ignorance, drawing suspicion and scrutiny from the elderly woman. The elderly woman is accompanied by a young maiden named Weiner, who is surprised by Meng Hao's demeanor. Meng Hao ingeniously employs his guise as an 8th-tier alchemist, claiming to capture the unruly parrot and seizing it into his sleeve. Instead of pursuing Meng Hao, the elderly woman dismisses their previous grievance, recognizing the potential for Meng Hao's rise in alchemy. Back in his ancestral home, Meng Hao learns of a spirit stone vein at the foot of the mountain and, with the parrot, hatches a plan to secretly excavate it. As the sun sets, Meng Hao makes his way to East City for the sunrise of the East ceremony. The Fang clan gathers at Bright Moon Lake, buzzing with anticipation over Meng Hao's legendary refinement of the Celestial Sun divine pill. Fang Yunyi surreptitiously assigns men to humiliate Fang Shi, but is thwarted by Fang Zai's loyal clansmen. During the Dongsheng festival of the Fang family, Fang Shi was banished 100 meters away by the Black Moon Guards for offending speech. However, the Black Moon Guards intentionally shortened the distance by 10 meters to humiliate Fang Shi further. At this time, Meng Hao arrived abruptly and stopped Fang Shi from retreating. He took a strike at the Black Moon Guard's provocation, injuring him with the force of a wind dragon and shouting, "Get lost!" Meng Hao's domineering behavior instilled awe into the crowd, and Fang Shi was able to overcome humiliation. Under the watchful eyes of the Fang family members, Meng Hao strode through the crowd of Black Moon Guards and went straight to Moonlit Lake. Other sect prodigies in the Dongsheng Pavilion witnessed this scene. Li Linger was consumed by hatred. Sun Hai was shocked beyond words. Song Luoden and Sun Zi's eyes flashed with sharpness. And Fan Donger wished Meng Hao were dead. Meng Hao's appearance disrupted the Dongsheng festival and attracted the attention of all the prominent figures. His strength and fearlessness will undoubtedly leave a lasting mark on the Nine Mountains' true immortal path. Fang Shi and Meng Hao arrive at the Moonlit Lake, preparing to cross to the Pavilion of the Rising Sun. However, they are intercepted by the Dark Moon Guards, responsible for maintaining order in the Fang family. The Dark Moon Guards are a group of over 30 individuals, 2 of whom are immortals of the Fifth Realm. They simultaneously attack Meng Hao. Unfazed, Meng Hao displays astonishing power, transforming into a golden rock and effortlessly defeating 8 Dark Moon Guards with his swallowing mountain technique. The remaining 7 Dark Moon Guards unite in the Dark Moon formation to counter Meng Hao. But he overwhelms the formation with his mountain-like strength, shattering it instantly, just as Meng Hao prepares to cross the Moonlit Lake. A male immortal of the Sixth Realm blocks his path. Despising Meng Hao, the immortal attacks with overwhelming force. Meng Hao counters with his 9 Heavens Crushing Fist technique, shaking the heavens and the earth and forcing the immortal into a continuous retreat. Draining him of his cultivation and life force, Meng Hao seizes Fang Shi and flies towards the Pavilion of the Rising Sun as a streak of light. Although the Dark Moon Guards pursue, Meng Hao ignores them. Upon entering the Pavilion of the Rising Sun, the disciples of various sects and the Fang family members gaze fervently at Meng Hao. However, Fang Wei intercepts Meng Hao. His seemingly ordinary palm strike conceals the power to destroy heaven and earth, forming a golden rune that exudes the aura of reincarnation, stirring the soul of all who witness it. Meng Hao unleashes the power of the black and white pearls and the blood demon skull, clashing with Fang Wei in a palm strike that reverberates through the heavens. In the East Rising Pavilion of Bright Moon Lake, Fang Wei and Meng Hao engaged in an intense battle. Meng Hao used the concept of reincarnation in his black and white pearls to counter Fang Wei's golden light. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves in all directions. Ultimately, Meng Hao's black and white pearls were shattered, but his eternal realm erupted. He withstood a palm strike from Fang Wei and was able to enter the East Rising Pavilion. Meng Hao then revealed the 8th rank alchemist token in his hand, forcing the pursuing Black Moon Guards to draw back. Fang Wei was enraged and argued with Meng Hao, but Meng Hao used his status as an elder to reprimand Fang Yunyi, preventing Fang Wei from interfering. Meng Hao even forced Fang Yunyi to sign a promissory note, threatening to make his life a living hell if he disrespected him again. Meng Hao then greeted the other top disciples from the various sects in the East Rising Pavilion, feigning friendliness, but his actions provoked disgust among them. He teased Sun Hai about his baldness, made fun of Li Linger's figure, and demanded Fan Donger's pet, Xu Qing, infuriating everyone present. Fang Yunyi was thrown out of the East Rising Pavilion by Meng Hao and was filled with fear. Meng Hao continued to challenge the others, his words filled with insolence and threats, leaving the top disciples of the various sects both furious and helpless. Inside the East Pavilion, Meng Hao's arrival instantly attracted attention. The prodigies from various sects glared at Meng Hao, accusing him of not repaying his debts, including Song Luoden, Sun Zi, and Wang Mu. Undeterred, Meng Hao produced the IOUs and demanded repayment, claiming that it's only right to pay one's debts. He targeted Sun Hai's hair and beast fur, demanding interest payments first. With no choice, Sun Hai paid spirit stones and confided in Meng Hao about his admiration for a Fang family woman. Recognizing an opportunity, Meng Hao extorted more spirit stones from Sun Hai, promising to help him arrange a marriage proposal. However, when he approached Li Linger, seeing her burning rage, he couldn't help but sigh. Meng Hao then focused on Sun Zi and 2 others, demanding repayment. A fierce battle ensued, With Meng Hao facing the trio alone without losing ground, an elder from the Fang family intervened, prohibiting fighting within the pavilion, which halted the conflict. On the eve of a peaceful dawn, Sun Hai mentioned Fang Yu to Meng Hao again. Meng Hao agreed to help and learned that Fang Yu was a disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect. Meng Hao was surprised by Sun Hai's masochistic tendencies and planned to lend him a hand. At the dawn of the Star of the East victory, the world was shrouded in darkness as all beings held their breath, awaiting the sun's first rays from the east. However, Meng Hao's expression abruptly changed when he heard Sun Hai mention a woman named Fang Yu. Sun Hai claimed that Fang Yu was not only a member of the Fang clan but also a disciple of the Emperor Immortal Sect, with a beauty resembling fine jade, and had joined the sect for less than 2 years. Meng Hao realized that this Fang Yu was very likely his sister. Fang Yu had a notoriously fiery temper and learning of Meng Hao's previous behavior could lead to disastrous consequences. Meng Hao questioned Sun Hai on whether he had a younger sister, to which Sun Hai confessed in a daze. Fueled by anger, Meng Hao accused Sun Hai of digging a pit and throwing Meng Hao into it. At that moment, the sun of the east pierced through the darkness, its brilliant rays illuminating the dawn. Meng Hao noticed that the sunrise was not gradual, but appeared at its zenith instantaneously. The Star of the East victory had an elusive self-rotating mechanism, such that it always faced the sun at the closest distance. The sun would remain in the east for 36 days, casting an oppressive heat that caused the earth to smoke and lakes to evaporate. Meng Hao gazed up in awe at the celestial body's power. Beyond the Star of the East victory, the sun of the void burned like molten lava, emitting indescribable heat and light. Beyond the ninth mountain and sea, Dao realm experts waited in the starry sky to bathe in the sunlight to achieve their transformations. Within the Fang clan's ancestral home, the East Ascension Pavilion was the closest point to the sun. Fang clan elders formed a grand formation, creating a pillar of light that enveloped the vicinity, intensifying the sunlight. Within a radius of 10,000 feet, Fang clan members and prodigies sat in meditation, absorbing the sunlight. Meng Hao recognized that he should no longer involve himself in his sister's marriage or face potentially dire repercussions. Within the Pavilion of Eastern Victory, over 3,000 people bathed in the light of the rising sun. Fang Wei was the first to fly into the sky, soaring high, reaching a height of 7,000 zhang. Wang Mu, Sun Zi, and other geniuses followed closely, occupying the high ground. After gathering his breath within the pavilion, Meng Hao stepped into the sky, reaching an altitude of 1,000 zhang. The intense heat around him continuously tempered his body, strengthening it even further. He inhaled deeply, the rising sun's rays flooding into his body, creating a series of deafening roars. Meng Hao ascended in 1,000 zhang increments, consecutively reaching 2, 3, 4, and 5,000 zhang, each step accompanied by a thunderous sound. His clansmen watched in shock. The geniuses glanced at him, but Fang Wei remained unfazed. Meng Hao felt the incredible heat and pressure, but he continued to ascend. At 5,000 zhang, he crossed another 1,000, reaching 6,000 zhang. At this point, Fang Wei had already reached 9,000 zhang, while Sun Zi, Zhou Xin, and others were at around 8,000 zhang. Li Linger followed closely behind Meng Hao. Fang Wei glanced at Meng Hao with disdain and continued to ascend, aiming for 10,000 zhang. He disdained to compete with Meng Hao. Meng Hao understood Fang Wei's strength, but he refused to submit. Determined to catch up, all the geniuses ascended, competing for good fortune and opportunities. Amidst this rivalry, Meng Hao exhibited extraordinary physical prowess and an unyielding spirit. As the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the land, the colossal sky became the epicenter of countless prodigious talents. Fang Wei, a prominent member of the Fang clan, fearlessly ascended the towering heights, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. However, with the arrival of Meng Hao, the tide swiftly shifted. Meng Hao, with his unparalleled speed, surged past all others, matching Fang Wei stride for stride, both soaring to the remarkable altitude of 20,000 zhang. Sensing his imminent defeat, Fang Wei unleashed his full cultivation, manifesting his golden form and accelerating with blinding speed, seemingly poised to overtake Meng Hao. Unfazed, Meng Hao summoned his Dharma idol, reaching the same altitude of 30,000 zhang simultaneously with Fang Wei. At this juncture, the sky transformed into a vibrant purple hue, with even the sunlight taking on an ethereal purple glow, signaling a transformative threshold. Fang Wei settled into a meditative pose, absorbing the radiant purple light, while Meng Hao inhaled deeply, devouring the intense heat of his surroundings. His physical form underwent a profound metamorphosis, drawing closer to the cusp of true immortality. Meanwhile, other prodigies, such as Fan Dong'er, Sun Zi, and Zhou Xin, surged forward, engaging in fierce contention. This day of rising sunlight became not only an opportune moment for these extraordinary individuals to acquire divine treasures but also an invisible battlefield, with the rivalry between Meng Hao and Fang Wei taking center stage. Under the radiance of the purple sun, Meng Hao and his companions sat cross-legged and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their bodies. Fang Wei was among them, but his absorption speed far surpassed that of the others. He surprisingly absorbed spiritual energy to form a 100-foot black hole. The absorption power of Meng Hao was not to be underestimated, as his black hole also reached 100 feet. As time passed, Yang Zi was the first to open his eyes. He broke through the limitations of 30,000 feet and continued to climb higher. Using the sun immortal veins, he pushed his body to the limit and sat cross-legged at 53,000 feet. Subsequently, Heaven's pride such as Sun Hai, Wang Mu, Li Linger, and Song Luodan also broke through the limitation of 30,000 feet and ascended to greater heights. At the 100th hour, Zhou Xin and Fan Dong'er also joined the ranks of those at 60,000 feet. Finally, only Meng Hao and Fang Wei remained. Fang Wei relied on the one-thought reincarnation art to forcibly break through the limitation of 30,000 feet and ascended to 60,000 feet, trampling the other heaven's prides beneath his feet. However, Meng Hao had already awakened when Fang Wei ascended into the sky. He looked at Fang Wei with a cold glint and a trace of a smile in his eyes. He silently mouthed, "My nirvana fruit, is it useful?" Fang Wei instantly understood the secret of the nirvana fruit, and his eyes turned icy. As Fang Wei ascends, Meng Hao awakens, feeling a familiar calling drawing him in. It comes from the Dharma idol behind Fang Wei. Meng Hao realizes that the second and third Dharma idols are his. As is the nirvana fruit, Meng Hao faces Fang Wei calmly, no longer using treasures to resist the heat, but instead uses the flame incantation of the withering flame demon scripture. Flames erupt from his body, forming a sea of fire that merges with the heat. A sea of fire also appears behind the Dharma idol, exuding a world-shaking aura. Meng Hao's body frantically absorbs the surrounding heat, using the withering and root incantations at the same time. Combining the three great scripture incantations, his body withers in the heat, but he bursts forth with even more life force. Under the stimulation of the purple sunlight, Meng Hao's flame incantation reaches the realm of great completion. He comprehends the seventh incantation of the flame incantation, merging light and fire, forming a projection of the sun. The origin of divine fire on the third level of the southern heaven world opens an eye, resonating with Meng Hao's memories, making his sun projection more realistic and powerful. Meng Hao takes a step and crosses 30,000 feet, appearing beside Fang Wei. The sun formed by the purple light around his body stuns everyone present, including Fang Wei. Meng Hao proposes a height competition with Fang Wei, with the loser receiving a punch from the winner. Fang Wei swallows the Sky Sun divine pill and ascends with all his might, but still cannot compete with Meng Hao. Meng Hao is also in great pain, but his endurance is extremely strong, and he does not take the Sky Sun divine pill. He plans to use Fang Wei's pride to drag him down, defeating Fang Wei honorably and crushing his Dao heart. The Fang clan members nervously watch the competition, which will determine the future of the Fang clan's #1 genius. Meng Hao and Fang Wei engage in an intense battle under the Yang Star. Fang Wei, empowered by the all-heaven Yang Spirit Pill, valiantly keeps pace with Meng Hao, but his heart churns with frustration as Meng Hao refrains from external aid. Driven by his pride, Fang Wei consumes an ancient bone fragment, forcibly boosting his power. Meng Hao, enduring scorching heat, unleashes a black sun, intimidating Fang Wei. Determined, Fang Wei manifests and merges his 3 lives reincarnation dharma, radiating an astonishing aura. Both parties unleash fierce attacks, pushing their vital energies to the brink. As Fang Wei approaches a height of 90,000 zhang, the Fang clan elders caution him to proceed carefully. However, incensed by Meng Hao's delaying tactics, Fang Wei insists on pressing the contest. Meng Hao calmly assesses Fang Wei as inadequate. Despite Fang Wei's retreat, Meng Hao's eternal realm allows him to recover instantly and unleash a fist of causality. The devastating blow catapults Fang Wei from the 90,000 zhong height, shattering the Dharma bodies formed by two nirvana fruits behind him. Fang clan powerhouses immediately appeared to protect Fang Wei, their gazes directed at Meng Hao, brimming with murderous intent. However, Meng Hao nonchalantly grins and ascends into the sky, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Anticipation flickers in Meng Hao's eyes as he ponders his limits. Fang Wei is but a stepping stone in his journey. He holds no grudges against the Fang clan. His aim is merely to impart a lesson. Meng Hao ascends straight toward the sky, his figure growing indefinitely massive. The young prodigies high in the sky fall silent, watching Meng Hao depart and feeling a sense of helpless defeat. Fan Dong'er's eyes brim with unwillingness, resolute in pursuing her path. Zhou Xin views Meng Hao as a target, adding enormous pressure. Heavenly geniuses such as Sun Hai, Sun Zizi, and Song Luoden feel both fortunate to live in this era and aware of the difficulty of surpassing him. Li Linger, who understands Meng Hao better than anyone, erupts with full force and continues to climb. Wang Yu's battle spirit rages, his gaze fixed on Meng Hao. The Fang clan elders change their attitudes, recognizing Meng Hao's potential. Even the Grand Elder shows a different expression than before. However, the lineage of Fang Wei remains sullen, their murderous intent lingering. Fang Wei's two dharmas were sealed by Meng Hao, and his grandfather realizes that this is an unbreakable causal force. High in the sky, Meng Hao flies like a bird straight towards the sun, symbolizing a rebirth by fire. The Ying Long source stirs within him, releasing a gentle power that aids his continuous ascent. Amidst constant depletion and recovery, he refines the all-heaven sun deity pill, gaining immense vitality and a formidable physique. Meng Hao comprehends the Tao contained within the sun star and, with the aid of the all-heaven sun deity pill, ascends the final 10,000 meters, becoming the first person to reach a height of 10,000 meters in the Fang clan's Immortal Realm trial. This feat shocks everyone present, including ancient realm cultivators whose cultivation bases far surpass Meng Hao's. Fang Wei is unwilling to accept it, believing that such heights should have belonged to him. Reaching 10,000 meters, Meng Hao sees the true sun star and understands the disparity between himself and a true immortal. He presses forward despite the danger, and as the sound of his flesh and blood roars, white light erupts, the light of a true immortal, indicating that Meng Hao is only a step away from becoming a true immortal in flesh and blood. Fang Wei and his family are stunned, while the Fang clan elders and clansmen are deeply shaken. The Grand Elder, in a rare moment, loses his voice. Meng Hao's rise to prominence makes everyone realize his extraordinary potential and future accomplishments. During a massive earthquake, the withered old man in the stone cave beneath the Fang family's ancestral home discovered with astonishment that Meng Hao was enveloped in an immortal glow. He realized that the Fang family might have produced a true saint in the flesh, an invincible being in the immortal realm. To become a true saint in the flesh, one must first emanate an immortal glow. And Meng Hao's body was currently radiating a rich immortal glow. Bathed in the immortal glow, Meng Hao's physical form continuously ascended, reaching an astounding height of 108,000 zhong. However, this height was insufficient. He required greater strength. So, Meng Hao employed his alchemy of creation from nothingness to refine the all-heaven sun god pill, which infused his body with boundless light and heat. Bolstered by the power of the divine pill, Meng Hao continued to soar, reaching a height of 113,000 zhong. Yet his body could not withstand the scorching heat. Meng Hao decided to cocoon himself there and break through, becoming a true saint in the flesh. However, he was unwilling to settle and desired to ascend further, thereby strengthening his body after the breakthrough. Thus, Meng Hao once again employed his alchemy of creation from nothingness in the face of adversity, refining a second all-heaven sun god pill. This divine pill brought relief to his body, enabling him to continue his ascent. Finally, Meng Hao reached a height of 129,000 zhong, and at that moment, he shattered the barrier and became a true saint in the flesh. Meanwhile, the patriarchs of the alchemists and the Fang family were astounded, realizing that Meng Hao possessed extraordinary talent and had forged a path to ascendancy through his own power. Having achieved immortality in the flesh, Meng Hao exuded earth-shattering power, becoming an object of awe to all immortals. Meng Hao has broken through the true immortal realm of the flesh. And his physical body is as tough as that of an immortal. With a lofty ambition, he wants to explore the immense height of the sky, push through the limitations of light and heat, and reach an even higher airspace. During his rapid advancement, the flame-like figure of Meng Hao illuminated the sky, stunning everyone. He surpassed all the other top talents and became the undisputed center of attention. His Tao heart remained steadfast, just like his unwavering determination to pursue his dream unrestrained and aspiring for brilliance. As time went by, Meng Hao gradually approached the boundary between the stars and the starry sky. At this moment, the Yang star and a scarlet calamity cloud appeared before his eyes, with a giant yellow tree suspended within it. That was the holy tribulation for true immortals of the flesh to become true saints. The final step to take. Faced with the holy tribulation, Meng Hao did not retreat. He knew well that if he didn't confront the Yang star and the holy tribulation, this trip would be meaningless. Just as time was about to run out, he took a decisive step and entered the boundary of the starry sky. In an instant, the entire East Sheng star shook, and all the cultivators gasped in surprise. Meng Hao had broken through the 150,000 zhang height, facing the holy tribulation head-on, challenging the limits of heaven, and demonstrating his unparalleled determination and courage. Meng Hao took a step into the starry sky, where he faced intense light and heat. Dark clouds billowed, and a colossal yellow tree hurtled towards him. Ready to strike, Meng Hao manifested a Dharma idol, transforming into an 7,000 zhang tall towering tree. At that critical moment, he employed the Supreme Bridge, a realization gained from his trials at the three great Taoist gates, which transformed into an ancient tree that resisted the giant tree from the dark clouds. In the violent collision between the two massive trees, the tree from the dark cloud shattered, and the Supreme Bridge also dissipated. The clouds dispersed, and celestial energy poured in, nourishing Meng Hao's body and allowing him to reach the immortal body realm. However, confronted by the immensity of the sun, Meng Hao's body began to melt away. Just when Meng Hao had only a single breath left, an enormous shadow appeared in the starry sky, eclipsing the sun. Light and heat vanished instantly, and Meng Hao's body was restored. Meng Hao observed the sun being covered, contemplating the laws of the celestial body, and entered a state of meditation. The people of Dongsheng Star arrived and guarded Meng Hao as he comprehended. Dongsheng Star fell into darkness, and the sun of the east set, signaling the end of the transformation. Zhou Xin, Li Linger, Wang Mu, and others left, vowing to retreat into seclusion to cultivate and surpass Meng Hao. Fang Wei, unable to accept defeat, decided to cultivate the perilous moment of Yellow Spring's path in order to open up 98 meridians. Fang Wei's father and grandfather agreed after deliberation. The prodigies of Dongsheng Star entered seclusion, striving to attain the true immortal realm. After the 7-day silence, the East Ascendant Star restored to normal, while the name of Fang Hao skyrocketed to fame. In the Fang family's pharmacy, Fang Hao perfectly passed the 7th level test and refined the All-God Sun pill among the 3 sacred pills. Becoming an incarnated immortal of flesh, he faced Yang Sun directly, comprehending the 9 mountains swallowing the sun. Under the watchful eyes of the public, his Dharma idol was continuously growing, rising from 7,000 feet tall to 8,000 feet, comparable to that of a cultivator in the 80-meridian immortal realm. Even more astonishing, there was no immortal vine on Fang Hao's Dharma idol, which meant that he chose to be a true immortal himself. Amidst the comprehension, Fang Hao self-created a divine ability sunblast. He absorbed light and heat to condense them into an expanding sphere of light, releasing a terrifying aura that could even horrify an ancient realm expert. However, this technique had a fatal flaw: it took too long to absorb and could not be fully controlled. After Fang Hao woke up, everyone noticed that the temperature and light of the East Ascendant Star were starting to drop. Only then, realizing the danger of the sunblast, thanks to Fang Hao's full strength reversal, the divine ability dissipated. The direct descendants of the Fang family praised Fang Hao's divine ability, but they also pointed out its shortcomings and reminded him to be wary of Fang Shushan. Fang Hao sat cross-legged to comprehend the immortal meridians in his body. Finding that he was only a hair's breadth away from perfection, he looked forward to the day when he would become a true immortal. And he was also determined to make up for the sunblast's deficiency. Considering it as a future ultimate skill, He believed that as his cultivation improved, he would become stronger, and the creation of the East Ascendant's son would be the cornerstone of his future. Meng Hao's status in the Fang family has surpassed that of Fang Wei, who was once highly esteemed. Fang Wei's seclusion to ascend to the true immortal realm alarms Meng Hao. He suspects the nirvana fruit sealed within Fang Wei is related to the solar star's transformation he experienced, and that his perseverance has inflicted a rift in Fang Wei's Dao heart. Meng Hao senses a profound secret hidden within the Fang family, involving Fang Wei, the Grand Elder, and perhaps even an ancestor. He resolves to restore the nirvana fruit, believing it will unveil the enigma. However, the vast amount of spiritual liquid required for its restoration poses a challenge. Determined to earn sufficient spirit stones, Meng Hao decides to traverse the medicine pavilion of the Dan Dao lineage. News of his intent triggers uproar within the family. Yet, as Meng Hao sets out for the pavilion, he is intercepted by 6 formidable cultivators who demand he present himself before the Grand Elder. Despite Meng Hao's reluctance, the middle-aged leader reveals his lethal intent, ordering the 5 Seventh Realm immortals to apprehend Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's displayed pre-celestial fleshly essence stuns them, leaving the 5 severely injured. The middle-aged cultivator is astonished, recognizing Meng Hao's might far exceeds his expectations. Meng Hao displayed exceptional aptitude, standing before the young star for 10 breaths before being summoned to the ancestral hall. The Grand Elder announced that he would be granted access to the clan's most sacred ancestral land, which contained the clan's supreme divine abilities, spells, and secrets, but he also cautioned that entering the ancestral land presented dangers. Meng Hao learned that this was a trap set by Fang Shushan. But he hesitated. At this moment, he glanced at the whirlpool of the ancestral land, his gaze faltering as if he had seen something unbelievable. Thus, he resolutely chose to enter the ancestral land. The Grand Elder mentioned that if Meng Hao entered, he would lose contact with the outside world, while Fang Shushan's anxiety and shifting emotions hinted at the unknown secrets hidden within the ancestral land. Meng Hao stepped into the ancestral land, and behind him, a 200-jom sphere of light absorbed the surrounding light and heat, causing the temperature inside and outside the hall to plummet. The elders in the hall watched the sphere of light outside the hall with solemn expressions, realizing that it was a divine ability that Meng Hao had created after facing the young star. As Meng Hao entered the ancestral land, a whirlpool appeared in the hall, leading to a mysterious world. Meng Hao took a deep breath, stepped into the whirlpool, and disappeared from everyone's sight, embarking on a journey of unknown adventure. After the Grand Elder announced the beginning of the ancestral trial, Meng Hao underwent an inner struggle before deciding to enter. Although the direct lineage was worried, they respected Meng Hao's decision, while the Fang lineage harbored murderous intentions. As Meng Hao was sent into the ancestral vortex by a gentle breeze, 9 formations activated simultaneously, and 9 robed figures radiating with murderous intent vanished. Meanwhile, an elder sleeping beneath the Fang family manor awakened, sensing the disappearance of 100 black-robed figures and a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The ancestral land was desolately desolate, with the heavens and earth roaring. After entering the ancestral land, Meng Hao arrived in front of a statue taller than a mountain. The statue was clad in thick armor with lifeless eyes, as if it was waiting for something. When Meng Hao saw the statue, his heart shook violently. He recognized it as the soldier puppet that his adoptive father, Ke Yunhai, had personally forged for him in the ancient Fiend sect. At that moment, Meng Hao could no longer suppress his inner longing. He tremblingly touched the statue with tears streaming down his face. He never dreamed that he would re-encounter the soldier puppet that had been separated from him in that foreign land. Ke Yunhai's severe and benevolent gaze emerged in Meng Hao's mind, and the echo of 99 death knells lingered in his ears. Although he knew that the ancestral land was fraught with danger, Meng Hao was fearless. He had come to this place only to see his adoptive father again, only to experience the deeply moving bond of their kinship. He slowly rose into the air, reaching the statue's head and gazing into its eyes, deeply affectionate as he uttered, "Father." In the Fang family's ancestral land, a terracotta warrior statue that has been dormant for tens of thousands of years awakens before Meng Hao. Drawn by a bloodline connection, this statue was refined by Ke Yunhai and is tasked with protecting Meng Hao. Upon awakening, the statue exudes an aura almost as powerful as a quasi-Dao being, and its eyes gleam with an intelligent light. Its mission becomes apparent at that moment to protect Meng Hao at all costs. Meanwhile, in order to eliminate Meng Hao, Fang Shushan hires 9 ancient realm experts who have extinguished one of their soul lamps to enter the ancestral land. An ancient realm expert appears before the statue, intending to kill Meng Hao with the power of tearing the world apart. However, the statue's power far exceeds the ancient realm expert's expectations. It stomps on the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and with a swing of its arms, mountains crumble. The ancient realm expert is astounded, realizing the statue's immense power. Meng Hao witnesses the statue's awakening and sheds tears. He understands that this is Ke Yunhei's selfless fatherly love, guiding him through this perilous world. The statue raises its arms, knocking the ancient realm expert away. Meng Hao stands atop the statue, his expression composed, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. He knows that Fang Shushan's attempt on his life is only the beginning. But with the statue's protection, he will be fearless. The 9 ancient realm experts disperse throughout the Fang family's ancestral land, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The statue's awakening also attracts the attention of the 7th ancestor of the Fang family, who decides to intervene when Meng Hao's life is in danger. Amidst the deadly atmosphere, Meng Hao takes his stand on the statue, awaiting Fang Shushan's next move. Filled with determination to avenge his master and protect his family in the midst of this turmoil, the earthquake sent dust clouds billowing into the sky as a colossal statue stood tall against the chaotic backdrop. As its second foot braced the ground, a resounding boom echoed through the air, causing mountains to crumble. A suffocating dust storm erupted, leaving all but the most audacious souls in a state of awe and utter disbelief. A middle-aged man was stricken with shock, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "The aura of a quasi-Dao realm sovereign." The horrifying implications behind the statue's presence had dawned upon him. Even the 7th progenitor in the sky was stunned, questioning the reality of what he was witnessing. The guardian statue had moved, and it was clear that the one under its protection was Meng Hao. The earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and dust clouds swirled. The middle-aged man retreated frantically, knowing that he could no longer challenge Meng Hao. It suddenly made sense why Fang Shushan had dispatched 9 of them to this mission. Meng Hao could summon the protection of a quasi-Dao realm sovereign. The statue lifted its head, its piercing gaze locking onto the middle-aged man. Fear coursed through him as he summoned every ounce of strength to flee. But the great sword wielded by the statue pierced through the earth and descended with a force that silenced the world. The middle-aged man's form was frozen mid-air as his body was cleaved in two and his soul lantern extinguished. Blood splattered and his spirit dissipated, leaving only the remnants of his storage bag at Meng Hao's feet. Meng Hao remained silent as the 7th progenitor gazed warily at the statue. He comprehended the unfathomable power behind its sword strike, yet it was merely a statue. Then, who was capable of creating such a formidable entity? The 7th progenitor was in awe. The sword strike that had replaced the laws of the world with its own was capable of severing paths, rules, and all existence. This was the might of a quasi-Dao realm sovereign. And the statue was nothing more than a conduit. Its creator must have possessed a rare combination of heavenly treasures and Dao realm cultivation. The 7th progenitor realized that quasi-Dao realm beings were lunatics, brash, fearless, and audacious in their challenges against the world. Ke Yunhei was one such sovereign, and his soul lantern was the dragon chalice phoenix core lamp that had kindled the formation of this very statue. The 7th progenitor knew that only the Fang clan's earth progenitor could suppress this statue. All others were outmatched. But what truly astonished him was Meng Hao's ability to invoke the protection of this guardian statue. Meng Hao caressed the statue, and the earth grew still. Closing his eyes, he was consumed by memories and a longing for Ke Yunhei. As he reopened his eyes, his gaze was firm as he addressed the statue. "Let us venture into the Fang clan's ancestral grounds." The statue's eyes flared to life, and it soared into the air, escorting Meng Hao towards their destination. The 7th progenitor was dumbstruck, nearly uttering the name that sent shivers down his spine. The ancestral grounds. Sheltered by the statue, Meng Hao speeds through the Fang family's ancestral land with astonishing speed. He discovers the identity of the dead middle-aged man as an elder of the Fang family, acquiring his identity token and a valuable treasure, the Emerald Bell. Meng Hao uses his divine sense to reveal that 8 others are pursuing him. As an elder of the Fang family, the fact that the middle-aged man possessed only one magic tool leads Meng Hao to suspect the potential of the ancient realm powerhouses. using the jade slip as a guide. Meng Hao realizes that the nearest pursuer is approaching him rapidly. Without hesitation, Meng Hao confronts the pursuer, determined to gain the initiative, uncover the murderer of the middle-aged man, and eliminate them. He sits cross-legged on the statue, filled with murderous intent, ready for life or death battle. Elsewhere in the Fang family's ancestral land, a young man in black is also moving quickly, surrounded by 9 soul lamps. He demonstrates his status as an ancient realm powerhouse of the 8 combustion and 1 extinction level. Shocked by the disappearance of his bloodline jade slip, the young man suspects that Meng Hao possesses a hidden method of killing ancient realm powerhouses, inspiring utmost caution on his part. However, when Meng Hao breaks through the clouds controlling the statue and approaches with the aura of a quasi-Dao sovereign, the young man in black is seized by terror. He realizes that Meng Hao can control the ancestral land's guardian statue, a power far beyond his imagination. Recognizing the imminent threat to his life, the young man in black flees with all his might. But the statue is faster and quickly catches up. It dawns on him that he and his companions are not hunting Meng Hao, they are being hunted by this ruthless being. Within the Fang family's ancestral land, the Grand Elder, Fang Wei's father, and grandfather couldn't comprehend what was happening, despite the lack of external knowledge of the disturbances within the ancestral land. The Fang family was in a state of panic, especially the main bloodline. The alchemy lineage was worried upon learning of Meng Hao's entrance into the ancestral land's trial. 18 8th-rank alchemy masters even protested to the Grand Elder, threatening to stop refining pills for the family until Meng Hao returned. The family was shaken, and the Grand Elder personally visited the alchemy master, but was rejected. Fang Wei's lineage realized that Meng Hao had gained a foothold in the family. With the support of the alchemy lineage, to resolve the issue, Fang Shushan appeased the elders while hoping for Meng Hao's death. However, one of the 9 ancient realm elders that Fang Shushan arranged unexpectedly died, causing him great fear. The family began a thorough investigation. Fang Shushan's excuse was that the 9 had external duties, but he worried that the truth would be revealed. Meanwhile, within the ancestral land, a black-robed youth was fleeing in panic as Meng Hao pursued on a statue. The black-robed youth used his life soul lamp to attack, but it was suppressed by the puppet's quasi-Dao venerable aura. Meng Hao ordered them to capture the youth alive, and the puppet seized him. As the black-robed youth despaired, Meng Hao used the 6th restriction of demon sealing, torturing him until he was completely destroyed. The 7th patriarch in the sky was moved, expressing admiration for Meng Hao's merciless tactics. However, Meng Hao secretly lamented his failure to use the 6th restriction, as he couldn't control the puppet like the 6th-generation demon sealer. At the same time, Fang Shushan received news of another ancient realm elder's death, making him pale and unable to accept the reality. At the Fang family's ancestral home, the sudden death of a black-clothed youth has caused a great commotion. The life tablet in the Fate Diagram Palace has been shattered, and the elders, such as Elder Fang Tongtian, have rushed to investigate. The investigation reveals that 2 other elders have died recently, and their locations of death cannot be traced. Grand Elder Fang Tongtian's face is ashen, and he orders a thorough investigation of all elders, including the task issuers. Meanwhile, in other areas of the ancestral land, 7 ancient realm powerhouses monitoring Meng Hao also notice anomalies. They discover that anyone who approaches Meng Hao quickly dies. Realizing that something is amiss, they begin to fear Meng Hao, suspecting that the jade slip he carries represents some kind of mystical power. After learning of the assassination attempts, a sneer appears on Meng Hao's lips, and he decides to play hide and seek with the 7. He controls the soldier puppet to lead him around in search of good fortune. He comes to a field of megalith and removes carvings from each megalith, storing them in his storage bag. Later, he finds a lake and takes it into his storage bag along with a section of the surrounding ground. The 7th ancestor witnesses Meng Hao's actions with shock and bewilderment. Everywhere Meng Hao goes, whatever he sees, be it a hill, a pagoda, a bamboo forest, a wooden house, a stone carving, or a palace, is dismantled and taken away by the soldier puppet. When Meng Hao reaches a palace, he expertly removes floor tiles and pillars, triggering the defense of 100 Immortal Realm peak-level apes. Meng Hao summons the parrot, which is attracted to the ape's abundant fur and flies at them with an excited cry. Meng Hao escapes while the 7th ancestor watches in stunned amazement as the parrot and the apes engage in a fierce battle. Soon after, A mournful roar is heard. Meng Hao continues onward and arrives at a patch of black soil, where he discovers a giant coffin and an old monk statue. He pays his respects and says he will provide new offerings for his ancestors. The seventh ancestor's expression softens slightly, but Meng Hao's next words surprise him. Meng Hao complains that the later generations of the Fang family have been negligent about offerings and decides to replace them with new ones himself. Meng Hao arrives at the ancestral land in a cemetery with sculptures and coffins of his ancestors. The clansmen have always paid homage here, but Meng Hao unceremoniously takes the offerings. He replaces the offerings with his own immortal jade and low-grade spirit stones and even tries to take the bamboo lantern. However, the pressure of the three guardian magic treasures stops him. Meng Hao can only apologize to the treasure spirits politely. Meng Hao continues forward and worships each tomb when passing the cemetery of the demi-ancestral masters. After reading the life descriptions on the tombstones, he learns about the origins and madness of the demi-ancestral masters. He understands that the demi-ancestral masters went mad because their lifespan was ending. And while later generations respectfully called them masters, they had also made outstanding contributions to their clans. When passing through the last cemetery, the ancient jade for sealing demons in Meng Hao's storage bag suddenly shakes violently and sends a strong call. Meng Hao feels a call from deep within the ancestral land. A call from the sealing demon lineage. He realizes that the fate of the sealing demon lineage is closely connected with the mountains and seas. If he can pass the tribulation road of the 9 mountain seas, the mountains and seas will return to the sealing demon lineage. Meng Hao's heart is moved, and his adventure begins. Deep within the ancestral Fang clan grounds, Meng Hao stumbles upon an ancient clue to the whereabouts of the legendary demon sealing clan. This clue was activated by his arrival, drawing him deeper into the clan's territory. As the summons grow louder, Meng Hao feels an irresistible urge, realizing that the secrets of the demon sealing clan may lie within an uncharted area. After some speculation, Meng Hao sets his sights on the 9 towering mountains in the distance. These mountains exude demonic spirit, as if calling out to a demon sealer. When Meng Hao boards his terracotta warrior and sets off for the mountains, he is surprised to discover that there is a connection between his warrior and the ancestral grounds. As he progresses, the summons become more frequent, but Meng Hao remains cautious, not allowing his desire to cloud his judgment. He gains much from absorbing the blessings of the land. However, before the 9 mountains, he stumbles upon a stone tablet inscribed with details of the 9 Maizan. The tablet claims that these 9 Maizan contain boundless treasures and opportunities. But the path is fraught with danger. Meng Hao's eyes gleam with excitement, seeing this as his destiny and resolving to conquer each of the mountains and claim their treasures. Under the protection of his terracotta warrior, Meng Hao charges forward, unstoppable. The prohibition shatter. The ferocious beast flee in terror. And the treasures and magical artifacts hidden within the mountains are unceremoniously claimed by Meng Hao. However, as he nears the summit of the first mountain, a roar resounds. A colossal guardian with 2 heads appears, blocking Meng Hao's path. Despite its formidable presence, Meng Hao's terracotta warrior's aura spikes, forcing the giant to retreat in fear. With the terracotta warrior's might, Meng Hao continues his journey, embarking on a quest to loot the 9 treasure mountains. His heart filled with anticipation for the secrets of the demon sealing clan that lie within. Meng Hao ascends to the top of the 9 nether mountain with the terracotta warriors and discovers a massive stone wall with crescent moon shapes engraved on it. He realizes he can only memorize these images within 9 days, so he quickens his exploration. Each mountain summit contains a crescent stone wall, and Meng Hao imprints them all in his mind. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder Fang Daohong schemes to ambush Meng Hao. However, he is shocked to find that Meng Hao's power is extraordinary, resembling that of a quasi-Dao supremacy. Panicking, Fang Daohong lies that he came to protect Meng Hao, using the fact that Fang Shushan once held Meng Hao as proof of his innocence. Although suspicious, Meng Hao still demands that Fang Daohong lower his cultivation and accept a restriction. Fang Daohong reluctantly complies. Meng Hao executes the 6th restriction of demon sealing, infusing Fang Daohong with a strange black and white aura. After some experimentation, Meng Hao successfully controls Fang Daohong. Fang Daohong is tormented by Meng Hao, experiencing the agony of a living hell. Meng Hao is delighted that he has complete control over Fang Daohong and sees it as a successful application of his 6th restriction. He marvels at finding a source of wealth and is determined to exchange his discoveries for substantial rewards within his clan. As Meng Hao continues his journey, Fang Daohong secretly assists him, vigilantly watching out for Fang Shushan. Meng Hao's strength and the bizarre nature of the sixth restriction instill both fear and subservience within Fang Daohong. In the legacy of the demon sealing lineage, Meng Hao has mastered the three prohibitions: prohibition of cultivation, prohibition of cause and effect, and prohibition of life and death. When he ascended the 9th mountain of the demon sealing land, he discovered a stone wall engraved with a crescent moon that resonated with the imprint in his mind, revealing the Dark Moon secret art. The Dark Moon secret art is one of the three great secret arts of the demon sealing ancestor, capable of unleashing several times one's cultivation power. After comprehending the Dark Moon secret art, Meng Hao continued advancing, arriving at the final mountain. There, a ferocious beast was chasing a parrot, but the parrot seemed excited, as if drawing the beast's attention. Ascending to the summit, Meng Hao beheld the last stone wall, on which a crescent moon was etched. The moment he laid eyes on the crescent moon, his mind roared, and a crescent moon imprint appeared on his brow, signifying his complete mastery of the Dark Moon secret art. More astonishingly, a black moon and a white orb of light emerged in Meng Hao's hands, representing night and day, respectively. These orbs circled each other, forming a formidable pressure, demonstrating Meng Hao's ability to combine magical techniques. Under the envelopment of the sun and moon, Meng Hao conjured an image of the 9th mountain and had it combine again, creating a black, white, and gray sphere, forming a triple combination. However, this triple combination lasted only for a breath before dissipating. Yet it was enough to astound Fang Daohong, who was standing nearby. Just as Meng Hao was about to continue his attempts, a strong summons from the demon sealing lineage arrived. He looked up into the distance, seeing a pitch-black land and a fractured sky, as well as a pale-faced youth sitting cross-legged. The youth was surrounded by countless twisted corpses, his clothing ancient, exuding an air of antiquity. Meng Hao realized that this youth was the inheritor of the demon sealing lineage, the 5th-generation demon sealer. He seemed to have transcended time and space, calling out to Meng Hao to come forth. Meng Hao controlled his terracotta warrior with his divine sense, charging towards the darkness like a shooting star. As he stood on the edge of the darkness, the summons intensified, as if trying to drag him in. Meng Hao resolutely stepped forward, entering the darkness and walking towards the cross-legged youth. Within the treacherous burial world, where few dare to tread, Meng Hao ventures with his puppet soldiers. Entering the realm, ethereal rifts emerge, each containing a world of trials with formidable auras rivaling that of his puppets. Meng Hao selects a rift and embarks on his arduous journey. Along the way, he encounters perilous threats such as spectral flames, thunderstorms, and grasping tentacles, all neutralized by the puppet's formidable strength. Guided by a mystical resonance, Meng Hao relies on luck and instinct to navigate countless rifts, inching closer to the heart of the realm. From the periphery, Guardian Elder Fang Daohong marvels at Meng Hao's fortune and prowess. High above, the 7th Patriarch senses an anomaly. Dense fog envelops the ancestral land, extending even into the uncharted mist heavens. Reaching the core, Meng Hao encounters a meditating youth, a remnant consciousness of the spirit suppression lineage. He reveals that this land holds the legacy of the lineage. Recognizing the intense vibration of his spirit suppression jade, Meng Hao realizes his destiny as the lineage's inheritor. The youth explains the secrets of the positive and negative restrictions, capable of devouring worlds and freeing the heavens. Meng Hao experiences their power firsthand and receives the youth's pledge of protection. Finally, having traversed the burial world, Meng Hao unifies the 9 restrictions, restoring the spirit suppression lineage to the realm. After entering the Fang family's ancestral land, Meng Hao inadvertently stepped into a dangerous area, a place where only ancient peak cultivators could set foot, but protected by the terracotta warriors. After sensing a glimmer of danger, he decided to risk it. He sat cross-legged before the stone tablet, receiving the inheritance. The youth's hand touched his brow, and a vast river of the Tao surged into him, almost causing his mind to collapse. But he gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing pain. At this moment, outside the ancestral land, 6 men in black learned of Meng Hao's weakened state and, out of greed, plotted to seize his treasure. 3 of them rapidly approached Meng Hao's location. However, the celestial energy in Meng Hao's body had reached its limit. and a hand appeared before his mind's eye. This hand flipped constantly, seemingly profound, but actually contained the grand Tao of heaven and earth. At the same time, the 100,000 rifts in the ancient burial ground continuously closed and opened. Like 100,000 eyes opening and closing eerily. Fang Daohong and the seventh ancestor witnessed Meng Hao's inheritance and were shocked by his astonishing performance. The seventh ancestor predicted that Meng Hao would become a celestial within 100 days and had the potential to become the Fang family's future pillar. Beyond the ninth sea, the celestial gate of the starry sky suddenly opened. The background of the three Taos of the nine-sea divine realm was revealed. And the young woman Fan Donger, under the protection of many powerful people, took a step forward to become a true celestial. At the same time, by the reincarnation bridge of the fourth infernal court, a woman turned her head to gaze. Her green hair dancing, her figure like a butterfly. And she resolutely stepped into the reincarnation cycle. She was none other than Xu Qing from the previous life. High above the ninth sea, Fan Donger breaks through the immortal gate, triggering a transformation in the immortal aura of the mountains and seas. Various factions are shaken, realizing that the era of true immortals is about to arrive. Among them, Zhao Yifan of the Tang Sword Sect considers Meng Hao to be his inner demon and vows to surpass him. In the Fang family's ancestral home, Fang Wei, on the verge of death, also plans to kill Meng Hao with his own hands after becoming a true immortal. In the Li family's forbidden ground, Li Linger enters the true immortal realm. Wang Mu, Song Luodan, Sun Zi, and other geniuses are also striving to reach true immortality. Wang Tongfei on the meteorite tightly clutches the immortal communication vine, anticipating a rematch with Meng Hao. In the southern sky star, Meng Hao's companions reminisce about the past. Chu Yuyan of the Kunlun Dao is relaxed and in no rush to pursue true immortality. Dan Gui and Shui Donglio marvel at the arrival of the true immortal era. Meanwhile, Meng Hao is still in the ancient burial ground, undergoing the fifth inheritance. His life fire is almost extinguished, and the 10,000 cracks around him are squirming violently. Fang Daohong fears that Meng Hao's death will implicate him, and so several black-clothed cultivators emerge, intending to seize the treasure and kill Meng Hao. Just as the black-clothed cultivators approach Meng Hao, he suddenly opens his blood-red eyes, unleashing a terrifying aura. The surrounding cracks also open, as if 10,000 eyes are staring at the four men. Meng Hao stands alone in the face of 10,000 pairs of sinister eyes. Yet he remains unfazed. The silent terracotta warrior by his side suddenly opens its eyes, emanating the aura of a quasi-Dao sovereign, striking fear into the hearts of the black-robed figures. Two of the black-robed figures attack Meng Hao with their magical treasures, but are met with resistance from the terracotta warrior. Their treasures shattered and themselves gravely wounded. In their terror, they recognize the true identity of the terracotta warrior, a guardian statue. Its aura identical to that of the two ancient realm experts Meng Hao had slain earlier. Meng Hao, weakened, orders the terracotta warrior to capture one of the men alive, who is severely wounded by the warrior, allowing Meng Hao to absorb his cultivation and vitality, restoring his own strength. This horrifying scene fills the remaining black-robed figures with terror. Seeing Meng Hao recover, the black-robed figures attempt to flee into a spatial rift, but are intercepted by Fang Daohong. The terracotta warrior also enters the rift, capturing the escaping figure. Meng Hao attempts to activate his fifth shackle but finds his current cultivation insufficient, realizing that it will become a deadly trump card once he reaches the immortal realm. Meng Hao continues to use his blood demon technique, draining the life force of a second black-robed figure, fully recovering his own injuries. A third black-robed figure engages in combat with Fang Daohong, who intentionally wounds him gravely and asks Meng Hao to use a restriction spell to keep him alive. Meng Hao agrees, absorbing the figure into his body. Meng Hao discovers that he can now control the spatial rifts in the ancient burial ground. As he advances, the rifts close behind him as if he were the lord of this realm, capable of manipulating the rules that hold the fifth shackle. Deep within the ancestral land, Meng Hao and his companions reach the end of the ancient burial ground. Facing a fog-covered area, amidst the mist stood a stone tablet with 3 bold characters, Foggy Heavens, and 19 names engraved on it, each followed by a number. Meng Hao realized one of the names was Fang Danyan, the alchemy master of the alchemy lineage. Fang Daohong explained that the Foggy Heavens was the challenge of the ancestral land, where an ancient ancestor's gloomy palace resided. However, Its exact location and entry remained a mystery. To enter the foggy heavens, one required a cultivation level above ancient realm and a soul lamp as a guide. Unfortunately, Meng Hao's cultivation was still insufficient to condense a soul lamp. Meng Hao attempted to enter several times, but was obstructed by an invisible barrier surrounding the foggy heavens. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy from his immortal meridians, as if something within was drawing him towards it. He suspected it could be the cultivation technique within the foggy heavens. A thought of stars. After an hour of futile attempts, Meng Hao was advised by Fang Daohong to give up. However, Meng Hao refused. He remembered the bronze lamp in his possession and realized its potential connection to an ancient realm cultivator's soul lamp. Meng Hao approached the foggy heavens with the bronze lamp in hand. Immediately, the sky turned dark. The fog billowed and roared, transforming the entire ancestral land into a realm of mist. The fog trembled and recoiled before the bronze lamp, parting it into a straight path leading to a pitch-black temple. This sight left Fang Daohong and Fang Linhe in awe, while the seventh ancestor in the sky gasped in disbelief. Through the bronze lamp, Meng Hao had not only opened a path to the ancient ancestors' the underworld palace but had also forced the ancestral land to submit to his presence. In a mist-filled ancestral land, Meng Hao clutches a bronze lamp in his hand. As he takes it out, the fog in the ancestral land ceaselessly rolls, as if surrendering to the lamp's authority. Meng Hao is astounded to realize that this bronze lamp is actually a soul lamp, its domineering power causing even the ancestral land to give way. Meng Hao recalls finding this lamp in the immortal ancient dojo, speculating that it may hold astonishing secrets. He decides to head to the immortal ancient dojo to seek clues and unravel the connection between the bronze lamp and his destiny. Fang Daohong and Fang Linhe, two Fang clan disciples accompanying Meng Hao, witness this and are dumbfounded. They cannot comprehend how the bronze lamp in Meng Hao's hand possesses such formidable power. The Fang clan's seventh ancestor in the sky is equally shocked. He recognizes that the energy of the soul lamp in Meng Hao's hand could surpass that of the sixth-source Dao Venerable, reaching the legendary nine-source supremacy realm. However, he suppresses his desire to seize it, adhering to the clan rules to protect Meng Hao. Meng Hao takes a deep breath and with the bronze lamp in hand, proceeds along the path opened up in the mist-laden sky. The mist relentlessly churns but is unable to impede the lamp's glow. He walks for 3 days and finally arrives in front of a pitch-black hall. A towering statue stands upon the hall, depicted in the image of the Fang clan's first-generation patriarch. Meng Hao takes 1,000 steps forward and stands before the hall's entrance. He bows to pay respects to the first-generation patriarch, and as he finishes speaking, the hall trembles violently. The gates slowly open, releasing a sacred light. Simultaneously, outside the ancestral land, Fan Donger from the Nine Seas God world strikes the seal in front of the immortal gate. Bathed in the glow of the immortal light, her body becomes translucent and haloed with an aura of purity. As the immortal gate opens, Fan Donger is on the verge of activating her immortal pulse, with the Nine Seas God world and various clans and families holding their breath, eagerly anticipating this moment to witness her miracle. In the ninth sea, the immortal gate swung open, and boundless immortal light enveloped Fan Donger. Vast immortal energy surged into her body, activating her immortal veins. In one fell swoop, she opened 96 immortal veins, astonishing the ninth mountain and sea. Meanwhile, in the Fang family ancestral land's nether palace on the East Victory Star, Meng Hao stepped inside and discovered a starry sky, a ninth mountain, and 4 surrounding stars. Within the palace, a first-generation ancestor sat on a cushion, his body decayed. Above the alchemy furnace, a lifelike bronze dragon coiled, its tail disappearing into the darkness and its head gazing down at the furnace with greed. Meng Hao's immortal veins trembled violently, longing for the bronze dragon. He realized its physical form was real, its claw marks crushing the walls. On its head, a trace of enchantment lingered where the bronze dragon had once been turned into a statue. Meng Hao guessed the 7-colored liquid in the furnace was a treasure, but his intuition told him it was deadly. Yet, the first-generation ancestor's nirvana fruit in his storage pouch flew out and competed for the liquid. The teeth blade appeared, its roar resounding. Meng Hao understood the liquid was connected to his destiny and decided to consume it to enter the path of nirvana. After ingesting the liquid, Meng Hao's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. His flesh rapidly decayed, teetering on the brink of death. At that critical moment, His immortal veins turned into a green light, restoring his body with the power of eternal life, erasing the decay. Meng Hao achieved nirvana, reborn as a new man with the formidable power of a mountain. He realized that in this life, he was destined to break through the cycle of reincarnation and overturn the heavens. In the sinister halls of the Netherworld Palace, Meng Hao stumbles upon an unexpected discovery. The 7-colored elixir in the pill furnace has the power to revive the nirvana fruits. He realizes that the elixir might be the fruit's true purpose. As Meng Hao attempts to prevent the fruit's revival, another nirvana fruit absorbs the elixir and emits dazzling colored light. Simultaneously, the palace's bronze dragon appears with a greedy expression that turns into fear. It releases life essence infused with the power of deadly yin. The essence fuses into a liquid drop that falls into the pill furnace. As the nirvana fruit merges with it, the bronze dragon's body dissipates into smoke and gratefully acknowledges Meng Hao before merging into his body. The smoke transforms into immortal energy that races towards Meng Hao's immortal veins. His veins condense rapidly, radiating the aura of a true immortal. Despite his aura being undetectable outside, Meng Hao has stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity within the Netherworld Palace. After the formation of his first immortal vein, Meng Hao's reserves allow for the creation of a second. His accumulation far surpasses other prodigies. And within the palace, he reaps the benefits. Meanwhile, on East Victory Star, a celestial gate emerges amidst cataclysmic clouds. Its purpose is not for Meng Hao but for Fang Wei. Emerging from an underground chamber, Fang Wei exudes the aura of a true immortal, embarking on a mission to destroy the celestial gate. Meng Hao's encounter and Fang Wei's advancement attract the attention of various sects in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Fang Wei aims to form 98 immortal veins, becoming the supreme being of his generation. He sees Meng Hao's 2 nirvana fruits as stepping stones and vows to crush him and eliminate his heart demons. On the Star of East Victory, the immortal tribulation descended. Fang Wei looked up to the sky and let the tribulation lightning strike him. With his samsara chi and the aura of death from the yellow springs, he resisted the immortal tribulation. He was able to push open the gate of immortals and opened a slit. Immortal light poured down, and the tribulation followed, but it instead became nutrients for Fang Wei's cultivation, helping him to open up immortal veins. 3 days later, Fang Wei pushed open the gate of immortals. Immortal light burst out, covering the sky. 80 immortal veins appeared in his body. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the number of immortal veins continued to rise, reaching 96. However, Fang Wei was still not satisfied. He eventually broke through and opened up his 98th immortal vein, triggering a phenomenon in the heavens and the earth. 10,000 illusory ancient immortal soldiers appeared and knelt before him. This feat made Fang Wei famous throughout the Ninth Mountain Range, and he was known as the son of Qilin. He was blessed with the fortune of the mountain and sea. He proudly declared war on Meng Hao and sat outside the main hall of the ancestral land, waiting for Meng Hao to return for battle. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was also cultivating in seclusion in the nether palace of the ancestral land. A fog dragon like a wisp of smoke continuously merged into his body, helping him to condense his immortal veins. His immortal veins were extraordinary, and each one was like a real dragon, condensing at an astonishing speed. With the help of the fog dragon, Meng Hao's second immortal vein was fully condensed, and he now had 2 immortal veins in his body, an accumulation of power that was astonishing to behold. Meng Hao's desire for strength burned in his heart, and he continued to absorb the fog dragon, condensing his 3rd immortal vein. He believed that when he left the ancestral land, his fame would spread throughout the Ninth Mountain Range, shocking the world. In the Ninth Mountain and Sea, Pill Fiend began the era with the epic making true immortal tribulation for 10,000 years. It started with Vandalmer's true immortal avatar shaking half of the Ninth Sea and Fang Wei's true immortal avatar detonating the Starry River and summoning immortal soldiers. However, after them, Wang Tongfei, the ignored collateral lineage of the Wang family from the southern sky star, also survived the tribulation and stepped into the realm of true immortal. Wang Tongfei's true immortal tribulation was shocking. He opened up 95 immortal veins and awakened the Wang family's ancient god's bloodline, leaving an imprint on his brow. The elders of the Wang family were greatly shocked and proud of their once despised descendant. With the birth of true immortal Wang Tongfei, the Xianmen frequently descended. The geniuses of the 3 great Dao sects and the 4 great families stepped into the true immortal realm one after another. showing their abundant strength and background. The eyes of these geniuses unanimously looked towards East Victory Star, waiting for a cultivator named Meng Hao. Meng Hao, who had previously defeated all heroes in the Southern Skyland and East Victory Star, had swept many geniuses and stood before the Yang Star for 10 breaths. His fame gradually spread throughout the Ninth Mountain and Sea, and even people outside the Ninth Mountain and Sea in the Southern Sky Star had heard of him. At the moment, Meng Hao was still in seclusion in the Underworld Palace in his ancestral land. He aimed to build up his strength and explode with unprecedented power when he would step into the true immortal realm. After obtaining the Mist Dragon's immortal chi, he opened up 6 immortal veins in succession and continued to impact the 7th. With only 3 days left before the opening of the ancestral land, Meng Hao finally condensed the 7th immortal vein. His eyes grew deeper, emitting flowing light. He realized that with the Mist Dragon's immortal chi in his body, he could open up an 8th immortal vein, something that had never been achieved before. Meng Hao was determined to surpass his limit, maximize his accumulation, and aim for not 101 immortal veins, but for 108 or even more. He believed that his Tao was in continuously surpassing, being free and unconstrained. He called his Tao free and unfettered. As the 8th immortal vein condensed, a world-shaking roar erupted in Meng Hao's body. 2 days later, the day before the opening of the ancestral land's gate, the 8th immortal vein was complete. It turned into the most dazzling mark on Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao absorbs the Mist Dragon within the Nether Palace, activating 8 immortal veins in his body. The world becomes crystal clear under his gaze, and he discovers a fully revived Nirvana fruit, which he immediately merges with. The Nirvana fruit and Meng Hao's body merge, granting him immense power and condensing a second Dharma figure that belongs to an ancient ancestor. Meng Hao's aura surges, and he gains the power of 16 immortal veins. Subsequently, Meng Hao obtains a starstone and learns the One Thought stellar transformation technique, giving his left eye potent fluctuations. However, he has only 30 breaths of time to integrate the Nirvana fruit. Meng Hao senses fragments of memories from an ancient ancestor within the Nirvana fruit. Realizing its potential for an even greater transformative effect, he leaves the Nether Palace, witnessing the opening of the Return Whirlpool. Though he is reluctant to leave the Terracotta Warriors, he understands the need for a fairyland to bring them out. The Terracotta Warrior speaks with Fang Linhai's voice, declaring that it can protect Meng Hao within 1,000 miles of the Fang family ancestral home. Meng Hao turns around with killing intent, ready to confront Fang Wei in a decisive battle. Outside the ancestral hall of the Fang family on the East Victory Star, the various branches of the Fang family and cultivators from various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea gathered, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Meng Hao. However, as a gigantic vortex opened within the Grand Hall, it was not Meng Hao but the white-haired and visibly agitated elder Fang Shuiyan who emerged. Upon his appearance, Fang Shuiyan immediately and furiously denounced Fang Shushan, and was joined by 3 other elders who emerged shortly after, condemning Fang Shushan's plot to harm Meng Hao. Just as Fang Shushan's expression turned sour, Fang Daohong and Fang Linhe also emerged from the vortex, their countenances solemn. Suddenly, the vortex whirled again, revealing a slender figure gradually taking form. As this figure emerged, the sky above the East Victory Star rumbled with thunder and lightning as tribulation clouds gathered, covering the entire celestial body and continuing to expand, shaking the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea. The scale of these tribulation clouds was unprecedented, far surpassing anything ever witnessed during the tribulations of previous true immortal prodigies. Everyone who beheld the scene was shocked and awestruck, realizing that a being of unparalleled might was about to be born. This figure was none other than Meng Hao, and his true immortal tribulation was destined to become the most AWE-inspiring and unforgettable event in the history of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. On the eastern zenith star, the sky thundered with an unprecedented and boundless tribulation cloud, obscuring the heavens and earth. The Fang clan was filled with terror, especially Fang Wei, who stared dumbfounded at this AWE-inspiring sight. In the Nine Seas divine realm, Fan Domer watched the scene within the crystal with a pale face, disbelief in her eyes. All the geniuses of the various sects and clans were shocked, and Zhao Yifan's confidence in his rise collapsed instantly. Within the Fang clan's ancestral grounds, the 7th ancestor and the other 6 ancestors' expressions changed drastically. They had never witnessed such a terrifying tribulation cloud before. The Fang clan's ancestor of the earth muttered to himself, speculating that Meng Hao's accumulation was unfathomable. As Meng Hao emerged from the ancestral grounds, the heavens and earth thundered, and the tribulation cloud became even more violent. Lightning bolted across the starry sky, as if countless troops were charging. The entire world was shaken, and even the Ji clan of the ninth mountain sent a gaze of coercion. Meng Hao's expression was calm, his aura domineering. Standing outside the vortex, he resembled a celestial being. Fang Wei roared in anger, declaring war on Meng Hao. But Meng Hao calmly stated that when he stepped through the immortal gate, he would reclaim what was rightfully his. Meng Hao soared into the sky, charging directly towards the tribulation cloud, his aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. As his voice echoed, a colossal immortal gate appeared at the center of the tribulation cloud, surpassing the gates encountered by all true immortals. Countless immortal palaces gathered around the immortal gate, creating a magnificent spectacle. The ancestors of the various sects and clans' expressions changed. They finally understood that Meng Hao had not ascended via the immortal ascension vine but had attained immortality through self-cultivation. This kind of self-certification of the immortal Tao resulted in such an immense tribulation cloud. In the Nine Seas divine realm, the old woman beside Fan Dahmer came to a sudden realization, pointing out Meng Hao's great perseverance, determination, and fortuitous encounters within the immortal ruins of the ninth mountain and sea. The white-robed woman who had inscribed Meng Hao as the 13th sequence opened her eyes, gazing into the distance as she softly uttered, "Supreme Immortal." Under the watchful eyes of the East Victory Star, Meng Hao embarks on his path to becoming a true immortal. The sky roars with thunderous tribulation, and a crimson tribulation cloud resembling 1,000 charging steeds encompasses an unprecedented area. Within the tribulation cloud, celestial palaces stand tall, exuding an unrivaled celestial aura, and a towering celestial gate looms. Meng Hao's figure shoots across the starry sky like a meteor, confronting the true immortal tribulation that descends. The first crimson lightning strikes like a vast net of electricity, but Meng Hao gathers his fighting will into his true immortal flesh and essence, unleashing a fist that shatters 70% of the lightning. However, the tribulation cloud continues to condense even more terrifying thunder, striking time and time again. Meng Hao transforms into a golden rock, soaring through the relentless thunderbolts, traversing the sea of lightning. The tribulation cloud explodes, revealing the celestial gate, but celestial palaces block its path. Meng Hao charges into the tribulation cloud, engaging in battle with the illusory immortal figures within the celestial palaces, tearing through the tribulation cloud and piercing the celestial palaces. Just as he is about to break free from the tribulation cloud, it churns and transforms into a colossal celestial hand that slams down. Meng Hao's eyes flash with ferocity. "You would obstruct me." As the words leave his mouth, his malevolence surges skyward. Meng Hao's true immortal tribulation is extraordinary, devoid of the life-preserving will of the nine mountains and seas. He seeks to defy the heavens and ascend to true immortality on his own. This path is unparalleled in its tyranny and fraught with peril. Cultivators across the East Victory Star hold their breath, awaiting the outcome of his audacious attempt. Faced with the vast celestial tribulation, Meng Hao was supported by 8 extraordinary immortal veins in a true immortal flesh body. Unwilling to passively endure the tribulation, he conceived a mad idea to confront the tribulation clouds head-on. Meng Hao gathered all his baleful aura into a blood demon skull and charged towards the tribulation clouds, blasting a gigantic hole with astonishing force. Although the tribulation clouds continued to churn and mend, Meng Hao's relentless bombardment gradually diminished them. When black lightning appeared, the Dharma idol behind Meng Hao expanded to 8,000 zhang, rivaling an 8th realm immortal. He conjured a mountain peak and detonated it against the tribulation clouds, causing his Dharma idol to expand once more to 9,000 zhang, captivating the entire world. Faced with multicolored lightning, Meng Hao's 9,000 zhang Dharma idol remained fearless and shattered the tribulation clouds with a single punch. However, the appearance of 7-colored immortal thunder made him sense a crisis. Without hesitation, he activated his immortal veins, causing his Dharma idol to soar again, reaching 10,000 zhang. The 10,000 zhang Dharma idol, blazing with golden light, shattered the 7-colored immortal thunder, leaving Meng Hao standing tall in the sky, unyielding to the threat of the tribulation clouds. Comparable to a 10th realm immortal, He astounded Fang Wei and his companions while the cultivators of the Dongsheng star were left in awe. Despite the vastness of the tribulation clouds, it was ultimately just an immortal tribulation, unable to surpass the limits of the immortal realm. Meng Hao's confrontation with the tribulation clouds using his 10,000 zhong Dharma idol broke all conventions, making everyone realize that he possessed the supreme aptitude to open the immortal gate. Combining his boundless dharmic vision, Meng Hao's power rivals that of a 10th heaven celestial. With his indomitable spirit, he allows the 7-colored immortal lightning to bombard him, while conjuring a mountain-like divine ability by opening and closing his hands. As the tribulation cloud shrink to 14th HS, a voidal fissure emerges in Meng Hao's right hand, transforming into a black hole that absorbs the clouds. With the fissure's disappearance, the tribulation clouds mostly dissipate, revealing Meng Hao's figure, roaring towards the heavens. Meng Hao's dharmic vision expands, and his right hand again conjures a voidal fissure, absorbing the remaining tribulation clouds. As the fissure closes, the tribulation clouds utterly collapse, restoring light to the skies of the eastern victory star. With a wave of Meng Hao's right hand, his dharmic vision separates into golden light that charges towards the tribulation clouds. Violently exploding, the tribulation clouds roil and shudder, eventually shattering. The eastern victory star falls silent, and all are astounded by Meng Hao's unprecedented tribulation method. Ecstatic, the Fang clansmen surround Meng Hao protectively. The main branch and neutral family branches are won over by Meng Hao's prowess and choose to support him. Fang Wei's grandfather also places great hopes in Meng Hao, while Fang Shushan harbors resentment. The eastern victory star and 9th sea mountain are shaken, as countless cultivators etch Meng Hao's name into their memories. The heavenly prides fall silent, believing that Meng Hao's immortal tribulation is far from over. Before Meng Hao now appear countless fairy palaces, blocking the path to the immortal gate. He resolves to use himself as the mountain to prove his immortal status. He charges towards the fairy palaces, but is obstructed by countless illusory heavenly soldiers and fairy palace projections. These projections emanate the aura of the supreme celestial realms, exerting immense pressure. Meng Hao fights hard, but the sheer number of fairy palaces overwhelms him, and his dharmic vision begins to tremble. Just as Meng Hao faces peril, he employs the supreme Dao technique, the supreme bridge, summoning a projection imbued with supreme celestial aura to confront the fairy palace projections. Meng Hao, the greatest prodigy of the Fang clan, once shocked the world in the trials of the 3 great Taoist gates under the alias Fang Mu. After disappearing into the immortal ruins, he has now resurfaced as Fang Wei, as Meng Hao reveals his identity as Fang Mu in the eyes of the world. His aura bears a striking resemblance to the supreme Taoist Dharma, causing the entire 9th sea realm to tremble. The ancestral figures of the immortal ancient battlefield and the 3 great Taoist gates are astonished, while Li Linger silently observes, having known Fang Mu's true identity all along. On the East Victory Star, Meng Hao unleashes his self-created divine ability, the Supreme Bridge. The colossal bridge exudes an aura of antiquity, suppressing 10,000 celestial palaces beneath it. As Meng Hao steps onto the Supreme Bridge, one step causes 1,000 celestial palaces to shatter, shaking heaven and earth and dimming the stars. This unprecedented true immortal tribulation exacts a heavy toll on Meng Hao. As blood stains the Supreme Bridge, however, he remains unyielding, taking one step after another until, on the 6th step, his momentum reaches a peak and the Supreme Bridge shines with a brilliance that illuminates the starry sky. As he takes the 7th step, another 30,000 celestial palaces shatter beneath the bridge, his might quelling all who oppose him. Under the gaze of the 9th immortal sea, Fang Hao Meng Hao walked out 10 steps with stunning momentum, shattering all immortal palaces and arriving before the immortal gate. His immortal tribulation technique dispersed immortal clouds and pulverized immortal palaces with its tyrannical power, eliciting awe from all. Speculations arose as to how many immortal meridians Fang Hao, who possessed a rumored 9-realm immortal foundation, would open. This event held great significance, stirring the hearts of all cultivators in the 9th immortal sea. As Fang Hao strode forward, his right hand slammed into the immortal gate, creating a crack from which immortal light and chi gushed forth. Fang Hao transformed into a towering Dharma aspect, and together with the blood demon head and the mountain phantom, they struck the immortal gate, widening the crack further. Countless cultivators held their breath, intently observing Fang Hao's progress in opening the immortal meridians. As the immortal gate gradually opened, a potent backlash surged into Fang Hao's body, causing blood to seep from his mouth. But his eyes shone brighter than ever. By this point, the crack in the immortal gate was wide enough for someone to pass through, signaling that Fang Hao was on the verge of entering the realm of true immortals. The entire ninth immortal sea was abuzz with anticipation as they waited to witness how many immortal meridians Fang Hao would open, etching a new legend. Battling at the entrance to the immortal gate, Meng Hao faces tremendous adversity. A deafening roar from an elder's phantom on the gate shakes him to his core. Meng Hao coughs up blood and is repelled by a surge of force. Simultaneously, the gate slowly begins to close. Mustering his strength, Meng Hao conjures a towering Dharma form and strikes the gate with both hands to force it open. Immortal light and energy explode, causing the gate to slowly creak open. Yet, the elder's phantom roars once more, unleashing another surge of power. Anticipating this, Meng Hao activates the immortal energy of his 8 immortal veins. Clashing with the phantom, the gate trembles violently, echoing with thunderous crashes. With cunning, Meng Hao retreats momentarily and unleashes his ultimate technique, One Thought Star Transformation. Stars converge, and Meng Hao transforms into a massive meteor, hurtling towards the immortal gate at an astonishing speed. The colossal impact reverberates, shaking the ground and forcing the gate wide open as immortal light erupts. Transformed as a celestial body, Meng Hao enters the gate and is immersed in an endless sea of immortal energy. His 8 immortal veins pulse and throb, undergoing a profound transformation. Unusually, his 9th immortal vein also materializes within him. Celestial dragons soar and roar atop the immortal gate. Meng Hao's unprecedented accumulation of 80 immortal veins manifests, their grandeur awing all who witness it. However, his journey is far from over. Energy surges through Meng Hao's body, culminating in the rapid formation of his 90th immortal vein. Every cultivator holds their breath, witnessing the birth of an extraordinary legend. After Meng Hao pushed open the immortal gate, he received an unprecedented baptism, with immortal qi continuously flowing into his body and paving the path for immortal meridians. 90 immortal meridians danced outside the immortal gate, displaying an astonishing number and momentum. With the continuous influx of immortal qi, immortal meridians continued to condense in Meng Hao's body, from the 91st meridian to the 95th. By now, all the forces in the 9th mountain and sea were in an uproar. Marveling at Meng Hao's profound foundation, Fang Wei, who was the once reigning #1 true immortal, felt a hint of nervousness. However, Meng Hao did not stop and continued to pave immortal meridians, surpassing Fang Wei's 98 and reaching an astonishing 99. Just as everyone thought that 99 meridians was the limit, Meng Hao erupted once again, forcefully paving the way for the first 100 in a thunderous roar. Outside the immortal gate, 100 immortal dragons roared together, shaking the entire 9th mountain and sea. The Fang clan members were overjoyed and their cheers shook the heavens. But Meng Hao was not satisfied. He continued to absorb immortal qi, and in a world-shaking roar, paved the way for 4 more meridians, reaching an astonishing 104. Then, with another roar, he opened the first 105th meridian. Meng Hao seemed tireless, and with a low roar, opened the 106th and 107th meridians. Finally, in a deafening roar, he paved the way for the 108th meridian, which was exactly the one that had condensed earliest in his body. At this moment, 108 immortal dragons roared and danced outside the immortal gate, stunning all the cultivators in the 9th mountain and sea. Meng Hao's perseverance and tenacity became an insurmountable mountain in front of the arrogant geniuses. Fang Wei closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch anymore, while Fang Shushan's eyes gleamed with madness. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Meng Hao's furious roar came from within the immortal light, as more immortal qi continued to flow into his body, revealing his dissatisfaction. After 9 chapters, Meng Hao finally stopped and opened his eyes, with a gaze that seemed to look down upon everything. All the cultivators of the 9th maritime plane looked eagerly at the immortal gate in the starry sky outside the east ascendancy star. 108 celestial dragons roared and danced around the immortal gate, which was astonishing. The Fang family members were stunned, and Fang Wei turned pale when he realized that Meng Hao had opened up 8 meridians at one time, reaching the unprecedented 180 meridians. The ancestor of the Fang family speculated that Meng Hao had already condensed 8 immortal meridians in his body before the tribulation. Similar to the experience of the legendary Earth Tibet, the 7th ancestor confirmed that Meng Hao had entered the Netherworld Palace. In the Nine Seas God realm, Fan Domer looked pale and admitted that the gap between her and Meng Hao had not decreased but increased after becoming immortals. The hag revealed that when the Earth Tibet, the lord of the 4th maritime region, became a true immortal, the number of his immortal meridians exceeded 100. Meng Hao's potential was immeasurable. The true immortal arrogances were shocked, realizing the deterrence of 108 immortal meridians. But Meng Hao was still not satisfied. He sensed a green celestial dragon in his body, with a special aura, vicissitudes and disdain, as if it were the leader of the dragons. The light of the immortal gate dimmed, and the immortal energy became scarce, as if it were about to vanish. Meng Hao was regretfully preparing to return to the East Ascendancy Star, when he suddenly heard a weak and worn voice coming from the distant southern heaven star. The voice of the blood demon ancestor sounded, revealing his identity, and stating that he would give Meng Hao his final fortune as his life faded away. On the land of the southern heaven, the blood demon ancestor's flesh melted, turning into a bloody demonic energy that formed a blood-colored rune. After the rune disappeared, the blood demon grand method in Meng Hao's body operated rapidly, condensing a blood demon meridian. The immortal gate returned again. Immortal energy surged in crazily, forming the 109th celestial dragon. At this time, Meng Hao felt another aura resonating with the distance, coming from the southern heaven star. He saw a equinox flower in the ancient temple, its existence still present. The old man represented the lineage of the Lycoris radiata to repay the cause and effect. And a flower of the Lycoris radiata celestial meridian formed in Meng Hao's body. At the moment the Lycoris radiata celestial meridian appeared, the 120th celestial dragon roared out beside the immortal gate. A void hole formed in Meng Hao's body, absorbing immortal energy crazily, and condensing the 120th meridian. Throughout the long history of the 9 great sea mountains, there has been an ancient tradition: if one encounters an opportune time to store up energy during the true immortal era, they should endeavor to accumulate it without breaking through, in order to reach the extreme limit at the time of achieving immortality. Meng Hao of the 9th sea mountain followed this path, and accumulated to the peak within the spirit realm. However, at the time of achieving immortality, he realized a profound truth: storing and releasing energy is not only related to cultivation, but also includes opportunity. Only those who have proven themselves Zhao can seize the creation of the heavens and earth when achieving immortality, and condense their opportunity into an immortal pulse. When Meng Hao condensed his 110th immortal dragon, the 9 great sea mountains were in turmoil. 2 of these immortal dragons were particularly special. One was blood red, and the other shimmered with 7 colors. Meng Hao realized that these 2 originated from the blood demon patriarch and the nether flower, and represented the accumulation of opportunity. Thus, he understood the essence of the immortal pulse. It is a symbol of the path to becoming a Dao. The immortal pulse merges all accumulation, creation, and spells. The flesh and blood immortal pulse is the ultimate meridian. The power of the bronze dragon has expanded the number of immortal pulses, while the blood demon patriarch and the nether flower have unlocked the understanding of the immortal pulse. Meng Hao further realized that everything can become an immortal pulse, but this can only be achieved by those who have proven themselves Dao. He broke through to the eternal realm, and condensed the first 111th immortal dragon. At the same time, a grey light appeared in the 9th sea mountain, attempting to sever his karma. However, the guardian of the Fang family's ancestral land intervened, blocking the attack, and declaring that if the Ji family dared to harm Meng Hao, they would fight to the death. Meng Hao continued condensing the pulse, using the power of his flesh and blood true immortal to condense the second Qi in blood immortal pulse. With the birth of this 212th immortal pulse, the turmoil in the 9th sea mountain reached an unprecedented peak. In the 9th mountain and sea, major sects engage in secret battles, with the Ji family reigning supreme. However, the emergence of Patriarch Fang breaks this equilibrium. To protect his favored disciple Meng Hao, Patriarch Fang engages in a silent rivalry with Taoist ancestor Ji of the Ji family. Patriarch Fang boldly declares his patronage of Meng Hao, while the powerful Ji family hesitates due to the backing of the 3 grand Taoist doors behind the Fang family. With the support of the 9 Seas Divine Sect, Taiying Sword Sect, and the ancient immortal Taoist place. The standoff between the Fang and Ji families reaches a stalemate. The Ji family ultimately concedes, choosing to retreat. Meanwhile, Meng Hao cultivates shocking immortal veins in his immortal's abode, using the fiend sealing method as his foundation. He opens 113 immortal veins in succession, but does not stop, driven by an unwavering pursuit of perfection. With the protection of Patriarch Fang and the support of the 3 grand Taoist doors, Meng Hao forcefully condenses 116 immortal veins. This unstable vein is forcibly sustained by Meng Hao's aura. As his aura surges, a fantastical yet tangible celestial dragon appears outside the immortal's abode, astounding the entire 9th mountain and sea. Meng Hao's astounding performance creates a huge sensation, making other true immortal prodigies realize that his true immortal path depends not on enhancing secret arts but on his own Tao comprehension. The balance of power in the 9th mountain and sea is reshuffled, with the Ji family no longer the undisputed leader and Meng Hao becoming the focus of attention for all. As Meng Hao pushes open the immortal gate, 116 radiant immortal dragons roar and dance, declaring his extraordinary achievement, his full potential unleashed. His foundation is revealed beneath the immortal vein limit, making him the dazzling sun of the 9th mountain and sea. Just as the immortal light fades and the immortal gate is about to close, Meng Hao resolutely deploys the supreme bridge divine ability. The 116 immortal dragons respond with a thunderous roar and assemble within Meng Hao, transforming into the startling supreme immortal vein. The immortal gate bursts into light once more, and thick immortal chi surges into Meng Hao. Amidst intense pain, the supreme immortal vein condenses, becoming the 117th immortal vein within him, exuding an aura of supremacy. The 4 Tao realm old men in the immortal ancient Tao field stare in wonder, deciding to cast a spell to summon the immortal god of the ancient Tao field to bestow upon Meng Hao an immortal ancient Tao vein. As countless cultivators within the Tao field chant the Tao scriptures in unison, an ancient scroll painting emerges, depicting 3 figures: a breathtakingly beautiful woman, an imposing middle-aged man, and a venerable old sage. The scroll painting radiates a gentle glow, and an ethereal world appears, with countless beings listening to the sage lecture on the platform. The sage casually wields a brush, and a colossal immortal character flies out of the painting, sweeping across the starry skies and heading straight for Meng Hao. Across the vast expanse of the cosmos, a radiant light streaks through the void, materializing as a colossal character of immortal that hurtles towards Meng Hao with overwhelming force. Meng Hao is stunned by its resemblance to the immortal character he had witnessed within the illusory realm of ancient times. The immortal character swiftly approaches, imprinting itself upon Meng Hao's forehead and transforming into a dazzling radiance that emanates an aura of primordial chaos. It bypasses the need for immortal spirit energy to spontaneously form an immortal vein, becoming the 118th within Meng Hao's body. Curiously, the first immortal vein visualized by the bronze spirit lantern within Meng Hao responds in resonance. Beyond the immortal's gate, 118 resplendent golden immortal dragons surge forth with deafening roars that shake the void. The onlookers are filled with awe and wonder, baffled by the source of the immortal character. Only the Tao realm ancestors of various sects exchange knowing glances, their gazes directed towards the immortal ancient arena. Meng Hao senses that the immortal character does not originate from the divine South Star but from the immortal ancient arena, filling his heart with gratitude. Simultaneously, far within the cosmos, the Earth ancestor of the Fang clan appears conflicted, his eyes smoldering with resentment towards the immortal ancient arena's actions. Utilizing his ancestral power, the Earth ancestor halts the rotation of the divine East Star and compels members of the Fang clan to offer their lifeblood. This blood merges with the soul blood of the first ancestor, transforming into a crimson Fang character imbued with the Fang clan's bloodline power. It subsequently soars towards Meng Hao's forehead. Upon entering Meng Hao's body, the Fang character manifests as an immortal dragon of bloodline, becoming the 119th immortal vein. With the emergence of this immortal dragon, the Fang clan bloodline within Meng Hao surges to its pinnacle, reaching a level of ancestral regression. The Earth ancestor's voice reverberates throughout the cosmos, declaring his intention to compete with the immortal ancient arena by bestowing another immortal vein upon Meng Hao. The immortal ancient arena remains silent, unable to provide further immortal veins. At this juncture, a weathered voice resounds within Meng Hao's consciousness. It is none other than the long-fallen Cho Mengtai. Zhou Mengtai informs Meng Hao that he will gift an immortal vein forged from the other shore starry sky, requesting that Meng Hao assist in resurrecting an individual in the future. Meng Hao is profoundly moved. He gazes towards the distant depths of the cosmos, where Zhou Mengtai sits cross-legged atop a celestial body, observing these events with a benevolent smile. Deep within Meng Hao's mind, an ancient voice reverberated like rolling thunder, awakening his memories. One scene after another from the southern heaven star emerged. From looking up at the battlefield in the clouds to discovering the colossal coffin in its opened eyes. As his memories intensified, a name echoed in Meng Hao's heart: Ugly Sect stage. Simultaneously, a beam of light from the seventh mountain flew at an astonishing speed, sweeping across the eighth mountain and heading straight for the ninth mountain. All the Dao realm grand elders of the ninth mountain and sea realm were shaken, speculating over the identity of this light that possessed the cultivation of at least a four-source Dao sovereign. The light transformed into a stellar immortal meridian and integrated itself into Meng Hao's chest, causing his aura to surge once more. With the help of the stellar immortal meridian, 120 immortal meridians emerged within Meng Hao's body, including a stellar dragon condensed from starlight. This feat sent shockwaves through the ninth mountain and sea, leaving everyone in awe and silencing the Ji clan and the paragons. Meanwhile, in the netherworld of the fourth mountain and sea realm, the earth-hiding statue opened its eyes, gazing in the direction of the ninth mountain and attempting to divine Meng Hao's future. However, he was unable to, and could only glimpse into Meng Hao's past. He sighed, seeing that Meng Hao was the third person whose future eluded him but with whom he had a destined connection and would eventually meet. The statue then issued a decree, granting the Xu family woman who was guarding the nine mountain souls a lifetime of safety and good fortune. The statue represented the lord of the fourth mountain and sea, Earth Hiding, a figure who even the mysterious old man had treated with respect when Meng Hao had sailed across the starry sky on his boat. Meng Hao felt the power coursing through his body from his 120 immortal meridians and the immortal dragon, filling him with a sense of invincibility. He bowed to the starry sky, expressing his gratitude to everyone who had helped him and to his own destiny. Although the hazy immortal's gate was about to vanish, a strange intuition arose within everyone's hearts, suggesting that Meng Hao might still be able to continue opening immortal meridians. Just as the immortal's gate was on the verge of disappearing completely, a sigh echoed through the starry sky, shaking Meng Hao's mind and causing him to look up. In the vast ninth mountain and sea lies a mysterious place, the demonic immortal ancient sect. Every several years, the demonic immortal ancient sect opens for a short while, attracting countless geniuses. According to legend, within the demonic immortal ancient sect resides a vicious beast named Night that possesses the power of time and space, capable of sending people back to ancient times. At a critical moment while developing his immortal veins, Meng Hao hears Keiju Si's voice coming from the demonic immortal ancient sect. Keiju Si is a friend Meng Hao made in the demonic immortal ancient sect back in the day. Hearing his voice now, Meng Hao's emotions surge, deep within the demonic immortal ancient sect. Amidst ruins, Keiju Si stands silently, his appearance haggard. He looks at the dark sky above and whispers, "Little brother, father is gone. Your matters, I will take care of them." Keiju Si's fingers tremble, and the entire demonic immortal ancient sect shakes. The vicious beast slumbering deep beneath the earth seems to awaken. Time seems to flow in reverse, and the ruins miraculously restore their original appearance. Skeletons regain their flesh, and the world is reborn. In front of Ke Yunhai's cave dwelling, Ke Yunhai emerges, an imposing figure. He ascends the mountain where Keiju Si stands, merging with his son across the expanse of time. Ke Yunhai gazes at the soul lamp in his hand and summons a demonic immortal celestial dragon, fusing it with the sky. Keiju Si mutters to himself and also summons a demonic immortal celestial dragon. These two dragons, imbued with the luck of the demonic immortal sect, are the most ideal vessels for developing immortal veins. As soon as Ke Yunhai finishes speaking, the demonic immortal celestial dragon shoots off into the distance. With the disappearance of the demonic immortal celestial dragon, Ke Yunhai's figure gradually dims, and the demonic immortal ancient sect transforms back into ruins. Keiju Si looks up at the darkening sky, tears flowing from his eyes. "Father, I miss you." Keiju Si points his finger again, and the clouds part, revealing the demonic immortal celestial dragon breaking through the haze. This is an ancient dragon, transformed from the ancient past, created by the power of night. Xu murmurs, "Go, little brother, this is from me in place of your father." The demonic immortal celestial dragon roars and merges with Meng Hao's body, directly developing a faint immortal vein, the 121st vein. This is Yun Hai's legacy, carried out by Xu in his father's stead. Meng Hao's aura erupts, and the illusory soul lamp behind him manifests. Countless cultivators in the 9th mountain and sea are astounded. Soul lamp. Fang Hao actually manifested a soul lamp shadow within the Kunlun Dao. Chu Yuyan's eyes gleam as she watches Meng Hao continuously develop his immortal veins. Filled with joy, Dan Gui shakes his head with a smile. To be surpassed by a disciple is also a joyous event. On planet Dongsheng, the Fang family is in shock. Fang Wei falls into silence, his determination to fight Meng Hao crumbling. The Grand Elder mutters, "I was wrong." In the vast expanse of the heavens, Meng Hao achieved an unprecedented feat by simultaneously opening up 121 immortal veins. This accomplishment sent shockwaves through the 9 great seas and mountains, astounding countless beings. Immortal energy surged through Meng Hao's body, his 121 immortal veins roaring like celestial dragons, endlessly supplying him with strength. He felt an unprecedented surge of power and vitality. This breakthrough set Meng Hao on the path of Dao attainment. He gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes blazing with ambition. He was confident he could open up one more vein and sought out his first fortune, the Ying Dragon inheritance. Meng Hao poured his immortal energy into the light spot of the Ying Dragon inheritance, gradually transforming it into an immortal vein. This vein was unlike any other, manifesting as an Ying Dragon, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty and tyranny. The opening of the Ying Dragon immortal vein caused Meng Hao's aura to soar once more. Countless indistinct lights swirling around him. Outside the immortal gate, an extraordinary phantom of an Ying Dragon appeared, an omen of a rare divine beast. The 9th mountain and sea erupted in commotion once again. Meng Hao's creation of the 122nd vein and manifestation of the Ying Dragon astounded countless cultivators. The ancestors of various sects gazed upon Meng Hao, witnessing the rise of a supreme young master. Meng Hao's peers, once arrogant and filled with pride, were utterly devastated. The Meng Hao they had once belittled had now become an unassailable summit they could no longer hope to reach. Fang Wei, consumed by jealousy and murderous intent, vowed to use the Nirvana fruit to kill Meng Hao. However, Fang Wei's grandfather harbored other plans, preparing to initiate a scheme that had been concealed for many years. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's ambition extended beyond his current achievement. He set his sights on opening up the final vein, choosing the divine fire origin as his fortune. Meng Hao, a determined and ambitious cultivator, has opened an unprecedented 122 celestial veins. Yet, he is not satisfied and sets his sights on the divine fire source, intending to use it to create his final vein. This is a thrilling gamble, as the formidable nature of the divine fire source is widely known. However, Meng Hao is undeterred. He believes that the first immortal, who emerged before the creation of the world, must have paved their path through countless trials and failures. Meng Hao takes out the bronze lamp, from which the divine fire source emanates an intimidating aura, drawing the attention of powerful beings. Yet, Meng Hao is the only one who dares to consume it. As the divine fire enters his body, Meng Hao's flesh endures unimaginable fiery torment, developing cracks and nearly collapsing. But he remains unwavering, mobilizing the 122 celestial veins within him to attempt to fuse with the divine fire. However, the celestial energy is unable to suppress the divine fire, causing Meng Hao's body to deteriorate rapidly. At a critical moment, he realizes the key, transforming his celestial veins into eternal veins. In an instant, the celestial veins within Meng Hao's body tremble and transform into eternal dragons, unleashing an eternal realm that shakes the heavens and the earth. The divine fire condenses, a celestial gate erupts, and Meng Hao's body swiftly recovers. After a moment, Meng Hao's physique is flawless and his aura is even more imposing. He has opened his 123rd celestial vein, the divine fire vein, becoming the first to possess a perfect set of celestial veins. The celestial gate roars, the celestial dragons howl, and the heavens and earth tremble. Meng Hao's name is etched into the annals of the 9th mountain and sea, surpassing all predecessors. In the celestial realm, the number of celestial veins determines one's combat power. After Meng Hao opens his 123rd vein, Everyone realizes that after their own certification, the celestial veins can be transformed into veins with supernatural powers, unleashing power 120 times greater. Meng Hao creates the highest record for the number of veins opened in the realm of the 9 mountains and seas, true immortal. Becoming the supreme venerable, the celestial power within his body is boundless and unstoppable. As the celestial gate closes and the tribulation is completed, several visions appear around him. Heavenly soldiers kneel, golden dragons submit, golden celestial palaces stand in rows, and the sun, moon, and stars surround him. What is even more astonishing is that 9 peaks and 9 seas appear out of thin air, as if the fortune of the master has been bestowed upon him. Meng Hao reflects on the past but suppresses his emotions, setting his sights on condensing the celestial soul. Behind him, a colossal true immortal soul Dharma emerges, and then another, until there are a total of 33. 33 true immortal souls, like 33 heavens, exude supreme pressure. Meng Hao's strength at this moment is immeasurable, and he firmly believes that he is capable of fighting against experts of the ancient realm. These magnificent visions and Meng Hao's formidable cultivation base shock the cultivators of the 9 mountains and seas sects, who are all awed by the terrifying potential he has displayed. The celestial geniuses of each sect ignite their fighting spirit, determined to challenge Meng Hao and compete for the glory of this era. Fang Wei is no exception. He has witnessed Meng Hao's tribulation firsthand, and his state of mind has been baptized. Although he is deeply shocked, he believes that this era should not belong solely to Meng Hao's brilliance. Immortal specters soared into the sky, astounding the celestial soldiers and shaking the stars. Meng Hao stood proudly on the platform, encircled by 33 immortal specters, declaring his ascension to the true immortal realm, becoming a supreme being in the immortal realm. The 9th mountain and sea erupted in celebration, the cheers shaking the heavens. The Fang clan reveled in joy and pride, while Fang Shushan harbored resentment. Meng Hao gazed towards the southern celestial star, kneeling on one knee to pay homage to his parents in the heavens. This act expressed his gratitude and release from past grievances. Sunzi, the Taoist of the solar mountain, initiated the first challenge. He assumed the form of a sun, wielding immense immortal power as he charged at Meng Hao, calling out his name in a thunderous voice. Battle. Meng Hao remained unperturbed, calmly reminding Sunzi of his debt, and unleashed a punch that shattered Sunzi's divine ability, forcing him back. Sunzi employed a secret technique of the immortal realm, unleashing the power of nearly 120 immortal veins, condensing 9 suns into the immortal arrow sun-smashing arrow. However, Meng Hao shattered the golden light with 2 fingers, effortlessly neutralizing it. Sunzi was astonished and terrified, Meng Hao's strength surpassing his wildest expectations. In that moment, Meng Hao emerged unscathed, while Sunzi was drained and weakened. The entire 9th mountain and sea fell into silence, awed by Meng Hao's astonishing prowess. The paragons realized that only by facing their fears could they break through their limits and transcend themselves. In the desolate 9th celestial sea, cultivators who witnessed the battle between Meng Hao and the Son of the Sun were astounded. To their knowledge, no cultivator had ever opened up 123 celestial veins or condensed 33 celestial souls. Even more astonishingly, Meng Hao had not used his celestial veins or celestial souls, but had instead defeated the Son of the Sun with his physical strength alone. As Meng Hao displayed his might, the crowd realized that his physical immortal realm had reached the peak of the celestial realm, coexisting with his celestial veins and nourishing and strengthening them. At that moment, the teleportation formation shone, and Song Luoden and Yu Xinglong from the ancient immortal tomb appeared. Song Luoden used a secret technique to increase his celestial veins to over 110. And he also revealed 11 celestial souls. Yu Xinglong brought with him an ancient immortal corpse, which he awakened through a blood sacrifice, granting him the might of 120 celestial veins. Looking at his opponents, Meng Hao calmly replied, Dan, you also owe me money. Song Luoden was furious and charged towards Meng Hao. Yu Xinglong's ancient immortal corpse followed closely, its aura imposing. Meng Hao unleashed a punch, shattering the spear in Song Luoden's hand, crushing his 11 celestial souls, and knocking him away. He then turned to the ancient immortal corpse, his eyes blazing, suppressing its aura, and with another punch, he shattered it. Yu Xinglong was horrified and exclaimed, "Too strong." However, the battle was far from over. Wang Mu, Xie Yixian, and Chen Hao also joined the fray. Song Luoden and the Son of the Sun, despite their injuries, attacked again, while Yu Xinglong, ignoring the destruction of his ancient immortal corpse, also joined the battle. 6 heavenly geniuses joined forces and faced off against Meng Hao. Meng Hao refused to concede defeat. The celestial veins in his body roaring as the power of all 123 celestial veins was unleashed. He fought 1 against 6, displaying astounding battle intent and strength. The power of celestial veins. Meng Hao roared, his powerful aura declaring his resolve. I want to see if I, alone, can battle all the true immortal geniuses of the 9th celestial sea. Facing the siege of the 6 heavenly geniuses, Meng Hao fought back with all his might, launching an unprecedented and epic battle. In a battle between Meng Hao and 6 top true immortal geniuses, Wang Yu used an odd technique to try to freeze Meng Hao's body. However, the power of 100 veins within Meng Hao erupted, easily breaking Wang Yu's spell and causing it to backlash on him. Then, Meng Hao unleashed a series of lightning-fast punches, defeating Xie Yixian, Chen Hao, Wang Yu, Song Luoden, Taiyangxi, Yu Xinglong, and others, showcasing his overwhelming strength. At this point, more than 10 true immortal geniuses from the 3 teaching 6 sects and various sacred grounds heard the news and rushed in to fight Meng Hao together. Meng Hao fearlessly fought the group alone, employing his formidable techniques and unparalleled fighting spirit to defeat his opponents one by one. Finally, Meng Hao used the Dao technique of karma to forcibly create a karmic link with the 18 true immortal geniuses and condensed it into an IOU, demanding repayment. The others were enraged by Meng Hao's shameless but righteous move, but could not argue. In this battle, Meng Hao single-handedly defeated 19 true immortal geniuses, making his name known throughout the 9th sea. His dominance and fearlessness became a nightmare for all geniuses, proving that with enough courage and strength, anyone can challenge the established order. As everyone was still reeling from the shock, a mysterious ship silently appeared in the sky. The middle-aged man and the youth on board witnessed Meng Hao's heroism and shared their insights on the battle between geniuses. They believed that the significance of a genius lies not only in whether they win or lose, but also in fighting for their own Dao and proving their existence. Meanwhile, geniuses such as Fang Wei, Fan Donger, and Zhao Yifan in the 9th sea were secretly gathering their strength, preparing to compete with Meng Hao. On Southern Sky Star, Fang Shufeng witnesses Meng Hao's thoughts in a moment from the past. Meng Hao had made a grand vow to make all the prodigies of the 9th mountain owe him money, leaving Fang Shufeng both helpless and impressed. At present, the 9th mountain sea is completely silent, with Meng Hao fighting several true immortal prodigies alone, defeating them one after another. At this moment, Zhao Yifan, Fan Donger, and Li Linger appear successively. Zhao Yifan reappears, sword energy soaring, looking at Meng Hao from afar. Their former rivalry is once again ignited. Fan Donger speaks coldly, while Meng Hao playfully asks for his debt from her. Li Linger appears and, confronted with Meng Hao's teasing, her eyes flicker with a complex expression as she acknowledges her relationship with Meng Hao. Causing an uproar, Zhao Yifan activates his ultimate skill, the 5 absolute sword style, causing his immortal pulse power to surge. Unfazed, Meng Hao also activates his immortal pulse, fighting 5 opponents alone while showcasing his astonishing combat prowess. Zhao Yifan uses the second ultimate move of the Seeking Immortality verse, his power increasing once again. Meng Hao's eyes gleam with intense fighting spirit. Facing Zhao Yifan's all-out attack, he is fearless and prepares to counter with his most powerful secret technique. The fierce duel is about to erupt, causing the entire 9th mountain sea to hold its breath. Amidst the vast expanse of the 9th mountain, a fierce battle rages between Meng Hao and Zhao Yifan. Zhao Yifan, wielding a secret technique, unleashes a strike with the power of over 140 immortal meridians, its sword light illuminating the heavens. Undeterred, Meng Hao employs his 123 immortal meridians, coupled with his newly unveiled immortal soul power, shattering Zhao Yifan's attack with a single punch. Though defeated, Zhao Yifan's unwavering determination and courage earn him admiration. As Meng Hao prepares to depart, Fan Donger and Li Linger join forces, unleashing formidable techniques. Fan Donger transforms into a towering sea giant, while Li Linger conjures a tempestuous storm of trees. Meng Hao counters with a palm strike imbued with the power of 33 immortal souls, crushing the sea giant and striking Fan Donger. Despite Li Linger's efforts to impede him with the life jar, Meng Hao's 33-day immortal soul power shatters the artifact and strikes Li Linger with another blow. Defeated Lai Zhao Yifan, Fan Donger, and Li Linger, their collective challenge serving as an unwitting crucible for Meng Hao's growing power. Now, Meng Hao surveys the starry expanse, inviting any remaining geniuses of the Ninth Mountain to test their mettle against him. Yet as his gaze falls upon Fang Wei of the East Victory Star, 3 teleportation formations descend simultaneously, revealing 3 figures. Among them, Meng Hao discerns 2 he has never met before: Wang Tongfei and Ji Yin. Hailing from Immortal Ancient Dao Field, Mandate Academy, and Heavenly Longevity, the trio harbor the intention to challenge Meng Hao. A cold expression settles upon Meng Hao's face as he confronts the trio's belligerent stance. Do you truly believe, he intones, that Meng Hao fears killing in the presence of your sect's watchful eyes? On the 9th Yama, Meng Hao's gaze swept over Zhou Shui, Ji Yin, and Wang Tongfei with a cold expression. Zhou Shui sneered, activated his 99 immortal veins, and wielded the 9 transmutations magic to exchange blows with Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression remained calm. He cast the true immortal secret technique to condense the immortal vein energy within his body into a single fist and unleashed it. Zhou Shui's divine powers dissipated, and he suffered heavy injuries. In desperation, he crushed a jade slip and escaped via teleportation. Ji Yin retreated silently, unwilling to engage. Wang Tongfei's gaze was resolute. He revealed his 2,000-foot giant true form, and his bloodline power transformed into divine energy, with which he unleashed a fist toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao activated his body's secret technique, transforming 123 immortal veins into body veins, and attacked with full force. Their fists collided, causing Wang Tongfei to spurt blood and recede. But he remained steadfast in his vow to defeat Meng Hao. Meng Hao retracted his fist, revealing a wound on the back of his hand. This was the first time he had been injured in a battle with a celestial. Meng Hao looked toward the Eastern Victory Star, where Fang Wei flew up to challenge him. On the ground, a fierce light gleamed in Fang Shushan's eyes, and Fang Wei's grandfather hesitated. He held a jade slip in his hand and seemed to be grappling with whether to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao had been waiting for this battle, intending to reclaim the things that belonged to him. However, for Fang Wei, this was a fated battle. Fang Wei was cloaked in a secret technique, with 98 celestial veins transformed into celestial dragons circling him. In addition, he summoned nearly 40 illusory celestial dragons, totaling 143 and causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Furthermore, his 14 celestial souls gathered, emanating great momentum. Meng Hao and Fang Wei met, and their fierce battle began. Meng Hao struck with a single punch, causing Fang Wei to vomit blood and suffer severe injuries. However, Fang Wei laughed maniacally, casting a forbidden technique and crazily activating his celestial veins. As the Nirvana fruit was released, Fang Wei's momentum soared, and the number of his celestial veins reached 192. Shocking the world, with a wave of his hand, he unleashed the one-thought reincarnation technique, forming a massive black and white vortex. Meng Hao's eyes glinted coldly, and he was unafraid. He pointed out that Fang Wei was using his belongings but still lacked the necessary strength. The animosity between the two was as intense as fire and water, and the battle was about to erupt, causing the Ninth Mountain and Sea to rumble and astounding all the major forces. Meng Hao and Fang Wei engage in an epic battle in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Fang Wei wields the black and white maelstrom, containing the power of reincarnation, driven by 192 celestial dragons, shaking the heavens and the earth. Meng Hao casts a secret spell, transforming 123 celestial veins into a 1,000-foot-tall blood demon beast skull, which exerts an overwhelming aura. The collision of their two ultimate techniques pulverizes the reincarnation maelstrom, but also damages the blood demon skull, scattering it into 123 blood dragons. Undeterred, Meng Hao's divine abilities surge again, reconstituting the blood dragons, which encircle him and coalesce into a celestial blood demon form. Unwilling to be defeated, Fang Wei unleashes the ephemerality of the Yellow Springs, infusing it with the way of life and death, increasing the number of celestial dragons to 241, surpassing the records of any immortal in the history of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Meng Hao's expression turns grim, marveling at Fang Wei's monstrous prowess. The Fang clan members erupt in shock and excitement. While the prodigies outside the starry sky are once again reminded of the formidable nature of the ninth mountain and sea. The Fang clan's Earth Patriarch falls into deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, and decides to hold back for the time being. On the eastern Victory Star, Fang Wei roared furiously. His 241 immortal vessels roared like dragons, and 24 immortal souls appeared behind him to confront Meng Hao's 33 heavens. Meng Hao sensed the intense nirvana fruit aura on Fang Wei and looked grave. Fang Wei unleashed his strongest strike, summoning 241 Yellow Springs rivers, intent on burying Meng Hao within them. Meng Hao fought back fiercely, using the immortal mountain vein to suppress the Yellow Springs rivers, and a fierce battle ensued. Fang Wei madly activated the Yellow Springs Dao, condensing all the shattered Yellow Springs into a colossal 10,000-foot river, from which emerged 24 judge-like immortal souls. Fang Wei transformed into the Lord of the Netherworld, seeking to extinguish Meng Hao with the Yellow Springs. Meng Hao countered with his strongest divine ability, the star-changing thought. He transformed into a 1,000-foot star and collided violently with the Yellow Springs. The star's might shattered the Yellow Springs and immortal souls, sending them crashing down on Fang Wei. Fang Wei fought desperately but was ultimately critically injured. Meng Hao approached to retrieve the nirvana fruit but was surprised by Fang Shushan. Meng Hao's 19th uncle intervened just in time, and they clashed fiercely. Suddenly, Fang Wei's grandfather crushed a jade slip, and nearly 40 of the Fang clan elders attacked their kin unprovoked. The Fang clan descended into chaos. Chaos erupts within the Fang household as a sudden rebellion breaks out. Nearly half the elders betray the family, launching an attack against their kin. Screams fill the air as blood stains the ancestral home. Fang Shi, Fang Yunyuan, and the others find themselves amidst the chaos, their hearts filled with grief and rage at the betrayal. Fang Shamshan is pursued by her own cousin, while Fang Shushan descends into madness, engaging in a fierce battle with his 19th uncle. Danger descends upon Meng Hao when 4 pupils suddenly appear in Fang Wei's eyes. His strength soaring, Meng Hao nearly meets his end. Fang Wei's grandfather, Fang Hashan, masterminds the rebellion, claiming the Fang family needs a change. The High Elder accuses Fang Hashan, questioning his motives, but Fang Hashan grins strangely, implying the rebellion is not his entire plan. Beneath the stone caverns, several Fang family ancestors sense the turmoil in their family and prepare to intervene. However, the 6th ancestor unexpectedly takes action, intercepting them. The 7th ancestor is furious, questioning his behavior. Unexpectedly, the 4th ancestor and 2nd ancestor also betray the clan. Civil war breaks out among the 6 ancestors of the Fang family, their roars shaking the heavens. The Earth ancestor, one of the family's ancestors, prepares to return to the family to quell the rebellion, but he is obstructed by a mysterious figure disguised as the Celestial Tian Yin. East Victory Star is shaken, and the various sects of Ninth Mountain and Sea are shocked. News of the Fang family's internal strife resounds like thunder. Outside East Victory Star, a light screen seals off all entry and exit. In front of the crowd's eyes, Ji Yin revealed his aura as a Dao realm expert, stunning everyone present. It turned out that Ji Yin wasn't the real Ji Yin but rather Ji Shoufeng, one of the 5 Ji family's Dao realm powerhouses, who had been lurking outside East Victory Star. Ji Shoufeng blocked the path of Fang family's Earth ancestor Fang Xiaodao, revealing the connection between Fang family's rebellion and the Ji family. The Ji family dispatched 4 Dao realm experts, demonstrating their determination to wipe out the Fang family. Meanwhile, the 3 great Taoist gates also prepared to intervene, trying to prevent the Ji family from annihilating the Fang family. However, a sudden internal conflict in the 3 great Taoist gates delayed their rescue operation, indicating that the Ji family had secretly planned and planted their forces within the Taoist gates. Chaos broke out in the Fang family's ancestral home. Meng Hao witnessed the slaughter of his clansmen and his killing intent surged. He summoned his soldier puppets but encountered resistance. An invisible force enveloped East Victory Star, slowing down the opening of his ancestral land. Meng Hao transformed into the Immortal Slayer, his attacks ruthless as he targeted the rebellious clansmen. His brutality shocked everyone present. At this moment, the severely injured Fang Wei regained consciousness, but his body had been possessed by the 6th progenitor's clone, driven by murderous intent towards Meng Hao. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Ji family and the 3 great Taoist gates continued. While the Fang family faced an existential crisis, Meng Hao's confrontation with the sixth progenitor's clone was also about to erupt. On planet Tiananxing, Fang Shoufan and his wife witnessed the upheaval within the Fang family on planet Dongsheng. Meng Li anxiously asks Fang Shoufan if he had prior knowledge and voices her worries about Meng Hao's safety. Fang Shoufan confirms Meng Li's suspicions and expresses his faith in Meng Hao, stating that everything will soon come to an end. On planet Dongsheng, Meng Hao confronts Fang Wei, and an invisible roar echoes in Meng Hao's mind as if only they two exist in the world. Meng Hao's eyes ignite with killing intent, but Fang Wei remains unfazed, rushing at Meng Hao with the speed of a meteor. Meng Hao cuts through the confusion in his heart and takes flight, meeting Fang Wei's charge head-on. In the intense battle in the sky, Meng Hao unleashes 123 spirit veins, while Fang Wei displays a divine ability surpassing his previous strength, causing Meng Hao to sense a deadly threat. An ancient and terrifying aura emanates from Fang Wei, one that Meng Hao has never felt before, and he realizes that he is no longer facing the original Fang Wei. Fang Wei's momentum escalates, his number of spirit veins continuously increasing to a staggering 330. Reaching the pinnacle of the immortal realm, Meng Hao employs his golden rock transformation and the one-thought star transformation. Colliding head-on with Fang Wei's full-force attack, the two powers explode in the void, Meng Hao coughing up a mouthful of blood but his fighting spirit unwavering. At this moment, Fang Shushan, despite his injuries, charges at Meng Hao, intending to join forces with Fang Wei to eliminate him. In a crucial moment, Meng Hao sacrifices the reincarnation fruit of the ancestor, radiating formidable killing intent. Fang Wei and Fang Shushan, upon witnessing the look in Meng Hao's eyes, can't help but tremble involuntarily. In the face of life-threatening battles, Meng Hao used all his strength to activate his immortal veins and supreme bridge to resist Fang Wei and Fang Shushan. As the battle raged, Meng Hao risked his own safety and dissolved the precious nirvana fruit. The appearance of the nirvana fruit shocked Fang Wei and Fang Shushan. Fang Wei felt an extreme sense of crisis and spared no effort to destroy the supreme bridge. At the moment when the supreme bridge collapsed, Meng Hao pressed the nirvana fruit into his forehead, enduring unimaginable pain. Just as Fang Wei and Fang Shushan approached, Meng Hao suddenly erupted with astonishing power. The number of his immortal veins doubled to 246 and he broke through the limits of the immortal realm, reaching the 66th heaven. The 33rd heaven was above him and the 33rd earth was below, and Meng Hao was in the center. Meng Hao's aura was so terrifying that it made Fang Wei and Fang Shushan's faces change drastically. Fang Wei exclaimed, "Immortal Emperor!" Legend had it that above the true immortal was the immortal emperor, who could destroy the 33rd heaven with a wave of his hand and set foot on the 33rd earth. Realizing that his clone could not match Meng Hao's, Fang Wei decisively turned and fled. Fang Shushan hesitated for a few breaths before being engulfed by the divine fire immortal veins released by Meng Hao. No matter what tricks Fang Shushan tried, he could not escape the sea of fire and was eventually annihilated. At this moment, the 9 mountains and great seas shook. The sun, moon, and stars paused briefly, as if to welcome the first immortal emperor since the formation of the 9 mountains and great seas. But Meng Hao was unaware of all this. He was enduring the violent energy in his body and using all his strength to suppress Fang Shushan. Amidst the turmoil that engulfed the Fang family of the 9th mountain and sea, Meng Hao returned in strength, single-handedly turning the tide of events. Having witnessed the brutal murder of his father, Fang Shushan, his heart burned with vengeance. Fang Hashan, the rival clan leader, led his cultivators in an assault against Meng Hao. But the latter's prowess surpassed all expectations. With a display of his divine abilities, he effortlessly slew Fang Shushan, leaving the onlookers awestruck. The Fang cultivators were filled with horror, recognizing Meng Hao as a peerless expert who transcended their level. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's nemesis, Fang Wei, attempted to flee, but Meng Hao relentlessly pursued him. In their fierce battle, the 6th ancestor manifested through Fang Wei's avatar, manipulating his body in opposition to Meng Hao. Unfazed, Meng Hao employed the heaven and earth kill formation to heavily injure Fang Wei, forcing the 6th ancestor to reveal himself. At a critical juncture, Fang Wei's soul awakened, battling his grandfather, the 6th ancestor, for control of his body. Driven by his unwavering determination to protect the Fang family, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Fang Wei emerged victorious. On his deathbed, he implored Meng Hao to retrieve his rebirth fruit and entrusted him with the future of the Fang family. Meng Hao, in a bittersweet moment, accepted Fang Wei's last request, storing the rebirth fruit, sacrificing himself. Fang Wei entangled Meng Hao's divine abilities, allowing the sixth ancestor's avatar to perish. Fang Wei's soul dissipated, his body plummeting to the ground. His final words echoing in Meng Hao's ears: protect the Fang family. Reflecting on his past with Fang Wei, Meng Hao was filled with mixed emotions. Fang Wei had lived by the oath to safeguard his clan, even to the point of sacrificing himself. Witnessing the devastation of the Fang family, Meng Hao pondered the larger conspiracy behind the chaos. Fang Hashan, consumed by grief for Fang Wei, desperately attempted to hinder Meng Hao's pursuit. Realizing that the Fang family's downfall was inevitable, Meng Hao acknowledged that Fang Wei's sacrifice had bought his clan a glimmer of hope. He withdrew temporarily, vowing to revisit the matter when the time was right. In the Ninth Mountain and Sea Immortal Realm, bloody turmoil erupted in the Fang family's star ocean. The Fang family's top talent Fang Wei heroically sacrificed himself in battle, and his demise sent shockwaves through the cultivators present. The Fang family's rebellion raged on, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. However, Fang Wei's death silenced many of the family members, who realized that the family's destiny was hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, the Fang family's ancestor Fang Xiaodao engaged in a fierce battle with Ji Shoufeng, one of the 5 Dao border masters of the Ji family. Ji Shoufeng asserted that the Fang family was declining, but Fang Xiaodao remained calm, as if he had foreseen all of this. On the East Victory Star, Fang Wei's cousin Meng Hao witnessed all of this. He suspected that his father had known about the family's crisis and had sent him back to retrieve the Nirvana fruit. Meng Hao realized that the family's fate might lie in his father's hands. At that moment, Fang Wei's father Fang Hesheng became enraged and attacked Meng Hao relentlessly. He summoned 3 ancient realm elders to assist him, determined to avenge Fang Wei. At a critical juncture, a spatial rift appeared from the ancestral realm, and an ancient and weathered greatsword descended from the heavens, instantly defeating Fang Hesheng and the 3 elders. A quasi-Dao supreme aura erupted from the greatsword, startling everyone present. It was the power of the Fang family's guardian Dao statue, which had awakened from the ancestral land and knelt to Meng Hao. This turn of events shook the entire Fang family, leaving both Fang Xiaodao and Ji Shoufeng astounded. They realized that the Fang family's heritage was far beyond their imagination, and Meng Hao's identity became even more enigmatic. The Fang family's internal conflict continued, and the appearance of Meng Hao's father and the guardian Dao statue would change the entire situation. The fate of the Ninth Mountain and Sea Immortal Realm would be rewritten in the midst of this chaos. The Fang ancestral home is attacked by enemies, and traitorous members attempt to seize control of the family. At a critical juncture, a terracotta warrior appears, single-handedly fighting the rebellious forces at the gates. However, 3 quasi-Dao venerable elders secretly dispatched by the Ji family suddenly appear, determined to destroy the Fang family. The terracotta warrior fights back fiercely, but outnumbered, he gradually loses ground, as the Fang family members fall into despair. Fan Danyu, a member of the alchemy lineage, unleashes her full power, reaching the quasi-Dao venerable realm, and teams up with the terracotta warrior to confront the 3 elders. At this time, the ancestor of the Medicine Immortal Sect, a Dao realm expert, appears on the scene, releasing a powerful aura that crushes the rebels' will. The Fang family members are reinvigorated and counterattack the rebels. With the addition of the Medicine Immortal Sect ancestor, the Ji family's plot is completely shattered. Fan Danius erupt and the assistance of the Medicine Immortal Sect ancestor allow the Fang family to turn the tide, and the traitors are suppressed one by one. The Fang family fights with their heart and soul, defending the family's honor. The Ji family, despite their machinations, fail miserably. This battle to exterminate the Fang family ends with the victory of the Fang family, demonstrating the unity and strength of the clan.